Delicate Mother of a Villain Chapter 1 to Chapter 49. Xian. Sis. Opening her eyes, Xian, who was supposed to be eaten by the cyborgs, found that she was actually sleeping in a clean and soft bed. And on the white floral quilt, she could clearly smell the fresh sunlight and the sweet scent of perfume. No, Xian, who had been trained to be vigilant in the post-apocalyptic world, immediately lifted the quilt and wanted to jump off the bed. But when she lifted the quilt, she was dumbfounded. "This is my hand." Xian raised her hand. She was stunned when she saw the pair of pale fingers that were so thin that the joints were protruding. Because of the arrival of the apocalypse, she was lucky to have successfully evolved into a paranormal, but unfortunately, her awakened ability was to become beautiful. She became more beautiful every day. No matter how bad her living environment was, no matter how long she was hungry, no matter how nutritious her food was, no matter how bad her hygiene was, it was as if there was a purifier in her body that constantly purified her body, so that her body would never be dirty and would never be skinny. Her body was always white, tender, clean, and healthy. She didn't look like someone who was experiencing a material shortage and was living in an abyss of danger every day. And the most frightening thing was that her body was becoming more and more beautiful at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Cheyenne had dreamed of getting rid of the body that had brought her so much trouble, but she also understood that the hands she was looking at now were not her hands. Because of her ability, her hands, like her face, were so beautiful that countless people were fascinated by them. What the hell is going on? Xiaoyan's heart was full of doubts. Looking at the surrounding environment, her heart was even more confused. Everything here looked so strange and out of place with the apocalypse. Just as Xiaoyan was carefully observing her surroundings, suddenly, a melodious ringtone sounded. Phone? Xiaoyan looked at the white bedside table. She had not seen the phone in the apocalypse for a long time, and she was at a loss. In a daze, Xiaoyan picked up the phone in disbelief. Looking at the words Agent Sister Jiang on the phone screen, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hello. When she spoke, Xiaoyan realized that her throat was very dry, as if she had not drunk water for many days, hoarse and dry. Xiaoyan. What are you doing? I called you for so many days and you didn't answer. You didn't even open the door when I went to your house. What the hell do you want? As soon as the phone was connected, Xiaoyan heard a dissatisfied female voice from the other end of the phone. Before she could even say anything, the woman on the other end of the phone, who was her manager, started lecturing her with a bunch of words. Xiaoyan, I'm telling you, it's useless no matter how hard you try to escape this time. I'm telling you, you're finished. You're really finished. Not only did you have an illegitimate child, but you even had an affair with someone else. I don't know where this bastard came from. Let me tell you, no matter how beautiful you are and how many people are willing to support you, you're finished now. Finished. Listening to the disgusted words from the other end of the phone, Xiaoyan was even more confused. Illegitimate child? Bastard child? Support her? What the hell is this? Finished? What do you mean? Xiaoyan's voice was very hoarse. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and tried to get more useful information from the woman. The company has terminated your contract. I'm no longer your agent. Think about how you're going to compensate for the breach of contract for those program endorsements you signed. After saying this, the woman hung up the phone, leaving Xiaoyan with a confused expression. Beep. 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 Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Xiaoyan came back to her senses. Although she didn't understand her current situation, she was sure that she was in a bad situation. Putting down the phone in her hand, Xiaoyan walked down from the bed. Only then did she realize that her limbs were a little stiff, and there was also a feeling of weakness. Looking at her bony limbs, the bottle of medicine on the bedside table, and the letter with a line of words written on it, Xiaoyan immediately understood that this wasn't her body. Instead, she possessed the body of a person who had committed suicide. Sleeping pills, suicide note. Xiaoyan put down the bottle of sleeping pills and picked up the suicide note. Strangely, the handwriting on the suicide note was very similar to her handwriting. It's too tiring to live. I want to rest. Goodbye, Fu Xian. Fu Xian, she seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Xian rubbed her temples and carefully read the suicide note again. Other than the name Fu Xian, she couldn't find any other clues. Only then did she put down the suicide note in her hand. The clues she obtained now were that the owner of this body was also called Xian and was a celebrity. However, because of the exposure of her illegitimate child, she had the idea of taking sleeping pills to commit suicide. And Fu Xian should be the person she cared about the most. In other words, she had now transmigrated from the apocalypse to a peaceful world where there was no resident evil and everything was available. When Xian thought of this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She no longer thought about the body she had possessed. Instead, she ran towards the kitchen. Because she wasn't familiar with the layout of this house, Xian searched for a while before she found the kitchen. Her face was full of smiles as she opened the kitchen refrigerator. As a result, what are these? Looking at the refrigerator full of mineral water, vegetables, and fruits, Xian's smile suddenly froze. No way. There isn't even a piece of meat in the house? Xian looked at the fridge full of green food. She could only take out a fresh tomato gloomily and gnaw on it. With just a bite, Xian was conquered by the sour taste of the tian tomato in her mouth. She didn't care about the lack of meat in the house anymore. Fresh fruits are simply too delicious. As if she was addicted, Xian took out a few more fruits from the refrigerator and ate crazily. She looked like a hungry ghost who hadn't eaten fruit for many years. Burp. After burping, Xian looked at the fruits in the fridge and saw that there weren't many left. She then rubbed her stomach in satisfaction. After eating his fill, Xian returned to the bedroom along the path he had taken earlier. This was a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. However, perhaps because the original owner lived alone, there was only 1 bedroom in the house. The study room was connected and merged into the master bedroom and the second bedroom. However, there was only 1 bedroom left out of the 2 enlarged bedrooms. The other side bedroom was designed by the original owner into a huge cloakroom. After returning to the simple and fresh bedroom full of young girl's heart, Xian looked at the beautiful and light pink laptop on the milky white desk in the bedroom. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration and sat in front of the desk. Since this body was a celebrity, no matter how famous she was, it didn't matter if she was famous or not. Then, she should be able to find some information about her on the internet. Thinking of this, Xian opened the laptop with familiarity. Although it was difficult for them to use electrical appliances in the apocalypse, before the apocalypse, she still used a computer. However, before the apocalypse, she had used a computer before, so with Xian's help, she successfully obtained all the information she wanted. When she saw the screen full of news about the celebrity Xian, she was completely stunned. Pure female star Xian, who debuted as the nation's first love, has an unknown illegitimate child. It's said that Xian's pure image is completely a product of marketing. In fact, her private life is very messy. In her early years, she was a third party in other people's relationships and wanted to use their children to climb up the social ladder. My Xian is amazing. She interfered with her sister's marriage and cuckolded a rich tycoon. She even let them raise a cheap son together. Currently, Xian's illegitimate child has been transferred to a private welfare home for a week. However, the female star Xian has been delaying picking up her child. Looking at the news on the computer screen, Xian finally understood what kind of world she had transmigrated to. She also understood why she felt that the name Fu Xian was familiar when she saw it. Because, she had transmigrated to a world of Mary Sue Jinjiang novels that had no moral values at all. Moreover, she had transmigrated to become the biological mother of the final sick villain in the novel, and that Fu Xian was the future female lead's biological father. This novel wasn't read by Xian herself. It was hard enough to make a living and exchange for material goods in the apocalypse. How could she have the time to read such worthless novels? It was just that her sick sister loved to read novels, and her beauty-altering ability had also improved her memory, allowing her to remember everything she saw and heard. This also allowed her to clearly remember the plot of every novel that her sister had complained about. Of course, she didn't listen to every novel. But coincidentally, there was a cannon fodder character in a novel who only lived in memories that had the same name as her. Only then did she continue to listen and remember it in her mind. Xian didn't have any real-life scenes in this novel. Her only scenes were in the memories of the main characters, supporting characters, and so on. In the female lead's memories, Xian was a bad woman who wanted to steal everything from her mother, a green tea bitch, a white lotus, and other bad images. But in the memories of the female lead's father, Xian was a delicate person with a fragile soul. She was a crystal doll that would break at the slightest touch. Moreover, because of her early death and her will, Xian successfully became the indestructible first love in the female lead's father's heart. She became the blood of his heart. However, Xian's image in the eyes of her biological son was filled with deep hatred. He hated his mother for giving birth to him and not raising him. He hated that because of Xian, the female lead he loved the most would never be able to love him. In short, in the novel, the villain's son hated his biological mother so much that he almost pulled his short-lived mother out of the grave and whipped her corpse. However, after listening to his sister's complaints, this short-lived villain's mother wasn't actually a bad person. Instead, she was a delicate person with a body like a princess and a heart as fragile as a crystal. Because she was too fragile and delicate, she was slowly driven to suicide by the female lead's mother. And the reason why the female lead's mother harmed the original host was because they were kidnapped together. In the end, the silly original host was saved by the female lead's family, while the smart female lead's mother escaped. In the end, she was kidnapped by human traffickers and sold to a remote mountain village. Because the female lead's great-grandmother, the female lead's mother's grandmother, couldn't take the blow and mistook Xianxia as the female lead's mother, Xianxia was adopted by the female lead's grandmother and grandfather as their adopted daughter. She grew up being pampered by the elderly and was eventually found by her family. However, the female lead's mother, whose personality had already become twisted, blamed everything on Xianxia. She had used all kinds of methods to frame the original owner, this naive and sweet girl. Thus, this led to the original host's tragic and short life. It also indirectly led to the original host's son being raised into a perverted and sickly villain who was obsessed with the female lead and couldn't extricate himself. Looking up, Cheyenne looked at the picture of the boy on the computer screen, which was not censored anywhere. The boy in the picture was only 4 or 5 years old. He was fair and tender, and his appearance was very delicate and beautiful. However, for such a beautiful little boy, his big eyes were lifeless, without the slightest bit of vitality. It was obvious that he already had the embryonic form of a future great villain. Although it was good to transmigrate to a peaceful world, but why did she have to have a son? So now, how should she deal with this son? Just as Xian was struggling with how to deal with this great villain's son, her phone on the bedside table rang with a text message. Getting up, Xian picked up the phone, but when she saw the content displayed on the screen, she was dumbfounded. Your debit account, after transaction, the balance is 584097, 580,000 yuan? Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, Xian was a poor person, but when she saw that the original host's bank account had so much money left, she couldn't remain calm. She suddenly remembered her little sister asking her what her dream life would be if the apocalypse ended. As long as I have enough money, enough food, warm clothes, and a house to live in, I'll be satisfied. Now, could this be considered a dream come true? Although it seemed like she had a great villain's son, but, Xian, you can rest in peace. I'll take care of your son for you. Even if it was to repay the original host's precious kindness, it was also to prevent that great villain from finding trouble with her when he grew up. What a great villain. In the future, cheap mother will properly educate you. ID card? Real estate certificate? Bank card. Xian, who was going to take over the role of the host, quickly searched the room for anything related to the host. Looking at the things that were closely related to the host's life, Xian couldn't help but sigh. Being a star was really about making money. The previous host wasn't a very famous celebrity. Perhaps it was because of her personality, but the previous host had an appearance that made countless people envious and jealous. However, she only became popular once when she first debuted. Later, the host's delicate body and fragile and sensitive personality didn't allow her to survive in the entertainment industry. She had been struggling in the entertainment industry for more than 3 years, but she was still a small star. However, after more than 3 years, the host became popular again. This time, it was because of the scandal. However, it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, Xian, who had never been in the entertainment industry before, decided not to continue in the entertainment industry. After tidying up all these important things, Xianxia remembered that her cheap son was still at the orphanage, so she prepared to wash up and pick up her family's villain. However, when she entered the bathroom and saw her current appearance, she was simply stunned. This is a zombie that just died not long ago. Xian couldn't help but spit out the thoughts in his mind. In the mirror, the woman's face was extremely dry, and her eyes were somewhat sunken. His greenish-white skin didn't look like a living person at all. Xian touched the hair hanging over her chest. With a gentle tug, the dry and messy hair was pulled apart by her. From the looks of it, he should have been dead for at least 5 days. Now, it was difficult to deal with. Looking at the female zombie in the mirror, who didn't look beautiful at all, Xian took a deep breath. How could she pick up her cheap son in this appearance? If she went out like this, she would definitely scare people to death. Blinking her eyes, Xian suddenly had a headache about her current appearance. Forget it. Let's eat more delicious food at home first. Xian shrugged helplessly and postponed the plan of picking up her cheap son. Xian went back to the kitchen again. This time, she carefully scanned the kitchen and didn't find any high-fat or high-calorie food. She felt that it was necessary. She had to buy something back. After turning on her phone and downloading a takeout app, Xian's eyes lit up. She ordered all the food she wanted to eat in one go. Although Xian was a little pained when she paid the bill, her appetite still won over her reason. She paid more than 1,000 yuan for the takeout without hesitation. When she saw several delivery men riding small cars towards her destination, she was extremely excited. Ding! When the elevator door opened, a group of delivery men in the same uniform looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that they were all on the same floor. However, there were different residents on the same floor, so the delivery men didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when they tacitly walked to the same door, they were all stunned. You are also delivering to Miss Xia's house? Yeah, what a coincidence. Is this family having a party? Why did they order so much food? After chatting for a while, the delivery men rang the doorbell. In the end, when the sturdy security door was opened, all the delivery men were stunned again. Before the delivery boys could say their classic lines, they saw a pair of bony hands snatch all the takeaways from their hands. Bang! After hearing the sound of the door closing, the group of delivery men came back to their senses. F***ck, I think I just saw a woman who looks like a zombie. Shouldn't we call the hospital? Miss Xia doesn't look good. At this time, Xian, who scared countless delivery men, looked at the food in her hands with shining eyes. It was something that would never be seen in the apocalypse: hairy crab, steak, braised pork, hamburger, hidaleo, pizza, mousse cake. At this time, Xian was like a reincarnated devil, eating the takeout she ordered. Her appetite was simply not something that ordinary people could eat. In particular, Xian ordered a lot of greasy and high-calorie food. Although it was delicious, ordinary people would get sick of it after a few pieces. However, Xian ate all the food with a satisfied and blissful look on his face, not leaving a single bit of food behind. It was like a locust invasion, leaving nothing behind. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. She didn't know that she could eat all kinds of delicious food after death. She was so happy. She should have died earlier. No, she should have dragged her sister to die with her. However, just as Xian was crazily eating all kinds of delicious food, she didn't know that the body she possessed was slowly becoming plump, healthy, and more beautiful at a terrifying speed. Burp. After Xian finished all the takeout she ordered, she burped. Her heart was filled with happiness, and she felt that her whole body was full of energy. Subconsciously, Xian touched her stomach again. However, when she touched it, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She had eaten a lot of food, but her stomach was still very flat, as if the person who ate just now wasn't her. Xian lowered her head and looked at her stomach. In the end, she was stunned. F***ck. This is my hand? Xian's eyes widened. She moved the white and slender hand away from her flat stomach and raised it in front of her eyes. Looking at the pair of white and beautiful palms and the pink and slender fingers, she vaguely felt that this body had once again become the beautiful and troublesome body she had in the apocalypse. After coming back to her senses, Xian ran to the bathroom with a frightened look in her eyes. However, when she went in and looked at herself in the mirror, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, it wasn't the troublesome body she had in the apocalypse. Looking at the woman in the mirror, she couldn't be called a terrifying female zombie anymore. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the originally shriveled female zombie suddenly became plump as if she had been inflated. Her skin also became smooth and delicate, as if it had been injected with water needles. Raising her hand, Xian touched her current face. Her dark eyes were full of happiness. Obviously, she was very satisfied with her current face. However, her satisfaction was different from other people's. If an ordinary person transmigrated to Xian's body and looked at the beautiful and pure face in the mirror, they would go crazy with joy. However, Xian was crazy with joy because this face is just ordinary beauty. Great! In fact, Xian's face was one of the most beautiful in the entertainment industry. However, Xian's beauty superpower had been activated after the apocalypse. She had seen her extremely beautiful face in the apocalypse, so her aesthetic standards had improved a lot. After appreciating her current appearance with satisfaction, Xian was a little confused. Strange, why did she suddenly change so much? Also, why didn't her stomach bulge at all after eating so much? Instead, it was flat as if she hadn't eaten anything at all. For some reason, Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Could it be that her beauty superpower was also brought into the world of this melodramatic novel? Thinking of this, Xian's mind couldn't help but recall her extremely ostentatious face in the apocalypse. No, it shouldn't be that unlucky. Xian shook his head vigorously and looked at the mirror again. His current self washed his eyes. Raising her hand, Xian touched her ordinary beauty face. God, please don't become more beautiful. That's it. After secretly muttering in her heart, Xian turned on the tap and washed her face with cold water. In order to make her face uglier, Xian didn't use any of the famous skincare products that the original owner usually used. She didn't even use any moisturizer. After packing all the lunch boxes in the dining room, Xian looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about it, Xian decided to pick up her cheap son tomorrow morning. Before her cheap son came back, she had to figure out the world of this novel and the character she was now possessing. Thinking of this, Xian sat in front of the laptop again. But before she started, she ordered a lot of high-calorie snacks. She always needed a snack companion to go online, so the poor original owner spent more than 1,000 yuan on takeout. After a night, Xian finally understood a lot of things related to the original owner. For example, she watched all the TV shows and movies that the original owner starred in. She also watched all the TV shows and movies that the original owner didn't appear in, and so Xian seriously studied it for an entire night. She also ate all the snacks that were more than 1,000 yuan. However, after spending a happy night like this, when Xian woke up the next day, Xian looked at the woman in the mirror. Her face was full of horror as she screamed in despair. God! She must be dreaming. How did she become prettier in just one night? Luo? Looking at the beautiful woman in the mirror who was at least twice as beautiful as yesterday, Xian wanted to cry. At this speed, she became prettier faster than she did in the apocalypse. With a face full of despair, Xian muddle-headed back to the bedroom. Looking at the messy snack wrappers in the bedroom, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? She lowered her head and looked at her flat stomach. Then, she looked at her white and tender skin that seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it. She suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be? Her beauty-changing ability was indeed brought from the apocalypse to the novel world. However, there were some changes to her beauty-changing ability. That was, she could only become prettier by eating? With this thought, Xian went to the kitchen and took a lot of fruits and vegetables. Then, she ran to the full-length mirror in the cloakroom. Crunch! Crunch! Xian gnawed on the fruits and vegetables that she took out from the fridge. In the end, she found that even if she ate all the fruits and vegetables in the fridge, she didn't become prettier. Strange. Did I guess wrong? Or Only high-calorie and high-fat food could trigger the beauty-changing ability? Xian thought carefully. What she ate yesterday was indeed high-calorie and high-fat food. So, in order to experiment, Xian ordered a lot of high-calorie food again. However, this time, she didn't dare to order too much. She only ordered a few hundred yuan takeout. When the takeout was in her hand, Xian didn't care about the heat anymore. She stood in front of the full-length mirror and quickly ate the high-calorie takeout. As a result, she clearly saw that after she ate 5 servings of food, she began to become prettier. And it was at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pa! Looking at this terrifying scene, the cream cake in Xiao's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Oh my god! How could she happily be a foodie in the future? Eating high-calorie food would make you prettier. If you ate too much at once, the speed of becoming prettier would increase. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, the heavens must be joking with her. How could he play with her like this? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, after experiencing this process of becoming prettier, Xiao's heart and dreams were shattered. She became depressed all of a sudden. After being depressed for a long time, Xiao looked at the gradually darkening sky. She took a deep breath and pulled herself together. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, she decided to bring her cheap son home first. She changed her clothes and thought about how Xiao was a public figure, especially a big star who had recently been on the hot search headlines. She put on a pair of sunglasses and a mask, put on a little disguise, and left the house. After calling for a taxi with a mobile app, Xiao didn't care about the fare at all. She rushed to the welfare home where her cheap son was staying. Haha. You're a wild child that no one wants. Your superstar mother won't come to pick you up. How dare you hit me? Today, we're going to teach you a good lesson, you bastard. Xiao didn't expect that she would meet her cheap son in this way. She also didn't expect that her cheap son's villainous nature was worse than she imagined. Even though he was being punched and kicked by countless boys from the orphanage, the thin and weak boy still resisted fiercely. He was like a wolf cub. Even though he was weak, his aura was not weak at all. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? The deputy director, who led Xiao to find her son, immediately scolded the group of children who were beating each other up after seeing the scene in front of her. However, because she had received benefits from others, plus she didn't like Xiao, this loose mistress, she was just putting on a show. She was just talking, but she didn't even move. The other kids heard the vice principal's words, but because their actions were supported by the principal and could even be considered as a mission, they were even more ruthless in their attacks. Oh. Xiao clearly saw that. The boy who was being beaten on the ground was holding his head, trying to minimize the damage to himself and looking for opportunities to sneak attacks on these big boys from time to time. Even though Xiao was a cold-blooded person who had experienced the apocalypse, she couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw the little boy being bullied. Looking up, Xiao glanced at the deputy director who was walking next to her, and then glanced at the boys who were fighting not far away. Like a gust of wind, she quickly ran in front of her cheap son, and then, ouch! Help! Xiao threw the group of boys who were on top of her cheapskate, one in each hand, out of the room. That's right. She threw them out. And she used a lot of force. The deputy director of the orphanage was dumbfounded as she watched Xiao throw the group of boys out. She was so shocked that her jaw almost fell off. Hearing the screams, the little boy who had been holding his head to protect himself looked up blankly. In the end, he saw a beautiful, fairy-like elder sister standing in front of him. She helped him throw away the people who bullied him one by one. At this moment, the little boy felt that this fairy-like sister seemed to be more beautiful than his sister. After Xiao threw out the group of naughty children who bullied her cheap son, her gaze shifted to her cheap son. She raised her eyebrows and said faintly when she saw that her cheapskate seemed to be in a daze. Stand up by yourself. Hearing Xiao's words, the little boy subconsciously stood up. However, the way he stumbled made him look extremely pitiful. Not bad, at least he wasn't a delicate child. He was worth nurturing. Xiao saw that even though the little boy was beaten black and blue, he didn't shed a single tear or cry out in pain. She was very satisfied. After all, if she had to raise a crying, delicate child or a naughty child who didn't understand human language, she wouldn't be able to stand it. What's your name? Although Cheyenne knew that her cheapskate was a villain, to be honest, she had never heard of this villain's name from her younger sister's mouth. After all, he wasn't the main character. Fu Yu. Hearing the little boy say his name, Xian frowned slightly. What you? You as in Fu Yu? Although she felt that it was definitely not the you as in Fu Yu. Sure enough, Xian's guess was correct. The little boy lowered his head and said stiffly. It's Fu Yu. Fu Yu, that's a terrible name. Xian snorted coldly and muttered unhappily. Although Xian was a cold-blooded person, she was also very protective of her own people. As long as she put someone into the protected area, no one else could touch them. However, very few people were put into the protected area by her. At the end of the world, only her sister was in the protected area. But now, she decided to put this cheap son into her protected area. After all, she still had to rely on her cheap son in the future. Although her cheapskate son was a big villain in the novel and had done all kinds of bad things, her cheapskate son was a real genius. If it weren't for the female lead, her son could be the richest man in the world. His ability to make money was very scary. After all, if he didn't have money, her cheap son wouldn't have been able to steal the female lead from the hands of so many supporting male leads and imprison her. Just as Xian was fantasizing about being the mother of the richest man in the world, living a carefree life where she could eat whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted, she did not see that when her future richest man heard her complaining that his name was unpleasant to the ears, he became depressed. And strangely, he fell into a self-loathing. It doesn't sound good at all. The little boy tightly pursed his lips and his big eyes were filled with tears. However, he clenched his fists tightly and stubbornly refused to let his tears fall. He didn't know why, but when he heard this beautiful sister say that his name didn't sound good, he felt very, very sad. However, what the little boy didn't expect was that the next sentence would make his tears fall instantly. You also think it doesn't sound good, right? Then from today onwards, your name will be Xianxia. Xia as in summer, Xingchen as in the sea of stars. Xian smiled as she looked at her future son of the richest man in the world. Naturally, she changed the name of this cheap son of hers. Oh, your nickname, let's call you Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing. After saying that, Xian fell into a trance of memories. Sister, if the apocalypse is over, I must have a pair of twins. The daughter will be called Xia Sanrua, and the son will be called Xiaoxingchen. Pfft. Ran, I accidentally fulfilled half of your wish. Pada. Suddenly, the sound of water dripping to the ground interrupted Xiao's memory. She came back to her senses and saw the little boy, whose height didn't even reach her waist, staring at her with round eyes and unblinking tears falling down. Within those large, watery eyes, drops of crystal clear tears streaked across her cheeks and fell to the ground. Why are you crying? Xian didn't like to see people cry, even if it was a child. She didn't like this kind of behavior. I don't know. The little boy seemed to suddenly realize that he was crying. He raised his bruised little hands and carelessly wiped the tears on his face. After wiping, he looked up at Xian with some uneasiness. In the end, the little boy seemed to be unable to suppress the curiosity and joy in his heart, and he muttered in a low voice. Sister, did you give me a name to adopt me? It had been a week since he was sent to the orphanage. In this week, his grandmother, who had always doted on him, had never appeared. His father and auntie had also disappeared. He hadn't even seen his favorite sister in a long time. Although he wasn't very happy in that big family in the past, he didn't have a very happy life. His father didn't care about him, his aunt hated him, and even his sister sometimes didn't want to play with him, but even so, he still wanted to stay there. But now, he was in the orphanage, but he didn't have enough to eat or sleep, and he was often bullied. Everyone said that he had been abandoned. Everyone said that he was a bastard. Everyone said his superstar mother was a bad woman who didn't want him. Sister? Adopt? Hearing the little guy's words and looking at the little guy's red eyes that were like a little rabbit's, Cheyenne suddenly felt that her cheap son was quite cute. Xiaoxingchen, let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm your mother, Xian. In the future, you can call me Mom. With that said, Xian acted as if she was interacting with an adult and reached out her hand. Mom? The little boy suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xian in disbelief. He looked much cuter than when he was crying. At least, Xian preferred to see the little boy's rich expression. That's right, this is the first time we've met. Good boy, please take care of me in the future. With that said, Xian took the initiative to shake the little boy's little hand with a bright smile on her face. This smile was really dazzling, even though it was already evening and the sun had already set. However, when Xianxia looked at the woman who bent down and gently held his hand and claimed to be his mother, he still felt that this smile was so dazzling that he subconsciously closed his eyes. He never thought that his mother, who was called a bad woman by countless people, would be so beautiful and gentle. Feeling the warm and soft hand in his hand, Xianxia felt like he was dreaming because it was too unreal. Miss Xia. You've gone too far. How can an adult like you bully a group of children? The children are so fragile. If they get hurt, can you take responsibility? At this moment, the deputy director, who had just dealt with the children thrown out by Xian, walked over to Xian and Xianxia and interrupted their interaction. Seeing the deputy director's aggressive look, Xian snorted softly. Those naughty children deserve to be beaten. Who told them to bully my son in front of me? I'm teaching them a lesson so that they won't bully others in the future. Xian didn't care about those naughty children at all. In the apocalypse, they didn't have the beauty of respecting the old and loving the young. As for now? Sorry, Xian had just returned from the apocalypse and hadn't adapted to the habit of respecting the old and loving the young. Most importantly, those naughty children deserved a beating. If she hadn't come today, she wouldn't have known how badly her son would have been beaten up. She finally knew why her cheapskate had turned into a villain. Lowering his head, Xian saw that his cheapskate son's body was covered in bruises and the clothes he was wearing were tattered. It seemed that other than being a little fatter and fairer than the children in the apocalypse, he didn't look much different from a little beggar in the apocalypse. Seeing the cheapskate being bullied in his reserve, Cheyenne was a little angry. I'm telling you, you'd better pray that my son isn't hurt. Otherwise, I'll definitely hire the best lawyer to sue you for abusing my son. Humph. She had 580,000 yuan in savings. Xian stared coldly at the deputy director of the orphanage, her eyes full of murderous intent. In the apocalypse, Xian had only activated her beauty superpower. But in order to protect herself, she worked harder to train her physical fitness. Even if she didn't have any useful attack superpowers, Xian had trained her physical skills to the extreme. Because of this, Xian had killed a lot of zombies in the apocalypse. Therefore, the murderous aura she was emitting right now had truly scared the arrogant vice president of the orphanage out of his wits. On the other hand, Xianxia, whose hand was held by Xian, couldn't help but tear up when he saw how protective his fairy mother was of him. Xianxia, who usually didn't cry, couldn't help but cry. It turned out that he wasn't an abandoned child. It turned out that he wasn't abandoned by his mother. It turned out, his mother would help him fight off those bad guys. It turned out, his mother would protect him so much. Mom, Xianxia held Xian's hand and called Xian softly. Xian heard the soft murmur. She lowered her head and looked at Xianxia, who was crying again. She raised her other hand and gently patted the little guy's head. Let's go, Mom will take you home. Okay. Holding Xianxia's small hand, Xian slowly walked towards the gate of the orphanage. As the sun set, the orange-red glow of the setting sun stretched the silhouettes of the two of them very long. It looked really heartwarming. However, this warmth was short-lived. The moment Xian stepped out of the orphanage with Xianxia, white flashes appeared in front of them. In just a moment, Xian and Xianxia were surrounded by countless media reporters. Kacha! Kacha! Miss Xian, are you holding your son's hand? I heard who your son's biological father is. Miss Xian, I heard that you intervened in the marriage of your sister and brother-in-law. Miss Xia, why did you wait until now to pick up your son? Miss Xia, Xian looked at the countless reporters holding cameras and microphones in front of her, and the microphones almost poked into her mouth. She was really irritable. In the apocalypse, because of the supremacy of force, there were no laws, and most of the people were very irritable. Xian was one of these irritable people. She looked at the blinding lights that kept flashing, and Xian called out impatiently with a frown. Stop. It was so annoying. Xian had never had the experience of being a star. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary college student. After the apocalypse, there was no such profession as a star. Therefore, this was the first time she was being interviewed by so many reporters and cameras. However, after the apocalypse, Xian was not afraid of these cameras at all. Miss Xia, may I ask? However, obviously, after not getting Xian's answer, the reporter's attack swept over again. Seeing that she really couldn't leave, Xian couldn't stand these people asking her all kinds of private questions. These are all my private questions, I have no comment, please move aside. With that, Xian pulled the little fellow who was quietly holding her hand into her arms and prepared to break through the encirclement of the group of reporters. However, this group of reporters didn't get the information they wanted, so how could they leave? Miss Xian, please answer our questions. Miss Xian, who had been blocked and surrounded by the crowd, was really annoyed this time. She, who had just come back from the apocalypse, was already ready to hit people. I asked you to move aside nicely, but you didn't. Fine. Then don't blame me. As soon as Xian said this, the reporters were not afraid. On the contrary, many people's faces showed excitement. Aya. Xian beating a reporter, this news will make the headlines again. At that time, their goal will have been achieved. Just as some ill-intentioned reporters were bribed by someone and squeezed to the front, they wanted to scam Xian. No matter how delicate Xian was and how she was a woman, she could act out the scene of Xian beating her up well. However, this female reporter didn't expect. Xian was better at acting than her. Xian just reached out her hand and was about to push the group of reporters in front of her away, but who knew that a few ignorant female reporters would take the initiative to bump into her hand. Just as Xian was about to use her strength to teach this group of ignorant reporters a lesson, in the end, ouch. Only to hear a clear cry of pain, then saw someone fall down. Looking at the figure that suddenly fell down, the scene instantly became silent. Because the person who fell down wasn't a bad reporter who wanted to scam Xian, but Xian, seeing Xian fall to the ground with her child in her arms, looking so pitiful, some of the reporters began to wonder if they had gone too far. The female reporter who originally wanted to fall down saw that Xian had fallen down before she did. She didn't feel good. F***ck equals mouth equals. She was the one who should have fallen. Looking at Xian's pale face and teary eyes, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. She's really a professional actress. Her acting skills are really good. However, at this moment, Xian wasn't acting at all. She didn't have any acting skills. Damn it, she also didn't expect that the body she possessed would be so weak. She wanted to push this group of obstructing reporters away, just like how she had thrown the child, one in each hand. In the end, she didn't expect that when she stretched out her hand, she would fall down first. Wasn't that infuriating? So what if she fell down? What she didn't expect was that she also realized that her body was strangely sensitive. She had only lightly fallen to the ground, but it was already extremely painful. What was even more frightening was she was in so much pain that she almost cried. If she hadn't held it in, she would have really freaking cried. She was simply going to die from anger. God knew that she hated it the most when people cried. In the end, she had only lightly fallen to the ground and her tears were about to burst out. Miss Xian, you're really an actress. You really know how to act. That's right, I've really opened my eyes today. This is really the first time I've encountered a scammer. I didn't expect celebrities to be so professional when it comes to scamming. Xian could only roll her eyes when she heard these malicious and mocking words. She really wanted to jump up and beat up all these people who were calling her a scammer. But the truth was, clatter. Clatter. Xian, oh, pew 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 pew, oh. Delinquent reporter, sigma, equals mouth equals. Spectating reporter, oh. Xian didn't expect this at all. She actually cried just like that. She cried. She cried, just because of a little bit of mockery. She cried. Seeing Xian crying like a pear blossom in the rain and looking so pitiful, everyone only had two thoughts in their hearts. One was, what the F***ck? Xian's crying was too beautiful. She was indeed the nation's first love. Even if she cried, it still made people's hearts throb with heartache. The other thought was, you're not allowed to bully her. The little guy, who was originally being protected in Xian's arms, saw Xian fall to the ground and cry. He angrily walked over from behind Xian and stood in front of her. He used his small, thin, and weak body to shield Xian. He opened his arms and looked at Xian fiercely like a little wolf cub, trying to protect Xian. It was as if anyone said anything bad about Xian or took a step forward, he would pounce on them and bite them to death. Seeing this scene, most of the reporters fell silent. Even though they had received instructions from the higher-ups to come and interview Xian, this was their job. But at this moment, when faced with such a scene, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Aren't we a little too much? Actually, it's not easy for Xian exactly. It's not easy for Xian to come and pick up her son under such circumstances. Let's just forget about it. Sigh, it's just a widow and an orphan. Let's just forget about it today. The group of reporters looked at Xian, who was crying pitifully but had a stubborn look in her eyes. They couldn't bear to make things difficult for her and her son. In the end, after the reporters apologized to Xian, they all left in twos and threes. When the reporters with bad intentions saw that everyone else had left, they couldn't stay any longer. They could only glare hatefully at Xian and leave unwillingly. Mom, don't cry. Xiaoxing has chased away the bad guys. After watching the reporters leave, Xiaoxing lifted his scarred hands and carefully wiped the tears off Xian's face. At this moment, Xian's image in Xiaoxing was forever fixed. And that was, his fairy mother was actually very weak. He had to grow up quickly and become a man. Only then could he protect his weak mother. Looking at the pair of small hands gently wiping her face, Xian couldn't help but feel a little amused. She was supposed to protect this little guy in the future. Why did she feel like she was the one being protected by this weak little guy? Mom, I'm not crying. I'm just blinded by the sand. I'm not crying. Xian sniffled. She didn't want to admit that she was crying for no reason because of what had just happened. This was simply a disgrace. She really didn't expect this body to be as weak as her little sister had said. She was really as weak as the Princess P, and her soul was as delicate as a crystal doll. Now, she finally understood why she couldn't take it and committed suicide when such a trivial matter was exposed. It was because this girl was really, really, really too weak, whether it was her body or her mind. However, what she didn't understand was why this attribute hadn't changed after she took over this body. What the hell? However, the silver lining in this misfortune was that her everyday beauty superpower had not been brought over. Of course, the ability to become beautiful after eating should, probably, still be under her control. Yes, Mom didn't cry. Good boy. Seeing Xiaoxing being so obedient, Xiao's mood couldn't help but improve. She glanced at the little guy who was covered in scars and wearing tattered clothes. With a wave of her hand, she pulled the little guy into her arms. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first. After the checkup, Mom will take you to buy some nice clothes and eat some delicious food. Speaking of food, Xian couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. Yes, Xiaoxing will listen to Mom. Xiaoxing nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said very obediently and seriously. So, Xian took the little guy to the children's hospital by taxi. After giving the little guy a full body checkup, she took the little guy to a nearby shopping mall and bought a dozen sets of clothes and home clothes. Finally, they went to eat dinner. Xiaoxing, what do you want to eat? Xian blinked. She only felt that when she talked about food, she would unconsciously secrete saliva. After staying in the apocalypse for so long, she suddenly returned to a peaceful world without zombies and with countless delicious food. She really wanted to eat all the time, eat all kinds of delicious food, but that damned ability. It was really too deceptive. Mom, what do you want to eat? Although Xiaoxing was still a child, she was used to eating delicious food since she was a child, so she didn't have much desire for food. Me? Listening to Xiaoxing's words, Xian didn't refuse to let her think about it. Instead, she seriously thought about what to eat for dinner. Japanese food? Hamburgers and pizza? Korean food? Or hot pot? I really want to eat. If it wasn't for that damn beauty-changing ability, then she wouldn't have to make a choice. She could have chosen all of them to eat together. Let's go eat hot pot. The best hot pot. When she stayed up all night last night, Xian made a series of food guides. For example, in B City, where she was now, there was a super delicious hot pot restaurant. However, the hot pot restaurant there seemed to be very expensive, but it didn't matter. She had money now. 580,000 yuan. She could eat as much as she wanted. She could spend as much as she wanted. Therefore, the nouveau riche Xia and brought her cheap son with her 580,000 yuan bank card to the legendary best and most expensive hot pot restaurant. First, she booked a private room. After ordering a lot of ingredients, Xia's eyes lit up as she ate the hot pot. Her appearance really gave the little guy sitting opposite her a fright. Especially when the little guy watched Xian eat plate after plate of ingredients, he was even more shocked. His big watery eyes secretly glanced at Xian's stomach from time to time. Xiaoxing, this prawn is very delicious. Mom is busy, so I won't peel it for you. Peel it yourself. Xiaoxing, this meat is cooked. Hurry up and eat it. If you cook it for a few more seconds, the meat will be overcooked. Xiaoxing, after having dinner with Xiaoxingchen had a second impression of Xian, and that was, my mother is a foodie. She loves to eat delicious food, especially meat. Xiaoxing really liked to watch his mother eat. He felt that his mother looked really good when she ate. Xiaoxingchen watched as Xian finished eating a lot of food and even burped without caring about her image. He silently felt that his fairy mother seemed to have become prettier. Xiaoxingchen looked at Xian, who was full of satisfaction after finishing his meal. For the first time, Xiaoxingchen had a dream of growing up. That was, I want to be a chef. That way, Xiaoxing can make whatever his mother wants to eat in the future. Xian didn't understand. In the time it took her to eat a meal, her son, who could become the richest man in the world in the future, had already started to deviate from the path she had hoped for after eating a super delicious dinner. Xian put on her sunglasses and mask with satisfaction. Holding the little guy's hand, she took a taxi back home. After arriving home, Xian realized that there seemed to be only one bedroom and one bed in the house. Xiaoxing, sleep with me today. I'll see how to get you a bedroom tomorrow. Xiaoxingchen's eyes lit up when he heard that he could sleep with Xian. If possible, he really didn't want a bedroom. He just wanted to sleep with his fairy mother. Xiaoxing, can you take a shower by yourself? Xian looked at Xiaoxingchen, who was a little dirty. Although she had already accepted the future sickly villain as her pawn, she didn't accept it so quickly. She really couldn't bring herself to bathe him or anything like that. However, seeing how sensible Xiaoxingchen was and how he was a genius, she felt that taking a shower shouldn't be a big problem for him. Yes, Mom, I can take a shower by myself. Xiaoxingchen, who had been good at reading people's expressions since he was a child, of course, could tell that Xian seemed to be in a difficult position to help him take a shower. Thus, he obediently smiled at Xian and sensibly took a change of clothes to the bathroom. Seeing how sensible Xiaoxingchen was, Xian had a better impression of her pawn. After Xiaoxingchen took a shower, Xian dried Xiaoxingchen's hair and took him to the bedroom. After letting him sleep on the bed, Xian went to the bathroom and prepared to wash up and go to bed. However, when she finished showering and wiped her face in front of the sink, she was depressed to find that she was actually a little prettier than she was during the day. Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay. Just a little prettier. It's okay. Next time, I'll eat less, just a little bit. Control. Control. Xian, you have to control your appetite. You have to control your diet. You can't be greedy anymore. I can't become like before, with a face that's so troublesome to look at. If some dieting girls heard Xian's thoughts, Xian would definitely be beaten to death. Very well, other people eat less to lose weight, but Xian was actually trying to stop herself from becoming prettier. After trying her best to hypnotize herself, to no avail, Xian returned to the bedroom in a slightly better mood. She secretly made up her mind to try her best to eat less in the future. Holding on to this belief, Xian spent her first night living together with her cheapskate son. The next morning, Xian did not wake up naturally like yesterday. Xianxia wasn't woken up by the cheapskate she had just brought home. Instead, she was woken up by a phone call. Miss Xian, when do you plan to pay the 300,000 yuan penalty? Huh? Xian. Sigma equals mouth equals. Early in the morning, Xian was still sleeping and eating a sumptuous meal. As a result, just as the drumstick and cake were in his hand, he was awakened by an ear-piercing ringtone before he could eat them. Xian originally decided to ignore this untimely call, but the little guy sleeping next to her was also woken up. Mom, I think your phone is ringing. Seeing that the little guy was also woken up, Xian opened her eyes angrily and held the phone in her hand. Looking at the unknown number on the screen, she frowned and picked up the call. As soon as the call connected, she heard, Miss Xian, when do you plan to pay the $300,000 penalty? The voice on the phone was a woman's. Her voice was very pleasant and her tone was very gentle. However, the words that came out of her mouth were a little confusing. Huh? Xian rubbed her eyes and looked at the phone again. She only thought that she was hallucinating. Miss Xian, if you don't compensate our company for the breach of contract, then we will take legal action against you, haha. Scam phone calls are really high-end nowadays, but I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of fool. After saying that, the sleepy Xian hung up the phone. Humph. Receiving a scam phone call early in the morning, this feeling was really bad. And because of it, she didn't even have the chance to eat the meal in her dream. Angry. Mom, was it a scammer calling? Xianxia looked at Xian's unhappy expression as she hung up the phone. He blinked his big watery eyes and asked obediently. Yes, it was a scammer. Xian nodded very decisively. How could it be that she owed $300,000 for the penalty? How could she, Wait. Penalty? In an instant, the originally sleepy Xian suddenly woke up. She suddenly remembered that a few days ago, the original owner's agent had told her that the original owner owed the penalty. It can't be. Thinking of this, Xian scratched her head in annoyance. If that phone call wasn't a scam, but a real one, then wouldn't she really have to pay $300,000 for the penalty? When Xian thought about how she had to pay $300,000 for the penalty of $580,000, her mood suddenly became bad, losing more than half of her savings for no reason. Who would be happy to give it to her? Xianxia, who was sitting beside Xian, saw his fairy mother scratching her head without a care for her image. She looked like she was very frustrated, so he carefully moved closer to Xian. Mom, are you unhappy? Coming to her senses, she looked at Xian. She took a deep breath and tried hard to control her emotions so that she wouldn't frighten this obedient and sensible little boy. No, Mom is thinking about what to make for breakfast. Saying this, Xian suddenly felt a little hungry. Thus, the problem of liquidated damages was immediately thrown to the back of her mind. Taking out his phone, Xian turned his grief and indignation into appetite, and with a shwa 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 sound, he ordered a huge amount of breakfast. She had completely forgotten what she had said to herself last night. After Xian finished eating a super sumptuous breakfast, she looked at herself in the mirror. She had become a little prettier, and her heart was filled with grief again. QAQ, it wasn't that she couldn't control her appetite. It was all because of that damn penalty phone call. After throwing the blame away, Xian felt much better. However, even though he felt a little better in his heart, what's with the penalty for the penalty? Although Xian didn't want to think about the penalty for the penalty at all, she had already taken over the original owner's body. Therefore, the penalty for the penalty naturally became her problem. Thinking of this, Xian changed the itinerary that she had set yesterday. She was going to arrange a bedroom and buy a bed for the little guy, but all of it was postponed. After breakfast, Xian took out a fairy tale comic book that she had bought yesterday and let the little guy read it by himself. Then, she sat at the desk in the bedroom and opened her laptop. The only advantage of the original owner's career as a celebrity was that anything that wasn't too private could be found online. So, after Xian opened her laptop, she went online to search for the two keywords Xian and penalty for breach of contract. Sure enough, it was completely as Xian expected. Just by entering these two keywords, she got all the information she wanted. However, after finding the information she wanted, Xian's mood was even worse than before. Because of the information displayed on the computer. She owed more than one penalty for breach of contract. Female celebrity Xianxia is rumored to have an illegitimate child. She has no fate with the upcoming large-scale dating program Heartbeat Diary and has to pay a large sum of penalty for breach of contract. The nation's first love, Xianxia, has a serious image problem due to her unmarried child. She has a serious image problem with the advertisement she is filming today. She will have to pay the penalty. Recently, female celebrity Xianxia looked at the search results of the words Xianxia and penalty for breach of contract on the screen. She felt her heart turn cold. She had just seriously counted. There were at least 5 programs that she had to pay the penalty for. Breach of contract. Conservatively, it was at least $1 million, and the original owner had only left her with 580,000 RMB, and because of her recent squandering, she was left with less than 570,000 RMB. If she really had to pay 1 million RMB for the breach of contract, then what would she use to pay? Also, the money was all used to pay the penalty for breach of contract. What money would she use to eat delicious food? Just as Xianxia was feeling stifled by the original owner's large pile of troublesome penalty for breach of contract, she didn't know that before the scandal of her having an illegitimate child was over, she had taken advantage of the fact that her popularity hadn't dissipated to appear on the hot searches again. This actress Xianxia's acting skills are explosive. As expected, shameless people are invincible in the world. #Pingxi, Xianxia #hashtag explosive acting skills Xianxia unbeknownst to Xianxia, she was once again on the hot search list, and this time, there was a video attached to the hot searches. Originally, Xianxia wasn't well known because of the illegitimate child incident, so her popularity was still high. She was the most popular female celebrity recently and was the most talked about female celebrity. Of course, this popularity was black and red. Now that the video of Xianxia's Pingxi was released, of course it quickly appeared on the hot searches. The video had only been released for a short while, but there were already hundreds of thousands of views. Old Sue. Old Sue. Our program is saved. We're saved. Han Yu excitedly held the tablet and shouted as he rushed in through the door. His ordinary face was full of excitement and joy. The man called Old Sue saw the expression on Han Yu's face and put down the guest list in his hand in confusion. What's wrong? Did you get an investment? Su Lin looked at his good friend in amusement and teased with a smile. The two of them were a pair of best friends. They went to the same high school and university and their careers were very compatible. One was a director and the other was a screenwriter. Although their careers were very compatible, they had never worked together before. The reason why they didn't work together was very simple. That was, Su Lin was a famous director and Han Yu was a screenwriter who didn't start out. Moreover, what he was good at and loved was writing for variety shows. But now, this pair of best friends was about to start their first collaboration. It was a large-scale survival celebrity reality show produced by Han Yu and directed by Su Lin. However, because Su Lin was a newcomer, their program wasn't very popular. They didn't even have much of a say in the selection of celebrity guests. What sponsorship? You should be the one looking for sponsorship. I'm just a nobody. Han Yu laughed and took over his good friend's words. After a moment of self-deprecation, he talked to his partner about serious matters. Su Lin, look at this. Han Yu handed the tablet to Su Lin as he spoke. Su Lin took the tablet from Han Yu and watched the video on the screen with a puzzled look on his face. What do you think? After Su Lin finished watching, Han Yu asked excitedly. What do you mean? Su Lin was confused. He didn't understand why his good friend was so excited and what he wanted him to watch. What do you think of this female celebrity? How about she be our guest? As soon as Han Yu said this, the corners of Su Lin's mouth twitched. Her? Be our guest? Are you kidding? Don't you know that she's been banned from the entertainment industry because of her illegitimate child? Also, our show is called Survival and Survival. Why would we invite a delicate female celebrity like her to our show? Are you kidding me? The video that Han Yu showed Su Lin wasn't just anyone's video. It was the video of Xia and scamming that was trending today. However, after Han Yu heard Su Lin's words, he wasn't affected at all. Instead, he expressed his opinion excitedly. Old Su, you don't understand. Xian is on fire right now, even though the fire is black. However, you can't deny that she's the hottest celebrity right now. As he spoke, Hanyu changed the video to Xian falling to the ground and crying delicately. She looked very pitiful. Also, don't you think it's very interesting for such a delicate guest to appear on our show, Man vs. Wild? Think about it. A female guest who doesn't know how to do anything, and a female guest who has scandals all over her, is thrown into a show like ours, where she has to endure hardships. Wouldn't the audience be curious as to how she would survive in the wilderness? Won't they feel good when they see her being tortured on the show? When Su Lin heard Hanyu's words, he thought about it carefully and felt that his good friend was right, who said that a show like Survival only needed those amazing guests. If everyone was like that, then what was there to watch? What you said does seem to make some sense. Su Lin had been in the entertainment industry for a long time. After he heard Hanyu's words, he really felt that it would be a good choice to invite Xian as a guest. Of course. The most important thing is. Hanyu smiled mysteriously at Su Lin. What's the most important thing? Su Lin asked curiously. Xian is cheap. This way, our show can save some money for post-production. Just as Xian was wondering how she was going to compensate the original owner for the breach of contract, her phone rang. Picking up the phone, Xian looked at it and saw that it was another call from an unknown number. Looking at this unknown number, Xian felt like it was a call to hasten her death. That's right. It was a call to hasten her death. Asking for her money was tantamount to asking for her life. If she didn't have any money, how was she going to buy delicious food? Don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up. Xian subconsciously decided to ignore this phone call. However, she didn't expect the caller to be so persistent. After failing to get through the first time, he called a second and third time. Finally, Xian couldn't stand the phone ringing anymore, so she picked up the phone in an extremely irritated manner. Hello? Hello, is this Miss Xian? Hearing the rough male voice coming from the phone, Xian pursed her lips and muttered in her heart. It seemed like it was another debt collection call. It's me, what's wrong? As soon as she thought that it was a debt collection call, Xian's attitude became a little unpleasant. Miss Xian, hello, I'm Hanyu. It's like this, I'm currently producing a celebrity reality show. I hope you can be a regular guest for our first season. The caller was none other than Hanyu, who had taken a fancy to Xian's popularity and felt that Xian was cheap. Xian, who originally thought it was a debt collection call, suddenly widened her eyes when she heard this. Regular guest? You're inviting me to your show? You're paying, right? Although Xian hadn't been in the entertainment industry before, she knew that with her current situation, it would be very difficult for her to receive this kind of work call. So, this isn't another scam call, right? Xian said suspiciously into the phone. Miss Xian, you definitely have to pay to participate in our show. Also, I'm really not a liar. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Or, I can ask my partner, Director Su Lin, to call you personally. On the other end of the phone, Hanyu was clearly getting a headache from Xian's words. After listening to Hanyu's explanation, Xian didn't think that Hanyu was a scammer. Even in her current situation, this person still managed to invite her to appear on the show. That was really, it must be because she was quite important to him, or rather, to his program, hee. She smelled the scent of money, although she really had no intention of entering the entertainment industry, nor did she want to be a celebrity. She really needed money right now. What 580,000 yuan in savings? It was a total negative asset of 580,000 yuan. This was completely out of the question of playing happily in a peaceful world. No money meant no good food, and no good food meant there was no hope in life. How much can I get for participating in your show? Xian didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. Perhaps Hanyu had never met such a straightforward female celebrity before. He was slightly stunned. He muttered to himself for a moment before he slowly replied. 250,000 yuan. Originally, Hanyu only wanted to offer 200,000 yuan, but he could tell that Xian was in need of money. He thought that if he offered too little, she might not be willing, so he offered her 50,000 yuan. Who would have thought that even after he offered her 50,000 yuan, she still wouldn't be satisfied? 250,000 yuan? That's too little. It wasn't even enough to pay for the breach of contract for an advertisement, Xian subconsciously muttered. If the old Xian knew that she could easily earn 250,000 yuan by appearing on a variety show, she would definitely shout that she had made a lot of money. This was a good deal, but now, her current body owed her 1,000,000 yuan in breach of contract. Of course, she felt that a mere 250,000 yuan was too little. On the other end of the phone, Han Yu was a little unhappy when he heard that Xian actually felt that 250,000 yuan was too little. Although he had indeed lowered Xian's fee, Xian was a relatively unknown female celebrity. Now that she was embroiled in scandals, no one dared to use her status. But this small celebrity was still picky and complained that the money was too little. If it weren't for the fact that his program didn't have many sponsors, the lack of funds, and the fact that he really couldn't invite those expensive young stars, he really would have directly hung up the phone call with Xian, this little star. Miss Xian, 250,000 yuan isn't low for you. Han Yu said calmly. It isn't low, but I'm in need of money right now. Xian didn't hold back at all. She straightforwardly expressed her lack of money. Moreover, he said it in a very righteous manner. Hearing Xian's confident words, Han Yu suddenly felt that this small celebrity wasn't as annoying as he thought. Miss Xian, the guests on our show not only receive a fixed appearance fee, but they also receive a bonus for each episode. Also, if the first season of the show is completed, the guest with the most number of episodes will also receive the grand prize. Xian, who was originally complaining that the appearance fee was too low, heard Han Yu's words and her eyes instantly lit up. How much is the bonus for each episode? Also, how much is the grand prize? Han Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xian's series of questions. He even thought it was funny. Their show was originally a survival type show. How could a delicate weakling like Xian get the championship prize when she participated in this show? That was simply a dream. Miss Xian, our reality show is actually a survival type reality competition show. Although we invited celebrities as guests, it's still quite difficult. Han Yu explained to Xian in amusement. What he meant was, I'm sorry, but it's impossible for you to get the grand prize. Of course, Xian wasn't stupid. Of course, she understood what he meant. However, Han Yu didn't know that Xian wasn't an ordinary person. She might not be good at other things, but she was definitely good at things like wilderness, survival, and real-life competition. As someone who had survived the apocalypse, if she wasn't good at these things, she would have died a long time ago. Therefore, when Xian heard Han Yu's detailed explanation of the show, she was overjoyed. Oh my god! Someone sent her a pillow just as she was about to doze off. Accept this show. I must accept it. I must accept it. If I don't accept it, I won't be in the apocalypse. So, how much is the prize? Xian asked persistently. Seeing that Xian was so persistent in asking about the bonus, Han Yu had a strong feeling in his heart that this little star was really short of money. As he thought about her illegitimate child and the breach of contract, Han Yu suddenly understood why this little celebrity was so short of money. When he thought about the news that Xian had brought her illegitimate child back, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. The prize for the champion of each episode is 20,000 yuan. The final winner will get 200,000 yuan. After Han Yu finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of saliva being sucked in. It must be an illusion, right? How many episodes are there in total? Xian's hand gripped the microphone tightly. He was so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement. 20,000 for one episode. And the final winner will get 200,000 yuan. I'm rich. This person must be my god of wealth. He must be here to give me money. There are a total of 12 episodes. Han Yu thought that this little celebrity must be so short of money that she actually thought she could get the prize. And more than one episode? She must be crazy. When Xian heard Han Yu say that there were a total of 12 episodes, she almost laughed out loud. There were 12 episodes in a season and 20,000 yuan for each episode. The final winner will get 200,000 yuan. Her fixed performance fee was 250,000 yuan. That meant that she could get 690,000 yuan. Although it wasn't enough to pay off her breach of contract. But she had almost paid off half of it. Participating in this show was worth it. She had to participate, just as Xian was secretly calculating the small amount of money she could get from participating in this show. Han Yu saw that Xian had been silent for a long time and couldn't sit still anymore. Although Han Yu didn't think highly of Xian, but it had to be said that Xian was the best person to handle the popularity of his show. Not only would it be cheap, but it would also be interesting. After he decided to use Xian, he had already come up with different ways to attract attention for Xian. It could be said that if he hired Xian, not only would it be very economical and practical, he would also be able to save on the promotional fees for the show. Hence, Han Yu gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Miss Xian, why don't I give you an additional 50,000 yuan for your appearance fee? It's a total of 300,000 yuan. What do you think? To be honest, this price was about the same as Xian's before the incident. If it was any more, Han Yu really felt that it wasn't worth it. Xian, who had originally wanted to agree to Han Yu's offer, had never imagined that while she was calculating how much money she could earn, this person would actually give her an additional 50,000 yuan. This simply made Xian overjoyed. Deal. It's decided then. When do we sign the contract? Hurry up and sign it. Ha 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 ha. This person was really her god of wealth. Hearing the anxious and joyful voice on the other end of the phone, Han Yu suddenly felt that he seemed to have given her too much. After communicating with the god of wealth, the spendthrift Han Yu, Xian hung up the phone in a very good mood. Ayaya, it turns out that being a celebrity is so easy to earn money. It seems like the 1 million yuan penalty isn't anything to worry about, but now that the problem of money had been solved, the biggest problem was her body. With this thought, Xian lowered her head and glanced at her delicate body. No, it was as fragile as a piece of tofu, which would break at the slightest touch. If she had a body like this, it would indeed be a problem for her to win the championship prize. So, how could she quickly train her body? After all, if she really had to film the show, there wouldn't be much time left for her to train. Just as Xian was feeling a headache, suddenly, Xian's mind suddenly remembered that her sister had once complained to her about this book's female lead's golden finger. With this thought, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. How could she have forgotten about the female lead's special cheat? Ha ha ha, speaking of which, the female lead's golden finger was actually quite dirty. The author of the original novel had created this golden finger for the female lead so that she could have the dream of having sex 7 times in a night, right? If one were to ask what plot in this novel made her younger sister want to complain about it the most, it would definitely be the female lead's golden finger. The female lead's golden finger, regardless of whether it was an object or the method of obtaining it, was quite old-fashioned in many novels. The only novel thing was that the author of this novel was very strange. After the female lead obtained the golden finger, it was used only on XXOO. The gold finger was a removable white jade pendant with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. There were 2 dragons and a pearl. She didn't know the exact effects of the golden finger. After all, she hadn't read the novel. However, from what she heard from her younger sister, the greatest use of the golden finger was that it allowed the female lead to never get tired. No matter what she did, her body would never be damaged. As long as the female lead wears the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant, not only can she do it 7 times a night. The more they did it, the healthier their bodies would become. The more they did it, the more beautiful they would become. Cough, 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 absolutely. Therefore, Xian didn't think of the female lead's golden finger at all. It wasn't until she considered that her body was too weak that she thought of the golden finger that could buff the female lead's physique. Although her goal was obviously different from the female lead's, she thought about it. She and the female lead both wanted to strengthen their bodies and make them healthier. Cough, cough, cough. Although the female lead wanted her body to be healthy so that she could do that, but her ultimate goal was actually similar to the author's goal of giving the female lead a golden finger, right? Fog. If she wore this golden finger, it should be able to nourish her weak body, right? Although Xian wasn't very sure, she still decided to try using the female lead's golden finger. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything by trying. But where did the female lead get this golden finger? Xian seriously thought about the plot that her younger sister had complained about. She vaguely remembered, sister, ha 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 ha, I think this novel is a combination of cliché, old-fashioned, and heavenly thunder. It's a novel that the author came up with in a dream. It's fine if the golden finger is so dirty, but the way to get it is also so old-fashioned. Ha 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 ha, the female lead is a rich young lady. She's only 5 years old. She's randomly wandering around outside by herself. She's even been working at a shop for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. She bought a 250 yuan double dragon playing pearl jade pendant from a small stall. The shop owner even said, "This jade pendant hasn't been sold for more than 10 years. In the end, the female lead bought it today. It must be because the jade pendant is waiting for the female lead. The female lead is the fated one. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is the author's logic dead? Ha 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 ha. Oh, should she thank the logic dead Mary Sue author for writing this and creating a chance for her to steal the female lead's golden finger? N. She had been working at a small night market for more than 10 years. She thought that her jade pendant should be obediently waiting for the female lead every day. Xian blinked and raised her head to look at the little girl who was sitting on the carpet quietly reading. Under the sunlight, the golden rays shone on the little girl's fair and delicate little face. She really looked like an obedient and quiet little angel. Xiaoxing, tell mommy, how old are you this year? Although she didn't know how old the female lead was, she knew that the female lead was 1 year younger than her big villain. Looking at her cheapskate's appearance, he didn't look like he was 6 years old. The female lead shouldn't have gotten her golden finger yet, right? Hearing Xiaoan's words, the little girl instantly raised her little head and blinked her big, watery eyes. Mommy, Xiaoxing is 5 years old this year. Seeing the little girl obediently say that she was 5 years old, Xiaoan was overjoyed. She bent down and hugged the little girl in her arms and kissed her. Mua dash. With a loud kiss, the little girl in Xiaoan's arms immediately blushed. Son, mommy will take you to the night market tonight and buy you a treasure. He he he, as the saying goes, a mother's debt must be paid by the daughter. The original host was so miserable because of the female lead's mother. Since the female lead's golden finger was so amazing, she would gladly accept it. Xiaoan had never thought that the night market stall that the female lead bought in the novel would be so easy to find. At night, when the lights were on, Xiaoan disguised herself and took a car with her son to look for that stall. It was rumored that the stall had been open for 10 years. Originally, when Xiaoan arrived at the night market here, she felt that it was crowded and full of small stalls and peddlers. She felt that she might have to spend a long time looking for it. However, she did not expect that. That little stall that was rumored to have been open for 10 years was actually so easy to find. She was just casually strolling around with her family's villain. In the end, with a glance, she saw a stall that has been open for 10 years and cheats both old and young. Xiaoan's mouth twitched as she read the words on the stall signboard on her left. She only felt that. Was this a joke? The rumored stall that sold the female lead's cheat was actually so eye-catching? That was impossible. She must be wrong. Yes. That's right, that must be it. Xiaoan took a deep breath and was about to walk past the stall with her son. However, she heard her son mumble in surprise. Mommy, that stone is so pretty. Hearing the little guy's voice, Xiaoan subconsciously turned his head and said with a smile. If you like it, we'll buy. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the stone that the little guy was pointing at. It looked a little familiar. Why did it look so much like the female lead's cheat, the white jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaoan, who originally wanted to walk past the stall that had been open for 10 years, immediately changed her route. She held the little guy's hand and walked to the stall. Miss, do you want to buy anything? Our stall has been open for 10 years. Cheats both old and young. Look around and buy anything you want. If you like, I can even give you a discount. Xiaoan had just stopped in front of the stall when she saw the stall owner enthusiastically greeting Xia, and seeing the stall owner so enthusiastically soliciting customers, Xiaoan was not used to it. After all, no matter what, this was the place where the female lead had discovered the Goldfinger. It was the Goldfinger. Did he have to be so down to earth? She ignored the stall owner and picked up the jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl. After holding the jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl in her hand, Xian looked at it carefully. This twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant was really very ordinary. Apart from its slightly nice-looking appearance, the quality of the jade pendant was simply terrible. It was extremely plastic. At a glance, one could tell that it was a cheap fake. Therefore, she was a little surprised that the female lead, the daughter of a rich family, would fancy this jade pendant. Sure enough, it was just as her younger sister had said. The author's logic was dead. After looking at it for a while, Xian couldn't find anything special about this jade pendant. In the end, she couldn't be bothered to study it anymore. Anyway, she guessed that this stall and this jade pendant should be the female lead's cheat. Therefore, she held the jade pendant in her hand and asked the stall owner about it. "Boss, how much is this jade pendant?" Hearing Xian ask about the price, the stall owner immediately perked up and followed Xian with a smile. "Miss, let me tell you, this jade pendant has been with me for many years. Ever since I started this stall, this jade pendant has always been here, but no one has ever bought it. Miss, you really have good taste. I think this jade pendant is fated to be with you. Maybe this jade pendant has been waiting for you, its owner." At first, she was still a little suspicious about whether this jade pendant was the golden finger that the female lead had bought. However, after listening to the boss's words, she was 100% sure that this jade pendant was the female lead's golden finger. See, even the lines of the stall owner were exactly the same. However, just as Xian was complaining in her heart that the shop owner's words were exactly the same as the ones in novels, who knew that she would hear the shop owner tell her the price of the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant? "How about this, miss, seeing that you are fated to be with this jade pendant, I'll give you a discount. 250 yuan. You can have it." Hearing the stall owner's price, Xian's expression instantly darkened. 250 yuan? Why don't you say 250 yuan? Xian rolled her eyes speechlessly. Although it was really not a loss to buy a cheat that could adjust one's physical fitness for 250 yuan, it was really not a loss at all. However, in the novel, the female lead only spent $2.50 to buy the jade pendant. Why did it cost 100 times more when it came to her? It became 250 yuan. Hey, miss, don't be angry, don't be angry. If you mind this price, how about 200 yuan? What do you think? This price can't go any lower. If it goes any lower, I'll lose money. Looking at the stall owner's sincere performance, if she didn't know that in the novel, the female lead only spent 2 yuan and 50 cents to buy this jade pendant, she would really think that the stall owner sold it to her without making any profit. Humph. What a black-hearted stall owner. What a profiteer. Most importantly, she hated this kind of differential treatment. $2.50. Xian opened her mouth and said this price. In an instant, she cut the price to a price that was not even a fraction of the stall owner's price. Seeing Xian bargain like this, the stall owner was completely stunned. He really had never seen anyone bargain like this. The stall owner was about to say that he didn't want to sell it, but who knew that Xian would speak coldly again. "Boss, your sign says that you don't cheat the old or the young. But what you're doing is not right. This jade pendant was originally picked up by you, and you want to sell it to me for 200 yuan? Do you really think that I'm a fool?" As soon as Xian said this, the stall owner suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xian in disbelief. How did you know that I picked it up?" It was a guess. However, Xian didn't say this sentence out loud. Instead, she casually made up a lie. "This jade pendant was lost by me. It's not something valuable to begin with. It's just made of plastic. If it weren't for my nostalgia, I wouldn't have asked you for the price." When Xian said this, the stall owner helplessly waved his hand. Forget it. If you want this jade pendant, just take it. I can't sell such a lousy item even if it's placed here." Seeing that the stall owner was no longer bargaining with her, the corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. She took out a 10 yuan note from her bag and placed it on the stall. "Here, 10 yuan. Keep the change." With that, Xian took the little guy, who had been very quiet since she started bargaining, and left the stall. "Mommy, do you have no money?" After walking for a while, the little guy gently pulled Xian's hand and muttered doubtfully. Xian, who was happily holding the jade pendant, heard her cheap son's words. She curled her lips and said with a stifled heart. Yes, mommy not only has no money now, but is also in debt. Xian was angry at the thought that she had to pay the penalty of more than 1,000,000 yuan for no reason. She was a little money grubber, just like Tao Tai, who only thought about money and never spent it. Oh. The little guy raised his head and looked at Xian's gloomy face. It was obvious that his expression was not very good. He pursed his lips and had a third impression of Xian in his heart. My mother seems to be very poor. In the future, I must make a lot of money for her. But you don't have to worry, mommy will have money soon. Xian squatted down with a smile, pinched the little guy's cheek, and said in a good mood. Now that she had the jade pendant that nourished her body and improved her physical fitness, making money would be a matter of minutes. Even if she didn't become an actress, she could still open a women's self-defense training class to make money when her body got better, although she hadn't mingled in a peaceful society, and didn't have any skills to support herself. But the physical skills she had trained against zombies in the apocalypse weren't just for show. Anyway, she had already made up her mind. After paying off the penalty and earning some capital to open a training class, she would retire from the entertainment industry, so that she wouldn't be able to do anything well as a star. Thinking of this, Xian felt that the jade pendant she bought was really worth it. As for this jade pendant being the female lead's golden finger? Did she steal something from the female lead? Sorry, the one who makes the first move has the advantage. Who made the rule that this ownerless jade pendant must be the female lead's? Anyway, she didn't steal or rob, so she took it with a clear conscience. Xiaoxing, mommy will take you shopping. If you see anything you like, you can tell mommy, and mommy will buy it for you. Xian, who was in a good mood, said to Xiaoxing with a smile. If it wasn't for her obedient son, she might have missed the opportunity to obtain the jade pendant. She just didn't know why her cheapskate son would take a fancy to that jade pendant. Was it the power of the plot? Xian didn't think much about it. Holding the little guy's thin and small hand, she continued to shop in the night market. Along the way, Xian took the little guy to play a lot of childish games and eat snacks along the way. It could be said that they had a lot of fun. Even Xiaoxing, who had always been too well-behaved and sensible, showed a rare childish expression. His face showed a very bright smile that belonged to his age. Mommy, let's buy a fish tank to raise these little goldfish that we caught. Xiaoxing looked at the little goldfish that he and Xian had caught with bright eyes and said expectantly. Seeing that Xiaoxing had made such a rare request, Xian hesitated in her heart. The little goldfish that were caught in the night market generally didn't have a long lifespan. Maybe they would all die tomorrow. Although she didn't care, but seeing that Xiaoxing liked the little goldfish so much, she couldn't bear to disappoint this little guy. But she didn't know how to tell this little guy. After all, she had never raised a child before. Before Xian could think of what to say, Xiaoxing saw Xian's hesitation. He pursed his lips, pulled a clever smile on his face, and said very sensibly. Mommy, it's okay. Actually, I don't like to raise these little animals. It's just. It was because these little goldfish were caught with her that he wanted to take them all away. Seeing that the little guy had returned to his sensible appearance, Xian rubbed the little guy's head and said with amusement. If you like them, then take them back and raise them. Mommy doesn't like boys so cowardly. As a boy, you must have your own opinions, okay? Forget it, if worst comes to worst, she could just buy a tank of little goldfish that looked exactly the same. Anyway, these little goldfish all looked the same, so it was impossible to tell which one was which. Okay. Mommy, little Xing understands. After seeing that Xian had agreed, the little guy's face showed a bright smile again. Mommy is so nice. She's different from what people said, and also different from the mommy in my dreams. He really liked his mommy. After eating and playing, and the most important thing, the twin dragons playing with pearls and jade pendant, Xian returned home with her spoils of war and her obedient son with satisfaction. When they returned home, it was already 10 o'clock. After Xian gave the little guy a change of clothes, she took advantage of the time when the little guy went to take a shower to fiddle with the twin dragons playing with pearls and jade pendant that she had just obtained. Can I just wear this on my body? Xian looked at the poor quality jade pendant, found a string, tied it casually, and wore it around her neck. She didn't feel anything. Could it really make her physical fitness better? After wearing the jade pendant, Xian really didn't feel anything. In the end, seeing that it was late, she didn't bother with it anymore. So she took a shower and went to bed. Good night, Mommy. Good night, son. After the warm yellow wall lamp was turned off, the bedroom instantly became dark. Xian and her son both fell into a deep sleep one after another. In the dream, the scene in the two's dream was completely different. Where is this? Xian opened her eyes and found that she was in a white fog. Because the fog was so thick, she couldn't even see clearly what was around her. What the hell? Where is this? Did she travel through time again? Looking at the hazy fog, she couldn't even see her own palm if she put it in front of her eyes. If she moved a little further away, she couldn't even see her own palm. Just when Xian was wondering where she was and cautiously groping in front of the fog, she suddenly heard a dragon's roar in her ears. Although she had never heard a dragon's roar, for some reason, when she heard the roar, the figure of a dragon naturally appeared in her mind. And the appearance of the dragon seemed to be somewhat similar to the dragon on the twin dragons playing with Pearl's jade pendant that she had just bought today. Was it a dream? Or a mustard seed space? As a person who had experienced the apocalypse, Xian was no stranger to mustard seed spaces. In the apocalypse, there were more than 1 or 2 people who had activated the space ability. And she heard that in the northern base, there was a person with a mustard seed space ability. Therefore, Xian was able to remain calm in this dreamy situation. However, this place didn't look like a mustard seed space. Could it be that she was really dreaming? Just when Xian wanted to grope forward and try to see if she could walk out of this thick white fog, she heard a ringing sound in her ears. Her very disturbing ringtone. Opening her eyes, Xian looked at the white ceiling and felt empty in her heart. Inexplicably, she had a feeling that she had to walk out of the white fog in the dream. Damn it! Turning her head, Xian glanced at the phone on the bedside table and picked up the phone with a bit of anger. However, when she saw the person who called, her bad temper immediately dissipated. Looking at the caller ID displayed on the phone screen, Xian quickly picked up the phone. She was in a hurry to sign a contract with this spendthrift god of wealth. She could only feel at ease after signing the contract. After all, if she didn't sign the contract, he could stand her up however he wanted. She didn't feel safe at all. Hello, Mr. Han, why are you calling so early? Are you looking for me to sign a contract? Picking up the phone, Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. She was poor now and was afraid that people would call her to ask her to pay back her debts. Therefore, she was really desperate to make money. This way, she could afford to eat all the delicious food in this world in the future. Smiley face haha, Miss Xian is still so straightforward. That's right, I just want to discuss the contract with you. Are you in B City now? Hanyu was used to Xian's direct conversation. Moreover, Hanyu was also a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. Therefore, he quite liked to communicate with people like Xian. Yeah, I'm in B City. I can sign the contract anytime. When Xian heard that she was going to sign the contract, she was in a good mood and squinted her eyes. Now, the original owner didn't have to worry about the liquidated damages at all. Okay, then in the afternoon. After taking note of the time and location that Hanyu mentioned, Xian thanked him and hung up the phone. Huh. She stretched lazily. She didn't know if it was because of the settlement of the liquidated damages or because she had a good night's sleep, but she felt refreshed and her whole body was much more comfortable. Her mood was also a lot better. However, her good mood was ruthlessly destroyed very quickly. Mom, your body seems a little smelly. Huh? Smelly? What the hell? Why was there a layer of dust on her pajamas? Xian quickly ran to the bathroom, only to see that her face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of dust. The pajamas she was wearing were also covered with a lot of dust. Raising her arm, Xian gently sniffed, only to realize that her body was really smelly. What was this thing that came out of her body? Also, why was her body so smelly? Xian frowned. She picked up a small piece of dust and rubbed it gently on her fair fingertips. She was surprised to find that this gray dust-like thing was actually grease. Looking at the oily appearance of his fingertips, a word suddenly popped up in Xian's mind. Could this be the legendary marrow cleansing? Xian blinked. In fact, she had already thought that the layer of dust on her body was probably related to the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant she wore yesterday. After all, she had such a strange dream last night. And no matter what, it was the female lead's golden finger. The effect was needless to say. She just didn't expect that she would have such a big reaction after just wearing it for a day. These things should be the toxins in her body, right? She really didn't expect that this body would have so many toxins. Could it be that after she transmigrated, not only did her beautifying ability mutate, but it also lost the ability to purify her body? Xian suddenly remembered that when she transmigrated, this body was already dead, and died from eating sleeping pills, so there must be a lot of toxins in her body. Forget it, don't think about it. It's really smelly, let's take a shower first. Disgusted by the stench on her body, Xian pinched her nose and went to take a shower. After washing herself clean and walking out of the bathroom, Xian saw herself in the mirror when she passed by. Why did I become more beautiful again? Xian was already numb to the fact that she kept becoming more beautiful. Looking at himself in the mirror, Xian didn't know what to say. Wasn't the female lead's golden finger supposed to strengthen her physique? Moreover, wasn't the female lead's golden finger supposed to become prettier through XXOO? Why did she become prettier just by sleeping and not doing anything else? Taking a deep breath, Xian looked at her skin in the mirror, which had become even fairer. Her skin was so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. She gradually calmed down. Well, this Goldfinger seemed to have only made her skin a little better. Her facial features did not change at all. After drying her hair, Xian walked out of the bathroom with a heavy heart. She felt that if this continued, she would really. He had given up on himself. It was time to go all out. She was getting prettier every day, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. He might as well let himself live a happier life. Mom, what's wrong? When Xian returned to the bedroom, she saw that the little guy, who had been sleeping, had not only woken up, but had also cleaned up the dirty sheets. Looking at her well-behaved son, Xian suddenly felt that how could such a well-behaved son be a villain? Moreover, he was the kind of sickly villain who had a twisted mind. Xiaoxing, next time, just leave this kind of thing to Mom. Although she was her son's mother, she didn't need to let a child do this. Xiaoxing wants to help Mom with something. The little guy raised his little head and looked at Xian very obediently and seriously. His big, watery eyes were full of anticipation. Looking at such a cute and sensible little guy, Xian felt that she still couldn't reconcile this little guy with the villain in her impression. But now that she thought about it carefully, this seemed to be a turning point for her villain Xiaoxing. He had grown up in a wealthy family. Although his identity as an illegitimate child was a little awkward, it wasn't too bad. But when the child was 5 years old, it was exposed that he wasn't an illegitimate child of a wealthy family, but an illegitimate child who came out of nowhere. His identity changed from an illegitimate child of a wealthy family to an illegitimate child who came out of nowhere, and he was abandoned by his relatives in a welfare home. At this time, he only had one relative to rely on, his mother, but she didn't come to pick him up and even committed suicide. Thinking about it this way, it was understandable that such a well-behaved and cute little guy would become a sickly villain with a twisted mind. Thinking of this, Xian was quite glad that she went to pick him up in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seen such a cute and sensible little guy. Good boy, what do you want to eat for breakfast today? Crab roe soup dumplings? Egg pancakes? Fried noodles? Fried bean paste noodles? Sandwiches. When it came to food, Xian couldn't stop talking at all. The more she talked, the hungrier she felt. Sigh, she really wanted to eat all of these. Unfortunately, she could only choose one. Just as Xian was feeling depressed in her heart, she suddenly heard her good boy say in her ear, Mom, I want to eat all of them. At this moment, Xian felt that Xiaoxingchen, who was standing in front of her, was simply like a little angel. His whole body was glowing with bling bling. Since my good boy wants to eat, then there's no other way. Just wait, Mom will satisfy you. Hee, this wasn't what she wanted to eat. She was doing this to raise her child, yes. Raising a child after eating another sumptuous breakfast, Xian, who was very satisfied with eating, began to think about a serious problem, and that was, if she went to film shows to make money, who would take care of her good boy? Oh right, her good boy was 5 years old, so he should still be in kindergarten, right? At this time, Xian, who had never raised a child before, finally realized that Xianxia was in school. Xiaoxing, Mom seems to have forgotten to send you to school. Xian scratched her head and said a little embarrassedly. After transmigrating, her mind was full of delicious food. In addition, because she had never raised a child before, she had forgotten that the little boy should be in kindergarten at this age, right? Mom, Xiaoxing doesn't need to go to school, since Dad, the little boy seemed to want to say Dad, but he quickly changed his words after only one word. The kindergarten I used to go to was arranged by Uncle. Now, I'm not Uncle's child, so of course I don't need to go. Hearing the little boy's words, Xian pursed her lips. Seeing that the little boy's face didn't have the slightest bit of sadness that a child would have, she really felt that her son was not like a child at all. Could it be that children with high IQs were more mature? However, she didn't say much about this topic. She felt that it was really awkward to talk to her son about his father and the child's ex-father. It's okay, Mom will find you a new school and send you to school. Xian patted the little boy's fluffy head and said with a smile. Although the little boy didn't want to go to school and only wanted to accompany his fairy mother, the little boy didn't want to go against Xian, so he nodded obediently. Now that the problem of education had been solved, Xian still had a very, very serious problem. That was, she would be filming an outdoor reality show in the future. In other words, she definitely wouldn't be able to come back to accompany Xiaoxing for a while. So, during this time, how should she deal with her good son? How about finding a boarding school? But the child was only 5 years old, would it have any psychological impact? After thinking about it, Xian couldn't think of a good idea. In the end, she casually said in frustration. Sigh, why doesn't Xian have any relatives to help take care of the child? As soon as this sentence came out, Xian's phone suddenly rang. Xian picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. The 2 words auntie were written on the screen. It wasn't an unfamiliar number, so Xian picked up the phone. Hello. As soon as Xian picked up the phone, she was scolded by the person on the other end of the phone. You wretched girl, you still know how to pick up the phone. Do you know that you haven't given us this month's living expenses? You wretched girl, you've really grown up. Hurry up and transfer 100,000 yuan to my account. Hearing the scolding, Xian didn't know who it was, but after hearing the 100,000 yuan, she couldn't stay calm. 100,000 yuan? What? Just treat it as interest. Who told you to give me my living expenses on time? This time, treat it as a lesson so that you'll remember it well. Xian listened to the woman's self-righteous words on the phone. Xian took a deep breath. A smile appeared on her face, although it was a cold smile. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Why should I transfer money to you? Pfft, she didn't even have enough money, so why should she pay the penalty fee? Now, someone was asking her for money? Haha. No way. You wretched girl. Looks like you've really grown up. Why, now that your illegitimate child has been exposed, you can't survive in the entertainment industry anymore, so you don't want to give me money anymore? Xian. Let me tell you. I'm your father's wife, your mother. If it weren't for your father's genes, giving birth to you, and giving you a beautiful face, you wouldn't have been able to enjoy life in the Xia family, and you wouldn't have been able to become a big star and earn money. I slap. Before the woman on the other end of the phone could finish speaking, Xian hung up the phone expressionlessly and blocked the number. Haha, she took back her words. The child was still her. Alone. Take care of him. For a moment, Xian had a feeling that the original owner's life was really too bumpy. She was the female lead in a bitter love drama. What kind of relatives and background were these? It was too tragic. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaoxing, who had been paying attention to Xian, immediately sensed that Xian was in a bad mood, very bad. Looking down at Xiaoxingchen's sensible and well-behaved appearance, Xiaoan simply told her her troubles. Xiaoxing, Mom may have to go out for work in a while, but Mom doesn't know where to arrange for you. Should she spend money to hire a nanny to take care of the little guy? Xiaoan hesitated as she considered this problem. Mom, just take me with you. The little guy seemed to have seen through Xiaoan's thoughts. He immediately hugged Xiaoan's arm and whispered. Xiaoxing doesn't want to be separated from Mom. Seeing the little guy hugging her tightly, as if he would run away if she let go, Xiaoan felt a strong sense of uneasiness from him. Squatting down, Xiaoan held the little guy in her arms with a smile on her face. Xiaoxing, be good. Mom is just going to work. I'll be back soon. Xiaoan touched the little guy's head and softly comforted him. This time, the little guy didn't speak. He just obediently lay in Xiaoan's arms and held back the tears in his eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Mom doesn't like children who cry. In fact, Xiaoan couldn't bear to leave Xiaoxingchen to work alone. After all, the child had just been brought back a few days ago. But she had to make money. If she didn't work, where would she get the money to pay the penalty? Where would she get the money to raise the child? Where would she get the money to eat delicious food? So, she could only let the child suffer for a while. Perhaps to make up for it, Xiaoan didn't stay at home. After cleaning the room, Xiaoan disguised herself and took Xiaoxingchen out to play. Because it was a workday and in the morning, there weren't many people in the amusement park. Xiaoan took Xingchen on a tour of all the attractions in the amusement park. They also bought a lot of snacks from the amusement park. After making the little guy happy, Xiaoan took him to eat a sumptuous lunch. Because they were so happy, Xiaoan almost forgot to sign the contract with Hanyu in the afternoon. Originally, she wanted to send the little guy home first and then talk to Hanyu about the contract. However, she looked at the time. Obviously, there wasn't enough time. So, Xiaoan could only pack the little guy and take him to the agreed place with Hanyu. Mom, where are we going? Sitting in the taxi, Xiaoxingchen looked at the scenery outside the car window. It was not the way home at all. He looked at Xiaoan curiously and asked in a low voice. To make money. The taxi quickly drove to the agreed place with Xiaoan and Hanyu. After paying the fare, Xiaoan took the little guy's hand and got out of the car. Looking up, she raised her eyebrows and looked at the somewhat desolate and not bustling street. When she found the Shuhan Film and Media Company that Hanyu told her about yesterday, she raised her eyebrows even more. This sign looked too shabby, right? Could it be a swindler company? Suddenly, Xiaoan felt that her god of wealth didn't seem to be that rich. But regardless of whether he was rich or not, if he could really give her money, then he was the god of wealth. Pushing open the glass door, Xiaoan took Xiaoxingchen's hand and walked in. Compared to the scenery outside, the decoration of the room was actually not bad. But the employees of Shuhan Film and Media Company didn't seem to be that many. Hello, madam, are you here to apply for a job or? Xiaoan took off her sunglasses and mask and calmly spoke to the staff who seemed to be the receptionist. Hello, I'm Xiaoan. I'm here to sign a contract. I made an appointment with Mr. Han here yesterday. After she finished speaking, she found that the little girl standing in front of her seemed to have been pressed on her acupoints. She was stunned and just stared straight at her. Hello? Xiaoan waved her hand in front of the little girl's eyes. Ah. Only then did the little girl come back to her senses. She pursed her lips in embarrassment and said shyly. Hello, Miss Xiaoan, I am Su Tian. Oh my god. How could Xiaoan be so good-looking in person? She's so good-looking. Now she somewhat understood why Uncle Han had to find Xiaoan, who was surrounded by scandals and was almost banned from the entertainment industry. With a face like this, even if she didn't do anything, she would still look good on the show. She would definitely be a highlight of the show. Su Tian, who was obsessed with looks, instantly became Xiaoan's die-hard fan. I'll take you to CEO Han. Xiaoan looked at Su Tian, who was walking a little unsteadily. She frowned in confusion. Why was this little girl looking at her so strangely? Knock knock knock. Su Tian took Xiaoan to an office and knocked on the door. She heard a rough male voice coming from inside the room. Come in. After opening the door, Xiaoan saw a man in his 30s or 40s. He was sitting in the office, watching a survival show with a projector very seriously. CEO Han, Miss Xian is here. When Su Tian said this, the man paused the show and turned around. In the end, when he turned around and saw Xian, he had the same reaction as Su Tian. He was stunned. However, unlike Su Tian, he was only stunned for a few seconds. Then, he walked over to Xian excitedly. Xian, right? I didn't expect you to look so much better in person. Hanyu looked Xian up and down. The more he looked at her, the more he felt like he had found a treasure. He originally thought that after going through such scandals, Xian, a small celebrity, would be affected. He had seen too many superstars become ugly and lose their temperament because of the impact of scandals. However, he didn't expect that Xian would not be affected after going through such scandals. Instead, she became prettier, haha. His eyesight was really too good, he had a feeling. This Xian was definitely going to be popular. Not to mention anything else, with just a face like this, with a little bit of marketing, it would definitely become popular. As for the illegitimate child? That was not a problem at all. Who didn't make mistakes when they were young? Sign. He had to sign this Xian. Tian, make us a pot of tea. After Su Tian said that, Hanyu began to treat Xian enthusiastically. Xian, have a seat. Seeing Hanyu's enthusiasm, Xian's vigilance was immediately aroused. Originally, Xian felt that this place was small and remote, which made it seem like a scam company. Now that the man called CEO Han was treating her so eagerly, Xian couldn't help but think of a saying. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. However, the cash-strapped Xian didn't turn around and leave. Instead, she held Xianxia's hand and sat down on the sofa. At this moment, Hanyu, who had been paying attention to Xian, realized that Xian had brought a child over. Looking at the little boy sitting next to Xian, Hanyu knew without thinking that this little boy must be Xian's illegitimate child. My son. Seeing that Hanyu was asking about the little boy, Xian didn't avoid it at all and answered directly. Hanyu suddenly felt that the description of Xian in the news seemed to be a bit too unrealistic. Xian was so direct and didn't know how to hide anything. The Xian in front of him was completely different from the Xian in the rumors. Little boy, what's your name? Perhaps because the little boy was too cute, Hanyu laughed and teased Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't like to talk to anyone other than Xian. He silently looked at Hanyu, then looked up at Xian and finally answered. Hello, uncle. My name is Xianxia. My mother gave it to me. When he said the last sentence, it was obvious that the little boy was very proud of himself. Hanyu looked at Xianxia and then at Xian. He felt that the mother and son had a very good relationship. Sure enough, the tabloids were harmful. They were all writing nonsense. In an instant, Hanyu's impression of Xian improved a lot. Mr. Han, let's not talk about these trivial things. Let's get down to business. Xian, who was vigilant, decided that she had to take a good look at the contract later. Also, she had to ask Hanyu to give her a bigger deposit. Only then would she feel safe. Haha, Xian, you are a straightforward person. Hanyu, who was originally worried that he would not be able to sign Xian, calmed down when he saw that Xian was even more anxious than he was. How could he forget that Xian was short of money? As long as Xian was short of money, the contract would definitely be signed. However, cough, cough, cough. Hanyu thought about how difficult it was for him to work on the show, and how the show targeted Xian's character. He felt a little uneasy again. The level of difficulty of the program was so high that most men would not be able to handle it. Let alone a delicate woman like Xian cough. However, Xian was not delicate at all. Xian, I don't want to lie to you either. I'll be frank with you. The environment of the program is very difficult and the difficulty is very high. Most importantly, once the program starts filming, it will not stop. If someone can't handle it and wants to leave the program, they will have to pay the penalty fee. After saying this, Hanyu felt that his program was a little too much. Therefore, Hanyu was afraid that Xian would not sign the contract, so he quickly added. Of course, this is excluding physical reasons. Also, Xian, you can enjoy special treatment. If you leave the program, we will not ask you to pay the penalty fee. Hearing Han Yu's words, Xian became curious about the program. This person made the program sound so serious. What kind of program was it? Is it that difficult? Thinking about the apocalypse, Xian did not think that the program Han Yu mentioned would be difficult. Anyway, she now had the female lead's golden finger. As long as her physical fitness could keep up, she believed that nothing would be difficult for her. Let me show you my program plan. Saying this, Han Yu opened the slide and explained the program plan to Xian. When the slide lit up, Xian was surprised to find that the screen actually showed zombies. Even though the zombies in the photo looked a little exaggerated. Han Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, zombies. When Xian heard Han Yu's words, she frowned in confusion. What does this have to do with the program? Is there going to be a Resident Evil in this world? Otherwise, what does this photo have to do with the program? You should have seen Resident Evil, right? Yeah. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched as she softly agreed. What a joke. Not only had she seen Resident Evil, but she had also personally experienced it. Our Man vs. Wild outdoor reality show is different from the other reality shows in the past. Han Yu was very excited as he talked to Xian about the program he planned. It was definitely the only outdoor reality show in the country, oh, no, in the world. In recent years, reality shows had become more and more popular. Celebrities falling in love, celebrities opening restaurants, celebrities experiencing ordinary people's lives, celebrities surviving on an isolated island, etc. These reality shows were all common, but his variety show this time was completely different from those common variety shows. He dared to guarantee that as long as he was given reliable guests and sufficient funds, his special reality show would definitely become popular. Although our reality show also incorporates elements of survival in the wilderness, our specialty is that the enemies we face in each episode of Survival in the Wilderness are different. Other people's survival in the wilderness might just leave a bunch of guests in the wilderness and let them find food and a place to sleep. But ours is different. What we have to face is not only environmental problems, but also the biggest difficulty of our program. We have to fight against the bosses in the program. We have to survive. The more Han Yu spoke, the more excited he became. His saliva kept spraying out. Take the first episode for example. The bosses in our program are zombies. We will simulate the world of Resident Evil and let you survive among a bunch of zombies. How is it? Isn't it interesting? After hearing Han Yu's words, Xian only felt, oh my god. She confirmed it with her eyes. This person was her god of fortune, she thought it wouldn't be difficult. She didn't expect that the first episode would be what she was best at. Wasn't this giving her money? She wasn't even afraid of real zombies, so why would she be afraid of fake zombies? Then, he had to be the champion. Han Yu saw that Xian didn't say anything. He touched his nose and thought that Xian might be scared. So he coughed a few times and said a little guiltily. Well, Xian, don't think that the zombie in the photo is scary. It's completely photoshopped. The zombies you meet will be played by humans, so they won't be so scary. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing Han Yu's words, Xian almost laughed out loud. What was so scary about zombies? The scariest thing in the apocalypse was humans. Sometimes, she even thought that zombies were cuter than humans. Where's the contract? I want to see the contract. Xian knocked on the coffee table and said happily. Seeing that Xian wanted to see the contract, Han Yu looked at Xian in surprise. Seeing that she didn't seem afraid, but rather, interested, he suddenly felt that Xian was much more interesting. She was much more interesting than what was described in the tabloids. After waving his hand and asking Su Tian Tian to get the contract, Han Yu invited Xian to have a cup of tea. Xian, don't worry. Our program will definitely take good care of you. Han Yu took a sip of tea and said to Xian with a smile. Originally, he only wanted to see Xian suffer on the program, but now that he saw her in person, he felt that if Xian could stay until the end, she must stay until the end. With her looks, she could attract a large number of fans just by standing on the program and doing nothing. Therefore, he must take good care of Xian, this delicate vase. If Xian could hear Han Yu's thoughts, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. Delicate? A vase? Haha. That doesn't exist. Oh. Xian didn't take Han Yu's words seriously. She didn't think that she would need to be taken care of in this kind of program. Right now, she was still in a state where she felt like she had hit the jackpot. Originally, she was worried about the small problems of being a celebrity on a program, but now, this program was related to zombies in the apocalypse. What was there to worry about? Let's go. After a while, Su Tian walked over with a stack of documents in her hands. Xian, take a look at this contract. If there are no problems, let's sign it. Hearing Han Yu's words, Xian took the contract from Su Tian's hands. After opening the contract, she read it very carefully. After reading every line and clause, she felt that the terms were very reasonable. Without hesitation, she took the pen from Han Yu's hands and signed her name. After seeing Xian sign her name, Han Yu felt relieved. As long as his program had Xian, the ratings and popularity would be stable. As for the rest, it would depend on the other guests and their production teams. Basically, it was a matter of funding. I've signed it. Can we go now? After signing the contract, Xian thought that since the matter was settled, she could not be bothered to stay here any longer. Time was precious now. She thought that it would be better for her to spend her time on meaningful things, for example, eating, drinking, and playing. After returning from the apocalypse, Xian had definitely become a hedonist, regardless of what kind of personality she had before the apocalypse. However, after experiencing the cruel apocalypse, she realized that nothing was more important than her own happiness. Be a human. You should enjoy yourself to the fullest while you still have everything. Otherwise, when you can't enjoy yourself anymore, you can only suffer for eternity. Ah? Sure. Xian, is there something you need? Seeing that Xian wanted to leave so quickly, Han Yu thought that Xian had something to do. Who would have thought that Xian would reply to him directly? Nothing. I just feel bored sitting here. After speaking, Xian led the little girl, who had been sitting obediently by the side, out of Han Yu's company. Mr. Han, I'll see you at the filming. Looking at Xian's back, Su Tian, who was obsessed with looks, clasped her hands to her heart and said infatuatedly. My goddess is so handsome. Seeing Su Tian's expression, Han Yu only felt that it was a little funny. However, he also understood that this indirectly meant that Xian would not disappear from the entertainment industry because of this incident. On the contrary, he felt that this time, it might be the first time that he and Xian had joined forces. As long as the show was aired, he believed that the small company that he and Su Lin had just started would become famous in the entertainment industry. As for Xian, if she was lucky, she might become famous overnight. She might go from being a small celebrity to a second-tier celebrity. If her performance was a little more outstanding, she might turn from a vase actress with scandals to a popular young actress. But of course, this was really too difficult. Even if Xian was beautiful, beauty did not represent everything. A competitive reality show was not just about being beautiful. Sai, who should I choose for the next guest? Should I hire a little fresh meat from the sports industry or spend a lot of money to hire a popular young actor? This was really a problem. After settling the contract issue and solving the huge survival problem of the liquidated damages, Xian felt a lot more relaxed. She looked at the little guy who had been obediently following her when she was signing the contract. He didn't say anything and just leaned on her side. Xian rubbed the little guy's head again. Xiaoxing, were you bored just now? No, Mom, I think your job is very interesting. The little girl shook her head and said with a curious expression on her face. When Han Yu explained some of the more detailed rules, Xiaoxing also listened carefully. After listening to the rules, as a child, Xiaoxing also felt that it was very interesting. Haha, really? I think it's very interesting too. Xian smiled. In fact, she also felt that it was not very interesting. After all, she had experienced the real apocalypse. However, she had to admit that Han Yu's program was indeed very interesting for people living in a peaceful world. Mom, can you take me with you? I want to be with you too. Seeing that Xian seemed to be in a good mood, the little girl took the opportunity to act coquettishly. However, no. Xian still refused. When signing the contract, Han Yu mentioned a lot of things to take note of. It was obvious that the filming environment of this program was quite difficult. Therefore, Xian did not think of bringing Xianxia with her. After all, her villain son's body was quite fragile. This was probably inherited from the original owner's genes. She subconsciously touched the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant around her neck. After she finished filming this program, she would give this jade pendant to her sick villain son to wear. Look at his small body, he had to take good care of himself. Xiaoxing, you won't be living in the environment where mom works. Don't worry, mom will call you every day. Xian rubbed the little boy's head and said with a smile. Hearing Xian's words, the little boy could only nod dejectedly. Okay, is there anything else you want to play with? Do you want to eat? Today, mom will satisfy you. After playing with the child for an entire day, Xian finally returned home with the little boy after eating and drinking to his heart's content. As soon as she returned home, Xian began to look for a nanny online who could help her take care of the child. After all, the program was about to start filming, and there was not much time left for her to find a nanny. Therefore, Xian searched for a very formal housekeeping company online and prepared to start interviewing nannies soon. However, what Xian didn't know was that her series of actions were seen by a quiet little boy. The little boy, who was sitting on the carpet and reading a comic book, saw Xian busily sitting in front of the computer desk and typing on the keyboard, and the depressed expression on his face became more and more intense. He didn't want to be separated from his fairy mother, not at all. In the past, he didn't want to be separated from his sister, and his sister promised that she would never be separated from him. But in the end, he was still abandoned. Although the smart little boy understood that Xian was just going to work, the little boy, who had experienced betrayal and abandonment, didn't want to be separated for even a short period of time. I can help you. As if it was an illusion, the little boy felt as if there was a hoarse and low voice in his head. No one can abandon you. This housekeeping company seems to be pretty good. The rating is quite high, Xian muttered to herself as she looked at the housekeeping companies she searched for. After a few comparisons, she finally settled on a housekeeping company. Early the next morning, Xian called the housekeeping company she had found and prepared to interview a few nannies first. However, who would have thought that after she had made the call and made an appointment, she would accidentally see something when she turned on the computer. A nanny from XX city abused her employer's child, causing the child to become deaf. A 5-year-old child from XX city was abducted by a nanny. After seeing a series of social news being pushed to her computer, Xian suddenly fell silent. The child should be taken away. After all, the most untrustworthy thing in this world was the human heart. Because of the series of inexplicable news of nannies abducting and abusing children, Xian completely dispelled the idea of leaving her son in someone else's care. She had come from the apocalypse and did not believe in human nature. Now that she had seen the news, she no longer cared about Xiaoxingchen's health. After thinking about it, she decided to bring her son along to the filming of the show. Although Han Yu said that the living conditions during the filming of the show would be difficult, the production team would probably be better. She could leave the little guy with the production team during the filming. The more Xian thought about it, the more she felt that this was a good idea. Hence, she directly called Han Yu. After getting through to Han Yu, Xian did not waste any time. She directly told Han Yu that Xiaoxingchen would be going with her to the filming of the show. What? You want to bring your son to the filming of the show? I'm afraid that's a little inconvenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. My son is very obedient. Besides, I'm single. If I don't bring my son along, who will take care of him? Xian also understood that it was a little too much to bring a child along for the filming of the show. However, she really could not find anyone to take care of Xiaoxingchen. We can hire a nanny. Han Yu instinctively said from the other end of the phone. This was what a normal person would think. However, Xian was very direct and said domineeringly, I don't trust a nanny. Therefore, I will bring Xiaoxing with me during the filming of the show. You can arrange for him when the time comes. As for the expenses, I can pay for it. Faced with Xian's domineering attitude, Han Yu could not do anything about it. Moreover, she understood Xian's current situation, so she reluctantly agreed. Okay, but if anything happens to the child, we won't be responsible. No problem. Just like that, Xian successfully solved the problem that had been troubling him for a long time. And Xiaoxingchen had also fulfilled his wish to be with Xian. Xiaoxing, mommy will bring you to work this time. But you have to promise mommy that you won't be naughty or run around. You have to be obedient and listen to the uncles and aunties in the production crew, okay? After hanging up the phone, Xian told Xiaoxingchen the good news. He also seriously reminded Xiaoxingchen of the things he should pay attention to. Hearing Cheyenne's words, the little fellow's beautiful black eyes instantly lit up with starlight. Really? Mom, are you really going to take me with you? Seeing Xian nod with a smile, Xiaoxingchen, who had always been obedient and sensible, instantly jumped up from the ground. Great! I can be with mommy, we don't have to be separated. At this time, Xiaoxingchen was so happy that he was like a naive child, jumping up and down nonstop. Looking at the little guy who was like a little rabbit, Xian shook his head in amusement. Look at how happy you are. Because I like mommy. The little guy confessed to Xian without hesitation. He hugged Xian's arm tightly and said with great reliance. I want to be with mommy forever. I know, it's so mushy. Xian patted the little guy's head in amusement. She kept muttering in her heart, is this still the sickly villain I know? How can the sickly villain who imprisons the female lead be so cute? So, Xiaoxing, what do you think we should eat today? Do you want to eat the same thing or a variety? Seeing that it was almost noon, Xian immediately focused all her energy on eating. Seeing Xian ask him this question, the smart Xiaoxingchen of course answered, Mommy, Xiaoxing wants to eat a lot of dishes. That's right. You're so thin, you should eat more. Ever since she decided to take the little guy to the show, Xian had brought forward the plan of exercising the little guy's body. Originally, Xian planned to wait until she finished filming the show and received the champion's prize money, then put the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant on Xiaoxingchen to nourish his body. But who knew that the little guy would have to suffer with her now? Xian decided that before the show was recorded, she would wear the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant every day to nourish his body. When he went to bed at night, she would let the little guy wear it. This way, when she took the little guy out to film the show, the little guy's delicate body, which was comparable to his mother's, should be much healthier. So that night, Xian put the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant on the little guy's neck. Mommy? The little guy, who had just taken a bath, looked at the jade pendant on his neck and looked at Xian in confusion. Put it on. In the future, you can wear it to sleep at night. Xian patted the little guy's little head and said with a smile. However, she did not say why she wanted him to wear it, nor did she say what magical effects this twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant would have. After all, Xiaoxingchen was still a child. Although the little guy was very smart, he was still a simple child. So Xian did not intend to tell this secret to Xiaoxingchen, who was still young. Okay, mommy. The little guy touched the jade pendant that seemed to still have Xian's body temperature and nodded seriously. He was not like other children who had 100,000 questions to ask Xian, and seeing the little guy so well behaved, Xian winked at him mysteriously and teased. By the way, Xiaoxing. If you wear this jade pendant, you will have a very strange dream. But don't be afraid, because it's just a dream. Thinking that when he wore this twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant to sleep, he would always dream of an endless white fog, and it seemed that he would never be able to get out of it, Xian smiled and gave the little guy a warning. She was worried that the child would be frightened by such a dream. However, Xian did not know that people who wore the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant might not necessarily have the same dream. Okay. I know, mommy. Good boy. Night fell. Tonight, there seemed to be dark clouds, and there was no trace of moonlight, so there was no light in the big bedroom, and it was shrouded in darkness. At this time, Xian and Xiaoxingchen had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, perhaps Cheyenne was the only one who was sleeping soundly. At this time, Xiaoxingchen, who was sleeping next to Xian, seemed to be having a terrible dream. His delicate and cute little face was tightly scrunched up, and he kept muttering in his sleep. Mom. Mom. Dream. I'm dreaming. Time passed day by day. Because Xian and her son both had to go out to shoot, Xian worked hard every day to nurse Xiaxingchen's body. She took turns wearing the twin dragons, playing with a pearl jade pendant every day and night, and fed the little guy super nutritious food every day. In fact, Xian had even taught the little guy the set of very powerful physical skills that she had learned in the apocalypse, which could be used to train the body and were very aggressive. Although the little guy's physical fitness was not very good, and it was really quite slow when it came to physical skills training, the little guy was very smart. But the little guy's brain was very smart. He only saw Xian do it once, and he remembered all the movements. After practicing a few rounds of physical skills with the little guy, Xian began a happy moment every day. That was, "Xiaoxing, are you very hungry today? Tell mom what you want to eat." Xian patted the little guy's shoulder and said generously, as if he was a rich man. Xiaxingchen, on the other hand, had long been used to his fairy mother's attitude. Moreover, he was smart and had already figured out his fairy mother's thoughts. So every time, he would order a lot of food that Xian liked to eat to increase her favorability. "Mom, Xiaoxing is very hungry today. I kind of want to eat roasted lamb leg, hot pot," and Xiaxingchen did not hesitate to list out all the food that Xian wanted to eat. Listening to Xiaxingchen's list of dishes that were all her favorites, Xian felt that she was so hungry that she could eat an entire cow. Slurp, Xian swallowed her saliva. She thought about how she would not be able to film the show today. In the future, there would not be so much delicious food for her to eat. Hence, she decisively made a decision. "Xiaoxing, you practiced very well today. You're making rapid progress. Seeing that you're so hardworking, mom will take you out to eat today." Xian was abusing her position for personal gain, so she made her gluttonous mouth sound like she had motherly love. Once again, she successfully pushed the blame of her overeating onto her cheap son instead of herself. In order to hide something, Xian added again. "We'll buy some daily necessities while we're at it." "Okay, mom, you're so nice." The little guy opened his mouth and smiled happily. After receiving the little guy's reply, Xian was very happy. She disguised herself and went out with the little guy. Although it was true that she wanted to go out for a big meal, she really needed to buy things for Xiaxingchen. Since she was participating in the show, the production team would give her daily necessities. But her obedient son didn't have that. It was already quite troublesome for her to bring her family's villain to the recording of the show. Xian couldn't possibly take advantage of them without bringing anything. Therefore, after eating a very sumptuous meal, Xian held her obedient son's little hand and went to the most prosperous and largest shopping mall in B City. Speaking of which, Xian should really thank her golden finger for making her beautiful. Perhaps it was because she was much prettier than Xian in the past, so she only wore sunglasses now. As long as she was not too high profile, basically no one would be able to recognize her. Even if she was now hated by everyone on the internet. However, miraculously, since she transmigrated, no one really recognized her as a small celebrity. Thinking about it, perhaps it was because the original owner's status was not high enough. "Xiaoxing, that sportswear looks very nice. Let's go take a look." As they strolled around, Xian suddenly saw a boy's sportswear on the display rack of a beautifully decorated children's clothing store. Therefore, without saying anything, Xian pulled Xiaxingchen into the fashionable and cute children's clothing store. When Xiaxingchen, who was being held by Xian, saw the store, he was slightly stunned. However, when he saw how serious Xian was in picking out the clothes for him, he smiled again. "It's okay, it shouldn't be so coincidental." Thinking of this, the little guy was like a doll, constantly trying on the clothes and sneakers that Xian liked. Until, "Dad, Mom, you're walking so slowly. Hurry up." Before they saw anyone, a clear and melodious girl's voice entered the ears of everyone in the clothing store. Hearing this voice, Xiaxingchen, who was trying on clothes, was stunned. The clerk who was originally serving Xian and Xiaxingchen told Xian to wait and quickly went out with the other clerks. It was as if a big shot was coming to the store. This piqued Xian's curiosity. "Is someone famous coming?" Hearing Xian's soft murmur, the little guy standing next to Xian held her hand tightly. At this moment, Xian finally realized that her family's villain seemed to be acting a little strange. "Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Xian, who saw Xiaoxingchen's nervous and sad expression for the first time, squatted down a little worriedly. Her height was the same as Xiaoxingchen's and she looked at the little guy. It's little sister, and uncle and auntie. As soon as Xiaoxingchen finished speaking, Xian heard a coquettish female voice coming from the door. Auntie, be careful. If you fall, your father will be very distressed. Auntie? Fu Auntie, Xian was stunned. Looking at the expression on Xiaoxingchen's face, she understood that she had met the female lead. Oh my god. It wasn't easy for her to come out and shop. How did she meet the female lead of this world? Dad, today is my birthday. You can't send me away with dolls. I'm a big girl now. She clearly had a childish voice, but she said that she was a big girl. She was really cute. Even Xiaoan, who didn't like children very much, had a good impression of this little girl who she hadn't met yet. Just by listening to her voice, she felt that this little girl must be an extremely cute little girl. Hee hee. Then what does Dad's little princess want as a present this year? A low, muffled laughter sounded. That low, magnetic voice was so pleasant that it could make one's ears pregnant. Just by listening to that voice, one could tell that this man was a man who cared about his family and loved his wife and daughter very much. Oh. Let me think about it. The little girl seemed to be seriously thinking about it. Her answer was really cute. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, our store just happened to have the latest clothes in stock today. There's also a limited edition princess dress that our store owner specially brought back from abroad. They're all prepared for your daughter in the VIP room. Wow. I want to see my princess dress. When the little girl heard that it was a limited edition princess dress, her voice became so excited that it became shrill. Okay. Today is our little Chi-Chi's birthday. As long as it's something our little darling likes, Mommy will ask your daddy to buy it. Hee hee. I knew Mommy was the best. I'll reward Mommy with a kiss. Mwah. Isn't Daddy good? Hee hee. Daddy is good too. Mwah. Mwah. Soon, the voices of the family of three became softer and softer until the sound of the door closing was heard. The voices of the family of three were completely cut off and could not be heard at all. What a loving family of three. Xian pursed her lips and said sarcastically. She did not have any opinions about the family of three, but she had always been very protective of her own people. Ever since the female lead's family of three appeared, her family's obedient son no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, a sad expression floated onto his face. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Mommy, you won't abandon me, right? The little guy looked at Xiaoan pitifully and tugged at Xiaoan's hand. Looking at his little appearance, Xiaoan guessed that her obedient son was probably thinking about how he was abandoned by that family again. Although the little guy was indeed not Fu Xian's child, Xiaoxingchen was a human, not some random cat or dog. After raising him for 5 years, even a stone would have been warmed up by the care, let alone a well-behaved and sensible child like Xiaoxingchen. In the end, this family threw Xiaoxingchen, a 5-year-old child, away without any feelings at all and abandoned him at the Welfare Institute. No, Xiaoxing, don't worry, Mommy will never abandon you. Looking at the pitiful little guy who needed to be cared for, Xiaoan kissed the little guy's forehead for the first time ever. This was the first time Xiaoan had kissed someone else. Yes. Xiaoxing will always protect Mommy. Little fool, Mommy is amazing. Why would I need you to protect me? It's more like Mommy will protect you. Xiaoan poked the little guy's little head and shook her head in amusement. Let's go. The clothes here are not nice. Mommy will take you somewhere else to buy them. Yes. Xiaoxing will listen to Mommy. With that said, Xiaoan put away all the clothes she had taken a fancy to. She held the little guy's hand and left the children's clothing store. Just as she left holding Xiaoxingchen's hand, she did not see the tightly shut door of the VIP room open and a tall and slender figure walk out of the room. Xiaoan. The man frowned and looked at the figure that was already far away. He murmured softly. His dark eyes were filled with a complicated expression. He lowered his head and took out his phone. His finger swiped lightly and saw a familiar number. Just as he was about to dial the number, he was interrupted by 2 female voices, one big and one small. Honey, Daddy. After going out for a shopping spree and buying all the necessities, Xian stayed at home with the little girl and continued to live a healthy life. Seeing that the day of the show was approaching, Hanyu had also selected all the guest roles. Although Hanyu was a nobody who had just entered the screenwriting industry, Su Lin was not. Therefore, even though they did not manage to get any investors to invest in the show, they did not have much spare money to invite those big names with many fans. However, because of the presence of a famous director like Su Lin, they still managed to get a few popular second and third tier celebrities to be guests. At the last moment of filming, Su Lin even managed to invite Su Jinyang, who was popular in the industry and had a strong fanbase and strong purchasing power. As soon as the news of Su Ziying joining an unknown variety show came out, the entire internet went into an uproar. Especially when they heard that the show was an outdoor competition reality show, it made people even more curious. Among them, Su Jinyang's fans were even more ecstatic. Only the heavens knew that Su Jinyang, this acting idol, really didn't participate in any variety activities other than acting in movies and movies. Other than participating in variety shows to promote his movies, he really did not show his face at all and did not participate in any other variety shows. Su Jinyang's fans joked that their idol really lived like a middle-aged artist and his living habits were especially old. Therefore, when they found out that Su Jinyang, an old artist, was going to participate in an outdoor reality show, and it was a competition-type show, of course, everyone was shocked. Su Jinyang joined the challengers. As soon as this outdoor reality competition show was released, this originally unknown variety show instantly became popular on the internet. It even benefited from Su Jinyang's fame and became a trending topic on Weibo. Shocking. Su Jinyang is going to participate in the challengers. This is simply too exciting. Oh my god. My idol is going to participate in a variety show. This show must be watched. 6666. Old artist Su's live show debut must be supported. Come on. Challenger. May I ask what this program is about? Let me explain. Come on. Challenger. This program was a competitive reality variety show. Its prototype was a survival variety show. However, after the program editor's modification and innovation, it had been transformed into a brand new reality variety show. As far as I know, the theme of the first episode will be Escape from Biohazard City. It is said that the theme will be zombies. Let's assume that the end of the world has arrived, and the guests will have to break out from hundreds of zombies. Damn. It sounds really cool. Wow. I like this show. I just read the encyclopedia of this show. Looking at the settings, it's really super nice. In the first zombie-themed episode, the guests could even choose to use simulated heavy weapons. It really felt like filming Resident Evil. It's amazing. I wonder if there will be any other guests other than Su Jinyang? No matter how many guests there are, I think the most famous one is definitely Su Jinyang. Actually, I'm looking forward to the female guest's performance. I think it's really interesting. I'm looking forward to the first female guest. However, I think it's best not to have too high of an expectation. I heard that there will be a total of 6 guests. There are only 2 female guests, and one of the female guests seems to be a very popular female internet celebrity. Female internet celebrity? It seems like the program team is really tight on funds. The producer asked Su Jinyang to get sponsors. 23,333 Artist Su's ability to get sponsors is really strong. His fans are all nouveau riche. One of them can fight against a bunch of them. Artist Su's nouveau riche fan has appeared. He expressed his willingness to sponsor the program team. He only hopes that the program team will take care of our artist. Participating in this kind of outdoor competitive reality show makes my heart ache for our Su. Hanyu's Come On. Challenger. Had not even started filming, but Su Jinyang's unexpected participation had already exploded in popularity. The show had already become popular before it had even been broadcast. This was definitely a good sign. Hanyu was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Old Su. You're really something. You even managed to invite a treasure like Su Jinyang. This time, our show will definitely explode in popularity. Hanyu looked at the trending searches about his show on the internet and laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. Especially since Su Jinyang's participation, their program team did not lack funds at all. This would allow them to purchase even more good equipment to produce this variety show. I really didn't expect Su Jinyang to come. Su Lin looked at his good friend who was so happy that he could even find his eyes. He was also infected and laughed. Actually, Su Jinyang was not invited by him. He had taken the initiative to participate in the show. When he received a call from Su Jinyang's manager, he was stunned for a long time. Although he had recently been looking for guests in the industry to participate in Come On Challenger, news had spread like wildfire. However, Su Jinyang had taken the initiative to help him, which really made him feel that it was inconceivable. After all, he and Su Jinyang had only worked together on a movie many years ago. It doesn't matter. Just take it that we're lucky. I feel that our luck has come. Luck and luck. Hanyu felt that his show was definitely going to become popular. With Su Jinyang, their viewership ratings and the number of people talking about them would definitely be very high. In addition, they had an unexpected guest, Xian. It was going to become popular. It was going to become popular. They could do whatever they wanted. Looks like we have to hurry up and shoot the makeup photos for the first episode of the show. Seeing how popular the show was, Hanyu decisively decided to take advantage of this popularity to quickly market their show. First of all, they would start with the makeup photos for the show. As he spoke, Hanyu started to contact the cameraman, stylist, makeup artist, and a series of other staff members and studios. They were ready to start shooting the makeup photos. After contacting the set and a series of staff members to take the makeup photos, Hanyu started to call the 6 guests one by one. Makeup photos? Xian received a call from Hanyu. When she heard that they were going to take makeup photos, she was a little puzzled. She didn't understand. Why did a variety show have to have makeup photos? Weren't makeup photos something that only appeared in advertisements for the main characters in dramas and movies? Why did she have to take makeup photos for every variety show she was participating in? Aren't we filming a variety show? Why do we need makeup photos? Xian, who had always been straightforward, of course spoke her mind very straightforwardly. We are filming a themed reality show, so we need to take makeup photos for every episode. Hanyu's voice came from the other end of the line. When Xian heard Hanyu's words, she pursed her lips and muttered to herself. Then do I get paid for taking makeup photos? As soon as Xian's words came out, Hanyu on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say. She could only sigh in her heart. Xian was so short of money that she was going crazy. If the results are good, I will pay you. Hanyu was just joking. Who would have thought that Xian would take it seriously? That's what you said. When Xian heard that she would be paid, she was elated. Otherwise, she would have to pay her own taxi fare to go out of the house just to take makeup photos. It was really not worth it. God knew how expensive the taxi fare was in B City, therefore, she had to earn back the taxi fare. Xian, how much money do you owe? I really have to hand it to you. This was the first time that Hanyu had met a money-grubbing celebrity like Xian. She loved money so much that she even wanted to pay for makeup photos. She was really weird. What does this have to do with owing money? Why don't you reimburse me for the taxi fare? Amidst the bickering and ridicule, the friendship between Hanyu and Xian became deeper and more genuine. After confirming the time and location for the makeup photos with Hanyu, Xian hung up the phone. Then, Xian began to think about how to take a good look at the makeup photos. She had never been a celebrity before, so she really didn't know how to take the makeup photos. She looked down at Xianxia. Ever since she bought a children's laptop for her son, he had stopped reading comic books. Instead, he was playing on his computer every day. Xian pondered for a while and said with some confusion. Xiaoxing, how do you think the photos will look good? She didn't like taking photos before, and after the apocalypse, she didn't need to take photos at all. Now, she didn't even know how to take a normal photo, let alone a set photo. Xiaoxing, who was playing on the computer, immediately raised his head after hearing Xian's question. His big watery eyes looked at Xian without blinking, then he muttered with an innocent face. Mom, do you want to take photos? If it's mom who takes photos, it will look good no matter what. Hearing the little guy's answer, Xian shook her head in amusement. She muttered in her heart, my dear son, even if I fart, this kid will say it smells good. Asking him this kind of question is tantamount to asking a waste of time. Should I search online? So, Xian rubbed the little guy's fluffy head, turned around, sat in front of the computer table, and opened her own laptop. Pa. After entering her question and pressing the enter key, Xian saw an answer with the most likes. Question, how do I take photos that look good no matter what? Answer, she has a face so beautiful that it angers the heavens. Pfft. After seeing this answer, Xian burst out laughing. She raised her hand, touched her cheek, and muttered in her heart, then my face should be completely fine, right? If Hanyu heard Xian's words, he would definitely be speechless. In the past, he didn't think that there would be people who were beautiful without knowing it, but Xian was definitely beautiful without knowing it. However, Xian's situation was different from ordinary people. Before the apocalypse, she was originally an ordinary girl with an ordinary appearance, an ordinary personality, and everything about her was very ordinary. In fact, subconsciously, she felt a little inferior because she was so ordinary. After the apocalypse, after she obtained the ability to change her appearance, her initial joy turned into disgust. She really didn't have the self-awareness of a great beauty. Often, she even thought of herself as the ordinary Xian before the apocalypse. Therefore, as a superstar, she actually didn't know what to do. However, her temperament, which had been tempered by the apocalypse, prevented her from showing it at all. Instead, she appeared very domineering. It shouldn't be a problem, as it turned out, Xian was definitely overthinking. When Xian arrived at the studio where she had arranged to meet Hanyu the next day, her appearance simply stunned everyone. Oh my god! Is this also a guest on your show? When Ai Luan, a photographer from a certain fashion magazine who was more famous in the circle for taking photos of young men and young women, saw Xian, he was simply stunned. Yeah, don't you know her? Hanyu saw that Ai Luan was looking at Xian with a face full of surprise, as if he didn't know Xian at all, so he was a little surprised and asked. Ah? Who is she? Ai Luan originally thought that Xian was a newcomer who hadn't debuted yet and had been discovered by Hanyu. When he heard Hanyu's words, he was immediately stunned. It doesn't make sense. If she had already debuted, there's no reason why I wouldn't know her. After all, she looks so unforgettable. Hearing such high praise from Ai Luan, who had always been picky, Hanyu felt even more emotional. Xian's face was really invincible. However, Hanyu looked at Xian, who slowly walked in from the door, and was a little shocked in his heart. After not seeing Xian for a while, compared to the last time he saw her, she seemed to have become a lot more beautiful. Old Han, who the hell is she? As Xian walked closer and closer, her breathtakingly beautiful face became clearer and clearer. Ai Luan's heart, which hadn't throbbed in a long time, thumped. Thumping. Following Xian's footsteps, his heart thumped heavily. She's Xian. When Hanyu said this name, Ai Luan was first stunned, then, impossible, are you kidding me? I've seen Xian before. She's not as beautiful as she is. Hey! That's Xian's son. Hanyu pursed his lips and pointed at the little boy in Xian's hand. At this moment, Ai Luan finally saw the muse who had stunned him with her simple white shirt and light-colored jeans. She was actually holding a little kid's hand? Xian! Over here. When he heard Hanyu call his muse Cheyenne, Alan felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he could only feel a rumbling sound. This place is too far away. Xian held Xiaoxingchen's hand and walked in front of Hanyu. She began to complain that the studio was too far away from where she lived. Just the taxi fare alone cost her a lot of money. Okay, I'll pick you up next time. Is that okay? Hanyu, who had seen Xian's miserly side, shook his head helplessly. You'll keep your word. Pick me up next time. Xian didn't hold back at all. She immediately made a decision. Ai Luan, who had originally treated Xian as his muse, felt that the elegant and otherworldly goddess image in his mind had collapsed in an instant after hearing Xian's words. Let me introduce you. This is Ai Luan, the photographer who will be taking the photos for our show. Hanyu looked at Ai Luan, who was looking at Xian in confusion. He glanced at AI Luan suspiciously before introducing the two of them. AI Luan, this is our show's guest, Xian H. Hello. Xian's personality didn't match her appearance at all. She was very down-to-earth. But, Xian had a face that was so beautiful that it was beyond the bounds of the human world, therefore, when AI Luan faced Xian, he acted like a young boy who had just entered puberty. He was a little nervous. Hello, I'll have to trouble you to take beautiful photos for me today. Otherwise, I won't be able to get paid. Xian shook AI Luan's hand very solemnly as she spoke very seriously. AI Luan and Han Yu were both stunned when they heard Xian's words. However, Han Yu was stunned because Xian really took his joke seriously. How much money did he have to be so short of money? Was she still a female celebrity? AI Luan was stunned because, what should he do? He felt that his goddess's straightforward and silly look was a little cute. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it my all. I'll take beautiful photos for you. AI Luan nodded seriously at Xian and spoke very seriously. Han Yu thought, are these two idiots? AI Luan was a man of his word. Originally, he had only wanted to help a friend take some photos casually. However, after meeting Xian, he decided to take out his special skills and swore to take beautiful photos of his goddess. Of these two people, one had heaven-defying looks, while the other had superb photography skills. No one knew that the effect of the combination of these two people wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 100. At this moment, no one knew that Xian had made a beautiful comeback just by using this set of photos for the variety show, and it was a very sensational comeback. Xian, let's start then. The following is what the author has to say. He was worried that some readers might not see it as words, so he put it in the main text. The reason why the 11th chapter of the novel was classified as V was because every chapter of 12 Sauce had a word count of 4,000 to 5,000 words. The requirement to be classified as V was to have a word count of at least 50,000 words. Thus, because every chapter of 12 Sauce had a large word count, it was classified as V at the 12th chapter. However, there wasn't much of a difference between chapter 12 and chapter 14, chapter 15, and chapter 16 of other authors. The free word count was about the same. Who would have thought that there would be a little cutie reader who would be disgusted by entering V at the 12th chapter? At that time, 12 Sauce had also wanted to break the record for the earliest entry into V. Otherwise, 12 Sauce could have split the 5,000 word chapter into 2 chapters, and then entered V in 7 or 8 chapters. Alright, his bad taste had killed him. He hoped that the little cuties could understand. Sigh, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, really, the number of free chapters is about the same as those of other famous authors. /I won't be in bad taste next time. QAQ, oh my god. So beautiful. So cool. How can there be someone with such a good figure? Xian changed into the costume for the movie Come Challenger. After the first zombie siege-themed costumes were released, the sound of people sucking in breaths and whispering kept ringing in their ears. Compared to the reaction of the other staff members, Cheyenne's reaction was, what kind of costume is this? Wearing this kind of costume for the apocalypse theme? I'm afraid I'll be bitten to death by the zombies. Looking at herself in the mirror wearing a camouflage short-sleeved shirt and black leather shorts, Xian's eyes almost rolled to the sky. The costume was beautiful and handsome, but who would wear this kind of costume in the apocalypse? Did she think that she had lived too long? She had no defense at all. If she was accidentally touched by a zombie, she would be infected by the zombie virus. Although Xian was complaining about her costume in her heart, she also understood that celebrities were always so exaggerated when shooting movies and taking photos. Therefore, Xian walked out of the dressing room wearing the clothes that she was extremely dissatisfied with. The moment Xian walked out of the dressing room, he received a lot of astonished gazes from the crowd. Maybe it was because Xian's US dollar fingers from the apocalypse were easy to use, or maybe the original host's figure was good to begin with, but after changing into the mini crop top and black leather shorts, Xian's figure was perfectly displayed in front of everyone. Her slender white legs, her slender waist, and her slim body were fine, but Xian's body was the kind that looked thin with clothes on, but was extremely muscular without clothes. Her curves made everyone blush and their hearts beat faster. Her lethality didn't differentiate between men and women. Coupled with her innocent and pure face, it was simply explosive damage. She was simply a stunner among stunners. I don't like this costume. Xian walked in front of Han Yu and directly expressed her dissatisfaction. It was fine if the costume was revealing, but the key was the apocalypse theme. Using such a costume was really... What Xian didn't expect was that this costume wasn't for her at all. Wrong, this costume isn't yours. Han Yu was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw Xian in this extremely sexy and flirtatious themed outfit. This costume was originally given to the female streamer other than Xia and among the 6 guests. It was custom-made according to the style and size of the female streamer. Who would have thought that Xian would wear it wrong? What was even more unexpected was that with Xia's pure and innocent style, she could actually wear this theme suit so well. It was simply beyond his expectations. If it wasn't for Xia's obvious expression that she didn't like the costume, Han Yu would have thought that it would be good to take a set of photos by mistake. Huh? Wrong? Xian glanced at the clothes on her body and said somewhat speechlessly. Then ask the staff to give it to me, I'll go change. Just as Xian turned around and wanted to go back to the dressing room to change, Ai Luan, who had been silent all this time, stopped Xian and wait, your costume is not bad, I'll take a few photos first. Hearing Ai Luan say this, Xian was just about to say a few words of protest, but Ai Luan had already picked up the camera and took a few photos. Okay, go and change your clothes. Before Xian could react, Ai Luan had already taken the photos. So fast? Can it be taken well? Xian looked at Ai Luan with a dumbfounded expression. Is it so easy to take a photo for a celebrity like her? The photographer just casually took a few photos and didn't even have to pose. She thought it would be difficult to take this kind of photo and was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it well because she hadn't been a celebrity before. You're good looking, you'll look good no matter what. Ai Luan looked at Xian with a smile and teased her. Hearing Ai Luan say this, Xian couldn't help but think of the answer she searched on the computer yesterday. Okay, sure enough, whether a photo is difficult or not all depends on the face. A good face can see through everything. Xian went back to the dressing room again. This time, she received a set of clothes that made her even more speechless. A sailor suit? Looking at herself in the mirror, wearing a cute white sailor suit, Xian felt like she wasn't taking a photo for an outdoor competition reality show. She looked like she was cosplaying a female character in an otaku game. She wore a white shirt with her name embroidered on it, a gray checkered bow, and a similar checkered knee-length pleated skirt. Coupled with a small daisy hairpin fixed to her right ear, this didn't look like a survival game at all. It was clearly a child's role-playing game. Of course, the scariest thing was that her body was already that of a child's mother, yet she was still wearing a school uniform? Excuse me. Are you kidding me? Xian, who was full of complaints, appeared in front of the public again in this themed outfit. The lethality of this outfit was even greater than the previous one. If the previous outfit was a sexy little devil, then this outfit was a pure and holy little angel. Xian's pure and innocent face, with the support of this sailor suit, was simply off the charts. Just by standing there, she made people feel that she was so beautiful and pure, purifying the whole person. Although the previous outfit also looked good, this one suits you better. Han Yu said with satisfaction after seeing Xian put on her own themed outfit. Although the photo shoot hadn't started yet, just by looking at Xian's outfit, one could already imagine how big of a reaction it would cause when Xian's photos were posted on the internet. But I don't think this outfit suits any model or theme. Xian pulled at her long hair in disgust and said with some dissatisfaction. Although she knew that this was a photo shoot, it didn't conform to the market conditions of the apocalypse. Not only did she wear light-colored clothes that couldn't withstand dirt, but she also had to wear disheveled hair. Also, since it's an apocalypse theme, have you ever seen people dress up so cleanly in the apocalypse? Also. As a result, Cheyenne, who had returned from the apocalypse and was very experienced, started to complain about a lot of unreasonable things. Listening to Xian's complaints, Han Yu and the other crew members were amused by Xian. Haha, Xian, are you a biochemist fan? Why are you so particular? Although Han Yu said this, she was indeed touched by Xian's words. Han Yu felt that Xian's words were very reasonable, so she waved her hand and decided to simply change this apocalypse-themed photo shoot into 2 versions. One was the pre-apocalypse photo shoot, and the other was the post-apocalypse photo shoot. Everyone was fighting for survival in the bloody and cruel version of the photo shoot. After making this decision, Ai Luan first took the pre-apocalypse photo shoot for Xian. Because Xian's appearance leaned towards the innocent side, there was no need for Xian to do anything when filming the clean and blissful feeling before the apocalypse. She only needed to stand there quietly, and it was already a clean and happy scene before the apocalypse. Soon, Ai Luan finished shooting the first version. However, when shooting the second version of the photo shoot, Ai Luan felt that this version would be very difficult for Xian. While Xian was doing her makeup, Ai Luan's mind was full of thinking about how to guide Xian to shoot the post-apocalyptic and cruel feeling. However, what no one expected was that when Xian appeared in front of everyone after changing her makeup, her entire aura changed in an instant. From the original pure and innocent girl, she instantly transformed into a dark girl who had experienced the cruel apocalypse. Her entire face was expressionless, and her eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Perhaps it was because of her makeup and style, but Xian's entire body seemed to be exuding a murderous aura. Looking at Xian like this, it simply frightened everyone. What did this visible change mean? It meant acting skills. Only acting skills could change a person's aura in an instant, but Xian, this face actress, did it. How could this not shock everyone? Just as everyone was thinking that they really had a deep misunderstanding about Xian, they thought to themselves, "You're right." However, what no one knew was that this was the real Xian. Whether it was the pure face or the carefree and straightforward personality, in fact, it was not the real Xian. The real Xian would only appear in the post-apocalyptic world. Because of this, Ai Luan did not have to rack his brains to think of how to help Xian get into character to take the set of makeup photos. He only needed to pick up the camera and capture Xian's most perfect expression. However, Ai Luan did not know that Xian's acting was simply too good. When he picked up the camera and pointed it at Xian, he felt that, the F***ck, it was so good no matter how he looked at it. Gotcha. Gotcha. Unknowingly, Ai Luan had already finished shooting a roll of film. Okay. This pose is very good. This expression is great. Perfect. By the time they finished shooting the set of makeup photos, half a day had already passed. In the end, just as Xian was about to go berserk from all the shooting, Ai Luan finally announced that they were done with the shoot. As soon as he heard that it was over, Xian quickly went to the changing room to remove his makeup and change back into his own clothes. "I'm starving to death." After Xian changed back into his own clothes, he felt that he had to eat a good meal to reward himself for working so hard. "Xian, I wonder if you're interested in shooting a magazine?" Just as Xian was thinking about where to take the little guy to eat later, he heard Ai Luan's voice in his ear. "Shooting a magazine?" "That's right, Xian. I want you to be my exclusive model." If it were an ordinary starlet, he would have been ecstatic to accept Ai Luan's invitation. However, "Xian, how much are you paying me?" "I'm very expensive." "Xian, I've already said that I'm not cheap at all. P.S. I'm asking for nutrient solutions every day. Little cuties who don't have nutrient solutions. Hurry up and give me a little red flower, 2 points, comment, hashtag carrot carrot hashtag, to praise me. Chirp 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 equals 3 equals finally, I saw a little cutie saying that it's the first time I've seen such a short V, 2333, because each chapter of 12 sauce has a lot of words. And 12 sauce has a bit of a bad taste in wanting to break the record, he. I'm very expensive. When Ai Luan heard this, he was stunned. As a photographer with a bit of fame in the industry, there were many celebrities who wanted to take photos with him. Even the A-list celebrities with a higher status would give him some face. Not to mention, he just asked Xian to be his exclusive model and invited her to shoot for the country's largest fashion magazine. In the end, not only was this girl not happy, but her focus was all on money? For a while, Ai Luan didn't know what to say. After all, the celebrities who wanted him to take photos would pay him, and the average fashion magazine wouldn't pay him a lot of remuneration. After all, a bunch of celebrities would fight to be in a fashion magazine, even if they had to pay. As for the remuneration that the magazine could give, it was really, very little. Generally speaking, whether it was a big celebrity or a small celebrity, they didn't care about this little bit of money. They only cared about getting exposure in the magazine. Looking at Cheyenne's face that didn't seem to be joking at all, Aaron could only ask dryly. How expensive? Looking at Xiao'an's beautiful face, Ai Luan felt that even if the price was high, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, this face really gave him inspiration. The annual HS International Photography Award competition was about to begin. When he was shooting Xiao'an's apocalypse-themed clothes, he suddenly had a set of inspirations in his mind. A set of inspirations that could only be shot with Xiao'an as a model. Although he was now a relatively famous photographer in the domestic entertainment industry, his ambition was more than that. He wanted to become a famous international photographer in the world. "How much are you going to pay me?" What Xiao'an said just now was just a casual remark. In fact, she didn't understand the situation of celebrities taking photos in the entertainment industry. Therefore, she threw the question back to Ai Luan. She also thought in her heart that if Ai Luan's remuneration was okay, then she would take a photo. Anyway, after today's photo shoot, she felt that taking a photo was really a simple matter. Sure enough, taking a photo was a complete idiot mode. She just had to stand there. Actually, generally speaking, celebrities don't get paid much for taking photos in magazines. Everyone usually takes photos for magazines to promote themselves. Moreover, many celebrities who took photos for magazine covers didn't get paid at all. It was just because their sponsors asked them to take photos for publicity. Of course, if she could appear on the cover of a magazine, even if she was an A-list celebrity, she would still be willing to pay for it. Not to mention those B and C-list celebrities. They would even spend money to do it. Therefore, Ai Luan didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only tell Xiao'an the truth. When Xiao'an heard Ai Luan's honest words, she was shocked. "You mean you don't get paid for the photos?" "That's about it. We just reimburse the celebrities for their food, accommodation, and transportation. The remuneration is basically tens of millions." After hearing Ai Luan's words, Xiao'an said decisively. "Sorry, I refuse. A few thousand? 10,000? It would be gone after a few meals." Seeing that Xiao'an really refused, Ai Luan instantly understood Xiao'an's attributes. He remembered that when Xiao'an first appeared, she complained about the expensive bus fare and asked Hanyu to pick her up in the future. Ai Luan felt that he seemed to know how to seduce Xiao'an to become his exclusive model. 400,000. 400,000 to buy you out to be my exclusive model. Xiao'an, who was about to turn and leave, stopped in her tracks when she heard 400,000. 400,000. Buy out? What do you mean? Seeing that Xiao'an stopped in her tracks and looked back at him, Ai Luan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his method was successful. He really didn't expect this. Xiao'an, who looked so otherworldly, actually had such a down-to-earth heart. She was actually a money grubber. It was simply degrading her temperament. It didn't match the looks of a goddess at all. However, he was quite glad that Xiao'an had such a money grubber attribute, otherwise, he probably wouldn't know how to convince this goddess. It's like this. In 2 months, there will be an international photography competition. I want to participate in that competition, and the subject is you. If the two of us win first place, then the prize money we will receive will be as high as 800,000 yuan. The prize money was nothing compared to the fame of winning first place. Ai Luan cared more about winning first place than the prize money. If he won first place in the international photography competition, then the benefits he would receive would be more than 800,000 yuan. Similarly, if Xiao'an won first place as his model, then it would definitely increase Xiao'an's value by a few notches. If she was lucky, she might even be favored by the international fashion and entertainment industry. She might even get opportunities and resources that other stars couldn't get even if they wanted to. However, what if you don't win first place? Then I would be your model for nothing. Xiao'an placed all her attention on the money. Seeing that Xiao'an didn't seem to know that this wasn't an opportunity for her, Ai Luan sighed helplessly. Why did he feel that this girl didn't seem like a celebrity at all? Ai Luan really didn't expect that he would be telling the truth. Of course, Xiao'an had never been a celebrity before. Of course, she didn't know about the benefits Ai Luan was thinking about. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao'an had no intention of continuing to be a celebrity in the entertainment industry. I think that as long as you are willing to be my model, and with my photography skills, I believe that you will win. If we work together perfectly, we will definitely win first place. AI Lewin said confidently. He had been a photographer for many years. If he didn't have a good eye for people, then he would have taken so many photos for nothing. With Xian's face, coupled with his concept and creativity, he believed that they would definitely win the first place in the HS International Photography Competition, which had never been won by a Chinese person before. It would be the first time. They would become the first Chinese to win first place in the HS International Photography Competition. However, after AI Lewin said this with confidence, Xian's reaction was, what if? You know, it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be so sure about everything. In an instant, a basin of cold water was poured over AI Lewin's head. So, let's talk about practical issues. Xian had always ignored people who talked big. They would talk about the future in the future. Living in the present, living in this moment, was the most important thing. How much money can you earn in the future if you work with me? What can I give you? These were all nonsense. Anyway, she was just so practical. So practical. How about this, Xian, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan in advance as a deposit. Before you win the award, I'll pay you to take photos for you. Let's calculate based on 10,000 yuan per set of photos. After you win the award, I'll pay you 400,000 yuan. What do you think? When he said this, AI Lewin was actually a little helpless. For a photographer of his level to take photos for others, he would be paid by others. Moreover, his photography fees were not low at all. In fact, no matter how much money those small-time celebrities gave him, he wouldn't take any photos. But now, he had actually bumped into such a difficult person like Xian. Not only did this person not care about him at all, but he even asked him for payment. If word got out, no one in the industry would believe it. Hanyu, patting shoulder, no, I believe it. When Xian heard AI Lewin's words, his emotionless black eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if countless stars had fallen into Xian's eyes, shining brightly as he looked at AI Lewin. Are you telling the truth? It was just a photo shoot. How could there be such a good thing? If he really won first place, wouldn't it be more profitable than participating in a variety show? And it would save him a lot of effort. It's true. When AI Lewin saw Xian's money-grubbing look, he suddenly realized that even if a person was vulgar and money-grubbing, he was still very beautiful. If it was an ugly person standing in front of him, he would probably feel disgusted looking at him, but Xian's money-grubbing look made Alan feel that, oh my. He's simply too cute. So cute. However, Xian's next sentence pulled AI Lewin back to reality. Alright then, hurry up and draft a contract. Also, before you sign the contract, transfer the 100,000 yuan deposit to my card. Xian was very realistic as he spoke to AI Lewin. Hee. I really didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain from taking a photo shoot. Sure enough, bargaining and acting mysterious was the right thing to do. Look. Now, she could earn so much just by taking a photo. She was really too quick-witted. Oh yeah, since we're working together, let's exchange phone numbers. Once the contract is done, you can call me. Okay. Before AI Lewin could finish speaking, he heard Xian speak again. Call me if you need anything, don't call me if you don't need anything. I charge for calling. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you if I call you. Alan only felt that he was in a mess in the wind. As a well-known photographer, he really felt that in front of Xian, he had no self-esteem at all as a photographer who was begged by others to take photos. Xian, who had received an unexpected windfall, happily exchanged phone numbers and walked out. When Xian saw that Hanyu was still in the studio, he smiled and walked over. Xian walked in front of Hanyu and stood still. He then reached out his hand to Hanyu. What are you doing? Hanyu looked at Xian, who was standing in front of him, and asked in confusion. Give me money. It's the remuneration for the photo shoot. Xian asked Hanyu for money as if it was only natural. Hanyu really didn't expect Xian to take this matter seriously. Who in the entertainment industry didn't know that there was no pay for taking styling photos for signed programs or movies? It was a voluntary shoot. Are you trying to go back on your word? Let me tell you, my photos are expensive. That AI Luan, who took photos of me, cost me 10,000 yuan per photo shoot. When Han Yu heard Xian's words, he felt like he was hallucinating. AI Luan took photos of Xian and gave Xian money? 10,000 yuan per photo shoot? This is crazy. However, what Xian said next made Han Yu even more. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since we're friends, I'll give you a discount. I only took 2 sets of photos today, so you can give me 18,888 yuan. When Han Yu heard the figure of 18,888, he realized that Xian was no longer a Scrooge. He had evolved into a cheapskate. Then shouldn't I thank you? Han Yu was a little amused. This was the first time he met such a stingy celebrity. He didn't even let go of 10,000 yuan. No need to thank me. We're friends, right? Xian looked at Han Yu with a smile. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. His attitude was incomparably calm. It was as if it was a matter of course to take photos and receive money. I'll take my leave first. Remember to transfer the payment to my bank account. With that said, Xian held the hand of the little guy who had been waiting obediently in the studio for her photo shoot and left happily. Xiaoxing, let's go. Mommy will take you to a big meal to celebrate. We made money again. Wow. Mommy is awesome. Hee, it's okay. It's mainly because there are more rich people now. Aya, a peaceful world is still the most comfortable. There are so many rich people. It's so easy to earn money. This made her think of a saying. Stupid people have a lot of money. Come quickly. Xian, who had easily earned another sum of money, didn't hesitate to take her obedient son to an expensive seafood restaurant and eat an extravagant seafood meal. Because the seafood in that restaurant was too delicious, Xian couldn't control herself and ate 5 servings of seafood. It wasn't until the 6th serving that Xian realized what was going on. Wait a minute. If she ate so much, wouldn't she become prettier again? In her nervousness, Xian asked Xiaoxing, who was sitting next to her and had already finished eating. Xiaoxing, do you think mommy has become prettier again? The little guy blinked and then said seriously. Mommy has always been pretty. No, mommy is asking you. Do you think mommy seems to be prettier after eating? Xian looked at Xiaoxing eagerly and wailed in her heart. As a foodie who had been lacking food since the apocalypse, how could she control her appetite? Although the little guy was only 5 years old, he was smart and already understood what Xian's question meant. The little guy looked at Xian very seriously and then shook his head obediently. Mommy doesn't seem to have become prettier this time. Hearing the little guy's words, Xian suddenly became a little excited. She seemed to have discovered something. Hurriedly, Xian took out a mirror from her bag. As a result, after looking at herself for a long time, Xian realized that she really didn't seem to have become prettier. Seafood, low calorie, could it be that she wouldn't become prettier after eating seafood? Xian, who had obtained such a conclusion, was suddenly ecstatic. So, waiter. Give me 3 servings of steamed crab. While eating the steamed crab, Xian began to calculate. Although she preferred food with a strong taste, the authentic food of this seafood restaurant was really delicious. Whether it was the ingredients, condiments, or the chef, they were all top-notch. Even someone like her who liked to eat strong, spicy, and fried food loved the food of this restaurant very much. Most importantly, it wouldn't make her prettier. The only drawback was that it was too expensive. Anyway, it was one of the most expensive restaurants she had ever eaten in. However, as long as the food of this restaurant didn't make her prettier, it didn't matter. After finishing all the seafood dishes, Xian touched her flat belly with satisfaction. This meal was really satisfying. Mom, are you a big eater? Xiaoxing, who had watched Xian finish the seafood meal for 10 people, asked blankly. Although Xiaoxing knew that his fairy mother had a big appetite, he had never seen Xian eat so much before. And this time, Xian really ate a lot. Big eater? I guess so. Xian felt that her stomach should be like a black hole. No matter how much she ate, she wouldn't feel bloated at all. No, I think Mom can eat more than those big eater who live on the internet. The little guy blinked and muttered softly. Xian, who had sharp ears, immediately heard the little guy's words. Online live? Big eater? Suddenly, Xiaoan's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized that in a peaceful world, she still had a skill that could make a living, and that was making food broadcasts. Her black hole stomach was like a bottomless pit. Wasn't it born for her to make food broadcasts? He. She remembered that before the end of the world, it was quite profitable to make food broadcasts. Thinking that she also had a skill to make a living, Xiaoan smiled happily again. Today was really a good day. She really didn't expect that she could make so much money now. In the future, she wouldn't have to worry about money at all, even if she didn't want to be a star, even if she couldn't make money by running a training class, she could still make money by doing food broadcasts. Moreover, she could eat and make money at the same time. She could make money just by sitting at home and eating. This money was simply too easy to earn. Son. Mom is happy. In order to reward you, we. Before the excited Xiaoan finished speaking, she was interrupted by the little guy. Mom, don't tell me you still want to eat. You've already eaten a lot. Eating too much is not good for your health. Although the little guy saw that his fairy mother was fine after eating a lot of food, this child was still very worried about Xiaoan's health. Haha, Mom isn't going to reward you with a big meal again. Instead, I'm taking you to the night market to digest your food. Last time, I saw that you liked to catch small fish. This time, let's go fishing again, okay? Strangely enough, last time Xiaoan took the little guy to the night market to catch small goldfish, none of them died. It simply surprised Xiaoan. After all, this kind of fish was really delicate. But what she didn't expect was that after catching them for so long, none of them had died. Okay. As soon as he heard that they were going to the night market last time, the little guy's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that he really liked to catch small goldfish with Xiaoan. Therefore, Xiaoan, who was in a good mood, took the little guy who was also very happy and left happily. In the seafood restaurant of the owner, who was also very happy. After arriving at the night market, it was still crowded and brightly lit, just like last time. Looking at the bustling night market, because she had been here last time, this time Xiaoan took the little guy's hand and played the entertainment that she didn't have time to play last time. Dolls, balloons, shooting, virtual 3D. This time, Xiaoan took the little guy to play more crazily. It wasn't until the little guy's face was red and his forehead was sweating that Xiaoan ended today's trip. You must be tired. Then let's take a walk and go home by car. Xiaoan wiped the fine beads of sweat on the little guy's forehead and said with a smile. Okay. The little fellow nodded heavily, his face brimming with a very happy smile. At this time, he no longer cared about the fact that his family abandoned him. He was now very glad that his former father had found out that he was not his biological son. Fortunately, that family had abandoned him. Otherwise, how could he meet his fairy mother? Holding the little guy's hand, Xiaoan and the little guy each held a cotton candy in their hands. While walking, they licked the cotton candy that looked like clouds. The degree of happiness was simply full. Just when Xiaoan was about to walk out of the night market, she glanced casually and saw a familiar jade pendant again. Double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant? Xiaoan lowered her head and looked at the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant hanging around her neck, and then looked at the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant on a stall not far away. What was going on? Puzzled, Xiaoan took the little guy's hand and walked to the stall. Looking at the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant on the stall, Xiaoan stuffed the cotton candy into the little guy's hand and picked up the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant that was very similar to the one on her neck. After holding it in her hand, Xiaoan found that this double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant was exactly the same as the one she bought. Boss, you've been running a stall here for 10 years, haven't you? Taking a deep breath, Xiaoan asked in a deep voice. Eh? Miss, how did you know? I don't think I've seen you before. The stall owner looked at Xiaoan in surprise. And Xiaoan did not expect that her random guess was actually true. Your jade pendant. How much is it? Miss, I've been selling this jade pendant for so many years, but I haven't been able to sell it. I think this jade pendant is destined to be with you. If you like it, just give me 2 yuan and 50 cents. Hearing the stall owner's words, Xiaoan was instantly stunned. Damn, it seemed like this jade pendant was the female lead's golden finger? Then what was her jade pendant? A fake? A fake? But the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant that she bought was also very useful. It could really nourish one's body. After wearing it for so many days, she and Xiaoxing's bodies had become much healthier and stronger. What the hell was this? Why were there two stalls selling the same jade pendant in the same night market? Oh, no, why was it so easy to buy a golden finger in this night market? And there were two of them? What the hell was going on? If Xiao's sister was here, she would definitely tell her that there were indeed two golden fingers in this novel. But these two golden fingers were for the female lead to choose. There were indeed two double dragon playing with pearl jade pendants, and they were indeed identical in appearance. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that the pearl in the middle of the two jade pendants was somewhat different. One of them was a pure white pearl, while the other was stained with some blood. As for the female lead of the novel, Xianxia, she chose the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant, which was stained with blood and was somewhat evil. But of course, this wasn't the female lead's choice, but the author's intentional arrangement. Soon, Xian also discovered the difference between this jade pendant and the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant that she bought. The pearl seemed a little different. Xian looked at the pearl that was stained with blood and immediately came to a conclusion. Although she didn't understand why there were two golden fingers, she knew one thing. Something that was stained with blood. It must be very unlucky. It definitely wasn't as good as her pure jade pendant. Originally, Xian wanted to buy this jade pendant for her son to wear, but after seeing the blood, she immediately gave up. Forget it, she'd better leave it for Xianxia. She and the little guy should safely use the same jade pendant. Therefore, Xian didn't take another look at the double dragon playing with pearl jade pendant that was stained with blood. She held her obedient son's hand and left. After getting into the car, Xian quickly brought the little guy home. After preparing a change of clothes for the little guy, Xian opened her laptop and searched for the food streaming market in this world. After searching for a while, Xian was surprised to find that the streamers and internet celebrities in this world were more developed and marketable than in her previous world. Xian was even more tempted by this. After watching a wave of internet celebrities hosting food streaming, Xian's confidence suddenly increased greatly. You ask why her confidence increased greatly? Humph. Of course, it was because those so-called internet celebrities couldn't compete with Xian in food streaming. TSK. She can become a food streamer just by eating so little? Just this little bit of food isn't enough to make her beautiful. After picking and choosing for a while, Xian felt that it would be too unfair for her stomach if she didn't make money from food streaming. Looks like God gave me such a stomach just to make a mukbang, Xian said with great emotion. Lowering his head, Xian touched his flat abdomen. My stomach, I'll be relying on you to make money in the future. When she thought about how she would have countless small amounts of money in her pocket just by eating at home, Xian felt extremely satisfied. Her life was complete. Just as Xian was looking at how to register for food streaming and what else she needed to prepare, she didn't know that she might become popular before she could even join the food streaming industry. Moreover, she would be the unlucky one who was unwittingly caught in the crossfire and became popular for no reason. Lucky? Lucky, smiling. I'm the hottest bee. I went for a makeup shoot today and was praised by the staff for being too beautiful. Everyone, help me take a look. What does my new look like? Am I the most beautiful female guest on the show? Covered smile. JPG, photo, here's the second watch. This is a very thick and long chapter of the second generation mushroom. Little cuties, quickly give me a little red flower to praise me. As for the third watch and fourth watch, I think it'll be a little late because there's a series next to 12 sauces. HuAQ has updated here and I'm going to write the update over there. HuAQ, so the third watch will be a little late. The fourth watch will probably be in the wee hours of the morning. But don't worry, little cuties. Although the second watch will be late, it won't be absent. P.S. A wave of advertising for myself. 12 sauce is already fat and will soon be transmigrated into a new article when a heartthrob is forced to transmigrate into a horror movie. Welcome to C, #carrot. Carrot hashtag, seeing that 12 sauce is so hardworking, quickly give me a little red flower to praise me and give me a nutrient solution. Give 12 sauces author column a wave of bookmarks greater than over equal to asterisk ops. Daily request for nutrient solution little cuties, if you have nutrient solution, please feed me. I'm in the middle of a competition and I love watering the adorable 12 sauce. Chirp chirp chirp, lastly, I'm busy typing. The red packets from the previous chapter, I'll send them to the little cuties after I finish typing today. Xiao, I'm the hottest V. I went for a makeup shoot today and was praised by the staff for being too beautiful. Everyone, help me take a look. What does my new look like? Am I the prettiest female guest on the show? Photo, Xiao, I'm the most popular. Her real name was Xiao. Although she was young, she dared to say anything. Among the female broadcasters on the internet, she could be considered the most popular female broadcasters. She was also the #1 streamer supported by Crooked Fish Streaming. Because of the huge amount of resources used to support this young female streamer who was not more than 18 years old, and because this female streamer was indeed capable, this streamer's #1 streamer now had a lot of fans and popularity. She also began to smoothly transition into the entertainment industry. However, generally speaking, the transition of female streamers into the entertainment industry was not very smooth. Even Xiao, the #1 streamer, was the same. Fortunately, the higher-ups of Crooked Fish Streaming favored this streamer's #1 streamer, so they also put in a lot of effort to support her. This time, in the Challenger. Among the only 2 female guests, one of the spots was given to Xiao. And the makeup photo she posted this time was not any other photo. It was the Challenger. In the zombie siege-themed costume. Beautiful face, sexy and explosive clothing, and a capable style immediately attracted the attention of countless fans. Xiaoxia's fans were all cheering on Weibo. Their idol's style was simply too beautiful. However, very quickly, the sharp-eyed netizens noticed that Xiaoxia's style was probably the Challenger. Makeup photo from the first episode of the zombie-themed show. This time, it was amazing. Originally, the Challenger popularity was used by Su Jinyang. Moreover, it had just become popular, and the popularity had not yet subsided. On the contrary, because of the Challenger mysterious, and not a single piece of information was revealed, it made many netizens even more curious about this show. And among these curious netizens, were the other guests who were paired with Su Jinyang. Therefore, when Xiao posted this Weibo post, it had to be said that she wanted to ride on Su Jinyang's popularity. Goddess Xiao is so beautiful. This look is simply too beautiful. Xiao's figure is amazing. Saliva. My Xiao is definitely the most beautiful female guest on the show. There is no other. Goddess Xiao has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. She's the epitome of the phrase, Goddess Xiao. That's awesome. Wow. Don't tell me this photo is from the show Su Jinyang participated in, come on. Challenger. Was it the final makeup photo? I remember come on. Challenger. The theme of the first episode seems to be related to zombies, and I heard that one of the female guests seems to be an internet celebrity? Soon, the netizens found out that the photo Xiao posted was the photo of Come On. Challenger. She really was the Come On. Challenger. After one of the female guests appeared, the name of the internet celebrity, Xiao, immediately became a hot topic. In just a short period of time, Xiaoxia's Weibo had gained countless fans. However, there were still many onlookers who expressed their doubts about the most beautiful female guest on the show that Xiao had mentioned in her Weibo post. Therefore, they debated whether Xiao was the most beautiful female guest on the show. In the end, it led to the second Come On. Challenger. Female guest on the show who was the most popular female guest on the show. When it came to the second female guest, everyone kept making guesses. They actually forgot about Xiao, who had just become popular. Xiao did not expect that her Weibo post would let another female guest who had never appeared before take advantage of her. This made her very unhappy. Therefore, she, who had always been very daring, immediately posted a selfie that she had taken in the makeup room. Xiao, I'm the hottest V. I haven't seen the second female guest before, so babies, I don't know who is more beautiful between me and the second female guest. However, One thing I was sure of was that I definitely won in terms of figure. Selfie. As soon as Xiaoxiao's Weibo post was posted, it immediately became a hot topic. This come on. Challenger. The program hadn't even started yet, but the two female guests were already filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiaoxiao's selfie was simply like a provocation to the other female guest on the show. The style itself was very sexy and hot. In the selfie that Xiaoxiao posted, she actually unbuttoned her blouse, revealing half of her breasts. Moreover, her fingers were purposely pulling down her open collar. Just a little bit more and her pink cherry would have been exposed. This kind of photo made countless male netizens exclaim in satisfaction, but the female netizens were a little uncomfortable. But of course, it was undeniable that Xiaoxiao's figure was really good. Even women couldn't help but want to touch that pair of white, tender, and plump little bunnies when they saw them. Therefore, although Xiaoxiao's photo was a little unfashionable, they couldn't help but admit that her figure was really good. Therefore, by selling her body and riding on Su Jinyang's popularity, Xiaoxiao became the most popular contestant besides Su Jinyang before the show was broadcast. Seeing Xiaoxiao selling her body on the internet and riding on his popularity, she was doing very well and attracted a lot of attention. However, she was also hated by some people. Among them, there was one person who was working on the Come On Challenger. She was the assistant makeup artist for the production team. Speaking of which, this assistant didn't hate Xiaoxiao because she was jealous, nor was it because she was Xiaoxiao's fan. It was because this little assistant was a die-hard fan of Su Jinyang's. When this die-hard fan saw how Xiaoxiao was using her idol and riding on his popularity, how could she not be angry and disgusted? Therefore, this little assistant planned to take revenge on this self-righteous and vulgar female host. Humph. What prettiest female guest? What the best female guest? What a joke. The little assistant sneered and took out her phone. Looking at the photo album of the woman who was breathtakingly beautiful and had an explosive figure, the little assistant was very glad that she had secretly used her phone to take such a photo. Although, because it was taken secretly, the photo was a little blurry. But it didn't matter. Even if the photo wasn't very high definition, it could still be seen that this woman's figure and face were much better than that self-righteous and vulgar female host. The most important thing was that after she put on that outfit, she had an inexplicable aura that Xiaoxiao didn't have. Under the little assistant's manipulation, a photo quickly went viral on Weibo. My idol is an old artist, hee. What prettiest female guest? What a joke. What does she mean by at least her figure is the best? Disgusting. Open your dog eyes and see who is the prettiest female guest on the show. P.S. Your figure is so inferior compared to this goddess. Please don't show off next time. Vulgar. Photo, / Xiaoxiao is the most popular. As Xiaoxiao's Weibo was the most popular at the moment, the little assistant didn't post on her own Weibo. Instead, she went to Xiaoxiao's Weibo to reply. Moreover, because this little assistant was also in the entertainment industry, she was very familiar with the situation. If her comment wasn't pushed up, no one would see it at all. Therefore, after she posted it, she specially bought a Weibo-like service. In the shortest time possible, her Weibo post was pushed to the top of the hottest replies. The purchase of this like service was really worth it. Once the comment reached the top of the hottest topics, the little assistant's Weibo exploded. In an instant, there were thousands of comments and replies. F***ck. Who is this great beauty? Her figure is too good. She really is a goddess. Although the photo isn't very clear, it can be seen. The goddess is very beautiful and has a great figure. Her long legs. Her small waist. Ah. Can someone tell me who this goddess is? Originally, I clicked on this to scold the OP, but after seeing the photo. Op. Please tell me who this goddess is. She's too beautiful. Lick the screen. Although I don't know who the goddess is, looking at this photo, this style, and the OP's words, I think this goddess should be the legendary second female guest, right? F***ck. Come on. Challenger. What kind of godly configuration is this? How could they find such a beautiful woman to participate in the show? If this great beauty is really the second female guest of the show, then I will definitely contribute to the ratings. I don't think it's the second female guest, right? This beauty style is exactly the same as Xiaoxiao's. I don't think the production team will let both female guests have the same style, right? Could it be that the production team intends to choose between Xiaoxiao and this great beauty to be the female guest? That's possible. Maybe Xiaoxiao hasn't officially signed a contract with the production team yet. Before Xiaoxiao could be proud of how beautifully she played her hand, she realized that the comments on her Weibo were a little strange. When she clicked on the comments carefully, she saw the popular comment that had been pushed to the top. When she clicked on the photo to take a look, she was completely dumbfounded. F***CK. Who is this woman? Is she here to cause trouble? This was because when Hanyu had asked the guests to come for the photo shoot, they had notified them separately. Therefore, even though the show was about to start filming, the guests were not very clear about who the celebrities they would be collaborating with would be. Therefore, Xiaoxiao had no idea who the other female guest was or what she looked like. However, she was sure that she and the Come On Challenger show had already signed a contract. Moreover, the theme costume was custom-made according to her size, so there was no such thing as the production team choosing one of the two. Therefore, this troublesome Miss Xiaoxiao posted another face-slapping Weibo post. The fragrant third watch mushroom is here. Because it's almost tomorrow, I can only post a shorter chapter first. If it's a 4-day watch, it will combine with the 1-day watch tomorrow. So, little cuties, go to sleep first, I'll come back tomorrow morning. Good night. Mwah equals 3 equals PS, I'm asking for nutrient solution daily. I need nutrient solution for the competition QAQ. Little cuties who don't have nutrient solution, leave me a comment and praise me. #carrot. Carrot #Xiaoxiao I'm the hottest V, hehe, I don't know where this crazy dog came from to cause trouble here. I'm just following the Come Challenger. I've signed the contract, so there's no need to choose one of the two, thanks. Also, the theme costume in my photo was custom-made according to my size by the production team. I don't understand why my clothes were stolen by someone else. She even shamelessly took a photo and sent it to me. Is she trying to gain popularity? Does she think that people won't be able to tell just because she posted a blurry photo and photoshopped her figure? Does she really think that everyone is a fool? Vomit. JPG, it had to be said that Xiaoxiao was only an 18-year-old girl. She was stupid and didn't know how to restrain herself. It would have been better if she hadn't posted this on Weibo. Once she did, the photo of Xia and that the little assistant secretly posted went viral. Originally, only a few thousand people had seen Xia and's photo. Now, after Xiaoxiao specifically mentioned it, the little assistant's Weibo instantly exploded. As for Xia, he became famous with just one photo. #Come Challenger. Mysterious female guest. #the most beautiful apocalyptic goddess. Xia and didn't do any marketing, and Hanyu didn't even know about this trending incident that had just happened. Just like that, no one paid for trending searches or marketing. Xia and's blurry photo went viral for no reason. Countless netizens on the internet were licking Xia and's blurry photo. And there were even people in the photo-retouching world who directly appraised Xia and's photo seriously. In the end, the result of the appraisal was, Chaobin Daily Photoshop V, stand up and refute that female host. After my appraisal, this photo has no traces of Photoshop at all. Also, no matter how you look at this photo, it looks like it was stolen, right? But because the photo's resolution is really too low, I can only fix it to this level of high definition. This photo-retouching world expert was very famous on the internet. Because of his nickname, people on the internet jokingly called him Xiaoxiao. This artist was not only good at retouching, but most importantly, he was an award-winning retoucher. Therefore, when he jumped out and said that Xia and's photo was not photoshopped, everyone believed him. Most importantly, this master even posted a high-definition photo that he had edited. That simply made the entire internet boil over. F***CK. So beautiful? You haven't photoshopped it yet? Please tell me who this beauty is. Oh my god. This great beauty could be called a goddess. No matter how you look at her, she's prettier than that Xiaoxiao. So Xiaoxiao's face and figure really can't compare to her. 23333 and this isn't even a high-definition photo. When Xiaoxiao posted the even more high-definition photo, it completely hyped up Xian's popularity. Although the photo was edited, it wasn't much different from the previous photo. The only difference was that the photo was slightly more high definition. At the very least, his facial features could be seen, therefore, such a high-definition photo was instantly forwarded by countless people. Countless netizens were discussing who this goddess, who wore the same theme clothing as Xiaoxiao and had a similar style. In the end, it even turned into strongly request to replace Xiaoxiao. Let the goddess of doomsday be a guest. There was a huge wave of comments on the internet requesting to replace Xiaoxiao. Compared with the same theme suit, Xiaoxiao lost miserably. Even if it was a super high-definition photo, it couldn't compare to a photo that was taken secretly. This also made many onlookers especially want to see how beautiful the beauty in the photo was in real life. That figure. Those facial features. She could really fight a little too well. As the instigator of this incident, Xiaoxiao was about to explode from anger when she saw how things had turned out this way. Originally, she just wanted to ride on a wave of popularity so that she could pull in more popularity in the show. In the end, she didn't expect that the popularity was caused by her, but it was all F*King taken advantage of by others, and what was even more ridiculous was that the entire internet was now asking the program team to replace her. Fortunately, the contract had been signed long ago. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao would really be scared out of her wits. However, even if the contract was signed, looking at the momentum of the public opinion on the internet today, she still felt a little worried. She was afraid that the program team would rather break the contract and pay the liquidated damages to terminate the contract with her and replace her with the woman in the photo who came from who knows where. Thinking of this, Xiaoxiao quickly posted the last Weibo of the day. Xiaoxiao, I'm the most read V. Today is really an unexpected disaster. I was actually used by others. I don't understand why someone would target a small internet celebrity like me. To be honest, if you are really so beautiful and have such a good figure, don't come to me to ride on my popularity. You're buying marketing and trending searches. You're really rich. Did I provoke you or provoke you? P.S. For the last time, I have already signed with the Challenger. I signed the contract. Then, if you really want my job, you can spend money to buy it. Don't buy marketing accounts and ghostwriters online to stir up trouble and say that you want to replace me. Rolling eyes. JPG, signed. Contract. This Weibo post was so sincere, especially when the contract was posted. It really made some netizens on the internet think that this incident might be a publicity stunt. It was just a photo, but it actually caused such a big commotion. At this time, Xiaoxiao, who was about to explode from anger, bribed ghostwriters and marketing accounts to start the momentum on the internet. She wanted to destroy the woman who dared to ride on her popularity. However, at this time, what Xiaoxiao didn't expect was that the woman didn't ride on her popularity at all. In fact, she didn't even know about this matter. At this time, Xian didn't know that she was on the hot search list again tonight. She had stirred up the entire internet and made it very exciting. She also didn't know that she had inexplicably gained another enemy. At this time, she was still on the internet looking for ways to make a food stream. However, just as she was excitedly preparing to register an account for the live stream, she saw, what? I have to split the income from the gifts I earn with a live stream website. Why? After seeing the clause about the income in the contract, Xian was instantly furious. As stingy as she was, she couldn't stand that she, who had worked hard, casually, to earn money, had to be exploited by someone else for 50% of the income. So, forget it. Let's just take a photo. Xian pursed her lips. She couldn't stand the feeling of being exploited. Not even a single dollar would do. Mom, I'm done showering. Hearing the little girl's voice, Xian turned off the computer, took a change of clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xian completely forgot about her sudden impulse to go to the livestream website to make a food stream. After being exploited for 50% of the income, she completely gave up on the idea. However, she was still thinking in her heart that it would be a pity if she didn't make good use of her good appetite and earn some money or something. After going through those difficult and poor days in the apocalypse, Xian, who had returned to a peaceful world again, really valued money, which could be used to buy anything. Xian, who had transmigrated back, only had one dream in her heart. It wasn't easy to return to a peaceful world. She must cherish this hard-won life. She must make more money. Eat delicious food. Have fun. Shut up and live in a comfortable big house, finally. She would happily die of old age in this world, therefore, Xian's mind was really only filled with the idea of making money and enjoying life. After taking a shower, Xian felt a lot more refreshed. After drying her hair, Xian once again ignored the step of skincare and went straight back to the bedroom. She took off the twin dragons playing with a pearl that had been hanging around her neck. Just as she was about to put the jade pendant on the little fellow's neck, she found that the jade pendant seemed a little different. It doesn't look so much like a cheap plastic fake. Looking at the jade pendant in her hand that had become a little more moist and transparent, Xian thought to herself, jade nourishes everyone, so does jade. This sentence was true. Since she and the little fellow wore this twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant every day, their bodies were getting better little by little. Maybe in the end, this jade would become a very beautiful piece of jade. Thinking of this, Xian chuckled and gently touched the jade pendant in her hand. Good girl, you have to become a good piece of jade. Xian was just joking on a whim. However, what she didn't expect was that there seemed to be a dragon's roar in her mind. It was just like the dragon's roar in her dream. Although the dragon's roar was very soft, Xian still heard it. Could there really be a dragon in this jade? Xian thought about the dream she always dreamed of when she wore it at night and couldn't help but suspect it. However, the strangest thing was that she had asked the little fellow if he also dreamed of a white fog and heard a dragon's roar. However, the little fellow didn't dream of these. It's really strange. After staring at the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant in her hand for a while, Xian couldn't figure out what was going on. Forget it, it's fine as long as it can nourish the body. Shaking her head, Xian didn't think about the jade pendant anymore. She took the jade pendant and walked into the bedroom. She saw that the little fellow was already lying on the bed obediently, eagerly waiting for her to sleep together. Come, mommy will put it on for you. With that, Xian put the jade pendant around the little fellow's neck. The little fellow lowered his head and looked at the jade pendant around his neck. He pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. Good night, mommy. Good boy, good night. After turning off the wall lamp, darkness once again enveloped the spacious bedroom. Xian, who had an excellent sleep quality, quickly fell asleep within a few minutes of lying down on the pillow. At this time, the little fellow sleeping next to Xian was still awake. In the darkness, the little fellow turned his head and looked at Xian, who was breathing evenly. He blinked his eyes. Mommy. I will definitely protect you in the future. The little fellow touched the jade pendant around his neck and muttered softly. In the morning, Xian was still sleeping soundly when she was woken up by the sound of her phone vibrating. She opened her eyes, touched her phone, and held it in her hand. As expected, the only person who called her in the morning was Hanyu. Looking at the caller ID displayed on the phone screen, Xian muttered in her heart and picked up the phone. Hello, brother Han, what's the matter? Speaking of which, Xian and Hanyu's personalities were quite similar. They were both straightforward people. Although they hadn't known each other for long and the age gap between the two was slightly large, they had become good friends. Xian, well, don't be angry when I say something later. Listening to the words coming from the other end of the phone, Xian, who was still answering the phone with her eyes closed, immediately opened her eyes after hearing this sentence. What's the matter? Is it about money? Listening to Xian's words, Hanyu on the other end of the phone was a little stunned. Ah? It has nothing to do with money. Oh, then I definitely won't be angry. The first chapter of the novel. QAQ, you may not believe it, but I finished writing 10,000 words in my dream. That's why. I woke up late / little cuties, do you think my long and thick writing should be posted later, or my short and fragmentary writing should be posted earlier? QAQPS, daily nutrient solution Roll on the ground begging. Oh, acting cute. Little cuties, come and feed me leave a comment without nutrient solution OCD wants to see more than 100 comments for every chapter a little cutie who doesn't leave a comment isn't a qualified little cutie intersection, infinity, intersection, then I definitely won't be angry. On the other end of the phone, Hanyu's mouth twitched when he heard this. he muttered to himself, what a money grubber. It's like this. You're now on Weibo's hot search list because of another female guest on our show. Listening to the things that Han Yu told her over the phone, Xian only felt that it was strange. What was going on? Could this be considered as disaster falling from the sky while one was sitting at home? However, this isn't a bad thing for you. As long as we clarify this matter, it won't cause any substantial harm to you. On the contrary, it will increase your popularity. Han Yu actually didn't think that this was a bad thing, but he was afraid that Xian, a girl with a completely unpredictable temper, would be angry. After all, Xiaxia's Weibo posts were a little too much. However, he forgot that Xian was a money grubber. Oh, I got it. After listening to Han Yu's explanation, Xian didn't feel anything at all. She nodded faintly and didn't really care about this matter. Although they were separated by a phone call, Han Yu couldn't see Xian's expression. But just by listening to Xian's voice and tone, he knew that this girl's brain was different from ordinary people. He really didn't care. Xian, our production team will help you post a clarification on Weibo. However, as our second mysterious female guest, and now that you're surrounded by scandals, I think it's better for you to remain mysterious before the show airs. Let's announce that you're the second female guest. Before Han Yu could finish his sentence, he heard Xian nod casually. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Seeing Xian's nonchalant attitude, Han Yu was a little curious. He voiced out the thoughts that he had been guessing. Xian, I've always wanted to ask you this. Do you not want to continue being a celebrity? If Xian really wanted to continue being a celebrity, her attitude was completely wrong. Based on her current situation, if he asked her to record a show, most people would accept even if it was 100,000 yuan, let alone 200,000 yuan. There was also the invitation from the photographer, Ellen. She would definitely be willing to pay to be a model for this great photographer. However, Xian's attitude was, I only want money, I don't care about anything else. Her attitude didn't seem like she wanted to survive in the entertainment industry. Xian answered Han Yu's question very straightforwardly. Yes, that's right. Although Han Yu had guessed it, he didn't think that it was possible. But after hearing Xian's answer with his own ears, Han Yu really didn't know what to say. Why don't you want to be a celebrity? Han Yu asked carefully. Actually, with Xian's looks, even if she was a useless vase, she would still be the most perfect vase. She could just stand there and do nothing, and everyone's eyes would be focused on her. But when he thought about her current situation and her attitude towards her son, he thought that he might know why Xian didn't want to be a celebrity anymore. Han Yu treated Xian as a good mother who was wholeheartedly thinking about her son and didn't want him to be troubled by her status as a celebrity. However, Han Yu didn't know that Xian's brain was completely different from a normal person's after the apocalypse. Being a celebrity is too troublesome, and the working hours are too long. Xian said casually. She had never been a celebrity, nor did she know how to act or sing. Being a celebrity? Forget it, but most importantly, being a celebrity was tough. She had to fly everywhere. She had to work everywhere. Her ideal job was to sleep anywhere she wanted, play anywhere she wanted, eat anywhere she wanted, and not work at all. She could even earn money. After thinking about it, it seemed that the only option left was to make a come-by show. No, it was actually quite worth it to make money from taking photos. After taking one photo, she could rest and squander for a long time. As she thought about it, Xian's mind started to wander. Xian, if you're worried about your son, I don't think it's a big problem. Your son looks a lot like you, and he has the looks of a celebrity. If you're worried about him being defamed, you can just take him on any parent-child variety show and he'll be cleared instantly. Plus, your son will gain a lot of fans. Also, it's up to you to decide your working hours. If you want to work less, then take on fewer jobs. Or, you can just take on variety shows and shoot commercials. It won't take much time. Han Yu was trying his best to persuade Xian. It wasn't because it was all for Xian's sake, but because he felt that Xian would definitely become popular. If Xian really became popular because of his show, then he could do this favor and get Xian to work with him on his next show. So, Xian, don't make such a rash decision. It won't be too late to make a decision after we finish filming this show and see how it goes. After listening to Hanyu's sincere advice and his analysis of all aspects, Xian felt that Hanyu was right. If it was just filming commercials and variety shows, it really wouldn't take much time. And the money they'd get from filming one episode would indeed allow them to rest for a long time. Alright, we'll talk about it when the time comes. After speaking, Xian hung up the phone. After the phone call, Xian didn't feel sleepy anymore. She sat up on the bed and lowered her head to look at the little fellow sleeping beside her. At this moment, the little fellow was surprisingly not woken up because of her. She saw that he was a tiny ball and he was sleeping very obediently. His pink lips, long eyelashes, and soft baby fat made him look really adorable. Looking at such a small ball, Xian's mood instantly brightened up. She had raised her son so well. Not only was his health excellent, even his personality was so well behaved that he didn't seem like a sickly villain with any psychological trauma. Seeing that the little guy was sleeping so soundly, Xian couldn't bear to disturb him. Hence, she quietly got out of bed. After washing up in the bathroom, Xian picked up her phone and was about to order a sumptuous breakfast like she usually did. In the end, Xian didn't know if her brain had gone haywire, but she suddenly wanted to make breakfast for her obedient son. When this idea came, it really couldn't stop Xian from acting. She immediately decided to make breakfast for her son. In the end, Xian opened the fridge full of fruits and snacks and went silent for a second. Oh, forget it, I'll order takeout. Just as Xian finished making breakfast and began to choose to continue ordering takeout, she did not know that early in the morning, the internet was bustling because of her. Just as Hanyu said, Xianxia's actions didn't cause any harm to Xian at all. On the contrary, it really brought a lot of popularity to Xian. After the phone call with Xian, Hanyu didn't delay at all. She directly asked Su Tian to use the song Come Challenger on her official Weibo account to make a statement. And as soon as this official statement was posted, the audience, who had been led by Xianxia's internet water army and marketing account, instantly changed their minds. They abandoned the darkness for the light. Come Challenger. I just found out this morning that the 2 female guests on our show are trending. Let me explain here. Xiaoxiao is indeed a female guest who has signed a contract with us. The other party is also a female guest on our show. So, everyone doesn't have to clamor for a new female guest. The show has completely satisfied all your needs. So, please rest assured and wait for our show to be broadcast. Finally, let me explain the reason why the 2 female guests are wearing the same theme costume. That's because the staff accidentally took the wrong costume when they were taking the makeup photos that day. That's why the photo on the internet appeared. Finally, let me give everyone a spoiler of the other female guest's theme costume photo. As soon as this long Weibo post was posted, it attracted the attention of countless netizens. No one expected that the beauty in the photo, who had been provoked by Xiaoxiao, was also a guest on the show. Everyone was shocked by this news, including Xiaoxiao. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, Xiaoxiao was caught off guard. It was as if a slap had landed on her face, causing her to lose face all the way to her home. At this time, the other onlookers did not care about Xiaoxiao's reaction, nor did they have the time to mock her. All their attention was on the spoiler photo posted on the official Weibo. The girl in the photo posted on the official Weibo was wearing a white and grayish-brown checkered sailor suit. She had slender and fair long legs, and her beautiful black hair was draped behind her back. Faintly, a small part of her side profile was revealed from her hair that was blown by the wind. Official Weibo. Do you dare to post a super high-definition and censored frontal photo? This young lady is simply too beautiful. Although I can't see her face. But I swear on my future husband, this young lady must be a super beauty. I thought the goddess was the sexy type, but I didn't expect her to be the pure type. This costume is so much better than Xiaoxiao's costume. I like this young lady. So, who can tell me what this young lady knows? The official Weibo account is poisonous. Why don't they introduce the second female guest's name? Xiaoan's photo was once again on the hot search list, occupying the front page of many users on Weibo. Seeing this situation, Xiaoxiao's heart was unbalanced again. What she couldn't understand was why they were both female guests on the show. but the production team was obviously biased towards Xianxia and not her. Looking at the female guest that no one recognized, Xianxia thought to herself, this must be a small celebrity who had just debuted. She must not have as many fans as I do. Why is the production team so biased towards her? Xianxia, who was feeling very unbalanced, had completely forgotten that she was the cause of this matter, and that she was the one who had caused such a huge commotion. As she felt that she was being treated differently, she had completely forgotten that she was now transitioning into the entertainment industry and was no longer an online female streamer. Relying on the fact that she had more fans than the other female guest, and relying on the fact that she had a sponsor and company backing her up, a certain top female streamer made a fool of herself again. She posted on Weibo again, hinting that this time, the matter was completely directed and acted out by Xianxia. What wearing the wrong costume, what being secretly photographed, what posting on Weibo to diss her, it was all planned by her. She was using her to create hype. Now, it was obvious that this was all a publicity stunt. However, the pitiful Xianxia didn't even have time to buy internet trolls and marketing accounts to boost her momentum and influence the brainless crowd. In the end, the assistant who had posted the photo directly came out to apologize. My idol is an old artist. I can prove that the whole thing wasn't planned by the second female guest. She didn't create hype, and I'm not her friend. I was the assistant in charge of the makeup shoot that day. I secretly took the photo without the knowledge of the female guest. I didn't intend to post it online, but because I didn't like Xianxia using my idol to gain popularity, I posted this photo on impulse. I apologize for my series of wrong actions. I'm really sorry, second female guest. After the assistant posted this face-slapping Weibo, Xianxia was completely listless. If Xianxia wasn't so narrow-minded and judged others by her own standards, the other netizens would have focused their attention on Xianxia. How would they have the time to care about her? Now, because of her conspiracy theory, she had angered the crowd. It was also very successful in turning Xianxia into a pitiful little bullied and attracted the sympathy of the netizens. She had attracted a lot of mom and dad fans. There was a huge wave of Aya. Xianxia is so bad. Will the second female guest be bullied? I'm so worried that my goddess will be bullied. Looking at her back, my little missy looks so delicate and weak. I'm so worried. My heart aches for my little missy for having such a colleague on the show. I begged the production crew to take care of my little missy and not let her be bullied. At this time, Xianxia didn't know that her current image was weak, innocent, and a pitiful little girl in need of protection. Just because of her delicate back and the contrast of the vicious and bad woman Xianxia, she had completely aroused the motherly love of the netizens. Of course, if Xianxia knew, she would definitely use her fists to tell everyone that she wasn't a pitiful little girl. Is this Xianxia? In a low-key but luxurious office, a man accidentally saw Xianxia's photo. The second watch is here. I suddenly remembered that I had to upload the clip tonight. I had to upload it separately. Otherwise, I might not be able to make it to the first page, so, from now on, 12 Sauce's posts will be short. Chirp let me add, there should be third watch and fourth watch coming. Chirp. But they're all short watch. Little cuties, don't dislike them, #carrot. Carrot #, PS, daily nutrient solution request. Mwah. Please comment. Mwah. All kinds of requests. Oh, is that Xianxia? Fu Xian frowned when he saw the news that popped up on his computer screen. Although the picture in the pop-up window was very small and it only showed the back of Xianxia, Fu Xian, who had grown up with Xianxia, recognized her immediately. He had never imagined that he would see her in this way. Fu Xian put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He moved the mouse and clicked on the small news article. However, when he opened the news window and saw another picture of Xianxia, his frown deepened. What nonsense! Fu Xian's eyes flashed with anger when he saw the picture of Xianxia in a sexy uniform. When he saw that Xianxia was still in the entertainment industry and had not quit because of this incident, a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Fu Xian picked up the internal phone and dialed his assistant's number. Hello, Assistant Qi, come to my office. The moment he hung up, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Soon, a woman wearing glasses and looking very mature and capable appeared in Fu Xian's office. President Fu, what can I do for you? What is going on with Xian? Didn't you say that she had quit the entertainment industry? Fu Xian tugged at his collar impatiently. His tone was filled with displeasure. Well, Miss Xia has indeed quit the entertainment industry. Her agent has told me that the company has terminated her contract with the company. Although Qi Lin did not know why her boss would suddenly mention Xian, she still replied truthfully. Quit? She is about to take part in another show. Fu Xian turned the laptop screen to Qi Lin's side, and his voice became more and more impatient. Seeing Fu Xian getting angry, Qi Lin lowered her head and looked carefully at the news on the screen. In the end, she saw 2 photos with faces that she couldn't recognize at all. After reading the content of the news, Qi Lin was even more confused. The news did not mention Xian's name and the 2 pictures did not show her face either, so, the woman in the pictures was Xian, no way. How could their boss recognize Xian in such a blurry picture? This was true love. I am sorry, President Fu, I did not handle it well. Xian sighed, forget it, let her be. Go and find out what happened to her. Fu Xian waved his hand and interrupted Qi Lin's words as though he was speaking casually. However, Qi Lin knew that Fu Xian was not the kind of person who would give out orders casually. Yes, President Fu, I will get someone to look into it. After saying that, Qi Lin was about to leave. Who would have thought that just as she reached the door, before she could even walk out, she heard Fu Xian's deep voice again. Oh yes, I think the show, The Challenger, is going to be good. You can solve the sponsorship problem. Hearing Fu Xian's casual and seemingly casual words, Qi Lin fell silent. Okay, President Fu, I understand. She turned around and left. Slap. The moment the door of the office was closed, Qi Lin sighed softly. Her face was full of confusion and helplessness. Speaking of which, she really couldn't see through her boss. He was the one who had rejected Xian and he was the one who had fallen in love with his wife. But even after they were married and had a child, her boss had never stopped paying attention to Xian ever since she became his assistant. She had been busy with Xian's affairs. Now that Xian had entered the entertainment industry, she had to find someone to pull some strings so that the beautiful, fragile, and timid Xian would not be harassed by the unspoken rules. She had even manipulated Xian's resources, so that she would only take on those projects that would not be popular and would not have any kissing scenes, not even any hugging scenes. If it had not been for the fact that the child was not President Fu's, she might still be keeping an eye on Xian. Wait, an idea suddenly flashed through Qi Lin's mind. She remembered that their boss was unhappy and wanted Xian to quit the entertainment industry because Xian was going to take part in a celebrity dating show. Before she could make a move to stop Xian from filming the show, the fact that the child wasn't their boss was exposed, and then, a series of things happened. The more Qi Lin thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She felt that something was wrong. For example, the fact that the child was not their boss happened too quickly. Could it be, suddenly, a gentle and weak woman with a smile on her face and a gentle temperament appeared in Qi Lin's mind? No way, forget it, forget it. This was their boss's business. Why should she think so much? She was just an errand girl anyway. Xian had no idea that a small fry like her had been under surveillance all this time. At this moment, she was already carrying bags of various sizes and preparing to head to the filming location of Challenger. She set off to the filming location, because it was said that the filming location was very remote and it was in a village that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. There were no takeout or restaurants. Therefore, as a foodie, Xian had of course prepared a few bags of snacks and food that were easy to carry around. Chicken feet with pickled peppers, pork, spicy shredded beef, braised pork knuckle. Just as Xian was checking if she had left anything behind, Han Yu called to urge her. Xian, the car is parked downstairs. Come downstairs now. We still have a flight to catch. Oh, okay. I'm coming down now. After hanging up the phone, Xian picked up several large bags and 2 suitcases by herself and left with Xianxia. Xianxia saw his fairy mother carrying so many things by herself and wanted to share some of the burden with her. However, Xian refused. It's not heavy. It's just this much. It had to be said that the twin dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant on Xian's neck was very powerful. She had only been wearing it for less than a month, but the original owner's delicate body had been nourished to the point of perfection. Although her appearance was still delicate, it was as if she could be pushed down with a push. However, in reality, Xian's current physique and strength were very good, because she had always been carrying the little guy's body refining technique. Xian had not recovered her powerful skills from the apocalypse. However, the current her was more than enough to deal with ordinary big men. When Xian appeared in front of Hanyu with large and small bags, Hanyu was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. "Why didn't you call me when you were carrying so many things?" Because they were going to the airport, Hanyu did not drive and called a taxi instead. Since it was on the way, he took Xian with him. However, he did not expect that he had already told Xian that she did not need to bring anything other than a change of clothes and some daily necessities. The crew would give them to her. But Xian was able to bring so many things with him. For a moment, Hanyu felt like he was taking 2 children on an outing. "Wait, I told you not to bring so many things. Why did you still bring them?" Hanyu helped Xian put Xian's luggage in the trunk as he nagged her. "Do you know that all these things you brought will have to be handed over to the crew after filming? It's useless for you to bring them." Xian was originally in a good mood, but after hearing Hanyu's words, it was like a bolt out of the blue. "What? I have to hand over food too?" "Of course, don't forget that this is a survival competitive game. Food can't be brought into the show." Hanyu was speechless. When he was helping Xian put away her luggage, he realized that the girl's luggage seemed to be filled with a pile of food. Other celebrities would bring cosmetics, skincare products, and a series of things to decorate themselves. But Xian, on the other hand, only brought food. Should he be glad that Xian did not bring cash? "Then what will I eat on the show?" Xian asked a very important question. "Of course it will depend on the guests themselves. You can eat whatever you want, but the prerequisite is that you have to be able to cook it," Hanyu said with some schadenfreude. He really couldn't wait for these pampered artists to start to suffer. The more he thought about it, the happier Hanyu was. "We can cook it ourselves?" "Of course, we found a good place for you. Although the place is very desolate and remote, there are many wild animals and edible wild fruits. As long as you work hard, you won't starve to death." Hanyu looked at Xian with a smile. He looked at Xian's fair, tender, and beautiful face and muttered to himself. When the time came, Xian would be the focus of the show's observation. Just thinking about this delicate vase of a female celebrity suffering and throwing a tantrum on the show, there's a show. The audience will definitely love it. However, Hanyu did not know that Xian's mood changed instantly when she found out that there would be wild animals on the show. Xian thought about it. If she cooked it herself, it would be fine. After all, during the apocalypse, she had taken care of her and her sister's meals. Although the animals and plants during the apocalypse had mutated and were not processed with special crystals, the taste was not very good. However, in this peaceful world, the meat of wild animals was very delicious. Xian smiley face in an instant. Xian's original anger turned into joy. Wild game or whatever, it's really awesome. After a 2-hour flight and a 2-hour car ride, Xian finally met the contestants in a remote and desolate mountain village. Challengers. On the show. The other 6 guests. It was worth mentioning that the small mountain village they were filming in was decorated in such a way that it reminded Xian of the apocalypse. Xian couldn't help but look forward to the recording of the Doomsday-themed program. Of course, the most important thing was still money. "You're the female guest other than me, right?" Highlight top, Fu Xian he's not the male lead he's not the male lead he's not the male lead, important things must be said 3 times. He was just a piece of trash that was about to be abused. Times late night mushrooms are here. Asterisk, sorry to keep the little cuties waiting little cuties, don't wait anymore. I feel that it will be very, very late. Everyone should come back tomorrow morning chirp 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 finally, it was the daily request for nutrient solution. Little cuties, come and feed me. #carrot. Carrot hashtag. At the end of the day, a wave of tweets, It was the same type of fantasy novel as A Delicate Mother. The blessed cannon fodder made a wish. Introduction. When God's favorite daughter fell into the world of a novel, she became a fat and ugly country girl who sells pork. Moreover, she is the kind of cannon fodder that can't even be considered as a supporting female lead. Her ending is miserable. What's more, she is a cannon fodder that can't even be considered as a supporting female lead. Not afraid. Little fairy knows how to make wishes. Onlookers, what the f***ck? How did the ugliest female guest on Heartbeat Diary suddenly become beautiful? Am I blind? Seeking the secret recipe for whitening and slimming, Spectator 2, f***ck. Have you seen the international news headlines? Yuan Jiaojiao had won the biggest $5.1 billion lottery prize in history. Onlooker 3, you might not believe it. Ever since I believed in my goddess, I've had endless good luck. Note, the female lead has a golden finger. As long as she makes a wish, her wish will come true. You can see it by clicking on my author column. If everyone still wants to read novels, then I would like to recommend to everyone my already fat and fast transformational novel, When 10,000 People's Heartthrob Was Forced to Transfigure into a Horror Movie, The Daily Life of a Crossdresser 10,000 Ghost Fan. Humans and Ghosts Love Me, advanced transformational novel, What to Do After Being Forced to Transfigure into a Boss's Cannon Fodder White Moonlight, hee. If you like, little cuties can go to my author column to browse. While you're at it, you can add my author column. Chirp 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 chirp, you must be the female guest other than me, right? Xian had just gotten out of the van and hadn't had time to look at the group of guests. She was just looking at the terrain where she was about to record the show and prepare to win the prize money. In the end, a girl walked in front of her and blocked her view. Faced with the girl's somewhat unfriendly words, Xian raised her eyebrows and shifted her gaze to the girl in front of her. Looking at the girl, Xian didn't need to think to know that this girl was the Xiaoxiao that Han Yu had told her about. However, when she saw Xian suddenly smile at her, Xiaoxiao, who was originally looking for trouble, was suddenly stunned. Then, a trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. The reason why Xiaoxiao had posted on Weibo that she was the prettiest female guest was because she was confident in her appearance. She had been pretty since she was a child because of her beautiful face. Even if she was stupid, even if she was a bad student, even if she had a bad temper, she still managed to do well. Whatever she wanted, someone would give it to her. Therefore, after graduating from high school, she decisively chose to give up her studies and used her beautiful face to become a live streamer. She was only 19 years old and hadn't been a live streamer for long. Now, she easily owned her own car and her own house. Now, she was relying on her beautiful face to develop in the entertainment industry, which was her dream. She was already considered an artist with jobs. Originally, she had come to participate in the Challenger. For a survival show like this, she had thought that the other female guest would definitely be a sports-type contestant and definitely not be as pretty as her. Even if there were 2 photos on Weibo, they must have been edited and photoshopped, but who would have thought that the other female guest would be extremely beautiful? Compared to her, Xiaoxiao was completely outshone. Xiaoxiao, who had been prepared to taunt and provoke Xian, was furious. She was so depressed that she wanted to quit the show. However, what the young lady did not expect was that Xian's next words almost angered her to the point of vomiting blood. Oh, you must be the most beautiful female guest, Xian smiled as she looked at Xiaoxiao. After Han Yu told her about the incident, she would occasionally see news about her on the internet. Therefore, she was very clear about this little girl's hostility towards her. Even though she didn't care about such trivial matters. However, Xian's mouth was venomous and her heart was not soft. She would not show any mercy to anyone who went against her or provoked her. Hearing this, Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with anger. She had already been ridiculed by the entire internet because of the most beautiful female guest incident, and she had lost a lot of fans. Now that Xian had mocked her to her face, she was so angry that she subconsciously raised her hand and wanted to hit him. However, just as she raised her hand and before she could hit Xian, she was kicked by Xian. This kick could be said to be very skillful. Although Xian seemed to have kicked lightly, she was very particular about the position of her kick. She was able to make the other party sweat from the pain without leaving any traces. During the apocalypse, Xian had used this technique to deal with those pretentious B*cheese who liked to pretend to be white lotus flowers. She loved to see the other party complain, but they couldn't show any signs of pain. Ah! Xiaoxiao's scream attracted the attention of the staff who were busy around her. When they saw this, they were a little confused. They had no idea what Xiaoxiao was yelling about. Xiaoxiao, what happened to you? A staff member asked Xiaoxiao out of kindness. This woman hit me. Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, the other staff members looked at Xian. However, they saw that Xian had an innocent look on his face and didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Although the staff members didn't see what happened just now, they thought about the things on Weibo and looked at Xian's delicate and weak appearance. No one thought that Xian was the kind of person who would hit people. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that Xiaoxiao, this little streamer who didn't know her place, was bullying people again. Therefore, Xiaoxiao's grievance was completely ignored by all the staff members. Even the 2 male guests who arrived first among the 6 guests were a little disgusted with Xiaoxiao. Although Xiaoxiao was stupid, it didn't mean that she didn't know how to read people's expressions. At this time, she already knew that she was at a disadvantage. She glared at Xian fiercely and didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Xian, and seeing that Xiaoxiao was a little more well-behaved, she smiled, took her child's hand, and walked towards Hanyu. At this time, Xiaoxiao noticed that Xian actually brought a child to the show. Wait. She can't be. Xian? Xiaoxiao looked at Xian's back in shock. She was stunned for a while, but then a sinister light appeared in her eyes. So what if she's beautiful? Wasn't he just a nobody with scandals all over him? Humph, why isn't Su Jinyang here yet? The show is about to start filming, where is he? Xian held the child's hand. Before they walked to Hanyu's side, they heard Hanyu complaining to a middle-aged man who was a little chubby. Old Han, calm down. I just confirmed with Su Jinyang's agent. Their flight was delayed, so they're late. What about Jiang Chen? His flight wasn't delayed, was it? Hanyu said angrily again. God knows what he hated the most was people being late. Old Han, you've guessed it right. Jiang Chen and Su Jinyang took the same flight. Listening to the two of them, Xian noticed that 2 male guests were indeed missing from the guests just now. Except for her and Xiaoxiao, the 2 female guests were all present, and only 2 male guests were present. However, Xian didn't care about the guests. In her eyes, she wasn't here to record the show, but to compete. In her worldview, there was no concept of friendship first and competition second. As long as she entered the show, everyone was her enemy. Brother Han, during the filming, please take care of our little Xing. After the 2 finished talking, Xian held the child's hand and walked to Hanyu. Su Lin, who had been communicating with Hanyu, finally noticed Xian. The moment he saw Xian's face, Su Lin suddenly understood why his good friend insisted on signing a contract with Xian. From his perspective as a director, Xian's face was so beautiful that it made people speechless. Of course, if it was just ordinary beauty, it would be fine. However, Xian's face was not only beautiful, but also had a movie face that all stars wanted. Looking at Xian's angular face, but the lines were very soft, and looking at Xian's slender and delicate body, but the strength and stubbornness in her eyes, he was really a little excited. This face. This temperament. It's a pity that she's not shooting a movie. I just don't know how good her acting is. Just as Su Lin stared at Xian with sparkling eyes, Hanyu introduced Su Lin and Xian to each other. Old Su, this is Xian that I've been talking to you about. Xian, this is my partner, the director of our show, Su Lin. After Hanyu's introduction, Xian greeted Su Lin in a friendly manner and shook hands with him. Hello, Miss Xia, are you interested in shooting a movie? Xian had just finished greeting Su Lin when she heard Su Lin ask her this question. Of course she was. She shook her head decisively. Not interested. What a joke. She could shoot a movie? She was not the original owner. Although the original owner's acting skills were not that good, she still had experience in shooting movies. As for her, acting was the last thing she knew how to do. Most importantly, filming was a waste of time. There was no time to rest, Su Lin was a little disappointed when Xiaoan rejected him so decisively. However, since he knew that Xiaoan was just a pretty face, he did not feel that it was a pity. Han Yu patted Su Lin's shoulder in amusement when he saw that Xiaoan had rejected his good friend. He had a pretty good understanding of Xiaoan's personality. Hence, he had already guessed the outcome when Su Lin spoke. Alright, old Su, if you really want to work with Xiaoan, then you can film Xiaoan in our show. Anyway, our show will be filmed in the style of a Hollywood blockbuster. Han Yu was not exaggerating about this. They did not know what was going on with their variety show, but many sponsors had inexplicably come in and the show's funding was stable. Therefore, all the plans they had in mind could now be carried out. For example, the best equipment and the best post-production special effects team. Just as Xiaoan, Han Yu, and Su Lin were talking about the little girl, the originally quiet and busy village suddenly became lively. The employees, who were originally quite busy, were now all gathered in one place. This was especially true for the female employees. Every one of them had an excited expression on their faces. Although Han Yu and Su Lin didn't see anyone who made the group of employees excited, they could guess that it was Su Jinyang, the new best actor with acting skills and good looks, who had come. That's right, the new best actor. Han Yu felt that his luck was really good. Su Jinyang had just announced that he would be joining their show. In the end, while waiting for the show to start filming, Su Jinyang conveniently won the title of Best Actor. This made Su Jinyang's value even higher. This kind of result was the result of the challenger. All the employees of the show were overjoyed. Looks like Su Jinyang is here. Let's go, old Su. Let's hurry up and welcome our new best actor. Seeing that everyone was going to welcome the new best actor, Xiaoan did not move. She was not interested in these celebrities and best actors at all. However, she did not expect that someone would be interested in her even though she was not interested in others. Xiaoan did not expect that the new best actor, Su Jinyang, who was being welcomed by everyone, would actually walk past the crowd and directly walk in front of her. You are Xiaoan? Seeing that the best actor seemed to know her, Xiaoan raised her eyebrows slightly. This person. Who is he? Why does it seem like he knows Xiaoan? Xiaoan frowned and tried hard to recall the plot of the novel. However, Xiaoan did not have much plot to begin with, and most of it appeared in the memories of the main character and supporting characters. There was really not much information. Most importantly, she had not read this novel. All the characters and plot were told to her by her sister. Xiaoan could not think of any relationship between this Su Jinyang and the original owner of the body, so she decisively decided to trust her intuition. Do we know each other? She saw unfamiliarity in this man's eyes. In other words, this man might not know her. Good morning, little cuties. I stayed up all night to write this QAQPS. I'm asking for nutrient solution every day. Little cuties, come and feed me quickly. #carrot. Carrot hashtag, rolling around begging and the red packets for the 12 chapters have all been sent out. Little cuties, check them but there's one page that I can't open. I'll check it again next time. Finally, a wave of tweets. It was the same type of fantasy novel as A Delicate Mother. The blessed cannon fodder made a wish. Introduction. When God's favorite daughter fell into the world of a novel, she became a fat and ugly country girl who sells pork. Moreover, she is the kind of cannon fodder who can't even be considered as a supporting female lead. Her ending is miserable. Not afraid. Little fairy knows how to make wishes. Onlookers, what the **CK? How did the ugliest female guest on Heartbeat Diary suddenly become beautiful? Am I blind? Seeking the secret recipe for whitening and slimming, Spectator 2, **CK. Have you seen the international news headlines? Yuan Jiaojiao had spent 2 yuan and won the biggest 5.1 billion lottery in history. Onlooker 3, you might not believe it. Ever since I believed in my goddess, I've had endless good luck. Note, the female lead has a golden finger. As long as she makes a wish, her wish will come true. You can see it by clicking on my author column. If you still want to read romance novels, I'm recommending my Fat and Fast transformational novel, When the Heartthrob of 10,000 People Was Forced to Transfigure into a Horror Movie, the daily life of a cross-dressing big shot fan of 10,000 ghosts. Both humans and ghosts love me. New novel, what to do when forced to transfigure into a big shots cannon fodder white moonlight hee. If you like, little cuties can browse my author column while you're at it, you can bookmark my author column. Chirp chirp chirp, do we know each other? Hearing this soft and clear voice, Su Jinyang's face broke into a slight smile. With his beautiful eyes and gentle and cold temperament, he really looked like a gentle and noble young master. I don't really know him. Su Jinyang's answer was ambiguous and thought-provoking. If it were anyone else, they would have been curious and would have wanted to know what Su Jinyang meant. Moreover, Su Jinyang's identity was so special, even the staff standing beside Xian and Su Jinyang were extremely curious when they heard Su Jinyang's words, even though they weren't Xian's party. After all, this was Su Jinyang. He was a mysterious and fantastical man in the entertainment industry. Su Jinyang had been famous since his debut 5 years ago. However, no one knew anything about Su Jinyang's private information. Some people said that Su Jinyang must be a rich young master with a powerful background. That was why no one could find out anything about his family background. Although there were many rumors about Su Jinyang's background, this was the only one that most people chose to believe. This was because Su Jinyang's temperament and attitude were too extraordinary and magnanimous. However, no matter how much Su Jinyang aroused people's curiosity and fanciful thoughts, he was still able to arouse the curiosity of countless staff members. However, Su Jinyang's methods were completely useless in front of Xian. Xian glanced at the man who was smiling beautifully and replied with an O. Yes, he only replied with an O and nothing else. Not only did this make the surrounding staff members look at Xian as if they were looking at a devil, but it also successfully made Su Jinyang's smile freeze. However, everyone had yet to recover from Xian's cold recollection. Then, they saw the child who had been sticking close to Xian make a critical hit. Uncle, your smile is so ugly. Xianxia blinked his big watery eyes and said innocently. When this sentence came out, all the staff members present were shocked. Su Jinyang's smile was regarded as a model smile by everyone in and out of the entertainment industry. No matter how good-looking a person was, they would not be able to imitate Su Jinyang's gentle, jade-like, healing smile. But now, Su Jinyang's signature smile was not only ineffective by a child, but he was also called ugly? However, looking at the little fellow's beautiful and delicate face, and then looking at the little fellow's very pure and innocent expression, yes, a child's words carry no harm. However, there were times when the critical hit would be multiplied several times over. Xianxia said that Su Jinyang's signature smile was ugly, which could be interpreted as a child being immature. However, Xian did not educate the little guy about his aesthetic sense. Instead, he nodded and agreed with the little guy's point of view. It is indeed a little ugly. Hearing Xian's words, this time, not only were the surrounding staff members shocked to the point of being petrified, even Su Jinyang, who did not care much about the child's words, gradually lost the smile on his face when he heard Xian's words. Could this family be face-blind? Su Jinyang's smile was so beautiful. But he said it was ugly? He must not have the aesthetic sense of a normal person. However, no one knew that Xian, who had survived the apocalypse, hated 2 types of people the most. One was people who loved to cry, and the other was people who always had a smile on their face. If she had to choose between the 2 types of people she hated the most, then Xian would choose the person who always had a perfect smile on his face at all times. This type of person was the most terrifying and the most scheming. So when she saw Su Jinyang smiling at her so warmly and perfectly, in Xian's heart, alarm bells were ringing. Her keen sixth sense from her experience in the apocalypse told her that this man must be up to something if he was smiling at her so beautifully. She must stay away from this man. With that thought, Xian held the little guy's hand and walked away quickly without looking at the man who was the center of attention. Xiaoxing, let's go. Let's eat some snacks before the show starts. Yes. Okay, Mom. Xian did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her son's voice was particularly loud, much louder than usual. It was as if he was deliberately expressing something. Su Jinyang, who was surrounded by countless staff members, looked at Xian's back as she walked away with the little guy. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was really interesting. This Xian was really different from what he had imagined. The little episode about Xian, his mother, and Su Jinyang, in this remote place without any entertainment, quickly spread among all the staff and became an interesting little joke. Everyone gossiped and worked at the same time. Soon, they finished the pre-filming work. They set up the staff tents and set up a place to cook. After all the pre-filming work was done, the Challenger program began to prepare for the first day of the first episode. Because Hanyu wanted the show to bring a sense of reality to the audience, he did not give the guests too much information about the program. He also did not give each guest a script or character design. He hoped that these people would participate in the show as much as possible. Of course. Although Hanyu did not give them any script or character design, when it came to selecting guests, he chose according to the character design in his mind. Although there were not many suitable candidates for the guests to choose from, Hanyu tried his best to choose 6 characters from the limited number of people in his mind. For example, the 4 male guests each had their own unique characteristics and were completely different types of people. Shui Yu, who scored full marks in physical fitness, the best supporting actor Lu Neng, who was a walking dictionary of survival knowledge, the rock idol Jiang Chen, and of course, Su Jinyang, who was perfect no matter what he did. With these 4 completely different personalities, Hanyu believed that the show would definitely be interesting to watch. Of course, the most interesting part was the setup of the 2 female guests. Although he was not very satisfied with Xianxia, an internet celebrity, being a guest on his show, he reluctantly agreed to let Xianxia be a guest for the first episode of the show because of the large sponsorship fee. But what he didn't expect was that Xianxia was such a brainless weirdo. The show hadn't even been recorded yet, but she already had a fight with the other female guest, Xian. The show hadn't even started yet, but the hot topic and breaking point were already there. Therefore, he believed that no matter what character design Xianxia and Xian chose, it didn't matter anymore. The important thing was that there was friction between the only 2 female guests. Although the show he filmed was a survival competition reality show, no matter what type of variety show it was, there was still a need for conflicts between guests. At this moment, Hanyu looked at the 6 guests standing in a row in front of him. Hanyu's face revealed a mischievous smile. He couldn't wait for the next part of the shoot. Now, everyone, please hand over all your luggage. Our production crew will take out all the things that you shouldn't have brought and seal them for safekeeping. When Hanyu said this, the other guests were stunned, but they didn't have much of a reaction and handed over their luggage. Therefore, the production crew's cameraman started filming the opening of each celebrity's luggage. When they reached a certain silver box, everyone was stunned, because the box was filled to the brim with snacks. Other than a few sets of sportswear in the compartment of the box, the rest was all food. Seeing this box, not only was the production crew silent, but even the other 5 guests were silent. Xian, your things are all here? In the beginning, the production crew was short of money and didn't intend to find a host. Moreover, their show didn't really need a host. Therefore, when the show started, Hanyu, the scriptwriter, was the one who issued the tasks and hosted the opening ceremony. Yes, it's all here. Facing everyone's gaze, Xian nodded calmly. Don't tell me that. Other than food, you only brought a few sets of sportswear? You didn't bring anything else? Yes, didn't the production crew inform you that the daily necessities were all prepared and that I didn't need to bring anything? Xian frowned slightly and looked at Hanyu. When Hanyu heard Xian's words, he suddenly choked. However, he really didn't expect Xian to really not bring anything. He originally thought that during the unboxing process, he would confiscate all of the celebrities' skincare products and makeup products. What kind of interesting reaction would this group of guests have? In any case, no matter what the reaction was, the audience would definitely like it. However, he never expected that there would be such a weirdo like Xian among the guests. She actually only brought food and sportswear. The box was really filled with bottles of cosmetics and skincare products. No. Yes, is this girl even a woman? She's so beautiful. Her skin is so good. Shouldn't she have brought a lot of skincare products like cosmetics and skincare products? What the hell is with this box of junk food? Don't tell me she's so beautiful because she eats junk food? Poor Hanyu. How could he have known that his ridiculous ridicule was actually the truth? Xiao's beauty really wasn't from skincare products. It was really from eating high-calorie food. That was why she was so beautiful. Even a steely old man like Hanyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You're a female celebrity, yet you didn't bring any skincare products? Are you still a celebrity? Hanyu believed that the 4 male guests present had more cosmetics in their luggage than Xian. Sob sob sob, Xinjiang is such a big baddie. My phone was locked in the morning for no reason. You even messed up my anti-theft settings. As a result, some of the new cuties couldn't buy texts this morning. I'm really sorry. Wei was also very anxious when I saw the comments of the cuties. QAQ, I was woken up by my friends at 9 o'clock. Then I started to resolve this matter and only finished it at 10 o'clock. QAQ, I'm really mentally and physically exhausted / everyone should be able to see it now. I hugged the little cuties who were angered in the morning. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Don't be angry. Finally, there should be a 3rd watch today, but I'm going to sleep now. QAQ, because Xinjiang had a stroke in the morning, I didn't sleep for more than a few hours. After I was done with the seal, I started writing until now. I'll write the 2nd watch and 3rd watch when I wake up. Chill me little cuties, come and read at night. P.S. Daily request for nutrient solution. 12 Sauce is currently participating in a competition, so I'll have to trouble the little cuties to feed me some nutrient solution. Greater than over equal to? Love you guys. Pen lead. Finally, a wave of tweets. It was the same type of fantasy novel as A Delicate Mother. The blessed cannon fodder made a wish. Introduction. When God's favorite daughter fell into the world of a novel, she became a fat and ugly country girl who sells pork. Moreover, she is the kind of cannon fodder who can't even be considered as a supporting female lead. Her ending is miserable. Don't be afraid. The little fairy knows how to make a wish. Melon eater, F***ck. How did the ugliest female guest in Heartbeat Diary suddenly become beautiful? Am I blind? Requesting the secret to whitening and slimming down, Melon eater 2, F***ck. Did you guys see the international news headlines? Yuan Jiaojiao spent 2 yuan to win the biggest 1 billion lottery in history. Melon eater 3, you guys might not believe it. Ever since I believed in my goddess, my good luck has been endless. Note, the female lead has a golden finger. As long as you make a wish, your wish will come true. Everyone can see it by clicking on my author's column. If everyone still wants to read novels, I'll recommend my already fat and fast transformational novel, When the Heartthrob of 10,000 People Was Forced to Transfigure into a Horror Movie, the daily life of a cross-dressing big shot fan of 10,000 ghosts. Both humans and ghosts love me. New novel, What to Do After Being Forced to Transfigure into a Big Shot's Cannon Fodder White Moonlight. Hee. If you like, little cuties can browse my author's column while you're at it. Add my author's column. Chill me once again. The staff carefully checked Xia's suitcase. Even the suitcases that she had already handed in were checked by the staff. However, the production team's staff discovered that Xia's bag was filled with nothing but food. Looking at this scene, not only were all the staff speechless, even the male guests who were celebrities like Xia were also speechless. To be honest, the skincare products they brought were much more than Xia's. Playing to the gallery, what are you pretending for? Xiao, who had always been at odds with Xian, saw the staff spend so much time unpacking Xia's luggage. Once again, she speculated that Xian was doing this on purpose. Looking at Xia's fair and smooth skin that didn't even have a single pore, Xiao was extremely envious. She was clearly the mother of a child. She was already an old woman, but her skin was even better than hers. So, how could she not use any skincare products? Why are you pretending to be a natural beauty? Although Xiaoxia's speculation about Xian was indeed full of malice, the people present, except for the male staff members and a few male guests who were more straightforward, almost all had the same thought as Xiao. That was, they all thought that Xian was trying to attract attention. Xian, did you really not bring any skincare products? Hanyu looked at Xian in disbelief. Seeing that everyone was looking at her in shock, it was as if it was intolerable that she didn't use skincare products. Moreover, the expressions of every female staff member were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. This made Xian immediately understand. If she went on like this, she might incur the wrath of the crowd, but to be honest, when Xian was in the apocalypse, it was already difficult for everyone to survive, so why would they use any skincare products? most importantly, Xian had the ability to change her appearance, so she didn't need any expensive and troublesome skincare products at all. Therefore, Xian had always neglected the fact that it was normal not to use skincare products during the apocalypse. But in this peaceful world, it was a bit strange that her skin could be so good without any skincare products. Therefore, when Hanyu asked again, Xian quickly thought about it and decided to lie. After all, it was a bit unbelievable that her skin could be so good without any skincare products at all. Not really, but I only have one skincare product, which is the essence that I made myself. It's easy to carry around, so I didn't put it in my suitcase. Xian casually pulled out a bottle of essence. She was too lazy to pull out too many skincare products. Otherwise, if she were to encounter such a situation in the future, wouldn't she have to prepare a series of skincare products in advance to pretend to look good? It was very troublesome just thinking about it. Although Xian finally said that she used skincare products, it made all the female staff members present even more excited. Although the gaze that looked at Xian was still very hot, it was not as envious and jealous as before. Instead, it was naked. I really want to know how Xian made her own essence. Ah. The essence that Xian made herself seems to be very effective. I really want to buy it. I'm tempted. I wonder if Xian's essence is expensive. If I have a good relationship with Xian on the show, will she give me a bottle of her self-made essence? Therefore, Xian didn't know that her casual lie made her the most popular guest in the entire show. There was no one else, even the biggest celebrity, Su Jinyang, was not as popular as Xian. In the following days, all the female staff members in the show were really attentive to Xian. Xian had a face full of question marks. She didn't know what was going on. The production team spent a lot of time unpacking Xian's suitcase. Seeing that Xian said that she had skincare products, the obsessive-compulsive staff in the show finally let go of Xian's suitcase and opened the other suitcases. Sure enough, the results of the other guests' suitcases were exactly as Hanyu had expected. Even the most iron-willed straight man, Shui Yu, had a complete set of skincare products. As for the oldest middle-aged male actor, Lu Neng, he had a complete set of skincare products and skincare products. The other female guest, Xiaoxiao, had even more. Her suitcase was like a moving dressing table. It was as if she had brought all her skincare products and cosmetics. There were so many of them that it was almost impossible to count them all. Hence, Xian really became a mudstone among all the guests. Cough. It was refreshing. It was really refreshing and unpretentious. I'm sorry to inform all the guests that due to the filming of the show, all of your cosmetics will be confiscated. You can only choose one skincare product. When Hanyu said this, all the other guests, except for Xian, were extremely shocked. What? All confiscated? Only one? It's September now. The weather is so hot, how can we only keep one skincare product? My face is worth a lot of money. Among all the guests, Xiaoxiao's reaction was the biggest. Seeing that everyone's reaction was within his expectations, Hanyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. However, very quickly, when he saw Xiao's calm expression, as if she was watching a show, the smugness in his heart instantly disappeared. His heart felt stifled. He didn't get any satisfaction from Xian as he wished. Instead, he felt like he had been doused with cold water. What was going on? No problem. Next, he could still mess with Xian, this delicate little celebrity. Next, he would definitely instruct the cameraman to capture this scene in detail. Thinking of this, Hanyu pulled himself together again. Seeing that it was getting late, Hanyu instructed the staff to quickly seal all the guests' belongings and prepare for the next filming process. Who knew that during the sealing process, the production team would encounter an obstacle? She was clearly the least popular among the 6 guests. In fact, she wasn't even considered a celebrity. However, she relied on the company behind her and her financial backer to throw money at this poor program. So, she actually foolishly put on airs. Even the most popular celebrity, Su Jinyang, didn't say anything, but this little online celebrity exploded. No. I must keep all of them. The weather is so hot. How can I only use one skincare product? Also, how can I not put on makeup for the show? Xiaoxiao acted like she was protecting her lifeblood and didn't allow the staff to take away her treasures. Hanyu, who already disliked Xiaoxiao, hated her even more after seeing how uncooperative she was. I'm sorry, but our show really doesn't require makeup. How can you film a show without makeup? Which female celebrity would still be able to meet people with such a big bare face? Especially now that the weather is so hot. If you don't protect yourself from the sun or maintain your skin, you'll get tanned in a few days. Xiaoxiao said angrily. Her biggest asset was her face. If her face was damaged in any way, how was she going to live for the rest of her life? So, wasn't she treating her skincare products and makeup as if they were her lifeblood? However, Xiaoxiao didn't know that Hanyu's next sentence almost made her faint from anger. Xian, she doesn't have any makeup on. Doesn't she look good without makeup? Hanyu said infuriatingly. As soon as he said this, Xiaoxiao was about to die from anger. So, Xian clearly didn't do or say anything, but she still received a lot of hatred from Xiaoxiao. Although Xiaoxiao desperately wanted to keep her skincare products and makeup, in the end, she only kept one skincare product, which was a certain luxury brand's facial cream with various functions. Very well, since everyone has handed over their belongings, then the show's production will begin. Next, the show will distribute your daily necessities. Hanyu waved his hand and the 6 guests saw a few staff members appear in front of them with 6 suitcases. The 6 suitcases were completely different in style and color. It was completely confusing as to why the show would prepare 6 different suitcases. I'm sure everyone must be confused as to why the 6 suitcases are completely different. As they looked at Hanyu's expression, the other guests' curiosity was piqued. These people weren't newcomers. Most of them had already filmed variety shows before. However, this was the first time they had filmed such a variety show without any script. They didn't expect that not only would they not have a script, they wouldn't even have a script for the show. They could only follow Hanyu's instructions step by step as they were pushed around by the show's crew. These 6 suitcases contain the clothes and equipment for the different roles you will play in the upcoming filming. Whichever suitcase you choose, you will play that role in the upcoming filming. The equipment for each role represents a function. As soon as Hanyu said this, all the guests were shocked, including Xian. No one expected this show to be so interesting. It was completely different from what they had imagined. At the very least, the 2 young male guests were starting to get restless. Now, you can make your choice among the 6 chests. Good luck. As soon as Hanyu finished speaking, the 6 guests looked at each other. No one spoke first. Until Su Jinyang, who was the most famous among the 6 guests, spoke first. Let the ladies go first. Yes. Let the ladies choose first. Su Jinyang's suggestion was unanimously approved by the other male guests. Hearing this, Xian didn't hold back at all and walked out. Highlight and pin. Little cuties. 12 Sauce wants to make a wish. Quickly bookmark my author's column. I really want to break the 1,000 mark. Quickly fulfill 12 Sauce's wish. Oh, greater than over equal to, oh, the second watch is here. Little cuties, come and watch. Asterisk? Asterisk, if it's the 3rd watch, it'll be a little late. But there will definitely be. Mwax, everyone can guess what kind of professional character Xian has chosen. P.S. Daily request for nutrient solution. Little cuties, give it a go. Mua. The final tweet, 12 Sauce's next novel, Su Shuang Tian, which was of the same genre as Delicate Mothers, picked up the story. The blessed cannon fodder made a wish. Please collect in advance. Please collect it. And my dearest gay friend, Luobin's 1-1, The Daily Life of a Charlatan, by Luobin. It was similar to 12 Sauces, and it was also a cool and refreshing way to catch ghosts. Infinite Stream Unit story, in short, it was very beautiful. Therefore, the little cuties shouldn't be careless and transmigrate to see her 1-1. P.S. And my gay friend is a nouveau riche big sister. Chapter V's comment mentioned that if it was recommended by 12 Sauce, she would send a red packet. Don't miss this opportunity. ###. Moagio greater than over equal to 3 users of the Daily Life of a Charlatan app can directly search for the title and collect it. Introduction. Siedwanon's cell phone number, which had been silent for many years, rang, and the caller claimed to be his daughter who had led a wandering life. After acting for so many years, this was the first time he truly felt what it meant to see a ghost alive. Recently, the entertainment industry's headlines were dominated by the scandal of Xia Duonan. #Image collapse. The entertainment industry's veteran cadre, Xia Duonan, brought a mysterious woman to stay the night at his home. #Shocking reversal. Actor Xia Duonan personally admitted that the mysterious woman was his daughter. Xia Duonan's illegitimate daughter stayed in a haunted house. Xia Duonan praised his daughter for being unafraid of superstitions and believing in science. The female lead, Ronli, had a scholarly look on her face. She had guts, didn't know how to gossip or divination, and only focused on exorcism. WAP users can directly click Chapter 21 Xia and didn't hesitate at all as he strode towards the 6 suitcases, which were different in size, shape, and color. Looking at the 6 boxes in front of him, Xian raised his eyebrows. Xian didn't care about this choice. Regardless of the character or the attributes of the equipment, in her opinion, as long as one's own strength was strong enough, then it was fine. Therefore, in the selection of suitcases, Xian directly chose the smallest suitcase that looked convenient to carry. Xian's choice surprised everyone. After all, most people would definitely choose the big box. As for the girls, they would definitely choose to look good and fashionable. However, the suitcase that Xian chose, whether in terms of size or image, was not the first choice for everyone. This made Xiao, who originally wanted to snatch the same box as Xian, completely give up. She glanced at Xian's suitcase in disdain. That suitcase was small and ugly, so it definitely couldn't contain anything good. With that thought in mind, Xiao chose a medium-sized, fashionable, and beautiful white suitcase. What the guests didn't know was that when Xian chose the small and ugly suitcase, Han Yu's entire face was in a state of shock. He was the chief scriptwriter of the show. Therefore, all the routines in the show were written by him. In other words, he was the only one who knew what exactly was in these 6 suitcases of different shapes and sizes. For example, the white and fashionable suitcase that Xiao had chosen contained a nurse's uniform and a syringe. This meant that Xiao's character would be a nurse, and her equipment would be able to save infected players. Originally, he had hoped that this supporting role would be given to Xian, because in terms of appearance, Xian was really suitable to play the role of a young nurse. At the very least, Han Yu had hoped that Xian would get a student character with a fashionable and beautiful suitcase, which would be compatible with her set photo. However, he would never have thought that Xian would choose the smallest and ugliest suitcase out of all of them. At that moment, Han Yu truly realized that probably, he shouldn't have treated Xian as a woman, because this wise brain circuit was completely different from that of a normal woman's. Such an ugly suitcase. Han Yu thought that this suitcase was the leftover one, but who would have thought that Xian would choose that suitcase first? Only God knew that the clothes and equipment in that suitcase were the coolest set of clothes out of all the suitcases. Han Yu really didn't expect that not only did his bad taste not work on Xian, but on the contrary, Xian repeatedly poured a bucket of cold water on him. That really made Han Yu feel extremely stifled. After the 6 guests finished distributing their suitcases and everyone got their own suitcase, Han Yu asked the staff to bring the 6 guests to change into the clothes that they would need for the show. At that moment, all the guests finally understood that they really didn't need to bring anything with them for the show. The production crew had already prepared everything for them. They didn't even need to wear their own clothes and shoes. Everything was given to them by the production crew. When everyone removed their makeup and changed into the clothes they chose from their respective suitcases, they picked up their equipment and returned to the previous location. When they gathered together, they were all stunned. For a moment, these guests even thought that they were filming some kind of online game movie, because they were dressed in a movie style. What character are you? What's your weapon? What's the use of this? Because the male guests changed their clothes the fastest, the male guests who came out first started chatting with each other. They looked at each other's clothes and equipment and chatted happily. Men were born to be interested in games and adventures. Therefore, when they officially changed their clothes, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Sigh, I'm just a student. Equipment is useless. Brother, I'll rely on you to protect me. Jiang looked at the thick textbook in his hand with a bitter expression on his face. His heart felt like it was about to break down. God knew that he was a bad student. Especially in mathematics, it was the worst. In the end, he actually drew the character of a student. This was too much of a blow to his enthusiasm to play games. If only he had drawn a big bad guy with a sniper rifle, or a special forces soldier with a handgun, that would be great, that would be so cool. With that thought, Jiang looked at Shuiyu and Su Jinyang with envy. Of these two people, one was a mafia boss with a sniper rifle, and the other was a special forces soldier in uniform with a 05 rifle. It was simply too cool. Although these weapons and equipment were all fake, they were all fake. But the appearance was no different from a real gun. Especially Su Jinyang's special forces uniform and equipment, it was simply too cool. Among all the costumes, Su Jinyang's outfit was the most handsome. Originally, they were all guests of the same level. There was no distinction between the main characters and the supporting characters. But when they changed into the costumes, the feeling was completely different. When they stood together, Su Jinyang was the main character. If it weren't for the fact that Su Jinyang was the last to choose the suitcase and that they opened their suitcases together, he would have thought that this was arranged by the program crew. Just as Jiang was complaining in his mind, suddenly, his eyes widened and he stared at something intently. *K. This outfit is too cool. Jiang couldn't help but speak out his thoughts. Listening to Jiang movement, the other guests also followed Jiang gaze. Everyone's reaction was exactly the same as Jiang. This style is too cool. The young Shuiyu also couldn't help but exclaim. His face was full of envy and amazement. Haha, are you handsome guys looking at me in a daze? Don't you think my style is very beautiful? I think so too. She had just finished changing her clothes and walked out of the changing room. As she walked towards the group, she saw that the moment she appeared, all the male guests in the program group stared at her without blinking, as if they were mesmerized by her. Xiao, who thought that she had chosen the best style, happily twirled in front of the male guests. Who would have thought that when she twirled, she would discover *K. That's Xian? Xian's black slim-fit outfit clung to her body, revealing her perfect figure. Her limbs were long and slender, and her figure was curvaceous. Her beautiful black hair was tied into a ponytail that exuded a youthful aura. Of course, being beautiful and handsome was not a big deal. The most handsome thing was Xian's outfit was not just beautiful. It was really practical. On both sides of her arms, there seemed to be mechanisms like those in the movies, hiding small daggers. In the boots on her calves, there were also two very small and exquisite handguns. The most frightening thing was that Xian was carrying a modified black crossbow on her back, coupled with Xian's beautiful, pure, and somewhat delicate face. The impact of this look on everyone was not small at all. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Xian, and everyone's eyes were full of amazement. No matter how delicate Xian was, she might not be able to rationally use this outfit, but just that beautiful and eye-catching appearance of hers was enough to make everyone else pale in comparison. Jiang thought that Su Jinyang was the main character, but now after seeing Xian, he felt that Xian was the proper main character. This set of equipment was too perfect. Xian, you're dressed in such a great way. You have so many weapons, can you give me one? Jiang strode past Xiao and walked in front of Xian with starry eyes as he said shamelessly. Feeling everyone's neglect, Xiao also understood that she just lost face again. Looking at Xian's beautiful outfit, Xiao was furious. She regretted that she didn't fight with Xian for the suitcase. What Xiao didn't know was that among everyone present, she wasn't the only one regretting that Xian took the suitcase. Among them, there was also Hanyu who was with Su Lin. Hanyu looked at Xian's outfit and wanted to cry. Xian's outfit was beautiful and attractive, but she couldn't fully utilize the functionality of the character he designed. Originally, he prepared this outfit for the male guests. To be precise, he prepared it for Su Jinyang. Therefore, he deliberately found a very ugly suitcase that no one would want to use. Because he knew that Su Jinyang had always been the most gentlemanly male celebrity in the industry. Based on his personality, he would definitely choose in the end. Even if this suitcase was chosen by someone else, Hanyu never thought that a female guest would choose such a suitcase. However, what Hanyu didn't expect was that Xiaoan appeared out of nowhere. It was Xiaoan who chose the main character gift package that he carefully prepared for Su Jinyang. Old Han, I told you a long time ago that we should write a script for the show. You didn't listen and insisted on being realistic and natural. Now that the role was chosen by Xiaoan, it's really realistic and natural now. Su Lin shook his head, a little amused. As Hanyu's partner, he certainly knew how Hanyu controlled the show. He also understood how outstanding the role that Xiaoan chose was in Hanyu's imagination. However, unfortunately, it was chosen by Xiaoan, who was labeled as the weakest person on the show. Since she was the weakest person, she definitely wouldn't be able to grasp the role that Hanyu cared about the most, which was also the strongest one. Although Xiaoan's outfit was domineering, good-looking, and imposing, everyone knew that it was only good-looking and imposing on the surface. Even if Xiaoan got the role and had the most equipment, he would still be a weakling. Oh, no, he would just be a weakling who dressed up nicely. Old Su. I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have opened the back door for Su Jinyang to cheat. I regret it so much. This Xiaoan is really my nemesis. Hanyu's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Xiaoan. He was really depressed. As for Xiaoan, at this moment, however, she was overjoyed in her heart. Originally, she only wanted to choose a light suitcase that was easy to carry. Her idea was to find a light weapon. Who would have thought that she would get such a huge advantage, although she was very confident in her fighting skills. However, with such equipment, her chances of winning would be even higher. Oh right, Xiaoan, the character that you're playing is. Oh, I think it's an assassin. Highlighted and pinned. Little cuties, please bookmark 12 Sauce's author column. 12 Sauce really wants to break the 1,000 mark. Little cuties, please do something. At the same time, bookmark 12 Sauce's previews. Ah, guaranteed. Bookmark me. Yeah. Here's the third watch. Little cuties, enjoy it slowly. You can go to sleep after reading it. Today's update ends here. See you tomorrow. PS, I'm asking for nutrient solutions every day. 12 Sauce is participating in a competition. Little cuties, please feed me some nutrient solutions if you have any. Greater than over equal to? Love you guys. Pen lead. Finally, a wave of tweets. It was the same type of illusory novel as A Delicate Mother. Blessed cannon fodder makes a wish. Introduction. When God's favorite daughter fell into the world of a novel, she became a fat and ugly country girl who sells pork. Moreover, she is the kind of cannon fodder who can't even be considered as a supporting female lead. Her ending is miserable. Not afraid. Little fairy knows how to make wishes. Onlookers, what the F***ck? How did the ugliest female guest on Heartbeat Diary suddenly become beautiful? Am I blind? Seeking the secret recipe for whitening and slimming, Spectator 2, F***ck. Have you seen the international news headlines? Yuan Jiaojiao had spent 2 yuan and won the biggest 1 billion lottery in history. Onlooker 3, you might not believe it. Ever since I believed in my goddess, I've had endless good luck. Note, the female lead has a golden finger. As long as she makes a wish, her wish will come true. Everyone, just click on my author column and you'll see it. If everyone still wants to read more beautiful novels, I'll recommend my already fat and fast crossdressing novel, When 10,000 People's Heartthrob Forced to Crossdressing into a Horror Movie, The Daily Life of a Crossdressing Big Boss. 10,000 Ghosts. Both Humans and Ghosts Love Me, new previews novel, Forced to Crossdressing Big Bosses Cannon Fodder White Moonlight What to Do Hee. If you like, little cuties can visit my author column and bookmark it while you're at it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chapter 22. After each guest had chosen their role, no matter what the result was, it was already a foregone conclusion. After everyone changed into the clothes and shoes tailored to each guest's size, the 6 guests, regardless of whether they were male or female, couldn't wait to know what they were going to do next. I heard that the theme of the first episode is Resident Evil. It really feels like a movie. I think so too. No matter what role the male guests chose, they were all very excited. The combative element in his body really wanted to quickly get into the main theme of the show. After the production team distributed some supplies to the 6 guests and explained some of the rules of the show, the sky, which was already quite late, turned even darker. Alright, it's already late today. Everyone, please rest in the dorms that our production team has arranged for you. We'll officially start filming tomorrow morning. Hanyu smiled as he looked at the guests who were discussing how to survive until the end of the show. He glanced at Xian, who seemed to be curiously examining his clothes, and thought proudly, humph. This time, Xian will definitely be messed with by him. Hearing Hanyu's words, the other guests all joked. If you're only filming the show tomorrow, you should at least treat us to dinner, right? Exactly. We're going to suffer a lot from now on. You should at least let us eat our fill. Everyone agreed with Lu Ning and Jiang Chen's words. It was only when they received the resources distributed by the production team that they realized how stingy the production team was. He only gave them a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water, and asked them to think of a way to find food for themselves in the next 3 days of the show. Wasn't this too inhumane? Faced with the protests of several guests, Hanyu waved his hand and brought the guests, who were about to start their mid-autumn festival survival in the wilderness, to the place where their staff members were eating. However, when they arrived at the place where the production crew members were eating, the 6 guests did not manage to take advantage of them. That was because the staff only had instant noodles for their meals, cough cough. Other than Xianxia, who was still growing up, the rest of the production crew, from the executive director to the executive scriptwriter to the field assistants, were all eating a bowl of XX brand noodles. You guys eat this kind of junk food? Shui Yu, a former athlete who always paid attention to his health, reluctantly took the instant noodles from the staff. That's it? Instant noodles aren't healthy at all. Do you know how many preservatives there are? The middle-aged actor, who had always been very particular about maintaining his health, sighed. Do you have Lao Tan pickled vegetable noodles? Jiangchen volunteered the flavor he wanted to eat. Thank you. Su Jinyang gladly took the bowl of instant noodles and ate it gracefully under the infatuated gazes of the female staff. Looking at his elegant manner of eating instant noodles, people who didn't know him would think that he was eating expensive food. I never eat junk food like instant noodles. You'll become ugly if you eat it. Is there anything else? He Xiaoxiao expressed her disgust and refused to eat the instant noodles from the staff. This made the staff member who delivered the instant noodles a little speechless. Other famous celebrities were not as difficult to please as He Xiaoxiao, a small internet celebrity. Sorry, we all eat this kind of junk food. There is nothing else not junk for you to eat. The staff member looked at He Xiaoxiao with a smile, but his tone was not so friendly. Especially when he emphasized the word junk food, it sounded like he was mocking her. You. He Xiaoxiao's temper was already spoiled. When she saw the staff member's attitude, she was instantly enraged. She was just about to explode, but who knew, before she had time to quarrel with the staff member, the result was, "You're not eating. Then give it to me." Xiaoan took He Xiaoxiao's bowl of instant noodles from the staff member's hands. Then, before the two of them could react, he began to eat the instant noodles one mouthful at a time. There was no need to mention how blissful he looked when he was eating. Even He Xiaoxiao, a picky little girl who thought that instant noodles were junk food and that it was not delicious at all, was a little greedy. Xian! How can you take my instant noodles? Didn't you say that you don't want to eat it? I don't want you to waste food, so I kindly helped you eat it, okay? After finishing the bowl of instant noodles, Xiaoan finally had time to raise his head and respond to He Xiaoxiao. Then I'll eat it first. Seeing how Xiaoan didn't take her seriously at all, He Xiaoxiao was about to explode with anger. Then ask for another bowl from the staff member. It's not a big deal. Xiaoan waved his hand. He felt that this little girl was really troublesome. She was comparable to a naughty child. I should really throw this girl into the post-apocalyptic world to gain experience, and let her suffer some hardships. Hearing Xiaoan's words, He Xiaoxiao was really choked to the point of being speechless. When the staff member who was delivering the instant noodles to He Xiaoxiao saw this scene, he simply wanted to die of laughter. His impression of Xiaoan in his heart became even better. In order to prevent He Xiaoxiao from causing trouble for Xiaoan, the staff member hurriedly handed another bowl of instant noodles to He Xiaoxiao. Just as she finished delivering the instant noodles and was about to leave, she saw Xiaoan looking at her expectantly. Miss, the instant noodles you made are simply too delicious. I just finished a bowl and am still not full. Excuse me. Do you have any more? If possible, give me a bowl of each flavor. If possible, give me 3 bowls of spicy beef noodles and lautan pickled cabbage. Oh, no, 2 bowls will do. At this moment, Xian, who was begging for food, was simply too cute. Her 2 black eyes were looking at you with watery eyes. She looked so pitiful, as if she was looking at the whole world. Not to mention instant noodles, even if it was any delicacy, looking at such a face acting cute and begging for food, you would still give it to him. At least, that was what the staff member in charge of delivering the instant noodles thought at this moment. Yes, subconsciously, the staff member nodded. Really? Thank you so much. Xian held the staff member's small hand with a bright smile on his face. This made the staff member blush for a long time. However, although the staff member was tempted by the beauty, she still remembered that she was just a small logistics staff member. Thus, after calming down with great difficulty, she added a little embarrassedly to Xian, but I may not be able to make the decision. I'll go ask Director Su and scriptwriter Han for instructions first. Okay, go ahead. After a while, the logistics staff member trotted over to Xia and sighed again. Miss Xia, scriptwriter Han said that you can't take away a single bowl of instant noodles. If you must have instant noodles, you have to finish them all here. The logistics staff member looked at Xia and a little embarrassedly and said in an apologetic tone. However, what she did not expect was that Xian was not angry at all. Instead, she was very happy. I can finish it here. No problem, I really didn't eat enough just now. I'm still hungry now. As Xian spoke, she touched her small belly that had already deflated. Speaking of which, it was strange. Her stomach did not become bloated when she ate a lot of food, but if she did not eat and was hungry, her stomach would deflate. Today, she had taken a car, a plane, and a van the whole way. She did not have a good meal. Even if she ate snacks along the way, there was no hot food. Therefore, when she could eat instant noodles at night, Xian was simply overjoyed. Hot instant noodles were the best. It was a pity that this stingy program team did not add 2 eggs and 2 sausages to the bowl of instant noodles. Otherwise, it would be even more perfect. Therefore, when Xian finished a bowl of instant noodles of all flavors, the entire program team, including the other guests, were shocked by Xian's appetite. Even the male staff with the biggest appetites had only eaten 4 bowls of instant noodles at most. However, this female celebrity, Xian, actually ate 6 bowls of instant noodles. So, there's actually someone who can eat so much? Is she still a female celebrity? Why do all the female celebrities in my impression have to diet? I just want to say. If Xian can eat so much, how did she manage to maintain her figure so well? This was the cry of a female staff member, and also the cry of all the female staff members present. However, they did not know that it was just 6 bowls of instant noodles. Xian was not full at all. In fact, she did not even have a sip of instant noodle soup. They were afraid that if she ate too much, she would become prettier. Mommy, Xiaoxing has a drumstick here. Here, eat it. Everyone else was shocked by Xian's terrifying appetite, but only Xiaoxing knew that his fairy mother was not full yet. Therefore, he took the nutritious dinner specially prepared for him by the program team and went to look for Xia. And looking at the drumstick in the little guy's hand, Xian blinked, patted the little guy's head, and said with a smile. Don't worry, Mommy won't be hungry. Tomorrow, Mommy will be filming. You have to be good and follow Uncle Hanyu. Don't run around, okay? Okay, Mommy, Xiaoxing will be good and wait for Mommy to finish filming. The little guy seriously nodded his little head and said in a very obedient and sensible manner. Seeing how sensible the little guy was, Xian patted the little guy's head again. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her head and looked at the 2 dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant around her neck. She thought for a moment and finally said. Xiaoxing, Mommy will wear this jade pendant alone for a while. When we get home, Mommy will give it to you. However, when the little guy heard Xian's words, he shook his head. Mommy, actually, I don't really like that jade pendant. I don't want to wear it. The little guy blinked and said very seriously. Why? Hearing the little guy's words, Xian looked at the little guy with some confusion. Anyway, I just don't like it. This was the first time that the little guy had rejected Xian so directly. Therefore, Xian felt that there must be a reason why the little guy did not like the jade pendant. However, before Xian could believe it and ask clearly, Lin Mingya said, Han Yu asked the staff to take the 6 guests back to their temporary dormitory during the filming. Mommy, you can do it. Okay, Mommy will bring you back with a championship. After waving goodbye to the little guy, Xian and the other 5 guests followed behind the staff and walked back to their temporary dormitory. However, the production crew made it sound like a temporary dormitory. In fact, when they arrived at the door of the temporary dormitory, they found that it was just a tile-roofed house of a local villager. It was really shabby and shabby. Looking at this temporary dormitory, the guests fell silent. None of them were particularly rich, but compared to ordinary people, they were completely rich. Moreover, they had never lived in such a shabby tile-roofed house before. The male guests will all live in the room on the left, and the 2 female guests will live in the room on the right. Although the guests were very disgusted and even unwilling, they had signed the contract and entered the wolf's den, therefore, they could only obediently live in this shabby, temporary dormitory. Is this even a place for people to live? We might as well sleep in tents. Forget it, forget it. Just bear with it. Thinking about it, it's only going to be recorded for 3 days. Seeing that the staff had left and that there were no cameras, the guests immediately complained. However, it was too dark and there were no electric lights in this temporary dormitory, only a weak kerosene lamp. Therefore, they did not realize that there were hidden small cameras installed in this temporary dormitory. Although the celebrities were complaining, they were really tired after a day of traveling. Therefore, the guests got some water to wash their faces and feet and got ready to sleep. Perhaps because they were too tired, even if the conditions of their accommodation were not good, they all fell asleep one after another. In this dark and windy night, the guests did not understand that, at this time, the show had already started recording. Pa. 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 The sound of slow footsteps could be heard. The guests who were sleeping did not know that danger had arrived. First night of mushrooms. Second night of mushrooms will be a little late. I'm going to write the novel next door now. Little cuties, wait a moment. Mwah 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 PS, I'm asking for nutrient solutions every day. Oh little cuties, give all your nutrient solutions to 12 sauce this month. Sob sob sob, I'm in the middle of a competition, but I just realized that I didn't have enough votes and was squeezed out QAQ, still short of 2,500 votes. Save the children. If the little cuties give more nutrient solutions to 12 sauce's update speed will be very, very fast. So, give me the nutrient solutions first QAQ and give them to your favorite authors next month. O greater than over equal to asterisk O the night was dark. Perhaps it was because the weather tomorrow might not be very good. Dark clouds covered the moon, making the night even darker. There was no trace of light. Dash. Because it was in the mountains, the night in the countryside was not very peaceful. From time to time, there would be the sound of birds and insects. However, even so, several guests still fell into a deep sleep. Except for Xiaoxiao, who was always spoiled by her bed. So annoying. Xiaoxiao looked at Xian, who had already fallen into a sweet dream, and became even angrier. You can even sleep on this hard bed, really. After mocking Xian, Xiaoxiao, who couldn't sleep, decided to go out for a walk. However, she didn't expect that her decision would make her the first to be eliminated, although, it was only temporary. Xiaoxiao put on her shoes and opened the door. She didn't notice the noise at all and closed the door quietly. Bang! The sound of the door closing woke up the few guests who were in light slumber. However, it was really too late, so even when they heard the door closing, they didn't wake up. Until, save me. There's a ghost. A sharp and miserable female voice resounded through the pitch-black night, causing the guests, who were not used to sleeping on hard beds, to all wake up. What's that sound? I just heard someone screaming for help. Did something happen? This time, all the male guests were completely awake. Don't worry, everyone is surrounded by the program crew. Nothing should happen. Lu Ning, who was the oldest and also the most experienced, said in a deep voice after he put on his clothes and pondered for a moment. I think it's very likely that the show has already started filming. Listening to Lu Ning's words, the other 3 male guests who just woke up were a little confused. Started filming? Didn't they say tomorrow morning? Jiang Chen, who was a little sleepy, rubbed his eyes and yawned. Maybe the morning that the director told us is different from our understanding of the morning. Su Jinyang also seemed to understand something. He raised the corner of his lips with his signature smile on his face. Now, it's the so-called tomorrow morning that they said. At this time, everyone realized that it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. If one had to describe it, it could barely be called morning at this time. The 4 guests quickly got up and changed into the clothes that the production crew had prepared for them. Then, the few of them checked the surveillance cameras in the room. Fu*K. Does the program crew have to do this to us? This is too evil. Looking at the working cameras, the 4 guests immediately understood that the show had already started. Now, they were about to encounter that scream just now. Could it be that the female guest encountered a zombie in danger? Jiang Chen remembered that the theme of the show was about zombies. He swallowed his saliva and said with a little fear. God knows, although he was a man, what he was most afraid of was scary things. Originally, he didn't want to sign on for this variety show. He had always been a lazy person. He didn't want to do things that required him to endure hardships even if he was beaten to death. But God knows why his agent signed such a contract for him. And he only found out later that the first episode of the show was about zombies. Fu*K. It's very likely. Shuiyu nodded heavily and said with a serious face. The theme of this episode is about zombies. We are probably surrounded by zombies. Su Jinyang observed the security situation around the room and said his speculation rationally. We have to find a way to get out of here. Su Jinyang opened the door and strode outside. Su Jinyang, where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry? After Su Jinyang left such a sentence and strode out, Jiang Chen and the others quickly followed behind him. I'm going to see Xian. Su Jinyang didn't hide his special treatment of Xian at all and strode to the door of the female guest's room. Seeing the closed door, Su Jinyang stopped and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. However, there was no response from the room. Xian. Xian. Are you inside? Su Jinyang saw that there was no response from the room, so he called a few more times. However, there was still no response from the room. So, he gritted his teeth, apologized, and opened the door of the female guest's room. When he opened the door, Su Jinyang was stunned. Su Jinyang, Xian is inside. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen and the others who followed behind Su Jinyang found that the room was empty. Not a single person was inside. Huh? Where are Xiaoxiao and Xian? Why are they both gone? Looking at the empty room, the 4 male guests were all stunned. Could it be that the 2 of them were attacked by zombies together? It's very possible. Looking at the 2 female guests who disappeared, the 4 male guests all had a haze in their hearts. The show had just begun, and the 2 female guests had already been eliminated one after another. And they didn't even know what happened to the 2 female guests. Just as the 4 male guests were deep in thought, they didn't know that their temporary dormitory was already surrounded by layers of zombies. Pa pa. Dong dong. Ka. A burst of soft sounds came, and the 4 male guests in the room finally realized that something was wrong. Did you hear anything? Look. What is that? Suddenly, the 4 male guests saw a blurry figure in the only window in the female guest's room. That figure's behavior didn't seem like a normal person either. He seemed to have heard the commotion inside and started banging on the window with all his might. Pa. 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 The sound of the slapping made the 4 male guests, who were already a little nervous, even more nervous. Let's go. Let's get out of here. At this time, no one had the time to think about where the 2 female guests went. They only had one thought at this time, and that was, hurry. Get out of here. There's danger here. However, when they walked to the door and opened it, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Ah dash. Close the door. It's all zombies. Outside the door, there was a dense crowd of horrifying-looking zombies. This was definitely not an exaggeration, it was really densely packed. There were hundreds of zombies as far as the eye could see, and the zombie makeup on their faces was particularly realistic. It was exactly the same as the zombies in the foreign Resident Evil blockbusters. If the guests didn't know that the zombies outside the door were fake, they would really think that the zombies surrounding them were real zombies, the kind that ate people, because I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I've been bitten. The timid Xianxia didn't retreat in time and was dragged into the zombie pile by the zombies and was bitten by a small zombie. Seeing Xianxia suddenly disappear into the zombie pile, the other 3 male guests' faces were extremely ugly, because there were too many zombies outside the room. After they opened the door, they couldn't close it anymore, and when they wanted to retreat to their room, they found that there were zombies that broke the window in the room. In an instant, they were like turtles in a jar, surrounded by zombies, wiped out. Obviously, they had settled down. Su Lin and Han Yu, who were sitting in the monitoring room, watched this scene and couldn't recover for a long time. Both of their faces were dumbfounded, full of shock and horror. Old Han, quickly slap me, I wasn't hallucinating just now, right? Xian? She escaped through the window at the first moment? With great difficulty, Su Lin finally found his voice. However, his voice was still filled with disbelief and shock. It was obvious that he was terrified. I also want to know. How did Xian suddenly become so powerful? Han Yu, who recovered from the shock, was even more excited than Su Lin. He still couldn't believe the scene captured by the camera. If it weren't for the cameras installed everywhere in this small mountain village and the drones flying in the sky, they really wouldn't have been able to capture how Xian escaped, just now. The moment Xiaoxiao went out and was attacked by zombies. Han Yu wanted to see all 6 guests get wiped out at the beginning of the show, to give them a deep blow. In the end, there was a flaw in the plan. Xiaoxiao was eliminated, and the other 4 guests were indeed surrounded by zombies and wiped out. However, Xian, the weakest of the 6, escaped. She escaped very easily. Moreover, when Xiaoxiao let out the first scream, Xian was like an arrow released from a bow. In that instant, she completed a reaction that ordinary people wouldn't be able to do. She jumped through the window. She climbed the wall. She jumped onto a tree. She hid in the forest just like Tarzan. This series of quick reactions was like an instinctive reaction. They were completely caught off guard. If it weren't for the drones, they wouldn't have been able to capture the scene of Xian escaping so quickly, especially with her black outfit. She was so handsome that no one would be able to match her. This Xian, don't tell me she filmed martial arts movies before? She's very agile. Su Lin was silent for a while, then he gave the most reasonable answer in his heart. Our house isn't very high. Actually, if she could climb to the roof and escape from the tree on the roof, it wouldn't be that difficult, right? Hearing his good friend's words, Han Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Then go and try flipping through it. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, why did Xian seem to know in advance? She didn't hesitate at all to jump over the wall and escape. He didn't manage to mess with Xian again, Han Yu said with a stifled heart. The other 4 male guests, even if they heard the commotion, didn't react as quickly. They all analyzed the situation before deciding to escape. However, Xian escaped as soon as she heard the screams. She didn't even look for the male guests to discuss it. She didn't care about their lives at all. He really had the image of a cold-blooded person who didn't save others in the apocalypse, just as Su Lin and Han Yu were in awe of Xian's godly maneuver. In the end, a voice came from the earpiece. Director Su, the 4 male guests have all died, but the female guest, Xian, is missing. Sure enough, just as they thought, the 4 male guests who were caught off guard were all wiped out in the end. The only thing they hadn't expected was that Xian had managed to escape from the trap they had carefully set up. What do we do now? Because of the bug that was Xian, their show had encountered its first ever problem. It made it impossible for them to continue with the rules. What else can we do? Let's find Xian first. Han Yu said in his heart. I've received a lot of nutrient solutions. Thank you, little cuties. Pen lead. Greater than over equal to in order to thank the little cuties for giving 12 sauce so much nutrient solution. I'll give everyone an update tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll feed everyone with bacteria. Greater than over equal to omega ps, continue to ask for nutrient solution. That's right. I'm not in a good state today, so I'll end today's update. Go to sleep, little cuties. Good night. See you tomorrow, Chiomi Cuckoo. Tonight, the moon was already covered by dark clouds, and the place they were in was very remote, deep in the mountains and forests. Fortunately, come on, Challenger. Because it was convenient and cheap, they hired the villagers of this small mountain village and the neighboring villages as their zombie extras. Therefore, in the search for Xian, who had disappeared into the woods, these zombies could be of great help. After all, he was familiar with the terrain here. Otherwise, the production crew would not have dared to come to this pitch-black forest where they could not even see their own fingers. In order to find Xian, the production crew had pulled in several young, strong men from the village. In the end, the drone managed to capture Xian in the forest and came to look for her. Why is this Xian here? That's right. She's a girl. Doesn't she know fear? I'm a man, and I'm a little scared walking here alone. The staff didn't know about Xian's exploding actions. They thought that Xian was like Xiaoxiao, who couldn't sleep at night and went out to find a place to relieve himself. Even though this Xian ran much further than Xiaoxiao, he was still able to run. Listening to the staff members' complaints, the other sturdy villagers felt that this group of people was really strange. Why would they come to this godforsaken place to film a program when they were so bored? Moreover, this female guest did not sleep at night and even went to the woods to wander around. She was really too bold. Even the women in their village wouldn't have the guts to run around in the woods in the middle of the night. Although there were very few large wild animals here, there were still wild animals that could hurt people. Besides, what if they encountered bad people? However, this group of people, regardless of whether they were criticizing Xian verbally or criticizing Xian inwardly, had no idea that they had already become someone's prey. Did Director Su and the others make a mistake? Is there anyone here? They looked around but did not see Xian. They thought that Su Lin and Han Yu must have made a mistake. Just as they were wondering if they should retreat, they suddenly heard, "Ah!" One of the burly men beside the staff member suddenly screamed, "Next!" The two staff members watched helplessly as the originally normal burly man clutched his head with a pained expression on his face. What's going on? The wind was dark and the moon was high up in the sky. The big man's sudden appearance really scared the others. Especially soon, a second one appeared, just like the first one. The third one. Ah! Ouch! In the blink of an eye. The four burly men, who had been very normal, held their heads in pain one after another. F***CK. What's wrong with you guys? Don't scare us. The two staff members who brought people to look for Xian were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Originally, this forest was strange and scary. Now that the four strong villagers they brought to explore the way suddenly became like this, how could they not panic? Just when the two of them were a little flustered, they heard a swoosh. A black arrow shot toward them. Pa! Ah! My head! One of the staff members covered his head. He was in so much pain that he almost cried. When the other staff member saw that his colleague was attacked, he panicked in his heart. He held the walkie-talkie and was about to speak to the others for help. Who knew that just as he picked up the walkie-talkie, before he had time to speak, he heard another swoosh. Pa! The walkie-talkie instantly fell to the ground. Looking at the walkie-talkie that fell to the ground, the staff member was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He thought in his heart, is there a murderer or something living in this forest? While he was panicking in his heart, he didn't know that someone had already jumped on top of him and was aiming at his head with a crossbow. Swoosh! With a rapid arrow sound, the team that came to look for Xian was all wiped out. Pa! Su Lin and Han Yu, who were in the monitoring room, were shocked to the point of going Sparta. They were so scared that they dropped the walkie-talkie in their hands that they wanted to contact the group of people. Was I hallucinating again? Su Lin once again felt as if he was hallucinating, and this time, it was even more serious than the last time when he saw Xian escape through the window. No, you're not hallucinating, it's Xian. Han Yu subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said excitedly. It's because Xian is too strong. I really didn't expect it. How did she do it? Why is she so strong? At this time, Han Yu no longer felt any sense of defeat towards Xian. When he saw that the camera had captured Xia and wiping out the six-man team in just a few minutes with a handgun and a crossbow, he couldn't be more excited. Originally, he was particularly depressed. Why did the most dazzling equipment have to be chosen by Xian? But looking at it now, it was really too awesome. Old Sue. Our show is really going to explode. Next, I think you should just focus on filming Xian scenes. That's great. That's great. That's really great. Han Yu was so excited that he couldn't stop saying, "That's great" a few times. Looking at his good friend's expression, Su Lin turned to look at the series of shots captured by the camera just now of Xia and amazing maneuvers. His opinion was more like a director's than Han Yu's. Maybe Han Yu felt that Xia and was really suitable for their variety show, but Su Lin felt that Xia and was more suitable for a movie, especially as a martial arts female star. Nowadays, it was very rare for a female star to be able to act in a martial arts movie, and overseas movies were still very keen on martial arts scenes. If Xiaoan could become a martial arts female star, he believed that Xiaoan would be able to create a world of her own, not only in China, but also internationally. No. I have to find Xiaoan personally. Otherwise, Xiaoan might think that everyone who goes looking for her is a zombie and kill them all. After watching Xiaoan wipe out the six-man team and escape into the forest, Han Yu decided that he might as well go look for Xiaoan personally. Otherwise, if Xiaoan wasn't found, their show wouldn't be able to continue filming. Then you have to be careful. Xiaoan's attack power is not ordinary. Su Lin thought of the staff member who was knocked down by Xiaoan in an instant in the video, especially when Xiaoan attacked his head. He felt a headache coming on. Therefore, he didn't want to go look for Xiaoan with Han Yu. I know. I'm not like those extras who are wearing sensors. I'll be safe with a helmet. The reason why the four villagers were holding their heads and screaming in pain was that the zombie sensor equipment on their heads hadn't been removed. The design equipment given out by the show was all sensor equipment. As long as the zombie extras were hit in the vital parts, they would feel pain and temporarily lose their ability to move. However, there was no danger at all. After putting on the helmet and taking the villagers who had removed the sensors, Han Yu went to look for Xiaoan personally. However, where was Xiaoan, who was being looked for by the show's crew? At this moment, Xiaoan yawned. Xiaoan yawned and looked at the tallest tree she had found. She thought that it should be safe enough for her to sleep here, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoan, who was a little sleepy, lay down among the layers of leaves and prepared to make do for the night. Tomorrow, she would look for a good place to hide and sleep nearby. Lying on the trunk, Xiaoan looked at the dark leaves and couldn't help but complain about the show's crew in her heart. This stupid show won't even let me have a good night's sleep. Launching a sneak attack in the middle of the night is really too heartless. If it weren't for her quick reaction, she would have been trapped in the house by that pile of zombies. However, even if she was trapped in the house, it didn't seem to be a problem. After all, those zombies were really too weak. As long as she had enough bullets, it would really be a matter of time to get rid of that pile of zombies. Xiaoan complained about the show's crew as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. During the whole process, Xiaoan didn't think about the other guests at all. She also didn't think about what would happen to this group of people later on. Just as Xiaoan fell asleep thoughtlessly, she didn't know that not far away, the show's come Challenger. The production team was really going crazy trying to find Xiaoan. Xiaoan, come out. The show's recording is over. Because the drone didn't capture Xiaoan's whereabouts, Han Yu brought people to search around, but they still couldn't find her. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, the next segment of the show's recording was about to start. Han Yu had no choice but to mobilize everyone in the show, including the 5 guests who had been eliminated, to work together in groups in this huge mountain forest to look for Xiaoan. Where did Xiaoan run off to? Oh my god. I really admire her. Isn't she afraid? I heard that Xiaoan killed all 6 staff members who were looking for her. She's really good at fighting. Pfft. I don't believe it. It's probably because of her equipment. She must have hit them by accident. As the staff members looked for Xiaoan, they gossiped about how Xiaoan had just wiped out a small team. However, although Xiaoan really did kill 6 staff members, she left a deep impression on them. As a result, other than the 6 staff members who had personally experienced it, Su Lin and Han Yu who watched the live broadcast, no one really believed that Xian was actually that good. I think our show for this episode can be called Finding Xian the Challenger. Pfft. So where did Xian run off to? Could she have fallen asleep in the tree? At this time, a staff member just casually mentioned it. She really didn't expect that she would be telling the truth. Sorry. Something came up at the last minute today, so I didn't update until tonight. But little cuties, don't worry. There will still be 4 updates today, just a little later. Xiaomi, ####, PS, daily nutrient solution little cuties, quickly feed her. Ooh. The next day, Xian was woken up by the sound of a rooster crowing at dawn. Huh. Xian stretched herself and looked at the dazzling sunlight. She yawned and prepared to jump down from the tree to find something to eat. Grasping the balance of his body, Xian walked and jumped among the trees with ease. At this moment, Cheyenne was like a little elf in the forest, so relaxed and happy. However, this elf was not like those dreamy elves in fairy tales. Instead, it was cruel carnivorous elves, ayaya. It is said that the wild game in the mountains is very delicious. While Xian was busy preparing her breakfast in the forest, she didn't know that at this moment, the Challenger. The production crew almost called the police because they couldn't find her for an entire night. Found it. Xian is here. When the staff on duty saw Xian walking lightly in the forest in the early morning, they didn't care how Xian climbed up the tree or how he jumped from tree to tree, but they didn't care about it at all. Anyway, when the staff saw Xian, he was very excited. Hearing the staff members roar, the other staff members were all woken up. Among them, Han Yu was the most excited. What? He found it? Let's go. Han Yu didn't even bother to wash up. With a group of people holding walkie-talkies, they followed the figure captured by the drone. This time, they didn't walk slowly. This time, they finally caught up with Xian. This group of people used their fastest speed to rush towards Xian. Looking at the way he was running, it was as if Xian would disappear if he was a second late. At this moment, Xian was carefully preparing to capture a fat wild boar. Because the equipment given by the production crew was fake sensor equipment, when she was preparing to capture the prey, she had already made a few wooden arrows with sharp arrowheads. Although these homemade wooden arrows definitely couldn't kill medium to large wild animals. Small animals, as long as they were shot at the vital parts with a crossbow, there was absolutely no problem. And the wild boar that Xian was preparing to capture was obviously a medium to large wild animal. Therefore, even if the wooden arrows in Xian's hands were used with a crossbow, there was no way to kill it. However, Xian aimed at its eyes. She was prepared to first injure the wild boar's eyes so that it couldn't see before capturing it. However, sometimes, the plan was perfect, but reality was cruel. Just as Xian held her breath and was about to shoot an arrow, Xian. Is that you? We finally found you. In a flash. Xian didn't even have the time to shoot. In the end, the wild boar disappeared without a trace in an instant. At this time, Xian, who was squatting in the grass with an empty stomach, was about to explode with anger. Xian? What are you doing? At this time, the group of people who had found Xian's whereabouts realized that Xian seemed to be a little strange at this time. Especially when Xian turned around with a crossbow in her hand, they almost thought that Xian was going to shoot them to death with the crossbow in her hand. Gulp. Han Yu and the others couldn't help but gulp. At this time, they saw Xian turn around and look at them with a sullen face. She didn't seem to be too happy. What's wrong? Han Yu suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and stuttered. You scared away my breakfast. Xian put away the crossbow and carried it on her back. Sigh. Her breakfast. Breakfast? What breakfast? How can breakfast be scared away? Han Yu and the others looked at Xian in confusion. Looking at her, this group of people had a new question, that was, why was Xian still clean after sleeping in the wild for a night? Especially her face, there wasn't a hint of fatigue at all. Her complexion couldn't be better, fair and tender, she was simply beautiful. That wild boar that you scared away just now was my breakfast. Xian rolled her eyes at Hanyu and the others and said in a bad mood. Although she didn't eat that boar, but it was such a fat wild boar. It must be very delicious, this group of people. Really, of all the times to appear, they just had to appear now. Pfft. Xian, are you joking with us? That wild boar was your breakfast? When Hanyu and the others heard Xian's words, they all laughed out loud. No one believed that Xian was telling the truth, especially when they saw the wooden arrow in Xian's hand. They felt that Xian was joking with them. Even if it was a real arrow, it might not be able to hunt down that wild boar, not to mention the inferior and fake wooden arrow in Xian's hand. Yes. So, since my breakfast ran away, you should compensate me with my breakfast. Xian coldly glanced at the few people who were laughing and mocking her and said in a bad mood. After being glanced at by Xian's cold eyes, the others immediately fell silent. Okay, you can go back with us first. About the breakfast, it's not a problem. Looking at Xian, who was finally able to find her, Hanyu nodded nonchalantly and said very nicely. Seeing that Hanyu agreed to her request so easily, Xian felt a little strange. When did you become so easy to talk to? Didn't you say that the production team wouldn't take care of any guests during the competition? Xian suddenly looked at Hanyu suspiciously. It was filming time now. How could a scriptwriter who planned a surprise attack in the middle of the night be so nice? It is indeed filming time now. But do you know how many surprises you brought to our production team? When Hanyu said this, Xian was dumbfounded. She looked at Hanyu with a dumbfounded expression, not understanding what Hanyu was talking about. She didn't understand at all. How did she bring so many surprises to the production team? Didn't they say that she had to survive in the wilderness and avoid being infected by zombies? In the end, after Hanyu finished speaking, she realized that the surprise was because she was too powerful. But Brother Han, I don't think I did anything wrong, right? This show is about surviving in the wilderness, isn't it? Since I knew there was danger, why couldn't I run away? Since I met zombies who came looking for me, why didn't I kill them? Xian's words made Hanyu speechless. Hearing Xian's words, Hanyu didn't know what to say. Xian was clearly defined as the weakest person by the production team, but now, this weakest female celebrity was actually, ahem. Okay, our production team was negligent. Now, I would like to invite you to act out a scene with us. Hanyu coughed softly and said helplessly to Xian, what scene? Xian raised her eyebrows and looked at Hanyu cautiously. Well, let's act out the scene where you were also caught by zombies and lost your life with the other guests. Then, you were locked in the biochemical research facility. Otherwise, Hanyu then told Xian about the original program setting. It turned out that the program team wanted to give the guests a show of strength first. First, they wanted to cause a total annihilation. Then, the program team would change to another venue and start recording the program again. The temporary dormitory was just a scary gimmick that the production team wanted to create to make the show more exciting at the beginning. However, the production team didn't expect Xian to be a bug. After hearing Hanyu's explanation, Xian finally understood why Hanyu was so easy to talk to. You said you didn't have a script, but now you have one. Xian curled her lips and complained softly. After hearing Xian's ridicule, Hanyu only felt his face heat up, and he had a feeling of wanting to dig a hole in the ground. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that his perfect plan would actually fall into Xian's hands. This also made him feel that his show was not as prideful as it was before. It had been completely shattered. After all, who would have thought that Xian was so agile? In this forest, it was like her home. If it weren't for the drone, they wouldn't have been able to find Xian. Wanting to capture Xian, that was a completely impossible task. Therefore, he had to cheat now. Hanyu took a deep breath and smiled as he tried to please Xian. Let's just pretend that we were caught. Give me some face, we still have to film the show. Xian looked at Hanyu's smiling face and nodded indifferently. She didn't make things difficult for Hanyu. After all, the production team had been looking for her all night. Also, this was just a variety show, it wasn't real. Okay. But Brother Han, you have to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for me as a reward. Xian blinked and smiled at Hanyu. No problem. Leave it to me. Seeing that this lady finally agreed, Hanyu was relieved and quickly reached an agreement with Xian. Okay, I have a big appetite, you guys better prepare a lot of delicious food. Oh right. I have to have pork for breakfast today. On the way back, Hanyu understood that Xian had another attribute other than being a miser, and that was, a foodie, and she was the kind of foodie who could eat a lot and was especially delicious, especially when she saw that Xian really finished all the breakfast on the table. Okay, I'm full, I can do it now. You guys can take me away. After finishing her breakfast, Xian kept her word and let the production team film a scene of her being caught. Her attitude was extremely obedient. Then, she naturally met up with the other 5 guests who had been caught long ago. The other 5 guests were extremely curious when they saw Xian appear again after the search for Xian in the wee hours of the morning. Xian, where did you run off to? Are you okay? I'm going to combine the late second watch, the third watch, and the fourth watch into one chapter. I'll stay up all night to write it. So, the little cuties who are done watching the second night watch should go to bed first. I'll come back tomorrow morning to watch the third watch and fourth watch. Rub your head. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to be delayed by something today. P.S. Let me explain, the female lead is participating in a variety show, not filming a scripted TV movie. No one told her that she would be caught by the zombies later. If she had the ability, of course she would run away. After all, she wanted to win. As for the staff looking for her all night, the female lead is even more innocent. She had no idea at all. Maybe 12 Sauce's writing is not good, so some of the little cuties felt that something was wrong with what he wrote. Rub your head. Xian, where did you go? Are you okay? Seeing that Xian came back clean and energetic, Xianxia curiously went up to her. What could happen to me? Xian looked at the disheveled appearance of these people. She raised her eyebrows and said calmly. We heard the noise yesterday and went to find you, but you disappeared. We were surrounded by zombies, and then... Perhaps it was because the series of events he experienced yesterday were too exciting. Xianxia was like a chatterbox as he told Xian everything. But he didn't pay attention to whether Xian wanted to hear it or not. To be honest, Xian wasn't really interested in what happened to them. Her mind was now full of what the program group wanted to do next. Why did they have to lock all 5 of them here? Don't you think that the place we are in now is very similar to the underground laboratory in Resident Evil? Although Xianxia was not very brave, he still liked to watch horror movies. Especially when he found out that the theme of the first episode of the variety show they were participating in was related to the apocalypse, he went to rewatch the Resident Evil episode. Now that you mention it, it does seem similar. At this time, the others also noticed. The room they were in now was white everywhere, and there was a glass window, just like, in a laboratory. What the hell is the program group doing? In the middle of the night, they suddenly launched a sneak attack with so many zombies. Do they want us to be wiped out and end the filming? Just as the guests were complaining, suddenly, in this empty white room, an image suddenly appeared on the smooth glass window. Hello, 6 guests, after last night's battle, you have all been infected with the zombie virus. Now, all of you are locked in this laboratory. You have 3 hours to find the antidote for your respective detoxification in this laboratory. In the image, a middle-aged man in a white coat, dressed like a doctor, expressionlessly explained the rules to them. This time everyone finally understood why the production team had locked them up here. It turned out that their main battlefield was to survive in this laboratory temporarily built by the program group. Now, they first had to find the antidote in 3 hours through the attack of zombies, and then escape from here after coming into contact with the virus. Wow. It really looks like a Hollywood blockbuster. After Xianxia heard the rules, he and Shuiyu were a little excited. However, although he was still a little scared. Yeah. It feels very interesting. Although they experienced being wiped out in the early morning, it aroused Shuiyu's competitive mentality. At this time, he really wanted to get back at them. But, isn't my profession a nurse? Can't my equipment remove the virus? Why do we have to find the antidote? Xiaoxiao frowned and said she couldn't understand. She thought that her job was awesome, but now they had to find an antidote? Xiaoxiao, didn't you notice that your equipment is missing? Hearing what Jiangchen said, Xiaoxiao realized that her equipment, the syringe, was missing. Ah. Where's my life-saving equipment? No need to think about it, the program group must have taken it. This program group is too cunning. It's more than cunning. This program group is so bad, they just want to see us make a fool of ourselves. Achoo. At this time, the creative staff of the program group, who were criticized by several guests as cunning, and bad, were having an emergency meeting. I think that Xian is the biggest bug in our program. We should change some of the program rules. Rules? For example, their equipment should be limited. For example, bullets should not be unlimited. Also, the zombies shouldn't move so slowly. They should move at the speed of a normal person. The creative staff of the program group, after witnessing Xian's agile movements and super high combat strength, realized that if they didn't limit things, the program would be too unbalanced. Therefore, the other 5 guests didn't know that because of Xian, the difficulty of their next mission had increased. However, at this time, no one knew that they were all trying their best to find the antidote that belonged to them in this laboratory. Although they were competitors, they were now trapped in this laboratory. Therefore, they also knew that they should unite with each other now. Only then could they escape from this laboratory. Therefore, the 6 of them formed groups of 2 and worked together to find the antidote in this laboratory. And Xian, under the strong request of someone, became partners with someone to find the antidote together. Xian, how did you escape in the early morning? Su Jinyang looked at the woman who had not taken the initiative to speak to him ever since she had joined his team. She had a serious look on her face the entire time as she searched for the antidote. Su Jinyang, can you do the mission properly with me? If it was an ordinary woman doing a mission with Su Jinyang and Su Jinyang talking to her so gently, the others would probably go crazy with joy. However, Xian was extremely annoying. She really wanted to find the antidote as soon as possible, complete the mission, and get out of this laboratory as soon as possible. She had a feeling that it would be better if they didn't stay here for too long. Sorry, I'm just curious about you. They were clearly filming, but the popular Su Jinyang didn't know how to restrain his feelings for Xian at all. He would always do something very intimate with Xian or say something very special to Xian. Although Su Jinyang's actions were very sincere, Xian felt that this man's attitude towards her was very strange. It made her feel uneasy and vigilant. Oh. Xian responded coldly as she subconsciously distanced herself from Su Jinyang. Looking at Xian's unyielding attitude, Su Jinyang felt that this woman was more and more interesting. Aren't you curious about me? Aren't you curious about how I know you? After saying this, Xian finally stopped walking and looked straight at Su Jinyang with a serious expression. With this sudden stop, the distance between the two of them narrowed in an instant. It was as if their breaths could spray onto each other's skin. Mr. Su, I'm not curious about you at all, so, for some reason, Su Jinyang's heart suddenly skipped a beat when Xian stared at him with her dark eyes. So. Mr. Su, let's go our separate ways. Saying this, Xian quickly flashed into a door, and then quickly isolated a certain someone, who was still in a daze, on the other side. Goodbye, Mr. Su. After waving at Su Jinyang through the glass window, Xian left without looking back. She walked away in a carefree manner. Seeing that Xian had actually locked him on the other side, Su Jinyang didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud. Interesting. She's completely different from the information. Time passed by, minute by minute. Just as the 6 guests were racing against time to find the antidote, they didn't know that their show had become popular again. They hadn't released any behind-the-scenes clips, just a set of makeup photos, but it had already caused an uproar on the internet. Staying up late to write is too inefficient. I'm really sleepy. I'll write when I wake up tomorrow. Oh, smiley face, / oh I can't take it anymore, smiley face, angle, I'm going to sleep, PS, I'm looking for nutrient solution every day. Oh, smiley face, / oh I'll definitely fight for more today. Oh, smiley face, / oh Chapter 27. Xian and the others were far away in the remote mountains without any internet connection. Filming come on. Challenger. At the end of the program. At this time, the internet was exploding because of their makeup photos. Originally, many netizens on the internet were in an uproar because of Xianxia and Xian's most beautiful female guest competition. The netizens on the internet were even more interested in the mysterious female guest whose photo was not very clear, but they could confirm that she was a super beauty. Every day, she was urging the production crew to quickly reveal the true face of that mysterious beauty. However, the program team had yet to update. This made people even more curious. In the end, just as people's popularity was about to be worn down by time, the Come On Challenger. Why did they suddenly announce the final makeup photo? And it was only the first edition? It seemed like there was a second edition? Come on Challenger. Right now, our dear 6 guests are filming the first episode of the Zombie Siege themed show in a certain mountain. Next, I will release the first version of the pre-apocalyptic makeup photos for everyone, styling photo. The moment the official Weibo posted these 6 photos, it instantly blew up the internet. It had only been an hour since it was posted, but the number of reposts, comments, and likes on the internet had already reached a frightening number. However, the most surprising thing was, the person who caused the most commotion was not Su Jinyang, who had just won the Best Actor award. Instead, it was wow. The second female guest was too beautiful. This sailor-themed outfit is so pure that it explodes. Is the second female guest a newcomer? It looked so small. She gives off a very young and inexperienced feeling. Xiao is being pressed to the ground by the second female guest. No matter if it's in terms of looks or figure, she completely beats her. But who is the second female guest? She looks familiar, but I can't figure out who she is, because the official Weibo first version of the makeup photos did not mention the 6 guests, nor did they put their names on the photos. Therefore, this group of netizens really did not know who the second female guest was. However, after seeing the high-definition photo of the face, some people felt that it was quite familiar. However, no one could guess who the second mysterious female guest was. Until, F*CK. He looks like Xian. It really does look like it. Until someone realized that the second mysterious female guest looked a little like Xian. At this moment, all the netizens who were impressed by the second female guest's looks were all Spartans. After all, Xian had been ridiculed by the entire internet for a long time for exposing the fact that she gave birth out of wedlock, that she was a mistress who interfered with her sister's marriage, and that she had an illegitimate child with an ominous father. Even now, the heat of that pile of scandals had yet to subside. Of course, 80% of the audience had also been keyboard warriors and criticized Xian, the female celebrity who had been blacklisted all over the internet. But now, they were actually told that the second female guest who had been licking their screens every day and calling her goddess and big sister was actually Xian. My goddess definitely can't be Xian. How can Xian be prettier than our goddess? Impossible. My beautiful big sister can't be that ugly Xian. My big sister's makeup photos clearly show that she's not even 18 years old. How can she be that old woman Xian? There must be some haters who want to spread rumors about our big sister. Everyone, don't be fooled. Therefore, most of the netizens were divided into 2 groups. One group insisted that the second female guest was Xian. The other group was, of course, the netizens who would rather die than admit that Xian was their goddess. Of course, there was also a group of rational netizens who were waiting for the production team's official announcement. After all, since the production team had already released the makeup photos, it meant that the official announcement wasn't far away. However, even though everyone knew that the production team would make an official announcement, this group of netizens still started to look for evidence before the official announcement of the 6 guests. For example, one side found Xiao's appearance when she first debuted in her school uniform and compared it one by one. They realized that her facial features hadn't changed much, except that she was prettier now. Another side started to look for all sorts of ugly photos of Xian to compare. Xian and the second female guest weren't the same person at all. And so, because of the Come Challenger official announcement with no names, it caused an internet war. Of course, the focus of the discussion was all on Xian trending searches, trending posts, and trending news. Xian and the Come Challenger program took turns to be aired. This was the result of the Challenger's publicity department was overjoyed. They didn't even spend a dime on marketing. They just released a set of makeup photos, and the effect was already so good. When the internet was in an uproar because of Su Jinyang's popularity was overshadowed by the famous movie King, the person involved was, damn. It's a Hollywood blockbuster. Could it be that Xian used to be in sports like me? Xian's skills can be in a martial arts movie. He doesn't even need to hire a stunt double. Jiang Chen and the others didn't know how this happened. The three of them were really being chased by a group of zombies all the way because of Xiao, that brainless girl. The scariest thing was that they were different from the zombies they saw in the early morning. The speed of this group of zombies was obviously faster. Not only could they walk, they could run. Among the three of them, one was a coward, one was smart, and one was physically useless. Only Shuiyu could fight, but facing 6 zombies. But Shuiyu only had 1 sniper rifle. They couldn't fight back at all, hence, the trio, who had been tricked by Xiao, scurried around the room in a panic. Until they met. Xian, you are my idol from now on. My goddess. Jiang Chen, the youngest of the male guests, was instantly conquered by Xian's thunderous methods. Xian, in less than 6 minutes, killed all 6 zombies. They were really killed. Every shot was a headshot, and she was very agile, not letting the zombies touch her at all. Clap clap clap. After seeing Xian quickly finish off the 6 zombies that had been chasing them, Jiang Chen clapped his hands with excitement written all over his face. The other 2 male guests were also inspired by Jiang Chen and applauded together. Xian, you're too good. Your shooting is so accurate. Do you often play real-life Counter-Strike? Jiang Chen excitedly ran to Xian's side, looking like a fan. Yeah. Xian, your shooting is so accurate. Shuiyu and Luning also looked at Xian with amazement. They didn't expect that Xian, who was weaker than Xiao in their impression, could be so good. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saving you, I'm just accumulating points. Xian put away the small gun and said nonchalantly. If it weren't for the program crew changing the rules at the last minute, she wouldn't have run out to save anyone. Anyway, she was the only one left among the guests, so it would be considered her win. So, there was no need for her to save a competitor who was being chased by zombies, right? It was just that the production team was definitely trying to trick her. What did they just do? The person who killed the most zombies was the final winner and the winner of the championship prize? What? That's ridiculous. As a result, Xian had no choice but to change his plan of escaping to preserve his strength and survive to the end into a plan of killing every zombie he saw. That was why she saved the 3 male guests who were running towards her with 6 zombies. Xian, can I go with you? Look at me, I'm unarmed, I'm scared. Jiang Chen shamelessly decided to stick to Xian. Xian didn't comment and curled her lips. She didn't really care. Anyway, she didn't plan to leave here for the time being. She planned to collect zombie points. With a few more people as bait, more zombies would come. Therefore, the 3 of them had no idea that Xian already used them as bait. The bait trio foolishly followed Xian to search this terrifying laboratory. Ha ha ha. Old Su. Did you see that? I told you, we have to change the rules. Look, Xian's movements of killing zombies are so beautiful. She's even better than the best female martial artist I've ever seen. And the most important thing is, her movements are so beautiful. Hanyu laughed excitedly and felt that he was a genius. Su Lin, on the other hand, had been observing Xian's every move. He didn't know why, but when he saw Xian's beautiful and agile movements, he suddenly had some inspiration in his mind. Just as Hanyu watched Xian kill one zombie after another, his phone suddenly rang. Ah? What? Xian made the trending headlines with the show? Sorry, I stayed up late last night, and then my period came again. Today, my body feels terrible. My head is also dizzy and I can't type at all. So, 12 sauce will have to take the day off. I'm really sorry, little cutie /sigh, and I've been under a lot of pressure recently. I never thought that so many little cuties would like to read 12 Sauce's article. Then, everyone's comments were both good and bad, so I'm nervous. Sigh, I still have to improve my mental fortitude. But I'm still grateful to the warm little angels who have been encouraging 12 sauce. Oh, thank you so much. I hope I won't disappoint you. I hope I can write better and better in the future. O greater than over equal to Oso, in order to thank everyone for their tolerance and support for 12 sauce, in this chapter, I'll give everyone a red packet O greater than over equal to 3 ops, daily nutrient solution QAQ little cuties, give me some, thanks. Omega? Chapter 28 Insha? What? Xian and her show are on the hot search headlines? Hanyu was stunned when he received the call. He thought that the staff had said the wrong name. After all, Su Jinyang was the one with the highest popularity. No matter how one looked at it, it should be Su Jinyang, the newly crowned best actor, who should be the one to lead their program to the top of the search rankings, right? CEO Han, the retoucher, forgot to add the celebrity's name in the photo, so, Hanyu couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard the words coming from the phone. It's good that you forgot. If I hadn't forgotten to add them, it probably wouldn't have been so popular. After understanding the whole story, Hanyu laughed so hard that he almost died. He thought that their show would definitely become popular. These were all good omens, they just didn't know how much Xian could clear his name with this show and how many fans he could attract. CEO Han, when will the second edition of the final makeup photos be released? A lot of people are urging us to post it on our Weibo. Originally, come on. Challenger. The second version of the Doomsday photos would be released after the celebrities finished filming the first episode of the show. But now, come on. Challenger. His official Weibo account was about to explode. Oh, from tonight onwards, let's release 2 photos of the second edition of the guests' final makeup. But let's put Xiao's photo at the end, together with Su Jinyang's final makeup photo. The staff member on the other end of the line muttered to himself when he heard Hanyu's words. Their program team would probably be beaten to death by those netizens who were crying piteously for food. He was definitely whetting their appetites. Oh, right, let's add another vote. The guest with the most votes will release an extra set of makeup photos. After explaining everything, Hanyu hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Old Su, although this Xian is my nemesis, she is really the lucky star of our program. The show hasn't even started airing yet, but we've gained so much popularity because of her. The more he spoke, the more Hanyu felt that he had great foresight, otherwise, how could they have invited such a lucky star like Xian? It could increase the popularity again. She was also someone who could make the show's fighting scenes look so beautiful, most importantly. She was cheap. Well, old Han, I think that the first episode of our show will end in less than 3 days. While Hanyu was feeling complacent, Su Lin looked at the scene on the monitor and said weakly to Hanyu. Ah? What? As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, Hanyu was shocked. He quickly turned his attention back to the monitor. In the end, he saw that Xian didn't play by the rules at all. Was she planning to break out of the encirclement and escape from their temporary laboratory? No. I can't let Xian escape like this. They had spent so much money and manpower to build this temporary laboratory. There were so many scenes that could be filmed inside, for example, looking for weapons, looking for food. He was really planning to film in this temporary laboratory for 3 days. This Xian was really his nemesis. Damn. Inform everyone to gather all the zombies for the performance. Do your best to capture the 6 guests. After Hanyu gave the order into the walkie-talkie, he had a smug look on his face. He didn't believe that Xian would be able to escape when all the zombies were mobilized. That was a group performance of over 100 zombies, moreover. He didn't believe that. The final laser defense line would be activated. How could Xian escape from here? The densely packed laser defense lines were modeled after those in Hollywood movies. When they were done, their employees even tried to get through the laser defense lines. Basically, it would take them at least half an hour to get to the exit and turn off the laser defense lines. Of course, most people still couldn't get through, so. Old Han. Xian has reached the exit. Hanyu, calm down. My laser defense lines are invincible. Oh, old Han. Xian is starting to get through the laser defense lines. She looks so relaxed. Hanyu, laser defense lines. You have to work harder. What should we do? Xian, the exit is on the other side. If we touch the laser defense lines, we'll be dead. Also, there are so many zombies chasing behind us. Let's retreat. The 6 guests, who ran into each other again when they were escaping, swallowed their saliva when they saw a lot of laser beams at the exit, just like those in action movies. After all, the laser defense lines were really too dense. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get through at all. Even Shuiyu, who was an athlete, felt that it was a little dangerous. Moreover, there were a lot of zombies chasing behind them. However, before Shuiyu could finish his suggestion, he saw that Xian, who was wearing a black suit, had already done a set of warm-up movements and was ready to start passing through the laser lines. Xian, are you confident? Luning looked at Xia and calmly warming up. She didn't look anxious or worried at all. Luning's heart also calmed down. Although this young lady didn't like to talk and didn't smile often, he felt that she was quite reliable and gave people a sense of security. Anyway, in this short period of time together, he had a good impression of Xian. My goddess will definitely be fine. Fan Jiangchen believed in Xian unconditionally. There was absolutely no problem. She would definitely be able to get them out. TSK. What can we do? There are so many zombies behind us. Before she can open the exit, we'll be blocked by a large group of zombies, and we'll be wiped out again. Looking at the beautiful and spirited Xiaoan, He Xiaoxiao was extremely jealous of He Xiaoxiao, who was in a sorry state after having to hide and hide. Therefore, even during the filming, He Xiaoxiao couldn't control her emotions and was very mean to Xiaoan. However, although she was mean, what He Xiaoxiao said was what all the guests cared about. Yeah, why don't we escape first, wait for the zombies to pass, and then come to the exit? Before Shuiyu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Jinyang. These zombies must be called by the program team to stop us, so every time we want to break through the exit, this situation will happen. So, looking at Xiaoan, who was ready to break through the laser line and leave here, Su Jinyang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. So, why don't we just trust Xiaoan this time and settle at once? I agree. My goddess will definitely be able to take us out safely. I agree too. 3-2. Obviously, even if He Xiaoxiao and Shuiyu didn't agree, there was nothing they could do. These weapons, you guys take them. When the zombies come, remember to block them for me. Xiaoan, who finished warming up, saw that this group of people actually believed in her so much. She thought about it. She originally planned to escape by herself, but she kindly took out the weapons she plundered in this laboratory and threw them to them. Damn. Xiaoan, when did you find so many weapons? Wow. As expected of my goddess. Ha ha ha. We finally have guns. Everyone held the weapons thrown by Xiaoan in their hands and felt a burst of excitement. They felt like their chances of winning were much higher. On the other hand, Su Lin and Han Yu, who were in the monitoring room, were completely stunned. Because they didn't even notice when Xiaoan took the weapons away. How did she completely hide them on her body without being discovered? Goddess, don't worry about leaving your back to us. Just focus on passing through the laser lines. Xiaoan, who was bending down to pass through the first laser line, heard this sentence and didn't care. She would never leave her back to anyone. If this wasn't a game and they were just filming a show, she wouldn't even be with this group of people. But of course, she wouldn't say this kind of thing. Soon, Xiaoan easily passed through the first laser line, bent down, and quickly passed through the second, the third. F***ck, my goddess probably practiced gymnastics before. His body's flexibility is actually so good. Her physical fitness is really like that of an athlete. Looks like we can really escape. TSK, what's there to show off for? Looking at Xiaoan's exquisite and terrifying flexibility in front of them, and the way she easily passed through the laser lines, everyone was amazed by how cool she was. In particular, Xiaoan's style was especially suitable for the scene. In an instant, the other 5 guests felt like they were watching a Hollywood blockbuster with special effects. It was really enjoyable, but soon, they couldn't continue to enjoy this blockbuster anymore. Because they were also participating in the filming. The zombies are coming. Everyone, attack. Buy more time for Xiaoan. Seeing the zombies coming, the other 5 guests took out their weapons and started to fight with the zombies. At this time, their filming location changed from Xia and secret agent action movie to a zombie battle. At this time, while the 6 guests were starting the zombie battle, the netizens on the internet were also starting the zombie battle. Because challengers had started to release the second version of the guests' makeup photos. Moreover, it was an official Weibo post with the names of the guests. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the production team had even announced it. The guest who received the most votes from the netizens would be given priority to release more makeup photos of that guest. This time, it was a big deal. The netizens, who were originally scolding the program team and urging them to quickly announce the identity of the second female guest, were instantly excited to vote, especially when Su Jinyang's fans gathered together to vote. A group of spectating netizens, as well as Xian's fans, were all eager to fight. Therefore, before her name was revealed, Xian once again triggered a frenzy of votes and became a trending topic. First watch of the night. Hehe, I feel much better after a nap. Thank you, little cuties, for your concern. Mwah oh, carrot. Carrot ops, I'm asking for nutrient solution every day. The votes are almost catching up. Chapter 29, 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me. Send the second female guest to debut in the center position together. The most beautiful and mysterious female guest, you deserve to be voted for. Because of this online voting war, they didn't watch variety shows and didn't pay attention to Challenger. Netizens were also interested in this variety show because of the recent hot search of a mysterious female guest. As a result, the heat became more and more intense. Movie king Su Jinyang, who was originally far ahead of Xian in votes, was gradually overtaken by Xian. This infuriated Su Jinyang's fans, and they started a new round of competition. Su Jinyang's diehard fans, Xian's fans, and the audience were competing for votes. Challenger. There was really no need to spend money on marketing. When the fans of the 2 popular guests started tearing each other apart, it wasn't just an ordinary explosion of popularity, it was also continuous. This also made Challenger. The staff of the publicity department were in awe of Hanyu's foresight and methods. However, at this time, Hanyu, who was admired by countless staff members for his good taste, had mixed feelings when facing Xian, whom he had carefully selected. Old Han, I don't think Xian should be filming a survival competition show. She's too strong. It makes the other guests look really useless. Su Lin looked at the monitor and saw that Xian had already passed through the layers of laser beams and reached the exit. He sighed with emotion. Hanyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the beautiful woman on the screen. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, the plot of the show was controlled by him. But now, Xian, who was originally a sex-obsessed guest, had now become a leader. If they really let Xian escape with a group of people, then their show would really have no script to speak of. That was completely free for the guests to express themselves. Therefore, he now had a love-hate relationship with Xian, while Hanyu was having mixed feelings. Xian, as the person involved, had no distracting thoughts. She easily and handsomely passed through the laser beams that the production team had thought no guests could safely pass through. Okay. After passing through the laser beams, Xian quickly pressed the button to close the laser beams and opened the door without any hesitation. After she saw the laser beam disappear, she looked at the few people who were still fighting and quickly called out to them. Come over. The door is open. Come out quickly. Hearing Xian's words, the other 5 guests heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that the zombies were all humans, the makeup looked so realistic. But the makeup on their faces was too realistic. Most importantly, as long as those zombies touched the parts of their bodies that were equipped with sensors, they would be infected by zombies and be eliminated. If you're eliminated, it means that you won't have any scenes for the rest of the show. This was the result that none of the guests wanted. After all, they were here to film the show for the sake of exposure. Okay. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer, the 5 guests began to prepare to evacuate in a hurry. However, unfortunately, they had already dragged it out for too long. Their weapons were out of bullets, and the zombies were getting closer and closer by sacrificing their numbers. Goddess, save me. Seeing that a zombie was about to catch him, Xianxia hurriedly called for help and asked Xian for help. Seeing this, Xian quickly pulled out a gun from her boots. Of course, she was not trying to save people, but because, when she passed through the laser beams, this group of people had already killed a lot of zombies, these zombies were all points for them. Points. As soon as Xian made a move, a large number of zombies quickly fell. This also made the 5 guests feel much more relaxed. They also had time to escape. Teacher Lu, you go first. We young people will hold them off for a while. Because the zombie group was really too close, the 5 of them definitely couldn't walk out all at once. In this situation, they could only leave one by one. If they left together, the zombies would rush at them all at once. Therefore, everyone tacitly followed the old man and the woman's order to evacuate first. Okay. Hearing the other people's words, Luning didn't hesitate at all and quickly retreated. Xiaoxiao, you continue to retreat. After seeing that Luning had safely evacuated, everyone let Xiaoxiao, the female guest, follow suit. However, Xiaoxiao, the streamer and internet celebrity, seemed to be thinking about something. It was as if water had entered her brain, but she refused to leave. No way, I want to fight with you. I don't want to be a deserter. When Xiaoxiao's words came out, everyone was silent and didn't know what to say for a while. This girl's words directly scolded both Xian and Luning. However, the most important thing was that Xiaoxiao's aim was extremely bad. She fired 10 shots and didn't even hit a zombie. If it weren't for the fact that she was a young girl, they would have confiscated her weapon. It was a waste of bullets and resources. Fu*K. If you don't leave, I'll leave. Jiangchen was younger than Xiaoxiao, so he didn't give the female guest any face at all. He rolled his eyes at her and quickly retreated. Seeing that more and more people were evacuating, Han Yu, who was sitting in the monitoring room, saw the scene. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he came up with another idea. Let the remaining zombie extras attack with full force. Capture the remaining 3 guests who haven't evacuated yet. After he finished speaking into the walkie-talkie, Han Yu smirked proudly. He thought that even if Xian escaped the lab with a few guests, he would know what to shoot. Ah. Are you extras crazy? You actually dare to capture me? Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, and everyone heard an angry curse. Xiaoxiao, who didn't evacuate, had her sensor grabbed by a zombie extras. Xiaoxiao has been infected by a zombie virus. Eliminated. Soon, the announcement of Xiaoxiao's elimination was broadcasted. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. Su Jinyang, something's wrong. Did you notice that these zombies are more aggressive than before? They are faster? Shuiyu had just finished speaking when his sensor was grabbed by another zombie. Soon, the announcement of Shuiyu's elimination was broadcasted. Su Jinyang saw his companions being eliminated one after another. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly retreated. But, the little zombie that bit me. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes suddenly saw the little zombie that bit him in the early morning and eliminated him. He found that the little zombie was running quickly towards Su Jinyang, who had his back facing him. It seemed that he was planning to bite Su Jinyang and eliminate Su Jinyang. Goddess! Quick! Hurry up and kill that little zombie. This little zombie is the worst. Jiang Chen complained to Xian. He wanted Xian to save Su Jinyang and avenge him. However, what he didn't expect was that Xian had already raised his hand and aimed his gun at the little zombie, but he didn't shoot. Su Jinyang has been infected by a zombie virus. Eliminated. Su Jinyang looked down and saw a little guy hugging his leg and biting him. He was eliminated just like that? Everyone present did not expect that among the 6 guests, Su Jinyang, the most popular one, would be eliminated. You know, the show hasn't even finished recording for a day. The program team told them that it would take 3 days to record, but now, Su Jinyang, the most popular one in terms of ratings, was eliminated? Ah. God. Su Jinyang was eliminated. Jiang Chen looked at this scene in disbelief, then turned his head and looked at Xian. Goddess. Why didn't you shoot? Is it because he's just a child? No, because that's my son. The next day's update is over. Good night, little cuties. See you tomorrow. PS, Daily Nutrient Solution. Little cuties, come and feed me 12 sauce mua. */*3/ chapter 30 No, because that's my son. When they heard Xian's words, everyone was dumbfounded. As the person who was bitten, Su Jinyang was even more shocked. He lowered his head and looked at the little guy who was hugging his leg tightly. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how he had offended this little fellow. Wasn't this the first time they had met, but why did he see a strong sense of disgust in this little guy's eyes? Was it his imagination? Gulp, as someone who had been bitten before, when he realized that the naughty little zombie was the son of his goddess, he immediately became nervous. He thought about how he seemed to have unintentionally said something bad about his handsome goddess son. He didn't know why, but he felt a little flustered. Goddess, your son is really amazing. It's just like you. 2 of us have already been eliminated. Thinking about Xian's excellent marksmanship and skills, Jiangchen shamelessly changed his mind of seeking revenge on the little zombie and began to flatter him. Luning rolled his eyes speechlessly. As for Xian, who was the one being kissed, he had a look of enjoyment on his face. The expression on his face said, "My son is amazing. And, let's go. Let's leave this place first. You guys retreat first. I'll bring up the rear." Xian curled up the corner of his lips, glanced at Jiangchen, then looked at the zombies that had already surrounded them and said calmly. Good, good, good. We'll listen to our goddess. The rebellious rock prince Jiangchen, at this time, was as obedient as a lamb in front of Xian. After the other 2 left, Xian quickly attacked the zombies. Because of his experience in the post-apocalyptic world, Xian only attacked the head, leaving the other parts untouched. As a result, all the zombies attacked by Xian lost their ability to move. Soon, the group of zombie extras were scared of Xian. They slacked off and didn't dare to approach Xian. At this time, Xian didn't run away from the back door, but strode towards the little zombie with ugly makeup on his face. Little Xing, why did you become like this? There are so many people. What if there is danger? Xian squatted down and looked at the little guy worriedly. She really didn't expect that she would bump into her obedient son during the filming of the show. Moreover, this little fellow had appeared in front of her with such an identity. If it weren't for her good eyesight, she would have exploded her son's head. It's fine. Uncle Han has arranged bodyguards for me. Also, Uncle Han said that as long as I eliminate someone, he'll give me a bonus. When Cheyenne heard the little guy's words, she burst out laughing. She suddenly found that the little guy was becoming more and more like her. But don't worry, Mom. I won't eliminate you. I'll eliminate the other guests and let Mom get the first place. The little guy got close to Xiao's ear and whispered something about cheating. Pfft. You child, Mom doesn't need your help. Xian shook her head with a smile and gently patted the little guy's head with her palm. Looking at the zombie makeup on the little guy's face, she kissed his little head in amusement. However, when the little guy saw that Xian had kissed him, he immediately widened his big watery eyes and mumbled shyly. Mom, I'm very ugly now. Looking at the little guy's shy and embarrassed look, Xian really felt that raising a child was getting more and more interesting. You're not ugly. My son is the most handsome. Xian kissed the little guy's cheek again and smiled brightly. When the others looked at the mother and son who were dressed differently, they were all infected by the warm atmosphere and no one stepped forward to interrupt them. Even Su Jinyang, who originally wanted to ask Xian why her son was so hostile towards him, couldn't help but be melted by the bright and gentle smile on Xian's face. He didn't know why, but when he looked at this smile, he felt that this woman wasn't as bad as that person said, a bad woman who wanted to destroy other people's families. I knew it. I knew it. In the monitoring room, Han Yu watched the scene in the video and laughed like a blooming flower. Ha ha ha. I knew that by sending little Xing out, he would definitely be able to eliminate Su Jinyang. As expected, Xiao's weakness must be her own son. Su Lin shook his head speechlessly when he saw his good friend shouting excitedly as if he had gone crazy. I say, old Han, don't expect little Xing to help you eliminate Xian. I know, I didn't expect little Xing to eliminate Xian. Now. The show has just begun. In order to balance the power gap in the show, I will now start to remake the rules. Han Yu watched the video. Xian easily escaped from the laboratory he carefully prepared. He had already begun to prepare for his plan B, that is, the zombie guests will fight against the human guests who are not infected with the virus. Of course, Xian's marksmanship was so good that he would definitely limit and weaken it. As for the zombie guests, he would definitely strengthen them and make the rules more favorable to them. He was a little excited just thinking about it. Hee hee. This time, I don't believe that Xian can still be so good. Hoo. Jiang Chen was running out of breath along the way and his physical strength was already somewhat exhausted. Although he was the youngest among the guests, he was an otaku. Among the three of them, he was the youngest and the strongest. The others were a middle-aged man and a delicate woman, but he was the slowest and most tired. No zombies are chasing us. Can we not run? Jiang Chen really couldn't run anymore and stopped. The two people who were running at ease slowed down when they saw Jiang Chen stop. I say, little Jiang, isn't your physical fitness a little too weak? You didn't go to the gym before coming to the show? As a fitness expert and sports maniac, Luning shook his head in disgust when he saw Jiang Chen's weak appearance. I didn't know that participating in a reality show would be so tiring. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen really regretted it. Why did he participate in such a shitty show? Just as the two of them were chatting, they heard, shoo. Xian suddenly made a shushing gesture, and the expression on her face was very serious. When the two saw Xian's expression, they suddenly became nervous. Are there zombies chasing us? Don't make any noise, stay here quietly. As Xian spoke, she took out her self-made wooden arrow, carefully took down the crossbow, and walked into the bushes. Seeing Xian like this, Jiang Chen and Luning didn't dare to make a sound. They were worried that Xian would be eliminated, and then they would be in trouble. Just as they were wondering who on earth was chasing them so closely and was able to run ahead of them, a voice rang out from behind them. All of a sudden, they heard a clear and crisp sound, whoosh. Puff. Hearing the powerful sound of the arrow being pulled, the two of them looked at each other and gulped. Xian, what did you shoot? It made such a loud noise. Could it be that he had shot someone to death? Just now, they seemed to see that the wooden arrow seemed to have a pointed head. Just when the two of them were worried, no one thought that when Xian appeared in front of them, she was holding a rabbit? Jiang Chen and Luning both looked at the rabbit with a wooden arrow in Xian's hand in disbelief. For a moment, they seemed to think they were hallucinating. Xian. With a wooden arrow. She shot a rabbit to death? This was too illogical, compared to the two of them who thought they were hallucinating. They couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Su Lin and Han Yu in the monitoring room were already a little used to all the shock brought to them by Xian. They saw it more clearly than Luning and Jiang Chen. After all, they watched it through the drone's camera, because they knew that Xian had good skills and could run fast. Basically all the drones in the program were arranged around Xian. Therefore, when Xian was hunting the rabbit, they also watched the whole process from start to finish. So, in the morning, the wild boar was really Xian's breakfast, Han Yu gulped and said with a sluggish expression. He had originally thought that Xian was joking, but now, seeing that Xian had easily hunted a rabbit, and even using the wooden arrow that they had mocked, he really didn't know what to say. Was this still the female celebrity who was rumored to be a delicate vase? No. It should be. Was she still human? Old Han, I think you should give up. You are definitely not Xian's opponent, she is really too powerful. Su Lin patted Han Yu's shoulder and shook his head helplessly when he saw Han Yu's stunned expression. According to the situation, the champion of the first episode will definitely be Xian. There's no doubt about it. You should just accept your fate. Next episode. The next episode. I'm definitely going to create a mental survival competition. Carrot. At this point, Han Yu finally recognized the reality of the situation and stopped thinking about how he could get back at Xian. He had already begun to think about not having a survival battle with brute force in the second episode. Instead, it would be an outdoor survival battle using intelligence, but of course, even though they had given up, they still had to continue filming. Han Yu reloaded his equipment and decided that even if he was going to lose, he would not let Xian win so easily. Thus, he held a meeting to motivate the other three guests. My recent period. I'm not feeling well. I'm really sorry. It's only now. Try to wake up early tomorrow, 12 sauce. Rub your head, today's update is over. Little cuties, go to sleep. Good night, see you tomorrow. Chapter 31. Just as Xian's makeup photos were going viral on the internet, and the voting battle with Su Jinyang was also going viral. Xian, who was involved in this, led the remaining 2 guests who had not been eliminated to fight fiercely against the zombified guests. This was because the rules were disadvantageous to the 3 guests who had not been eliminated. Therefore, Xian, who seemed to have turned on a cheat code, was not as powerful as before. However, take note that it was just not that powerful to the point of being heaven-defying. But overall, Xian was still a demon king. No matter how many restrictions she had, but, no matter if it was hunting zombies or hunting wild animals in the wilderness, he could do anything, especially in the wilderness. Xian was like a 5-star chef. Even though she didn't have any ingredients, in such a harsh environment, she was still able to cook up a feast of game. Although the appearance wasn't good, the taste was absolutely amazing. Every time, the cameraman, as well as Su Lin and Han Yu, who were watching in front of the monitor, would drool. Good boy, eat the leg. At night, Xian cut a piece of thigh meat from the wild boar that was being roasted on the grill and handed it to Xianxia, who had already removed his zombie makeup. Yes. Looking at the pork leg that Xian handed over, the little guy happily took the piece of oily and fragrant thigh meat that was handed over by Xian. Under the envious gazes of the others, he took a big bite out of it. While eating, she also looked at Xian, who was cutting the roast pork, with bright eyes. Mom. It's delicious. Eat more if you like it. Xian said with a smile when he saw the little girl's oily mouth. She really did not expect that the first time she cooked for the little fellow would be in a place like this. Furthermore, it was roasted pork. This was completely out of her expectations. However, the wild animals in the mountains were delicious, no matter if it was a hare, a pheasant, or a boar, they were all extremely delicious. Looking at the glistening meat, Xian pursed his lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he sped up the sliced meat. Gulp. Gulp. The other photographers, as well as Lu Ning and Jiang Chen, who had just been eliminated by Xianxia, had a hard time. The 2 of them were really unlucky. They originally thought that they could safely finish recording the show by relying on Xian. But who would have thought? There was still a little demon king on the show who could restrain Xian. As soon as this little devil appeared, the 2 of them were completely defenseless and were eliminated by a little radish head. It was simply too embarrassing. He wasn't eliminated by a group of zombies, nor was he eliminated by Su Jinyang and Shui Yu. In the end, they were eliminated by Xianxia, a little kid whose height did not even reach their waists. Don't you think I'm angry? The most important thing was that when they were eliminated, Xian was watching from the side. She didn't remind them at all, and she looked at her baby son with a look of appreciation. Wasn't this protective attribute too obvious? I say, Xiaoxia, we've all been eliminated by your son. Can't you give us some food to comfort us? Lu Ning, who always paid attention to health, looked at the fragrant wild boar meat in Xian's hands and couldn't help but swallow. Speaking of which, he really had to hand it to Xian. In such a bad situation, she could actually make barbecue. Moreover, in the deep mountains and forests where there were so few condiments, she was able to use the things in the mountains to make barbecue so delicious. Yes, goddess, please barbecue. Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the side, also looked at Xian pitifully and said while drooling. Looking at the 2 people who kept swallowing their saliva, Xian raised her eyebrows. Although she was quite protective of her food, seeing that they were eliminated by her good son today, she would be a little more generous. Okay, you guys sit over here and eat together. After saying this sentence, Xian suddenly regretted it. This wild boar was really not very big. She didn't even have enough for herself. However, since she had already said it, Xian could only reluctantly share some of the barbecue meat with Jiang Chen and Lu Ning. After eating the barbecued meat, the gloomy mood of being eliminated by a little brat immediately disappeared. While eating the delicious barbecue, they chatted with Xian. Oh. Little Xia, your barbecue skills are really good. It's definitely the best barbecue I've ever eaten. Goddess, I think you're too good, you know everything. She was simply capable in the hall and in the kitchen. You can even beat the monsters. It's perfect. However, Xian ignored the compliments of these two people and just buried her head in eating her barbecue. However, we were all eliminated, and now you're the only one left. I'm thinking that the show won't be recorded for long. Probably either Xian will eliminate all the zombie guests, or Xian will be eliminated, and then the show will be over. Listening to the mutterings of these two people, Xian didn't care at all. She hadn't had enough of the game yet, so it didn't matter if she went back a little later. But right, little Xia, does your little Xing not need to go to school with us? Xian, who was eating happily, suddenly froze after hearing the word school. That's right. She transmigrated, and since she brought the little guy back, she forgot about school. Her obedient son should indeed go to school at this age. I don't need to go to school. The things taught in school are too simple. The little fellow, who was originally engrossed in eating, was immediately unhappy when he heard that the two of them had snatched the pork roasted by his fairy mother and even instigated his fairy mother to send him to school. He didn't want to go to school. He just wanted to be with his fairy mother. Pfft. You little kid, you're so young, and you don't want to go to school? That's not okay. Knowledge is power, you only have. Xianxia looked at the little guy with a smile. As a poor student, he began to talk to Xianxia about the importance of learning. Little did he know that soon, he was about to be slapped in the face by the little kid he was educating. Oh, brother, then I'll give you a math problem to do. After the little guy finished the barbecue, he clapped his hands and wrote a math problem on the ground with a branch. Looking at the math problem, Xianxia almost dropped the barbecue in his hand. He stared blankly at the math problem on the ground and felt unwell. Xiaoxingchen's height only reached his thighs, and he was still a child, but inexplicably, he had the fear of being dominated by a genius. He inexplicably felt a sense of fear towards the cute little kid in front of him. Gulp. Xianxia gulped and looked at the little guy who still had baby fat on his face in horror. You know how to do it? The little guy calmly nodded and looked at Xianxia with an innocent and surprised look. He gave Xianxia a critical hit. Yeah, brother, this question is so simple. Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. Looking at the little guy's big watery eyes filled with disbelief, the poor students who saw the question all felt like they were looked down upon by a child. Xianxia, sob sob sob. Are all kids this scary nowadays? / Lunong, I'll just eat meat. 00? Xian, ahem. I don't know how to do it either. But it doesn't matter. As long as my son knows how to do it. Oh, asterisk, oh. Cameraman, I feel the suppression of IQ. 0v0, in front of the monitor, Su Lin and Han Yu saw the little guy write down the answer, and both of them were silent for a while. Old Su, you were the top student in our art class when you were in school. Do you know how to do this question? I don't know either. Xiao's son is really a genius. He's only 5 years old this year, right? Su Lin looked at the beautiful and delicate little boy in the video and sighed in his heart. Xian was really blessed to have such a smart and sensible son. Old Han, do you think Xiaoxing inherited his IQ from Xian or from his father? Han Yu was silent for a while again before he spoke. How would I know? Why are you asking this? Su Lin looked at his good friend with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what was wrong with his good friend. I'm thinking, if Xiao's IQ is the same as her son's, then my second episode of the brain battle will be ruined. Thinking about it, Han Yu felt a little scared. Oh my god. Xiao shouldn't be such a monster, it shouldn't be. If she had a high IQ, she wouldn't be where she is today. Oh my god. Please don't let Xiaoxingchen's IQ be inherited. Just as Han Yu was roaring in his heart, Xiao really considered the matter of the little guy going to school and decided, it's decided. Tomorrow, we'll end this episode and take Xiaoxing to school. It's been so cold recently, little cuties need to keep warm. Don't catch a cold, Chiomi hu hu dash. He Xiaoxia didn't understand either. They were the ones who had the upper hand in the zombie group. It should be Xiaoan, the only weak human, who should be afraid of the zombies, but what they didn't expect was the plot was reversed. This is really not letting me be a proper zombie at all. Zombie Xianxia was eliminated. Zombie Luning was eliminated. It was only the morning of the third day. They hadn't started to actively capture Xian, the only human who hadn't been infected and turned into a zombie. As a result, this human guest took the initiative to hunt the zombies. He didn't give them any self-respect at all. They didn't even have any self-respect as zombies. Hearing that the guests from the zombie group were eliminated one by one, the remaining guests became nervous. But the one who was more nervous than them was Han Yu, the show's scriptwriter. He really didn't expect that Xian could actually be deranged to this extent. When he attacked, he didn't give them any face at all. He had watched Xian's one-sided massacre from all angles on the surveillance camera. Yes. It was a one-sided massacre. It was too terrifying. Jiang Chen and Lu Ning, oh, no, including all of them, before they could react, Xian eliminated the two of them, even though the only survivor, Xian, had run out of bullets and no longer had the special bullets issued by the program team. But Xian still used his elusive skills, powerful hands-on skills, and accurate shooting to instantly eliminate Jiang Chen and Lu Ning. It was just like watching a Hollywood action movie. It couldn't be any more amazing. He Xiao. You have to be careful. Xian is. Looking at the monitor, Han Yu was helping the remaining three guests to cheat. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xian appear on the tree trunk above Xiaoxiao's head like a ghost on the monitor. Then, one arrow. Whoosh. Xiaoxiao is eliminated. Xiaoxiao has been eliminated. Han Yu didn't know what to say when he saw Xiaoxiao being eliminated in an instant. F***ck, they're cheating. They're giving the zombie players a hack, but Xian was like the ultimate bug in the show. He was completely unaffected by the various disadvantages in the show. Try your best to track down Xian. At this moment, Xian was no longer fighting with the other two zombies. Instead, it had already become a struggle against the entire production team. And obviously, Xian understood this, so she did not appear in front of the cameras. She didn't care about being on camera like the other guests at all. Instead, she avoided the cameras and quickly passed through the trees, looking for her prey. Everyone be careful. Xian disappeared. However, she must be waiting for an opportunity to eliminate the remaining people, so everyone must protect the remaining two guests. Because of Xian's disappearance, everyone became nervous. Clearly, the remaining people were the zombie army that had the initiative to hunt. Clearly, Xian was the weak and pitiful human being, but this group of zombies was living like a pitiful and helpless human being, while Xian, he was a terrifying great demon king. Gulp. A staff member of the production team swallowed his saliva, his face full of nervousness. Isn't Xian a vase actress? Why is she so powerful? I feel like she's an omnipotent spy in the movies. I feel that the identity of the assassin that Xian drew really suits her too well. I really feel like she's an assassin now. Why do I feel like we're all waiting for death? The staff members of the production team were complaining among the zombie extras. In the end, they didn't expect that the female assassin they were complaining about would appear. Everyone, be careful of the trees above your heads. Xian usually hides in the trees to attack. But in the surveillance room, even Han Yu's reminder was useless. Instead, it gave Xian an opportunity to take advantage of, because everyone was looking up at the trees above their heads. When leaves and insects fell from the trees, many people squinted their eyes. Be careful. Xian must have appeared. Hurry up and protect Shuiyu. Hearing the voice from his earpiece, Shuiyu instinctively picked up his sniper rifle. That's right, because of Xian's strength, the production team shamelessly changed the settings of the zombie guests to allow them to use weapons, but obviously, this was completely useless. While Shuiyu was still aiming, he did not know that Xian had already jumped down from another tree. With great precision, she pinned Shuiyu, who was aiming at the tree where the leaves had fallen, under her body. Then, without any hesitation or mercy, Xian coldly killed Shuiyu with a dagger. Shuiyu has been eliminated. Shuiyu looked at Xian, who had descended from the sky and pinned him to the ground. As the leaves fell, he actually felt a kind of thump thump. The feeling of his heartbeat? It must be an illusion. Because it was too embarrassing to think that he, as the one with the best physical fitness among all the guests and an Olympic gold medalist, was so easily defeated by a girl like Xian. Asterisk 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 F asterisk CK. Shuiyu has been eliminated. The other staff members were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It wasn't until they heard Han Yu's roar from their earpieces that they regained their senses. But obviously, even if they regained their senses, it was useless. Next, they really experienced for themselves what it felt like to be cannon fodder by a super strong protagonist in a Hollywood action movie. They obviously had the advantage in numbers, while Xiaoan was just one person. Moreover, they had a huge advantage over Xiaoan. But Xiaoan easily used a strange fighting technique that made it impossible for them to press down on the sensors on her body. Moreover, she killed more than half of them without even touching them. Then, she easily disappeared in front of their eyes. Seeing that the cameras had lost sight of Xiaoan again, Han Yu, who was in the monitoring room, was once again depressed. Old Su, do you think we should put a camera on every guest's head next time? So that it can be seen from the guest's point of view. Otherwise, with Xiaoan running around everywhere and being completely untraceable, what was the point of filming for their show? Let's do it. Otherwise, we really can't find Xia, and Su Lin nodded. Seeing that Xiaoan's figure was nowhere to be seen on the monitors, he felt that it was a little funny. No one had expected the show to be so out of control. However, although the show's plot was completely different from what they had planned at the beginning, it was still very different. But he felt that this kind of show was even better. Although it was his first time doing a reality variety show, he felt that their show would definitely be popular. Even without a big shot like Su Jinyang, their show would definitely be popular, because they had Xiaoan, the base actress, who didn't play by the rules. They've all been eliminated? After hearing from the broadcast that Shuiyu had also been eliminated, Su Jinyang, who had been lying in ambush, was stunned. In just half an hour, Xiaoan had actually eliminated 4 guests? And now, he was the only guest left. Looking up, Su Jinyang looked at the sun that had just risen. Inexplicably, he had a feeling that this episode of the show would end soon and that they would be able to go home very soon. Shaking his head, Su Jinyang threw this thought to the back of his mind. He thought to himself that even if Xiaoan was so inhumanly strong, he still had to leave him with his last bit of dignity, his dignity as a man. Even if he was going to be eliminated by Xiaoan, he had to hold on for a little longer. It would be best if he could hold on until the afternoon. However, Su Jinyang has been eliminated. Su Jinyang has been eliminated. When Su Jinyang came back to his senses, he found that there was a wooden arrow beside him. He didn't even know where Xiaoan was. How could he be eliminated so easily and without any entanglement? In an instant, Su Jinyang felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Xiaoan, where are you? Come out, you've already won. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinyang tried his best to calm himself down. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." Hua hua hua. There was a sound of leaves rubbing against each other. Soon, Su Jinyang saw a woman walking out of the leaves. The sun shone warmly on the woman standing on the tree, coating her with a layer of warm golden light. She looked holy, warm, and beautiful. In an instant, Su Jinyang felt that the woman in front of him seemed a little familiar. He was supposed to be standing on the opposite side of this woman, but at this moment, as he looked at the woman shrouded in sunlight, he felt an inexplicable throbbing, thump, thump. He felt a kind of throbbing sensation that he didn't feel when he looked at Xiaoan. Why is this happening? Maybe, just like what that person said, this woman is a demon. Now I announce. Come. Challenger. The first episode of Zombie Siege has officially ended. And our champion for this episode is. Hanyu looked at Xiaoan, who was full of smiles. He was very depressed, so he gritted his teeth and said Xiaoan's name. Xiaoan. Clap, 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 clap. Amidst the applause, Xiaoan happily picked up the little guy who was still wearing zombie makeup and walked to Hanyu's side. He happily took the 20,000 yuan check from Hanyu's hand. Xiaoan, what are you going to do with the prize money? Generally speaking, the prize money that celebrities received from variety shows was all donated to charity. However, when Xiaoan heard this question, he replied, "Of course it's for my son to go to school. I heard that it's very expensive for children to go to school these days. 20,000 yuan should be enough, right?" Hearing Xiaoan's matter-of-fact answer, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Xian to give such an answer so directly. Even Xianxia didn't know that his fairy mother really wanted to send him to school. If it's an ordinary school, it should be enough, right? But obviously, as a celebrity's child, how could he go to an ordinary school? Usually, he would have to go to a private aristocratic school. As for the cost, it was obvious that 20,000 yuan was not enough. But of course, no one would be stupid enough to talk about this kind of hatred for the rich on the show, in the Challenger. The first episode was ridiculously fast and ended unexpectedly. Similarly, Xian's second set photo was also posted on the Challenger official Weibo account. Her name was also marked on the set photo. And that Weibo post even tagged Xian, Challenger. Our most mysterious female guest number 2 has unveiled her veil. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Set photo, Xian, it's me, Xian, a cold-blooded killer. Oh, *roar today's update is over. Good night little cuties moi, #carrot. Carrot #, see you tomorrow. Chapter 33, come on. Challenger. Our most mysterious female guest number 2 has been unveiled. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Xian, styling photo. The moment the official announcement was posted, all the fans and onlookers on the internet were stunned. Although the internet had always been arguing that Xian was the second mystery female guest, the truth was that Xian was the truth. However, most people chose not to believe it, but now, on the other hand, the official Weibo account gave a solid blow to those who had never believed that the second female guest they liked was actually Xian, who had been plagued by scandals online. This heavy blow caused everyone to feel dizzy, and they all stood there in a daze. The production team must be joking, come on. Challenger. The second most beautiful female guest in the show is really Xian? That's impossible. When did Xian become so beautiful? By the time all the netizens reacted, the internet was already filled with wailing. As a matter of course, Xian once again brought come on. Challenger. It was on the hot search list. Moreover, with a strong flow of traffic, it left the other celebrities in the hot search. #Xian's most beautiful female guest #, come on. Challenger. Xian #. For a moment, the internet was really overwhelmed by the come on. Challenger. The official announcement and Xian had been turned upside down. For a moment, the group of netizens who had been trampling on Xian and praising the second female guest felt like they had been slapped in the face. This was the biggest face-slapping scene in history. For a moment, as the fans of the second female guest, their feelings were very complicated. Xian is actually the second female guest. I think I need some time alone. Although I don't like Xian, I really like the second female guest. Sob sob sob. What should I do? Actually, if we don't mention Xian's name, the second female guest's post-apocalyptic styling photo is the best of all the guests. Just by looking at this photo, I have a feeling that the person in the photo is really in the apocalypse. Although I really don't like Xian, I really like Xian's makeup photos. If Xian really looked exactly the same as she did in the set photo. If that's the case, I definitely won't be able to do it. Can't be blacklisted +1, can't be blackened +2, even so, Xian still attracted a lot of fans through these photos. Those people who had no moral integrity were all on Xian's side. However, it was a pity that very soon, a completely different and very harsh comment was leading the way. Usually, this kind of set photo is definitely meticulously edited. It's so photoshopped that even the mother of the celebrity wouldn't recognize it. Can't you see that everyone can't even recognize that the second female guest is Xian? So, it must be too photoshopped. Just because she's beautiful, she can ignore the fact that she's a mistress who interfered in someone else's marriage? Is it a black mark for her to have an illegitimate child out of wedlock? Haha. I think a female celebrity with such a questionable character and morals should be banned. So, please join me in boycotting Challenger. We refuse to contribute to the ratings of this show with tainted celebrities. Under the influence of this kind of public opinion, many onlookers were incited. Especially after the posts about Xian's scandals were pushed to the top again and again, many new onlookers were even more disgusted. In just half a day, the Challenger official announcement had just been released, and the public opinion of Xian, as the second female guest, had already swung to one side. People in the industry who were familiar with marketing tactics would not believe that there was no one behind this, therefore, Han Yu quickly received a call from the production team's marketing department. Mr. Han, someone has paid fake reviewers to slander Xia and behind the scenes. We were caught off guard. Now, not only are Miss Xiao's comments not very good, but even our show has been implicated. Han Yu had just arrived at the airport with the production team when he received this call. He immediately looked for Xian, who was eating snacks with Xianxia. Xian, come with me. Seeing Han Yu's serious expression, Xian rubbed his head and followed Han Yu to a place where there was no one else in the VIP area. Brother Han, what's wrong? Xian looked at Han Yu in confusion and asked. Xian, don't be angry with what I'm about to say. Also, I hope that you can fully cooperate with the production team's marketing. Han Yu took a deep breath and told Xian everything without hesitation about the fact that someone was manipulating the internet to slander her. After hearing what Han Yu had to say, Xian narrowed her eyes. There was an indescribable coldness in her eyes. She thought that she should know who was manipulating her behind the scenes. Apart from the female lead's mother, she could not think of anyone else who would slander a nobody like her. Okay, Brother Han, I'll listen to you. Xian nodded her head seriously. She knew nothing about the operations of the entertainment industry. After all, she and Han Yu were in the same boat because of the show. Therefore, she was not worried and left everything to Han Yu to handle. Next, we will carry out an anti-slander strategy. When the time comes, I will find a troll army to slander you. During this time, you will definitely be slandered by the entire internet. But, you have to remain calm. As Han Yu spoke, he felt that Xian was really pitiful. He did not know who she was in the way, but she was being treated like this. He knew her, so he knew what kind of person she was. Moreover, he really liked the smart and well-behaved Xianxia. So, he really wanted to help Xian and get rid of this troublesome situation. Han Yu sighed and said softly, don't worry. Xian, you have to remember. The netizens always sympathize with the weak. The worse you get slandered, the more you post a clarification on Weibo after the show airs. Then, the netizens will feel sorry for you and blame themselves. They will then become your diehard fans. Although Han Yu had just entered the entertainment industry, he was familiar with the tricks of the entertainment industry. I know. Brother Han, don't worry. Being slandered by the entire internet won't affect me at all. Xian smirked. Perhaps, the original owner of this body would not be able to handle being slandered by the entire internet and becoming a street rat. But, she was not the original owner of this body. Not to mention that these scandals could be washed clean, even if they couldn't, she didn't care. After all, she had money and a place to live. She could eat delicious food every day. This was enough to make her happy every day. Yes, I will definitely work hard to get our show aired as soon as possible. That way, you won't be slandered anymore. Of course, Han Yu said all this for Xian's sake. But, he wanted to get the show aired as soon as possible, partly because of his own interests. After all, if the slandering continued for a long time, even if it was fake, people would think that it was real. When that time came, it would not benefit their show at all. Hence, Han Yu seriously began to think about how to get the show aired as soon as possible. No matter what kind of connections he used, he had to take advantage of the current popularity and get the first episode aired as soon as possible. Oh yes, Xian, I thought about it. I will add more scenes for Xiaoxing. Just as Xian thought that Han Yu had said everything he wanted to say and was about to leave, she heard Han Yu say something. In the end, she heard Han Yu tell her that he was going to add more scenes for her obedient son. Ah? Xian looked at Han Yu in confusion. When she had carried the little guy to receive the award, Han Yu had asked her to put down Xiaoxing so that he could do another take. She had thought that Han Yu did not want her obedient son to appear on the show. But now. It's different now. Xiaoxing has been dragged into this. I think that if Xiaoxing is so adorable, it will be easier for you to clear your name. Han Yu recalled Xiaoxing's performance on the show and could not help but laugh. Xian, it looks like this time, not only are you going to be popular, but our Xiaoxing is going to be popular as well. Today's update is over. Good night, little cuties. See you tomorrow, #carrot. Carrot hashtag, chirp 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 chirp. Chapter 34. Xiaoan didn't know if Little Star would become popular, but Xiaoan knew that she was completely popular. As she boarded the plane with the crew, Xiaoan could clearly feel the burning gazes of a group of people. Wow. Is that Xiaoan dead? It seems to be true. She looks even better in person than in photos. What's the use of being pretty? Aren't you just a shameless homewrecker? Xiaoan frowned as she listened to the people whispering and pointing at her. She held Xiaoxingchen in her arms and quickly walked into the cabin. In the past, no one had ever recognized her when she walked around with Xiaoxingchen, but now. It seemed that she was really on fire this time. Mom, don't be sad. I know Mom isn't that kind of person. The little fellow looked at her fairy mother, who silently sat down with her in her arms. She gently wrapped her little hands around Xiaoan's neck, intimately leaned on Xiaoan's chest, and said seriously. Hearing the little fellow's words, Xiaoan's lips curled up in amusement. I'm not sad at all. Those words can't hurt you at all. Xiaoan patted the little girl's head and said with a smile. It's just that I'm thinking that if the show is aired and our little star becomes popular and a small-time celebrity, will our little star be troubled? After all, no matter where you go, people will recognize you. In fact, Xiaoan had been thinking about this for a long time. Indeed, in the current situation, if Xiaoxingchen was exposed, no one would have the heart to defame him because of his cute appearance. Furthermore, this villain of hers would have quite a number of fans. If he really became a public figure. This way, he might be able to change his future. However, she was also worried. What if the little fellow did not like this kind of life? Mom, if Little Star becomes a small-time celebrity, it will be convenient for Mom, right? However, Xiaoan did not expect her villain to be so smart. She had even considered this kind of thing. Her good boy was still at the age of kindergarten. Little Star, don't worry about Mom. Do you want to become a small-time celebrity? I just want to be with Mom. If Little Star becomes a small-time celebrity, can I film a show with Mom? After hearing the little fellow's answer, Xiaoan was really amused and a little touched. This little fellow really did care about her as if she were his mother. Inexplicably, she felt that the little fellow now cared about her as much as he cared about the original female lead. However, this was also good. If her good boy did not care about the original female lead and he would not get involved with the original female lead, then, this was even better. Why don't you want to go to school? But, little, you have to go to school now. Xiaoan rubbed the little fellow's head and said seriously. Mom, it's already past the start of school. It doesn't matter whether I go to kindergarten or not. So, Mom, let me go to school next year. The little guy also looked at Xiaoan with a serious face and said with anticipation. Seeing that the little fellow did not want to go to school, Xiaoan really did not know what to say. Mom will think about it carefully. Just as Xiaoan and her son were discussing whether or not to go to school on the plane, a new wave of public opinion broke out on the internet. When Xiaoan boarded the plane with the little fellow, photos and videos were taken and posted on the internet. Some people even reposted the news with false headlines. Surrounded by scandals, actress Xiaoan takes her son out for a walk. In the current situation where Xiaoan was being slandered like charcoal, such a piece of news obviously made many angry youths who hated the rich reach a climax. Regardless of the authenticity of this news, this group of people believed it anyway, especially in this kind of situation where Xiaoan was the right way to go about politics. Sure enough, it's good to be someone's mistress. Even at a time like this, she can still take her illegitimate son out for a trip. She's really rich. I really want to know who's behind Xiaoan. How much money did he give her? Haha. Xiaoan must have taken a lot of money when she was a mistress. I guess Xiaoan has more than one financial backer. Most of the comments on the internet were ridiculing Xiaoan and very few people spoke up for Xiaoan. Even if they spoke up for Xiaoan and raised their doubts, it was because they were afraid of being hit by the firepower. When he got off the plane, Han Yu got the latest news from his subordinates. He made a prompt decision to carry out his plan as soon as possible. Looking at the current situation, the mastermind behind the scenes wouldn't give up until Xian was dead. As soon as they got off the plane, Han Yu pulled Xian through the VIP passageway and quietly got into the company's van. Xian, hurry up and post a Weibo post with your location and reply to our official Weibo account. It's best if you post a selfie with Xiaoxing. As soon as they got into the van, Xian heard Han Yu say this. She immediately realized that she might have been criticized again. However, there might have been a lot of negative news, so Xian was not afraid of being bitten by lice. It was just a short flight. What negative news did I get? Xian, you were secretly photographed at the airport just now. Someone is deliberately slandering you. That person really wants to kill you. Seeing that Xian was still so relaxed, Han Yu really admired Xian's good attitude. She really hates Xian to the core, Xian muttered softly, her eyes full of mockery. Originally, she really couldn't be bothered to care about the female lead's mother. After all, time was precious and she couldn't be bothered to waste it on a bunch of irrelevant and meaningless people. However, it was obvious that she couldn't stay out of this at all. Also, she had always been a very vengeful person. I got it, Han Yu. Don't worry, I'll definitely post this properly. Xian smiled, took out her phone, and opened Weibo. After a quick glance, Xian understood what had happened and why Han Yu had asked her to post this on Weibo. It was just to clarify that she wasn't on vacation at all. Come. Xiaoxing, take a picture with mommy. After reading all the negative news, Xian acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled and hugged her obedient son in her arms. Then, she placed her sunglasses on the little guy's nose. Snap. Very quickly, Xian took a selfie with a bright smile. Han Yu, who was sitting opposite Xian, was a little confused when he saw Xian smiling so brightly. You're smiling too brightly in a selfie, and she even took a selfie with her son. In this situation, shouldn't she be more low-key and artistic? Smiling so brightly, wasn't she afraid that it would backfire? I want to smile especially brightly and happily. To prove that I'm not affected at all. Very happy. Especially happy. It's best to anger someone to death. As she spoke, Xian edited her Weibo and quickly uploaded the photo. This was the first Weibo post since she became Xian. And this Weibo post attracted quite a lot of attention. At the same time, it was exactly what Xian had hoped for. Someone was really pissed off. Xian, after filming come. Challenger. I'm going home with my precious son, / come, Challenger. Selfie, this Weibo post, which didn't have much substance and even had a geographical location, received countless likes, reposts, and comments as soon as it was posted. Xian's phone lagged for a long time, however. What Han Yu and Xian didn't expect the most was that the selfie she deliberately took with a bright smile actually had such a good reaction, although there were still a lot of people who didn't like Xian and were still criticizing Xian. However, there was a group of onlookers. After seeing Xian's selfie, they turned from haters to casual fans. Wow. Xian is too beautiful. Her son is also very cute. Xian's smile in this selfie is really beautiful. It's as if there are stars in her eyes. Her smile can heal people's hearts. I'm so happy just looking at it. Although Xian's character isn't very good, I really like her looks. I really can't criticize her at all. Xian's selfie has been replaced with my phone screensaver and my computer's desktop. It's too beautiful. No matter what Xian's character is, whether she's a mistress or not, I'm still a fan of her looks. Let me say this weekly. Right now, the entire internet is criticizing Xian, and don't you think there's a water army controlling the comments? Actually, they keep saying that she's a mistress, but is there any evidence? Also, having a child before marriage. Actually, it's not that bad. It's already the year 8021. I also think that someone is manipulating people to criticize Xian and obviously took a flight home after filming, but in the end, she was criticized for going on a vacation. This is simply poisonous. After Xian posted this Weibo post, the public opinion on the internet gradually changed. Although it was only a little bit, it was still a good sign, especially since Xian hadn't even made any counterattacks or clarifications. All she did was post a selfie and it already had such a result. This really shocked Han Yu so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. Moreover, he also successfully witnessed the power of Xian's looks. Originally, he wasn't too sure that Xian's reputation would be cleared after the show was broadcast. But now, it seemed that clearing Xian's reputation was simply a matter of minutes. Xian, stay at home for a while and don't come out, in case something happens again. But don't worry, this period of time will pass very quickly. After sending Xian and Xianxia safely home, Han Yu returned to his and Su Lin's company and started to work on clearing Xian's name and marketing the show. Hence, very quickly, a new wave of fake reviewers appeared on the internet, where the public opinion on Xian had just improved. Don't you think that the production team arranged for Xian, a pretty face, to appear on Come Challenger? Just to make a fool of herself, right? Don't forget, this reality show is a survival competition show. Wow. I'm suddenly looking forward to Come Challenger. Ah. That weakling Xian will definitely be tortured to death in this kind of survival show. I heard that the first episode is zombie-themed. Will the zombies tear apart Xian, the mistress, with their own hands? I suddenly feel that it's very interesting. For a moment, the netizens on the internet were still resisting watching Xian's variety show. In the end, after a large group of fake reviewers entered the scene, there was a huge reversal. Many of the netizens were influenced by this new wave of negative public opinion, and their state of mind was completely different. After all, it was a survival reality show, and it was a competition between the guests. Then, Xian, the pretty face, would definitely be tortured by the production team. Thinking about Xian being tortured, having nowhere to sleep, having no strength to escape, having no food to eat, and being eliminated by the other guests, he. Just thinking about it made them feel a little good. Hence, under Han Yu's manipulation, the netizens who were initially boycotting the show were all looking forward to the show being aired quickly and seeing Xian being humiliated. This made someone explode in anger. How the hell do you do things? Sorry, I had something to do outside today, so the update was late. What the hell are you doing? In the beautifully and elegantly decorated greenhouse, a woman in a light blue improved version of a cheongsam embroidered with orchids was sitting on a comfortable recliner with an elegant posture. However, her face was filled with viciousness and anger. So sorry, madam. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Before the little assistant, Wang Wen, could finish her words, she saw a glass cup flying towards her head. Because she couldn't dodge in time, and also because she didn't dare to dodge, the sturdy glass accurately hit her head. Bang! With a loud sound, the glass cup hit Wang Wen's head and fell on the floor of the stall, making a loud noise. Ah! Wang Wen covered her head and touched a patch of wet blood. She looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the recliner in horror, but she didn't even dare to cry out in pain. If she screamed out loud, then, her fate would be even worse. Because her employer was Xia Jinghao, the only daughter of the Xia family and the wife of the heir of the Fu family. It was funny, even though Xia Jinghao's name meant quiet and beautiful. However, in Wang Wen's eyes, this was extremely mocking. Because this employer of hers had nothing to do with being refined and beautiful. If there was a connection, then it could only be said that her employer's appearance and the character she was playing were quite in line with the meaning of demure and beautiful. Anyway, in her eyes, Xia Jinghao was really a terrifying woman. She even felt that this woman was a psychopath with a mental illness, if it wasn't for the fact that she was really short of money and that this woman had evidence of her crimes, she wouldn't have been able to work beside this perverted and twisted woman. Wang Wen, I don't want to hear so many excuses from you. I just want to see Xian turn into a street rat that everyone wants to beat up. Let her not have the face to continue living in this world. Xia Jinghao looked at the selfie on the tablet in her hand, which showed Xian hugging Xianxia and smiling brightly. She felt extremely angry, especially now. The public opinion was not overwhelmingly against Xian. This made her even angrier. Madam, Xian is now in a situation where everyone wants to beat her up. She is now being slandered by everyone on the internet. Wang Wen endured the pain on her forehead and spoke carefully. However, her words were met with a vicious beating from Xia Jinghao. Xia Jinghao, who was holding the tablet in her hand, threw it at Wang Wen's head. Bang! Ouch! Wang Wen groaned. She was in so much pain that tears were about to fall, but she still didn't dare to move. Go communicate with the variety show that Xian is participating in this show. Tell them to cut out all the scenes of Cheyenne. I've already said that I don't want to see her on TV. As soon as Xia Jinghao thought about how Xian could still be a celebrity, she became angry. Originally, she had schemed to make Xian a celebrity because she wanted her to have a taste of the unspoken rules that she had experienced in the past. However, she never expected that her dim-sighted grandmother and her fiancé would actually help Xian so much. That woman didn't suffer at all. Instead, she was living a comfortable life in the entertainment industry. If it weren't for the fact that her dim-sighted grandmother had finally died because of her, she wouldn't have been able to do anything to Xian. So, she exposed that Xianxia wasn't Fu Xian's son and exposed that Xian was a mistress, all because she wanted to kill Xian. Every day, when she thought about how miserable she had been in the past and how much she had gone through, how Xian, who wasn't even a child of the Xia family, was living a life that should have been hers, she became angry. If only Xian hadn't been in the past. She wouldn't have been so miserable. If only Xian hadn't been in the past. Her husband wouldn't have been unfaithful to her. If only, madam. I've actually already tried to work with challengers. I've already communicated with the production team and wanted to spend a lot of money to get them to abandon Xian. But, as she looked at Xia Jinghao's twisted expression, Wang Wen swallowed her saliva in fear. But, even though she was afraid, she still had to say something that would make Xia Jinghao furious. But what? Xia Jinghao narrowed his eyes and said coldly as he listened to Wang Wen's words. But Mr. Fu invested in the show for Xian, so the show doesn't lack money. Wang Wen's subtext was that behind Xian, Fu Xian, her husband, was backing her up. What? That's impossible. He still hasn't given up on that woman who gave birth to another man's child. That's impossible. That's impossible. Xia Jinghao gripped the armrest of the recliner tightly. His nails, which were painted with beautiful vermilion nail polish, were about to break. As she looked at Xia Jinghao's hurt and angry face, Wang Wen suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction from her successful revenge. She also prayed in her heart that Xian would seduce Fu Xian's body and soul. It would be best if she could succeed, that way, she would be able to trample Xia Jinghao under her feet. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? No, madam, I'm not. Wang Wen, who came back to her senses, looked at Xia Jinghao, who suddenly stood up and was very close to her. She subconsciously wanted to step back. However, before she could take a step back, Xia Jinghao grabbed her hair and then she felt her head being violently slammed against the wall. Bang! Wah! Ah! Madam, I was wrong, please forgive me. In the beautiful and bright greenhouse, there was a cacophony of noises. Mommy? Mommy? Why is it so noisy? Just when Wang Wen felt that she might die here today, a sweet voice that sounded like an angel's reached her ears. When she heard this voice, Wang Wen knew that she was saved. Sure enough, it was just as Wang Wen thought. The appearance of this voice turned the originally crazy and scary woman from a twisted and violent psychopath into a quiet, gentle, beautiful and elegant woman in an instant. Ah, nothing. Wang Wen accidentally fell down just now. Xia Jinghao responded softly to her little daughter who was standing outside the greenhouse at this time. Then, after a little tidying up, she glared at Wang Wen, opened the door of the greenhouse, and walked out. When Xia Jinghao opened the door and saw her beautiful and cute little angel-like daughter, she only felt that her heart was healed in an instant. What anger! What jealousy! What hatred! All of it disappeared. At this time, her heart was full of her baby daughter. Chi-Chi, did mommy wake you up? Xia Jinghao walked gracefully to Fu Anqi and held her baby daughter in her arms. The little girl smiled softly. Tian Tian leaned on Xia Jinghao's neck and said softly. No, I just dreamed of mommy. Because I missed mommy so much, I woke up. Hearing Fu Anqi's soft words, Xia Jinghao felt that her heart was about to melt. Mommy's good daughter, you really can't leave mommy for a moment. Xia Jinghao smiled and pinched the little girl's nose in her arms. Her voice was full of endless motherly love. Hee hee, Chi-Chi can't leave mommy. Chi-Chi is mommy's follower looking at the bright smile on her daughter's face. For a moment, Xia Jinghao felt that she was looking at herself a long time ago. Her daughter looked exactly like her in the past. In the past, before all of this happened, she was a little princess who was doted on by everyone in the family, just like her daughter. She lived a happy and carefree life, until that day came. She experienced a kidnapping, escape, and trafficking by human traffickers. That was the beginning of her dark, painful, and poor life. Obviously, she was kidnapped together with Xian. But how ridiculous was it that Xian, who was as stupid as a pig, was lucky enough to occupy more than 10 years of her life. She was a princess for more than 10 years, and what about her? She lived a hellish life. At this thought, Xia Jinghao's face suddenly turned cold. Mommy, it hurts, it hurts. You're hurting me. Fu Anqi looked at Xia Jinghao with tears in her eyes and said with a little fear in her heart. Sorry, baby, mommy was distracted. After hearing her daughter's cry of pain, Xia Jinghao quickly loosened her grip and comforted her in a gentle voice. Mommy, are you thinking about that bad woman, Auntie Xian? Yes, I am. I'm thinking about that bad woman again. She's so annoying. Why does she always make mommy so sad? She's so bad. That's why she's a bad woman. She's so annoying. Mommy, don't worry. I won't play with Fuyu anymore. Humph. My good daughter, you're the person I care about the most. Mommy will give you the best of everything, achoo. Xian, who was cooking in the kitchen, sneezed violently. This scared the little guy beside her. Mommy, do you have a cold? No, I don't catch a cold that easily. My nose is just a little itchy. Xian rubbed her nose and lowered her head with a smile. Maybe someone is talking bad about mommy behind her back. After saying this, Xian started to make lunch for herself and the little guy. Xian couldn't go out for the past few days and she was tired of eating takeout, so she was very hungry and bored. Therefore, Xian found a lot of cookbooks and started to cook for herself and the little guy according to the recipes. She made whatever she wanted to eat. Fortunately, she really did have a talent for cooking. The food she made was especially delicious. Xian was surprised and puzzled, but she was also very happy. Just as Xian was immersed in cooking again, she didn't notice that the little guy's face had a deep expression that didn't belong to a child. Mommy, I don't think those people are right. You're not a mistress. I'm not an illegitimate child either. I'm mommy's son, and I belong to mommy alone. Xian, who was happily cooking, suddenly heard the little guy's words. She was instantly stunned. Xian put down the ingredients in her hands, wiped her hands, squatted down, and looked at the little guy seriously. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? After spending these days together, she understood that her son was different from other children. Every word that her good son said, except for the words that praised her, was not nonsense. Therefore, after hearing Xia Xingchen's words, Xian first thought that the little guy might have been hurt by some rumors. But soon, when she saw the little guy's aggrieved and calm face, she understood that this smart little genius might have something to say to her. Mommy, you are Uncle Fu's first love, not a mistress. That woman is the mistress. Mommy, after Uncle Fu got married, you have never seen him again. Even when I was born, I was also born before Uncle Fu got married. Listening to the little guy's clear and logical words, Xian was completely stunned. Her mind was suddenly enlightened. She understood a lot of relationships. How old was her son? How could he know so many things about the adult world so clearly, and why did he know so much about it? Why did he tell her, an insider, all these things? Could it be that her good son knew that she had no idea about these things that she should know? Was that why he wanted to tell her these things, so that she could make use of this to fight back? But it still did not make sense. Just as Xian was brainstorming, she didn't understand why her genius son would suddenly say such a thing. Xian suddenly said something like that. The little guy stretched out his small hand and patted Xiao's head gently. Mommy, you are so stupid. Xiaoxing doesn't want to see you being called a mistress, and Xiaoxing doesn't want to be called an illegitimate child either. So, Xiaoxing just wants to remind you. Feeling the warm and soft hand on her head, Xiao's heart suddenly warmed up. All the doubts she had just a moment ago had disappeared. Her son was really too filial. he was well-behaved and sensible. Most importantly, he was very smart. Although she also wanted to fight back against the female lead's mother's attack, she did not know much about Xianxia's situation. Even if she wanted to fight back, she did not know where to start. She could only be passive and wait for the program to be broadcast, then use Han Yu's method to clear her name. But now, Xianxia smiled and hugged the little guy in her arms, then pinched the little guy's little nose. "You little brat, how dare you call me stupid? Mommy just can't be bothered to argue with those people. But if our Xiaoxing is unhappy, then Mommy has decided to teach those people a lesson." Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia laughed happily like a child. At this time, no one knew that because of the conversation between the mother and son, the direction of public opinion on the internet would soon change again. "Sorry, I've been out recently, so I couldn't update on time, but 12 sauce will make up for it. You little cuties, don't be angry, I'll update everyone this weekend." "Xian, do you know why your name was changed to Xian?" "It's all because my family wants me to come back safely. So, you're just a tool to pray for me. Do you really think that you can change from a sparrow to a phoenix? Do you really think that you can replace me as the princess of the Xia family? Xian, don't pretend to look at me pitifully. You thief who stole my identity and my life. Do you know what I've been through all these years? If it wasn't for you, perhaps none of this would have happened. If it wasn't for you. I'm back, Xian. I, the real princess of the Xia family, have returned. I'll make you lose everything and go back to your slum. Xiaxia, our engagement may be annulled. Don't cry, I will marry you. Bear with it, Xiaxia. After all, Xia Jinghao is their biological daughter. You still have me. Xiaxia. Jinghao is already pitiful enough. She has suffered so much. Why can't you treat her better? After all, she is Granny Xiao's real granddaughter, isn't she? Xian, you know I hate being schemed against the most. Do you think a child can tie me up? You've really disappointed me. Anan, forgive Grandma. Grandma can't bear to part with you, but this family really can't accommodate you. You can go now. Ah. Xian suddenly woke up from her dream. She clutched her chest, feeling the waves of bitterness and sadness coming from her heart. She knew that those feelings did not belong to her, but the true owner of this body. What she had just dreamt was perhaps the most painful memory of the original owner. Because she had been abandoned by everyone who loved her and the person she loved. Mom, why are you crying? Suddenly, a childish and clear voice sounded beside her ear. Xian turned her head and saw that the little guy who had been sleeping soundly beside her had actually woken up. Ah, I had a nightmare. Xian smiled lightly at Xiaxingchen. She really did not expect that the original owner would still have those feelings after she had died. She was just about to raise her hand to wipe away the tears on her face when the little guy who had been sleeping beside her sat up and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Mom, don't be afraid. Xiaoxing will protect you in the future. Hearing the childish voice beside her ear, Xian felt that it was funny, but seeing the little guy's serious expression, she felt a sense of comfort and warmth in her heart. Yes, Mommy, don't be afraid. Mommy still has little Xing. Xian also sat up and gently held the little guy in her arms. Looking at the obedient little guy nestled in her arms, Xian curled the corner of her lips slightly. Regardless of whether she was a short-lived cannon fodder in this novel or not, she couldn't even be considered a supporting role. It didn't matter if her son was the villain in this novel who had a miserable life and a tragic ending. As long as she was here, she would not let this happen. She would not take the initiative to provoke the female lead's family, but at the same time, it was best for the protagonists not to provoke her. Otherwise, Xiaoxing, don't worry, Mom will also protect you. Xian fell asleep again. Perhaps because she had made a decision, this time, she slept very soundly. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. After making a delicious breakfast for the little guy, Xian began her plan. However, before she was about to carry out her plan, she thought of Han Yu. In the end, she picked up her phone and called Han Yu. Hello, Xian, why are you calling? Hearing the male voice on the phone, Xian said with a smile. Brother Han, I'm going to post on Weibo. Post on Weibo? What Weibo? I'm going to clarify that Xiaoxing and I are not a mistress and an illegitimate child. Xian replied faintly. Anyway, she now knew that since the original owner didn't do anything immoral, then she didn't have to be so secretive, not daring to say a word. Since some people dared to do it, why wouldn't she dare to tell them everything? Huh? Are you sure? There won't be any problems? Hearing Xian's words, Han Yu was stunned. He never expected that Xian would have the courage to stand up and refute at a time like this. Since she was so confident, she must have a clear conscience, right? But, Xian, I think you should be careful. The mastermind behind this is not simple at all. Why don't you wait until after the show airs? That way, I'm sure more people will support you. Brother Han, I can wait, but what about Xiaoxing? He's still a child, he's innocent. But, he's still so young, yet he already knows about these things. This has already caused him a lot of psychological damage. Okay, Xian, if you want to clarify things, go ahead. We will try our best to find a TV station and website in the next few days so that the show can be aired as soon as possible. Yes, thank you, Brother Han. Xian knew that even though Han Yu was doing this for his own benefit, he was already taking good care of her. You're welcome. From now on, the production team will rely on you. Han Yu said with a smile. But, he wasn't joking. He was telling the truth. Whether it was from the effects of the show or Xian's investment. Xian was indeed a benefactor to the production team. But, he didn't dare to tell Xian that the investors were targeting her. After hanging up the phone, Xian sat down in front of her computer without hesitation. She opened up her Weibo page and placed her hands on the keyboard. After typing for a while, she picked up her mouse and clicked on the Weibo button. Xian, I originally couldn't be bothered with the false rumors that have been spreading on the internet recently. But, if it hurts my son, I think I should clarify things. Firstly, I'm not anyone's mistress. Everyone on the internet is saying that I'm a mistress. Please show me proof. Also, whose mistress I am. Secondly, my son is not an illegitimate child. My son is a legitimate son that I gave birth to. He didn't destroy anyone's family. He is my son. Thirdly, who hasn't done anything wrong when they were young? My biggest blemish is that I gave birth to a child out of wedlock. But, I didn't hurt anyone, nor did I hurt anyone's family. I've never been anyone's mistress. How am I evil beyond redemption? Is having a child out of wedlock illegal? Or did I eat your rice? Yes, I'm a public figure, but I wasn't a public figure before I gave birth. Thank you. Fourthly, to those who spread rumors that have been clicked or viewed more than 5,000 times or forwarded more than 500 times, your actions are considered a crime. Next, you can wait to receive my lawyer's letter. Smile. JPG, PS, finally, I want to give a certain lady one last warning. You'd better not provoke me anymore. Smile. JPG, Xiao's Weibo post was simple and crude. It was so straightforward that it was scary. Although her Weibo post wasn't very long, she had said everything that needed to be said. Moreover, her method was extremely crude. She didn't feel guilty at all when she had a few big V accounts that had been forwarded more than tens of thousands of times. She said that she would send a lawyer's letter. This shocked all the onlookers on the internet. The rumors of Xian being a mistress that had been carried by Xian were instantly swept away by Xian's Weibo post. Damn. Xian's Weibo post is so explosive. She has the courage to post such a Weibo post, and she even does it so confidently. It seems like she's really not a mistress. Send a lawyer's letter. If Xian really sends a lawyer's letter, then I really think that Xian has really been slandered by someone. After reading Xian's Weibo, I feel that Xian has really been wronged. She only did something wrong when she was young and had a child out of wedlock. Why does she have to make it sound so bad now? I suddenly feel so sorry for Xian. She's been brainlessly criticized by the entire internet recently. I feel like Xian's matter definitely has marketing accounts and paid posters involved. Hahaha, I'm just waiting for those big V marketing accounts to be unlucky. These big V accounts only take money to slander her every day. I've long been unhappy with them. Shouldn't everyone's focus be on the lady in Xian's last sentence? That's right. Who is this lady that Xian is talking about? No. There's another important point in this Weibo post. Who is the father of Xian's son? I'm more concerned about who the child's father is +1. The child's father +2. The moment Xian posted this clarification on Weibo, the public opinion on the internet instantly changed. However, even though the public opinion changed, the focus remained the same. At most, it changed from the scandal of Xian being a mistress to the big gossip of who the father of Xian's child was. Right now, the trending searches on Weibo, the trending posts on gossip forums, and all the netizens on various social media platforms were discussing #Xian's child's father #who was the father of the child that made Xian make a mistake. In an instant, all the brainless haters on the internet turned into famous detectives. They were all digging into the issue of the child's father, as well as the lady that Xian had mentioned on Weibo. After digressing from the topic to gossip, the scandal of Xian's mistress suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even if that lady was spending money to hire paid posters and marketing accounts to slander Xian, there was no splash at all. Instead, she was ridiculed for being a paid poster. And the marketing accounts did not dare to slander Xian anymore. After all, Xian's thunderous lawyer's letter was really frightening. Therefore, without the help of paid posters and marketing accounts, Xian, mistress, illegitimate child, and other scandals were instantly cleared by Xian's Weibo. Although there were still some people who mocked Xian, most people felt that there was nothing wrong with Xian's Weibo post. After all, there was really no evidence of Xian being a mistress. And most importantly, Xian even dared to send a lawyer's letter. This was the most favorable evidence. Therefore, the matter seemed to be easier than Hanyu had imagined and was resolved. There was no need for challenger for the broadcast of the show to be resolved. Of course, what Hanyu did not expect was that because of the resolution of Xian's matter, their production team also had a new turn of events. Sorry, the update is late. This is the first update. There's still a second update, but it will be very late. Little cuties, go to sleep. Come back tomorrow morning. Mua. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow. P.S. The source of the fourth slander or something on Weibo was from Baidu, #carrot. Carrot chapter 37 what? Our show can be broadcast next month? Hanyu did not expect that the opportunity to air the show in advance would come so quickly. What was even more unexpected was that the show's broadcast date would be brought forward by so much. Therefore, when he heard the news, he was simply stunned. Old Sue, you're good. I didn't expect your connections to be so awesome. Hanyu came back to his senses and was so excited that he almost hugged his best friend and kissed him. At this time, he thought that it was because of Su Lin's connections that such a result could be achieved. But soon, Su Lin's words made him understand that the reason why the show was able to be broadcast had nothing to do with Su Lin or their show. What really played the role of absolute sexual relationship was, it wasn't me. It was Xia. And Su Lin looked at Hanyu with a face full of emotion, and his tone was full of disbelief. Xian? What does this have to do with Xian? Hanyu was in disbelief when Su Lin mentioned Xian. When he saw Hanyu's confused expression, Su Lin told Hanyu about the call he had received from the person in charge of Butterfly Blue TV station. After hearing this, Hanyu realized that their production team was really lucky. First, the newly crowned Best Actor, Su Jinyang, joined the show. Then, without spending any money on publicity, the show became popular all over the internet. The topic of discussion about the show remained high. Now, because something happened to one of the main producers of a certain show, the show that was about to be broadcast was banned. So, they relied on Xia's popularity to get to the top. If word got out, everyone in the entertainment industry would be green with envy. We are so lucky. Hanyu couldn't help but let out a sigh as well. However, just as he finished lamenting, Su Lin took the opportunity to add on. It's all thanks to Xian. If it weren't for Xian's Weibo post, we wouldn't have been chosen by the TV station. Speaking of which, the Blue Butterfly TV station was definitely one of the TV stations with the best viewership ratings. However, it was a pity that Butterfly Blue TV station was mainly more popular with TV dramas. Variety shows were always lacking in popularity, and there were no outstanding variety shows. Therefore, in terms of variety show ratings, Butterfly Blue TV station really did not have much say. However, right now, come on, Challenger. From the looks of it, to be able to be on a star, and on one of the 4 major television stations, that was already impressive enough. Originally, Hanyu didn't have any intention of going to the stars. They wanted to sell it to an online video website at a cheaper price and make it into an online variety show. As long as it was released as soon as possible, it would be fine. However, they did not expect the tables to turn. Coincidentally, there was a show that could not be broadcast due to an incident. Coincidentally, Xian posted on Weibo, causing a reversal in public opinion, and Butterfly Blue TV station took a fancy to it. Indeed. Xian is really our show's lucky star. Hanyu nodded incessantly. He was very pleased with himself. Back then, he had a discerning eye and had taken a fancy to Xian as a guest on their show. Then next time, don't compete with Xian so much. That won't do. I don't believe that Xian can still win the second episode of the intelligence competition. When he mentioned the second episode, Hanyu's face lit up with a confident smile. He felt that he had designed the second episode perfectly. It involved math questions for primary and secondary school students, as well as some settings for quick memorization. He believed that the recording of the second episode, which mainly focused on brainpower, would definitely give everyone a headache. Thinking of this, Hanyu was very pleased. Looking at his good friend's expression, Su Lin shook his head. You, don't think about the second episode for now. The broadcast time of the show is much faster than we expected. It's already late October, so there's not much time left until next month's broadcast. We have to do the post-production special effects and publicity. Time is tight. Also, the recording of the second episode is about to start. We have to take the final makeup photos and the recording of the show will take a lot of time. When he heard Su Lin's words, Hanyu, who was originally very pleased with himself, suddenly cried out in grief. He had been so happy and pleased with himself that he had forgotten about all of this. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and call everyone for a meeting. We don't have much time left. On the other side, the Challenger. The production team was really busy. On the other hand, Xian, who was the instigator, didn't know that she had just casually posted a clarification on Weibo. However, it had caused so many things to happen. After posting on Weibo, she completely threw the matter to the back of her mind and didn't care about the public opinion on Weibo. Instead, she put all of her effort into finding a school for her genius son. Although there was no such thing as good or bad schools in the apocalypse, Xian was also someone who had experienced a peaceful era. Of course, she knew that for a child, going to school was equivalent to being reborn. She was very concerned about which school Xianxia went to. After all, her sweetheart was a genius, especially since her darling son was likely to become a small celebrity in the future. Therefore, Xian's choice of school was more inclined towards an international school with better privacy. However, after she searched for those schools, she realized that the little bonus she received from the program team was really not enough to pay for an international school that was more private. Just a year's tuition fee alone was 6 figures. Xian felt that she was not going to school, but being robbed. However, even though she felt that it was expensive, she still seriously looked for an international school for her genius son. Moreover, she comforted herself in her heart that this was an investment for her genius son. Now, it was only a few 100,000 yuan for a year's tuition fee. When her genius son came back from school, the return would be multiplied. Thinking of this, Xian, this stingy person, felt much better. After comparing several schools and considering various reasons, Xian finally chose an international school that only accepted 20% Chinese students for her family's prodigy, and the number of students admitted every year was extremely small. Although the cost of this international school was as high as 200,000 yuan, but, son, in the future, you must study hard and work hard to become a useful person to society. The rest of mom's life depends on you. Facing Xiaoyan's smiling face, little Xiaxia couldn't help but blink and feel a kind of pressure. Mom. Xiaoxing understands. After receiving the little guy's assurance, Xiaoyan's heart, which was aching because she was about to pay such a large sum of money for Xiaxia to go to school, seemed to have improved a little. However, Xian still didn't understand that some schools couldn't be attended with money. Mom, do you want me to go to this school? The little guy climbed onto Xian's lap and tilted his head to look at the school displayed on the laptop screen. Yes. Mom has seen this school and it's very suitable for our Xiaoxing. So, Mom plans to transfer you to this school. Xian nodded with a smile and said happily. This school was carefully selected by her. But, Mom, this school can't be attended with money. The little guy blinked and looked at Xian innocently. Hearing the little guy's words, Xian was a little stunned. Ah? Can't be attended with money? Are you kidding me? The tuition is so expensive and you can't even pay for it? Xian was just an ordinary poor person in her previous life. How could she have known that a school with such expensive tuition was not a school that could be attended with money? This was 2F*King unreasonable. And, back then, this school was also on the list of schools that Uncle Fu and Auntie Fu chose for me and Sister Anchi. Back then, Sister Anchi and I also made a series of preparations for entering the school. So, after listening to the little guy's smooth explanation, Xian was simply stunned. She didn't expect that it was just a primary school. She thought that it would be enough to pay the sky-high tuition fee. Who knew that there would be a series of troublesome things like referrals, recommendation letters, entrance exams, and so on. Mom, wait until next year to think about going to school for me. The little guy hugged Xian's arm tightly, blinked, and said a little coquettishly. It was obvious that this little guy didn't want to go to school at all. However, Xian was never a person who gave up easily. Especially when she had decided on something, it was absolutely impossible to change her mind easily. On the contrary, if the difficulty was increased, it could stimulate her fighting spirit even more. Since your Uncle Fu and Auntie Fu are capable, then look for them. After thinking for a few seconds, Xian smiled and her eyes were full of cunning calculations. Xiaoxingchen, I suddenly have an ominous feeling. Oh, I am your first love who has been slandered by your wife. Please pay interest. I accidentally fell asleep, and the second day of the novel is served. Early. Little cuties, #carrot. Carrot hashtag, I will try to update earlier today. Moi chapter 38, I'm your first love who was slandered by your wife. Please pay the interest. When Fu Xian received this message, he was in a state of shock. Although it was an unfamiliar number, the words wife and first love immediately reminded him of someone. That person was none other than Xia and Xiaxia. You're the first girl I've ever liked, so you're my first love. In an instant, the scenes of him and Xia Jinghao together before Xia and return to the Xia family surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, the more mature he was, the more he couldn't get what he wanted. After he had everything, he began to miss it excessively. He couldn't say who was wrong or who was right about what happened back then. However, he knew in his heart that he had never forgotten Xia in all these years. However, he also understood that Xian hated him. That was why they had never contacted each other ever since she left after giving birth to the child. Even when he called her, she never bothered to answer him. He silently looked at the unfamiliar number on his phone for a while. Although he felt that this message didn't seem to be sent by the girl in his heart. However, he still dialed the number back. Hello, is this Xiaxia? However, the voice on the other end of the phone denied it. No, I'm not Xiaxia. I'm sorry, I think She dialed the wrong number. Before Fu Xian could finish, he was interrupted by the female voice on the other end of the phone. I'm not Xiaxia. I'm Xian. After hanging up the phone, Xian looked at the little boy's pitiful eyes and touched his head in confusion. What happened? Why is Mom going to meet Uncle Fu? Hearing the little girl's pitiful question, Xian crouched down in amusement. Of course it's to collect interest. Your uncle and Auntie Fu owe us so much. We, of course, have to get back some interest. Hearing Xian's words, the little guy blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at Xian innocently. Interest? Alright, Mommy and Uncle Fu agreed to meet this afternoon. Xiaoxing, can you play at home by yourself this afternoon? Xian didn't want to talk too much with the little fellow. He smiled and touched the little fellow's head, changing the topic. However, Xian's change of topic obviously made the little guy very unhappy. She didn't want to be left alone at home by Xian. In the end, Xian promised the little guy that he would be back soon. Only then did the little guy stop making a fuss. Soon, the appointed time arrived. However, this time, Xian didn't disguise himself as he usually did. He simply put on a pair of sunglasses and a mask before going out. It wasn't because she wanted to be recognized, but because, Miss Xian, I am the driver sent by President Fu to pick you up. It was because Fu Xian was very considerate to send someone to pick her up. And the place they were going to was a private club with good privacy. Sitting in the car, Xian looked calmly at the scene outside the window which kept retreating. She was very calm. She didn't show any emotion when she saw her ex-boyfriend. At this moment, she was thinking more about how to get more interest from her ex-boyfriend. After all, the original host had been set up by the scumbag couple. Although the original host child had been raised by this family for 5 years and it had cost them a lot of money. But the original host had indeed been killed by these two scumbags. If she hadn't appeared, the original host would have been dead. Moreover, she was very suspicious of the original host's scheme to give birth to Xianxia by Fu Xian. Somehow, she felt that the original host, who was a timid and weak crystal doll, would not have the ability, courage or even intelligence to make such a difficult scheme. Now she was very suspicious that the original host's unmarried child was set up by the female lead's mother. Therefore, she did not feel guilty at all when she asked these two scumbags for interest. Miss Xian, we are here. Please follow me. Soon, the car arrived at the destination. After getting out of the car, Xian looked at the surrounding scenery. It was indeed a very quiet place, not a busy street. However, there was also a tall building in such a quiet place. After following the driver into the private club, Xian saw many handsome men and beautiful women in suits and beautiful dresses. But she could tell that this group of people were the staff here. This was because when everyone saw her, they would give her a bright smile and bow slightly to welcome her. Ding! When the elevator door opened again, Xian found that it was a residential elevator. The moment the elevator door opened, Xian saw that she had arrived at a low-key and luxurious Nordic-style room. President Fu, Miss Xian is here. The driver, who had been escorting her, bowed respectfully to the tall man in a suit who was standing in front of the French window and left. At this moment, Xian turned her attention to the man who had his back to her. After she had transmigrated into the original host's body, she did not have any memory of the original host. Therefore, Xian only had the impression of Fu Xian because of her sister's complaints. Xianxia, how long has it been since we last met? Fu Xian turned around and looked at Xian with nostalgia and gentleness in his eyes. Seeing the man turn around, Xian pursed her lips and muttered in her heart, Fu Xian is really good-looking. No wonder he is the female lead's father. Looks and genes were indeed good. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to give birth to a female lead that everyone loved. Ahem. Although one of the reasons why the female lead was loved by everyone was because of that golden finger of hers, it was also because of that golden finger of hers. Don't call me Xianxia. It sounds disgusting. Just call me Xian. After saying that, Xian did not hesitate at all and calmly sat down on the comfortable sofa. At the same time, she picked up the beautiful snacks on the coffee table and started eating them. She did not look like a guest at all. Instead, she looked like the owner of the room. After Xian removed her sunglasses and mask, Fu Xian was stunned for a moment. He stared at Xian in a daze. He had not expected that after leaving the Xia family and him, Xian would become even more beautiful than before. In the past, although Xian was beautiful, she was like a wooden beauty made of water, without any spirit at all. She was too weak and too stupid. Although men liked weak and stupid women, after being together for a long time, it was inevitable that they would get tired of her. Especially when this stupid woman used such a stupid method to scheme against him. He was even more. Taking a deep breath, Fu Xian looked at Xian with infatuation. He had to admit that the current Xian was really too attractive. Her stunning appearance, and she was no longer as weak and stupid as before. This really made him feel that it was too refreshing. He was already possessive of Xian, his first love, whom he had not seen for a long time. Now that he saw the improved version of his first love in front of him, he was even more tempted. The feelings that he had been suppressing in his heart, similar to the feelings of white moonlight, grew even stronger. Xia. And you sent me this message because Fu Xian sat opposite Xian. His eyes were full of smiles as he looked at his first love, whom he had not seen for many years. His tone was unusually gentle. However, his attitude was of no use to Xia, and Xian's attention was on the snacks the entire time. As for the man? Oh, sorry, she was too lazy to pay attention to him. She was too lazy to waste time with him. Therefore, Xian put down the fruit in his hand and spoke directly without any hesitation. You should know that I have been slandered by the entire internet recently. It was all your wife's doing. I am here today to collect some spiritual fees and interest from you. Hearing Xian's words, Fu Xian almost choked on his own saliva. How do you know it was Jinghao's doing? Jinghao is not that kind of. Before Fu Xian could finish his sentence, Xian interrupted him again. Come on, your wife is probably the only enemy I have in my life. After all, I am your first love. Moreover, I am the woman who took over her identity and enjoyed so many years of happiness. Who else could it be other than her? Also, other than her, who else knows so many things about me? Who else has the ability to make such a big deal out of it? Xian curled his lips. He did not hide the ridicule on his face at all. Looking at Xian's face, Fu Xian could clearly feel how much his first love despised him. Although she did not say anything, he inexplicably felt that the woman seemed to be saying, haha, you are a fool who was deceived and played by a woman. It had to be said that Fu Xian really knew how to read people's minds. Because Xian really did think so in his heart. Therefore, for a moment, Fu Xian was speechless. He did not know how to refute. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourself. I can't be bothered to care about this. I mainly came to see you today because I want you to take some responsibility for what your wife did. Help me settle my son's school. Xian didn't care about Fu Xian's mood. She didn't want to waste any more time. She didn't waste any more time and told him the ultimate purpose of her visit. After hearing Xian's request, a certain someone, who had a gentle expression the whole time, changed his expression. What did you say? You want me to help that bastard find a school? Hearing Fu Xian call her good son a bastard, Xian suddenly became angry. Shut up. My son is not a bastard. If you keep calling him that. Be careful, I will make you speechless. Your son. Ha ha ha. If you love him so much, why did you throw him to me back then? Also. If he is not a bastard, tell me. Who did you give birth to him with? It seems to be quite late again, smiley face, angle, but at least it was updated. Mwah mwah mwah, I have been busy recently. I will work hard in November to update twice every day. Hashtag carrot carrot hashtag, your son. Ha ha ha. If you love him so much, why did you throw him to me back then? Also. If he isn't a bastard, then tell me. Who did you give birth to this good son with? As soon as Fu Xian finished speaking, a slap landed on his cheek. With a paw sound, Fu Xian's cheek instantly turned red and swollen. Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, Fu Xian looked at Xian in disbelief. It was obvious that he didn't expect Xian to hit him. What about you? I said before, if you say the word bastard again, I'll teach you a lesson. Xian looked at Fu Xian coldly without any expression on her face. Also, the questions you asked me just now, I think you should go back and ask your dear wife. Ask her who gave birth to my son. It wasn't that Xian was spouting nonsense, but that she herself didn't know whose son her obedient son was. After all, even the original owner didn't know this question. But even so, Xian was sure that the female lead's mother knew the truth. Everything that happened to the original owner was because she was framed by the female lead's mother. What nonsense are you talking about? Fu Xian was stunned by Xian's words. He wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Xian. Enough, I'm not here to discuss your wife's true colors with you. I'm here for one reason. My son wants to go to B City International School and you helped me solve it. After saying that, Xian stood up from the sofa without looking at the man who made her feel extremely disgusted. Fu Xian, this is what you owe me. It's also what your good wife owes me and my son. So what if this couple had raised her obedient son for more than 5 years, they didn't love him and didn't fulfill their responsibility as parents. In the end, he became a villain. And the female lead's mother, Xia Jinghao, was the source of Xia Xingchen's tragedy. If it weren't for Xia Jinghao's scheme, how could the original owner and Xia Xingchen's ending be so tragic? She was only here to collect a small amount of interest from them. It was nothing. After all, both she and Xia Xingchen had been harmed by this family. Their families had been destroyed and they had both died in the hands of this family. Xian, you have changed. Fu Xian looked at the expressionless figure that turned to leave. He didn't know why, but he felt as if something had disappeared from his heart. His heart felt empty. Haha, because the Xian you knew in the past has already been forced to death by your good wife. Turning her head, Xian saw the heartache in Fu Xian's eyes and felt a little disgusted. She took out the suicide note that the original owner had left in her pocket and casually threw it on the ground beside Fu Xian. When the so-called scandals about me were spread on the internet and when you threw the child into the orphanage, the Xian you knew in the past died. She was forced to commit suicide by your wife. Seeing Fu Xian blankly pick up the will that the original owner had written before her death, Xian said coldly. So this is what you and your wife owe me. In fact, this suicide note was one of Xian's tactics. At the same time, she also wanted to fulfill the original owner's wish. So, when she came to find Fu Xian, Xian also brought out the original owner's suicide note. After speaking, Xian didn't stay any longer and strode out of the room, leaving Fu Xian alone. Looking at Xian's back, Fu Xian looked down at the suicide note in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Especially when he saw that Xian had written that she was tired, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. After quietly staring at the suicide note for a while, Fu Xian took out his phone. Help me investigate my wife. By the way, help me find out what happened to Xian 5 years ago. Wait, and help me contact the headmaster of B City International School. Xian didn't know that everything she had done today was more successful than she had expected. After returning home, she didn't care about anything related to Fu Xian. Instead, she put all her thoughts on making money. After all, after finding a school for her good son, she had never raised a child before. Now she realized that raising a child was actually so expensive. Thinking about how her good son had to spend more than 200,000 yuan a year to go to primary school, then middle school and high school. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. So, she really needed to work hard to make money. Just as Xian was thinking about how to make money, she suddenly remembered that Ai Luan had told her about the photo shoot. Oh right. How could I forget about him? Xian muttered softly. She took out her phone and opened the message that Ai Luan had sent her some time ago. At that time, Ai Luan had sent her the message at a time when she was filming the show. After the show was over, Xian didn't pay much attention to the message when she saw it. Plus, there were so many trivial matters, so she forgot to reply to Ai Luan's message. Now that Xian was short of money, she decisively sent a message to Ai Luan. Ai Luan, after I finish filming the second episode of Come Challenger, I'll help you take a photo. After Xian replied, she threw her phone aside and got ready to wash up and go to bed. A few days later, Come Challenger was about to start filming again. Recently, Xian had started to conserve her energy. Xian was speechless when she heard the production team's planning assistant say that the second episode would be a mental competition. She didn't need to think at all to know that the second episode's theme was definitely targeted at her by Hanyu. However, Xian wasn't afraid of the second episode's mental competition at all. After taking a shower, Xian changed into comfortable pajamas and returned to her bedroom. Only then did she realize that the little fella, who was supposed to be sleeping obediently, was still awake. Moreover, the little fella took off the jade pendant that she had been wearing to sleep and placed it on her pillow. Xiaoxing, why aren't you asleep yet? Xian walked to the bedside and sat down. Then, he asked the little fellow who was still awake. Mommy, I don't want to wear this anymore. Can I not wear it for a while? The little fella blinked and sat up from the bed. She pointed at the jade pendant on her pillow and said softly. You don't want to wear it anymore? Why? Actually, the little fella's body was already very strong now. However, Xian felt that good things should be worn more often, so she kept letting the little fella wear it. I've been wearing it recently. And I keep having nightmares. The little fella hesitated for a moment and then muttered softly. Hearing the little fella say that she had nightmares, Xian immediately thought of the dragon that she dreamt of the first time she wore the jade pendant. Therefore, Xian didn't care too much about the nightmare that the little fella was talking about. She just thought that the little fella finally had a dream similar to hers, so she was frightened. So, from now on, you wear it during the day. Mommy will wear it to sleep at night. Xian rubbed the little fella's head. As she spoke, she put the jade pendant on her pillow around her neck. But what if Mommy also has nightmares? Mommy is an adult. Adults don't have nightmares. At night, the moonlight shone through the curtains and into the bedroom. Xian put on the jade pendant that she hadn't worn in a long time. That night, she dreamed of the white fog that she hadn't seen in a long time. However, this time, she was surprised to find that the fog in her dream had dissipated a lot. Soon, the white fog would completely disappear. Strange. What did this mean? What will happen when the white fog disappears? Looking at the gradually thinning fog, Xian felt that something was about to happen. Hello. Xian, the recording time for the program has been brought forward. Hurry up and pack your luggage. I'll pick you up right away. What? Recording in advance? Why? Because the program is going to be broadcast in advance. There will be a second watch tonight. Oh, because the program is going to be broadcast in advance. Broadcast in advance, Xian was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Although she had never been a star, she had watched TV before. Logically speaking, their show had only been filmed for a short while. How could it be broadcast so soon? Although Xian had a lot of doubts, hearing Han Yu's anxious voice on the phone, she quickly jumped out of bed and began to pack her and Xiaoxingchen's luggage. When they arrived downstairs, they got into Han Yu's car and headed to the airport. Xian finally understood from Han Yu's explanation that she had something to do with the earlier broadcast. Sigh, I did want to broadcast it earlier, but now, it's too early. Now that they were talking about this, Han Yu felt a bit of a headache. The show was about to be aired and he was under a lot of pressure. Originally, he was the kind of person who liked to work slowly, but now it was clear that time did not allow him to take it slow. Right now, Old Sue is overseeing the production of the variety show's final success at the post-production studio. I hope that the post-production of the first episode will go smoothly. Looking at Han Yu's insecure nagging, Xian suddenly felt a little amused. That's enough, brother Han. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Since it has already happened, there's no point in overthinking it. Xian had always been a forward-looking person. Therefore, when she suddenly came to the novel world, she did not regret or worry about her younger sister. After all, no matter how regretful and worried she was, she could no longer go back. Besides, she believed that that person would take good care of her sister. It's easy for you to say. This is my first time producing a show. It's also my first novel that I must succeed in. Han Yu sighed softly, his heart heavy with worry. I'm sorry. I didn't expect so many things to happen just because I posted on Weibo. Xian blinked and mumbled. You didn't just post on Weibo. The power of your Weibo post is comparable to a bomb. That power. Han Yu shook his head and looked at Xian speechlessly. The more he looked at Xian, the more he felt that Xian was too powerful. Right now, everyone on the internet is discussing topics related to you. They were either discussing who the woman was or who the father of the child was. This matter had spread through the streets and alleys. Almost everyone, young and old, knew about the existence of Xia. Unfortunately, Xian was very straightforward, and the post he posted on Weibo was also very sincere, so there was no negative public opinion. By the way, brother Han, have you found a lawyer for me? When Han Yu mentioned this, Xian suddenly thought of lawyers. When she posted on Weibo, she didn't hire a lawyer. After all, she had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place. Plus, she was being slandered all over the internet. So, Xian asked Han Yu, who was in the same boat as her, to find a lawyer. I've already arranged it for you. Don't worry, this lawyer is my nephew. Although he's young, he's very professional. When Xian heard Han Yu's words, she was relieved. She didn't care about age. As long as he was professional and had a good background, she was fine with it. Plus, if Hanyu was a relative, she might even get a discount on the remuneration. Xian, wait until you finish filming the second episode, then you can think about these things. Don't worry, my nephew is a professional. He will definitely make sure that those people who were paid to spread rumors get the punishment they deserve. When the time comes, all the negative news about you will naturally be completely removed. However, Hanyu didn't know that Xian didn't even need his nephew to help Xian get rid of the negative news that pestered her. Of course, even Xian didn't know that her future would be so. She was dumbfounded. The car quickly arrived at the airport while the two of them were chatting. After getting on the plane, Xian, Hanyu, and some of the crew sat for a few hours on the plane and a few hours on the bus. Finally, they arrived at the filming location of the second episode of the show and began their 3-day filming. Welcome all challengers back to our Come On! Challengers! I'm sure all of you are looking forward to this episode. The theme and rules of the second episode will be completely different from the first episode. If the first episode was purely based on everyone's physical fitness and physique, then in the second episode, our show will rely on everyone's brains to win this episode. So, the theme of this episode is the Great Gold Robbery. A police officer who is both good and evil, a famous actress from the Republic of China, and an unruly daughter. In this episode, your identities will have an additional attribute. Remember, while thinking of ways to steal the gold, you must be careful not to get caught by the Woku pirates. Just like that, come. Challengers. The recording of the second episode officially began. At the same time, Su Lin, who was far away in B City, was also busy editing the first episode of Come. Challengers. The finished product. The more he started to edit the zombie siege theme of the first episode, the more Su Lin realized that Xian's face was really suitable for the big screen. Even though Xian's face was too beautiful, it was a face that every celebrity wanted. However, it was also a rare movie face. If this face was paired with good acting skills and a good script, then no matter if it was an actor or a movie, he would be able to win all the highest awards. It's a pity that he doesn't act. Su Lin couldn't help but mutter. His eyes filled with regret. After all, he could tell that Xian didn't have any thoughts or interest in shooting a movie after last time. However, when the staff member who was editing heard Su Lin's mutter, he smiled and said, "Director Su, I think it's best if he doesn't act like this." Director Su, if you ask me, with Xian's skills, there's no need for any post-production special effects. The staff member sighed as he spoke. If it weren't for the fact that we haven't started on special effects yet, I would have thought that Xian's movements were all fake. Looking at Xian's delicate body, yet being able to perform such agile and difficult movements, he was simply dumbfounded. How was she still a female celebrity? She was clearly a female secret agent who was so awesome that it could explode. No, it's precisely because Xian is so good that it needs to be refined in post-production. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Xian's beautiful face in the video, as well as his handsome and agile movements. At this moment, his mind was filled with the various colors and compositions of Xian's video. Even though he was a director, he was also a graduate of an art school. He had a strong sense of color and composition. Looking at the video, Xian's every movement in slow motion, he felt that he already had a clear direction for the post-production of the first episode. Xiaojia, hurry up and edit as I say. Then, hand over the finished product to the post-production team as soon as possible. At the production team's side, they were rushing to finish the production of Come. Challenger. The first episode was going to be broadcast on the television station. Come. Challenger. The publicity department was also busy making promotional posters for the first episode of the show's 6 guests. They were preparing for the official announcement of the show's broadcast date to prepare for the show's premiere. Wow. Actor Su is so handsome. Xian's promotional posters don't need to be photoshopped at all. This is simply more refined than refined. I originally thought that Xiaoxiao was quite pretty, but now that she's compared to Xian, I feel that she's really ordinary. Just like that, in Come. Challenger. All the departments and staff urgently worked overtime. Come. Challenger. Very soon, he would be meeting all of the audience, wake up in the middle of the night, hashtag carrot carrot hashtag, good morning, little cuties chirp, wow. Come on. Challenger. It's going to be broadcasted next week. The official announcement poster is really beautiful. To be precise, it should be Xianxia's official poster that looks better. Xianxia's official poster looks good +1, nice knock +2, plus 10,086. After intense preparation, the come on. Challenger. The official announcement poster that was about to be broadcasted was finally uploaded onto the internet. As soon as the official poster of this series of programs was released, it quickly went viral on the internet. However, the real hit wasn't the show itself. To be precise, it was Xianxia who brought the show to fame. Once the official poster was released, the already heaven-defying beauty of Xianxia, after going through color mixing and special effects, became a work of art. Even Su Jinyang, who had good looks and acting skills, was crushed by Xianxia's poster. In the poster, Xianxia was wearing a black outfit with her hair tied in a ponytail. She was holding a gun with both hands. She was simply too handsome. However, the most attractive thing about her was not her unbelievably handsome appearance. The most attractive part was still Xianxia's pair of dark eyes that seemed to have stars in them. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were full of expression, as if he was really in the end of the world, making him look full of spirit. Xianxia's poster, which had been ravaged by the touching acting skills of many young actresses in the entertainment industry, was really too likable. Therefore, when the poster was released, it was like a whirlwind. The netizens on the internet were all discussing the come on. Challenger. With Xianxia, I'm looking forward to the broadcast. Quietly waiting for the most beautiful guest, Xianxia's scenes. The poster is so beautiful. I feel like Xianxia will definitely be beautiful to death. Don't forget. This was a real-life survival program. If a vase like Xianxia went, she would really be destroyed. What should I do? I suddenly feel a little sorry for Xianxia to participate in this program. My heart aches +1. I can't bear to see Xianxia being pranked by the program. I hope the program crew can take care of the great beauty, Xianxia. Very quickly, there was a new trending topic on the internet. And that was, hashtag heartaches for Xianxia and hashtag begging the program crew to let Xianxia off, hashtag I just want to quietly admire the beautifully dressed Xianxia. When the recording of the second episode was over, Han Yu, who had returned to B-City from work, saw the public opinion of this group of idiotic netizens on the internet. He rolled his eyes so much that they almost reached the sky. She kept muttering in her heart. This group of netizens probably didn't know who was the one messing with who during the filming of the show. He wanted to prank Xianxia. But he didn't have that ability. Instead, he kept getting pranked by Xianxia. Originally, he thought that since it was a mental competition this time, Xianxia shouldn't be able to come up with any tricks. But how could he have known that Xianxia's memory was so good that it was off the charts? When it came to testing the memory of the guests, Xianxia began to perform superhumanly within minutes. He defeated all the guests and staff in seconds. He easily received hints and gold. Even towards the end, there were mathematical Olympiad questions. In the end, Xianxia, this demon, started to act unconventionally again. If he could solve the question, he would solve it. If he couldn't, he would open the box with brute force. This made all the staff members dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be someone who would open the box so unconventionally, because they also knew that the questions might be a little difficult. They even put in hints. But who would have thought that after Xianxia couldn't solve the question, he would not look for hints at all. He would just straight pick. Open. Box. Open. What a nice name. The program crew didn't have any rules that stated that he couldn't open the box with brute force. It was simply asterisk 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 asterisk, because the program crew didn't expect that a guest would open the box with brute force. Therefore, they didn't care too much about the quality of the box they chose. Who would have thought that there would be a guest as thick-skinned as Xianxia? Therefore, it was really easy for her to become the champion of the second episode. So when he thought of this, Han Yu's eyes almost rolled to the sky. Brother Han, why do you keep staring at me? Xianxia pursed his lips speechlessly as he was stared at by a certain someone's resentful gaze. Because you're good-looking. Han Yu said unhappily to Xianxia, yes, I am indeed quite good-looking. Xian smacked his lips and looked at Hanyu with a grin as he said shamelessly. Seeing Xian like this, Hanyu was speechless. Actually, it wasn't that Hanyu didn't like Xia and receiving the prize money every episode. On the contrary, when he found out that Xian was short of money, he still hoped that she would receive the prize money. He just didn't like how Xian had easily broken through the difficult trap he had set up. This feeling made him feel especially frustrated. Of course, he wasn't really angry. It was just that he had a good relationship with Xian, so every time after the show ended, he would give Xian a dirty look and complain. Soon, the plane carrying the program crew, Xian, and the others arrived at the B-City airport. After Xian and the others got off the plane, they found that they were completely blocked by a large group of fans at the airport. That's strange. Su Jinyang didn't take the same flight as us. Just as Hanyu and the others were puzzled, they heard a loud scream. Ah! I saw Xian. Oh my god! It's really Xian. Xian is even prettier in person than in the photos. Ah! Xian, I like your face. Xian. Hearing the loud screams, everyone in the program crew realized that the group of people who blocked them were here to pick up Xian at the airport. As for the person being picked up by the fans, Xian was dumbfounded. To be honest, she had never experienced such a big scene before. Although, to other top celebrities, this amount of fans wasn't a big deal. However, Xian was an ordinary person who had never been a celebrity before. Hearing the excited screams and seeing the support banners and flowers in the hands of a group of people, Xian was really stunned. Thanks to the efforts of the program crew and airport security, Xian was able to break through the crowd of excited fans. What's wrong, superstar? Are you so happy that you've gone silly, or are you scared silly? After getting into the nanny van, Hanyu looked at Xian, who was silent and in a daze. He laughed and teased him. However, what he didn't expect was that Cheyenne's answer was, when I go out in the future, I won't be surrounded by a group of people screaming at me, right? Of course not. When Hanyu saw Xian's silly expression, he smiled and shook his head. When Xian heard Hanyu's words, she heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, how am I going to eat good food when I go out? However, Hanyu's next words made her freeze. When the show airs, you'll have even more people screaming at you. Can the program not be broadcasted? In an instant, Xian felt like dying. Xian, what's wrong? When Hanyu saw Xian's expression, he realized that something was wrong with Xian's reaction. When other people had a lot of fans or knew that more fans would come to pick them up at the airport, they would explode with excitement. However, when it came to Xian, she looked as if her parents had died. Why did she look so upset? Uncle Han, I think Mom is worried that she won't be able to go out and eat good food in the future. The little guy sat next to Xian obediently. When he saw that his fairy mother didn't want to talk to anyone, he blinked his big watery eyes and said seriously to Hanyu. After hearing this explanation, Hanyu suddenly didn't know what to say for a while. Ahem. Don't worry, Xian. When you become famous and rich, you can eat all kinds of food from all over the world. And you can eat free for free. What Hanyu didn't know was that it was because of his casual words of comfort that made someone decide to continue to stay in the entertainment industry as a celebrity. Today's update is over. Good night, little cuties. See you tomorrow. Chomi, #carrot. After the recording of the second episode ended, Xian, who had returned to the real world, realized that she seemed to have really become popular. She casually went online to look at gossip, movies, and TV shows, and she could see her name and photo. She also saw a lot of people discussing her on the internet. Of course, most of them were praising her appearance. Now, she finally understood one thing, and that was, appearance was justice. No matter how many scandals Xian had in the past, there was such a big change just because of her appearance. Although she had also posted a clarification on Weibo, the speed of the reversal was really too fast. However, Xian would never have thought that after the show was broadcast, the reversal she experienced would be even more amazing. America, late night, oh. My god. Is this the legendary Chinese Kung Fu? Oh my god, she's really too beautiful and amazing. There's actually such a powerful Kung Fu girl in China. Eddie, Don't you think that this girl is the kung fu goddess that Grace has been looking for? Oh. Charles, I also think that this girl is very similar to the kung fu girl that Grace has been looking for. Oh my god, she's really too beautiful. On this day, the special effects studio on the other side of the Pacific Ocean received a video from China's Challenger. After editing the video, the entire studio's staff was shocked. What they didn't expect was that in the video they received, a Chinese girl who was only a little stunning in terms of appearance, quickly made them feel something even more stunning. That was the skills of the beautiful Asian woman in the video. The special effects studio was the most impressive post-production special effects team in the world. The special effects movies that they processed were all box office and word-of-mouth hits, and they won many awards internationally. It could be said that the special effects studio was the signature of a special effects movie, and it was a guarantee that the movie would sell well. Generally speaking, when such a studio took on a project, they would be very careful. They wouldn't take on a normal movie or TV show at all. But this time, they took on Challenger. It was a variety show that did not suit their status at all. They only accepted it because the price was high enough and they had connections. In addition, it was a variety show and not a movie. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted it. However, what they didn't expect was that such a small variety show that they didn't pay much attention to would give them such a big surprise. It also allowed them to find the kung fu goddess that their good friend and business partner had been looking for. Oh, to be precise, the kung fu goddess for his new movie. Grace, a famous director in Hollywood, had filmed countless movies that were very popular at the box office. He was also a regular at the Academy Awards and had won the Best Director Oscar for the most awards for a single movie. He was also known as one of the 20 greatest directors in the world and one of the most influential directors in the world. Charles, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and send this Asian woman's video over. I don't think Grace would be able to sleep tonight if she saw it now. Oh, Eddie, you are so bad. China's come on. Challenger. The staff of the working group didn't know that such a thing would happen when they sent the finished product of the first episode to the special effects master for post-production. At this time, because the broadcast time was approaching, they were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. Some of them were so busy that they didn't even return home for a few days. However, this couldn't be helped. Because the show was going to be broadcast so soon, not only did they have to wrap up work, but they also had to edit the video recorded for the second episode of the show. Even for the third episode, they were busy preparing. They only had to wait for the next week to allow the 6 guests to film smoothly without delay. Under such a heavy workload, the staff of Challenger. Every staff member had lost a lot of weight. As for the executive director and executive producer of the show, Su Lin and Han Yu, they were even thinner. However, even under such a heavy workload, the staff of Challenger. Every staff member was excited and full of energy. There was no other reason other than the fact that their show was already a hot topic even before it was broadcasted. Their popularity had already reached a frightening level. Countless netizens were looking forward to it. Even if their show hadn't been broadcast yet, everyone knew that their show was going to be a hit. This was going to be a milestone for their company to officially enter the entertainment industry. It was also an opportunity for their salaries to increase and for their resumes to be more perfect. Therefore, everyone was working hard to make their show even more perfect. Old Sue, is that a call from the special effects master? I say, the show is going to be broadcast soon. Why are they so slow? Are the post-production effects not done yet? If they can't do it, get them to quickly finish the trailer and send it to us. On this day, Han Yu rushed to Su Lin's office after hearing from Su Tian that there was a call from the United States. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Su Lin holding the phone with a dazed expression. Old Su? What's wrong with you? Why do you look like that? Old Han. This was simply too inconceivable. Oh my god. Xianxia's luck is too good. Su Lin came back to his senses and threw the phone aside. Then, he excitedly shouted at Han Yu. Xian? Isn't that a call from the United States? What does this have to do with Xian? What kind of nonsense is this? I came to look for you because I want to know if the special effects masters have been settled yet. The show is going to be broadcast next week. We have to put a trailer online first. Su Lin laughed when he heard Han Yu's words. Then, he quickly answered the question that Han Yu was most concerned about. The special effects master not only sent the trailer over, but they also finished the post-production effects for the first episode. Really? That's great. Now, we can rest assured and wait for the show to be a hit. After getting the result that he wanted, Han Yu was so happy that his eyes narrowed. However, Su Lin's next words made his squinted eyes widen in an instant. Haha, old Han, let me tell you, before the show is even broadcast, our champion guest, Xian, has already been booked overseas. Xian? Booked overseas? What do you mean by that? Why don't I understand? Do you know about Grace? Nonsense. Of course I know, why? After watching the video of our show, Grace took a liking to Xian at first glance. She wants Xian to act in a movie. And it's not the kind of role that only has a few minutes of screen time. She's the main character. When Han Yu heard Su Lin's excited words, he went silent for a while. Then, he spoke in disbelief. Old Su, are you kidding me? How could Xian have anything to do with a famous director like Grace? If it were any other director who liked Xian at first sight, he wouldn't be so doubtful. After all, Xian was beautiful enough to attract attention, but who was Grace? Every film that she directed was guaranteed to win an Academy Award for International Best Director. How could such a person like her like Xian, a vase who didn't know how to act? And she was the main character? She had to be kidding. One had to know that Asian female celebrities, especially those from China, were rarely chosen by a famous Hollywood director. Even if they had the chance to act in a Hollywood movie, they would only have a few minutes of screen time or even a few seconds of screen time. But now, Su Lin was telling him that the most awesome director in Hollywood, Grace, liked Xian and wanted Xian to be the female lead in his movie? This was like a dream, alright? However, Han Yu didn't expect this to be true. It wasn't a dream at all. What kind of joke is this? The person in charge of the special effects studio is good friends with Grace. Because they knew that Grace was casting for his new movie, they felt that Xian was very suitable for the role. So, they sent the video of Xian climbing over walls, climbing trees, and fighting zombies to Grace. Grace took a fancy to Xian because she was very similar to one of the main characters in his new movie. That's why Xian had such an opportunity. Listening to Su Lin's detailed explanation, Han Yu finally digested the real news. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How lucky was Xian? She was just filming a variety show that wasn't famous at all, but she actually had so many opportunities. Grace, such a big-shot director in the entertainment industry, was really a great director that all the stars could only hope to meet and not ask for. In fact, many celebrities didn't even have the chance to meet such a director, but now, Xian, who was just a small-time celebrity, had such an opportunity. This was simply. She couldn't not become famous even if she didn't want to. If Xian really managed to grab hold of this opportunity, then it could be said that she would really soar to the sky in a single step. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's release the trailer as soon as possible. For now, Han Yu was more concerned about his debut reality show. As for Grace's matter, let's call her tomorrow to inform her. Okay. Let's wrap up the first episode first. After all, it will be broadcast next week. It didn't matter whether Xian would act in Grace's movie or whether Xian would become famous because of her role in Grace's movie. Right now, no one knew about these things. But now, everyone knew that Xian was very likely to become famous because of the Challenger. She would become famous because of a competitive reality show, because the Challenger. The trailer was officially released. Challenger. When the trailer was broadcasted, it shocked everyone, because the production of this trailer was really very good. No. It should be said that it was super awesome, whether it was the spectacular scene of countless zombies surrounding the city at the beginning, or the way the 6 guests appeared in the trailer, they were all super attractive. This trailer didn't look like the trailer of a variety show at all. Instead, it looked like a well-made action movie. And among them, especially the appearance of Xian, he was so handsome that he had no friends. Even though he was surrounded by 3 super good-looking little fresh meats, Xian still managed to fight his way out of the encirclement and became the most handsome existence. Of course, Su Jinyang's uniform was also very handsome, but Xian was a woman after all, so the impression she gave off was even stronger. Although the Challenger. The trailer was first released on the program team's official Weibo. However, what really made the program popular was the overwhelming and intensive broadcast of the trailer by Butterfly Blue TV station. It really became popular. Butterfly Blue TV station had a large audience base, and recently, because of the cooperation with the country's largest shopping mall chain, the Times Shopping Mall, the Challenger trailer was very lucky, and it would always appear on the big screen of the national chain Times Shopping Mall, which had a particularly large flow of people, from time to time. It was precisely because of this reason that the Challenger. The effect of the successful promotion of the trailer was much higher than what the staff had expected. After watching the Challenger. After watching the trailer of the Zombie Siege, I felt that this variety show was really awesome. I really want to see the show broadcast soon. Challenger. It's definitely a very surprising show. I'm looking forward to the broadcast. The post-production and special effects are really awesome. They must have invested a lot of money, right? The trailer is already so good, the actual show must be even better. P.S. Xiaoan's appearance is simply too handsome. What a huge contrast. I'm more curious about Xiaoan's performance on the show. Xiaoan looks so delicate. Can she really handle such a look? Regardless of Xiaoan's performance, just her looks alone are enough for me to watch the entire show. So, why did the show have to be broadcasted next Saturday? Not this Saturday? In the face of such a huge response and effect after the trailer was broadcasted, it was simply amazing. Challenger. The program crew and Blue Butterfly TV station staff were all pleasantly surprised. This was because the audience's response clearly showed that their show would definitely be a hit. Furthermore, it was a huge hit. Of course, it was hard to say if this kind of popularity could continue. Hey, that morning, Xian was still sleeping when he was woken up by his phone ringing. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was only 7 o'clock. Hello, is this Miss Xian? I'm from XX advertising company that you've worked with before. Now, I'd like to ask if you're still interested in working with us? XX advertising company? I don't remember. Xian, who was still in a daze, mumbled sleepily and hung up the phone. But why did that advertisement sound so familiar? Xian didn't think too much about it. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. However, this time, she didn't sleep for long before another phone call came in. Hello, is this Miss Xian? I'm Xiao Chen, the assistant director of Heartbeat Diary. Last time, our program crew called you to ask for compensation. Compensation? Didn't they give it all? Xian mumbled in a daze. It's like this, Miss Xian. We intend to return the compensation to you and would like to invite you to continue filming the show. Do you think you can continue filming the show? Listening to the incomparably gentle words coming from the phone, Xian was very ruthless. Not interested. With that, Xian hung up the phone mercilessly. It was so noisy early in the morning. After being disturbed by the 2 calls, Xian simply opened his eyes. He was extremely depressed and was about to turn off his phone and continue to sleep. In the end, her phone rang again. Xian, who was a little angry from the noise, picked up the phone without looking at the caller ID and started scolding. Aya, can you guys be annoying? I already said that I'm not interested. Can you stop calling me? Unexpectedly, Han Yu's voice came from the phone. Xian, what's wrong? Why are you so angry early in the morning? Hearing that it was Han Yu calling, Xian calmed down a little. So, he told Han Yu about the 2 strange phone calls just now and complained to him. However, Han Yu burst into laughter when he heard that. Xian, you're going to be famous. These people are all here to give you money. I'm going to be famous? Of course. Xian, don't sign any contracts with any companies during this period of time. After our show airs, you can talk to them about contracts. When that time comes, your value will be different from before. She thought about how Xian had already made such a big impact with the release of the trailer. In the entertainment industry, no one was a fool. They were all smart. Now, anyone could tell that Xian's recent actions were definitely going to be famous, so, those who had looked down on her and abandoned her in the past were now shamelessly looking for her. Xian. Calm down. Let's wait for the show to air. Once the show is broadcast, they'll probably have to pay 10 times or more to get you to sign a contract with them if they still want to hire you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanyu felt a special sense of accomplishment. He really had a discerning eye. Back then, when the entire entertainment industry had abandoned Xian, he actually managed to pick up the scraps. Now, it served him right that his show was going to be famous. 10 times, Xian thought about the compensation she had paid for the breach of contract. 10 times the compensation for breach of contract. Wouldn't that be a few million? Oh my god. It was too easy to earn money as a celebrity, after listening to Hanyu's explanation. Xian felt that she was suddenly looking forward to the broadcast of the show. Hence, in this long wait, the show that everyone was looking forward to, come. Challenger. Finally, he was able to meet the audience on Saturday as scheduled. On this day, at 8 p.m. on Saturday night, basically everyone who had watched Come. Challenger had obediently sat in front of their televisions, waiting for the broadcast of the show. And when the show officially aired, Xian and the other 5 guests were filming their 3rd episode of Challenger, in another small mountain town. After the hour-long broadcast of the show ended, the internet was in an uproar. No one dared to believe that a variety show with no fame could be so awesome. It was practically a Hollywood blockbuster. Of course, what they didn't expect even more was that Xian, who they had originally thought of as a pitiful flower vase, had actually exceeded their expectations. It could simply be described as stunning. Xian wasn't the pitiful and delicate flower that they had thought she was, who could only be bullied by the production team. She was clearly a terrifying man-eating flower. It really made countless people's jaws drop. However, the audience felt the same way that Hanyu and the other staff members felt when they saw Xian's huge transformation, even more so, because they were watching the carefully edited video. This kind of shock was even greater than the group of people in the production team. Damn. I can't believe it. Is that still the Xian I know? Aha. Xian is simply too handsome to have any friends. Ah. The night passed. The next morning, in the Come. Challenger. Staff members anxiously waited in anticipation. They discovered that their show had really blown up. After editing, there were 800 new words. Come. Challenger. The broadcast on Saturday was completely beyond everyone's imagination, although the Come. Challenger trailer was indeed very successful. The general routine was that if the trailer was made too well, it would not be as good as the trailer when the show was broadcast. Because the trailer had already edited all the essence of the show into the trailer. However, Come. Challenger was simply too good to be true. After the first episode of the zombie siege ended, all the viewers wanted to see more. Everyone subconsciously picked up their phones and turned on their computers. Some of them were online, and some of them were chatting with their friends. Therefore, in the Come. Challenger. After the broadcast, in less than an hour, the show had already appeared on the front page of the trending searches. And its ranking was very high, and Xian and Xianxia firmly occupied the top spot of the trending searches. #Xia and female killer. ## new male god Xia and ## the cutest and smartest little zombie. The public opinion related to Xia and instantly climbed to the front page of the trending searches and almost took over the trending searches. Xian. My new male god. He's too handsome to have any friends. The female killer is simply too suitable for Xian. It's definitely the female killer herself. I want to say. Did Xian use a cheat code? This combat power. It's too terrifying. It's really a headshot every time. Also. He can also shoot arrows. I admire Xian's ability to escape at the beginning. He's too slippery to have any friends. I thought that the main force of the 6 guests in the show would be a few male guests. I really didn't expect. It said that the role of the little zombie is Xian's son? Oh my god. He's too cute. His mother is so good, and his son is not inferior at all. The little zombie eliminated a lot of people. Lol, Jiangchen was eliminated by the little zombie twice. Ha ha ha. In front of Xian, all male gods, oh, no, all male creatures were trash. From today onwards, Queen Xia is the only male god in my heart. May I ask weakly? Isn't Xian very delicate? Why did the show suddenly become so powerful? This doesn't make sense. I also think that Xian's style is the best out of all the guests. Could it be that this is an effect arranged by the production team? Yeah, don't tell me he used a body double? Haha. A substitute? This was too absurd. If there really was a substitute, why couldn't he tell at all? Some haters shouldn't be so jealous. Plus, Xian doesn't need a stunt double. I think her looks alone are enough to make me her fan. Falling in love with Xian because of her looks +1. Stop being jealous, haters. Xian is just that handsome. If you think you've used a substitute, you can find a stone hammer and complain about it. Because of the broadcast of the show, Xian's cool skills and quick reflexes in the show attracted countless fans, even though Challenger. This show was really good. It had to be said that the person who really elevated the show was Xian. If this show didn't have Xian as a guest, then this show would at most be a show that could still be followed. However, with a guest like Xian who was so physically strong, the show's level of interest increased by several times. Even because of Xian's existence, the show's level seemed to be raised to Hollywood standards. Hence, the cool and handsome Prince Charming Xian, who had no friends, went from a 6-figure number of fans to a 7-figure number on the first night of the show's broadcast. However, if there were fans, there would be haters. Xian wasn't a common person who everyone liked. What's more, there were still people who were working hard behind the scenes to defame Xian. Therefore, while everyone on the internet was amazed by Xian's skills and appearance, there were also some netizens and paid posters who doubted whether Xian's actions on the show were real or fake. Did he use a substitute? If the public only praised Xian and the show, then the popularity of the show wouldn't be that high and wouldn't last that long. However, it was precisely because of these doubts and controversies that the show's popularity grew higher and higher. The show's endurance also grew higher and higher, videos, pictures, and all kinds of screenshots. This weekend, the netizens who were discussing the show online after watching it all stayed up all night, just for the sake of Challenger. Xian in the show. The night passed. The next morning, in the Challenger. The staff anxiously waited in anticipation. They discovered that their show had really blown up. That's right, it had completely blown up. Looking at the internet, it was as if their show and Xian had monopolized all the attention. Su Jinyang was obviously the most popular person on the show. In addition, Su Jinyang had just won the title of Best Actor, so he should have been the focus of the show. In the end, the show's limelight had been stolen by Xian alone. On the internet, there were all kinds of fighting videos of Xian, as well as all kinds of beautiful photos. Among them, the video that received the most likes and reposts was Xian's short video that lasted less than a minute. When he was surrounded by countless zombies, he jumped out of the window, climbed up the wall, and jumped into the trees to escape. Challenger. When the staff saw the screen full of videos, photos, and emojis of Xian, they were all dumbfounded, and when they intercepted all kinds of data, they were even more shocked by the huge amount of data. It hadn't even been a day since the online video was released in the wee hours of the morning. In fact, it hadn't even been half a day. But the number of views on the video had already exceeded 8 digits. Not to mention, the hot search positions on Weibo were all occupied by Xian, Challenger, and the other 5 guests on the show. Not to mention, in the data extracted from various social media apps every day, the most talked about figures were Xian and Challenger, which were also among the top. It was very difficult for a celebrity or a show to break out of the entertainment industry. And if a show or celebrity in the entertainment industry relied on reality shows to break out of the entertainment industry, then it would really blow up. Although the television station's viewership ratings would only be released on Monday, if it was a Sunday, it would be impossible to get the viewership ratings for their show. But all of the Challenger. All the staff knew about it. The viewership ratings for their show would definitely be very high. He must have gotten a very good opening number, hence, they decisively called Hanyu, who was still recording the show. Boss. Our show is blowing up. Xian is on fire. Right now, the internet is full of discussions about our show and Xian. We're all on the hot searches. Just now, we even received a lot of calls from investors who want to invest in our show. Listening to the excited chatter on the phone, Hanyu was still stunned, even though he had already guessed what would happen after the show was broadcast. He had already seen the final version of the show and knew how good their show was. It was only natural for them to achieve such results. But at this moment, he still felt like he was in a dream. After all, this was his first time as a scriptwriter, his first time producing a variety show. Moreover, it was a feat that was almost like a rebirth of a great adventure. When he was almost 40 years old, he had endured the confusion and pressure of countless people, and when he was almost halfway through his life, he had given himself a chance to be willful. No one thought highly of him, and no one supported him. But now, he had succeeded. Suddenly, his eyes became wet. He was a man who didn't cry easily. Hanyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Okay, I got it. You guys have worked hard recently. When I get back, I'll give you guys a raise. After hearing the cheers from the other end of the phone, Hanyu hung up the TV, left the monitoring room, and strode towards Xian. At this moment, Xian was recording the show. After the first and second episodes failed miserably, Hanyu obviously decided to give up on competing with Xian. So, he followed his original plan. The theme of the third episode was truly about survival in the wilderness. It was also a meaningful and profound theme. When humans didn't care about the environment, they were attacked by nature. Humans went extinct, and animals and plants mutated. In the end, there were only 6 humans left on Earth. The theme of this episode was about protecting the Earth's environment with positive energy. At this moment, the first day of recording had just begun. Xian was in the new house that she was going to live in for the next 3 days. When Hanyu found her, Xian was using the simple stone tools she made herself to chop wood that was easy to make into wooden planks. Pa. After Xian finished making a rough piece of wood, she felt that it was about time and was about to go back and build a simple treehouse. Unexpectedly, Hanyu suddenly appeared in front of her. Brother Han? When she saw Hanyu appear, Xian was extremely surprised. Usually, during the recording of a show, Hanyu wouldn't appear in front of the guests unless he was announcing the rules. What new rules did you change this time? Thinking about her experience in the first 2 episodes, Xian pouted and mumbled. However, she didn't expect Hanyu to rush towards her without saying a word. Xian. Looking at his posture, it was as if he wanted to rush over and hug Xian. So, bang. Ah. There was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a scream. Hanyu was beautifully thrown over Xian's shoulder and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were in the forest, so even if he fell to the ground, it didn't hurt too much. Xian. You're too ruthless. Hanyu climbed up from the ground and patted his clothes that were stained with mud. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was originally nervous and excited. He couldn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming. After being thrown by Xian, he instantly felt a lot more normal. It's your fault for looking like a pervert. Xian glanced at Hanyu with disdain. Because of her physical habits after the apocalypse, she didn't kill or cripple Hanyu. She was already restraining herself a lot. I just wanted to tell you something and thank you for your help. Hearing Hanyu's words, Xian blinked and muttered seriously. Just say something, don't touch me. Also. Xian rested her chin on one hand and looked very serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all. If you really want to thank me, then just give me money or gifts. For a moment, Hanyu felt that he didn't seem as excited as before. He didn't want to thank Xian as much as he did now. You're a popular celebrity now. In the future, don't say such realistic and materialistic things. You don't want to be used by people with ulterior motives. Hearing Hanyu's words, Xian blinked. She didn't understand what Hanyu was talking about. Brother Han, what are you talking about? why don't I understand? Xian, the first episode of our show has been broadcasted. You're popular. This time, you're really popular. Hanyu really admired Xiao's slowness in the entertainment industry. Sometimes, he even felt that Xiaoan was a newbie who had never been in the entertainment industry before. But in fact, Xiaoan hadn't been in the entertainment industry for long. Maybe, she was too well protected? I'm popular? Are you sure that I can still eat whatever I want? Xiaoan didn't feel much about the celebrity's popularity. She was only there for the money. What dreams? That was a complete joke. She was a realistic person. After returning from the apocalypse, she just wanted to live as she pleased. Her current goal was to enjoy and raise a child. She wanted to raise the villain in her family until he grew up safely and happily. Then, he would no longer be tortured by the future female lead. Of course you can. If you want, you can open your own restaurant and eat whatever you want in the future. You don't have to worry about anything. Hanyu's mouth twitched slightly. He casually mentioned something that most celebrities would do, which was to open a restaurant. However, those stars who opened restaurants were only doing it for money, while Xiaoan's goal was to let himself eat and drink well. Open a restaurant? That sounds good. But wouldn't the cost be too high? Xiaoan's eyes lit up when she heard Hanyu's words. She felt that the idea of opening a restaurant was simply amazing. Seeing that Xiaoan actually thought about what he had said casually, he was really tempted. Hanyu suddenly had an idea in his mind. It's okay. You're so popular now. As long as you accept a movie in America, you can open any restaurant you want. Speaking of this matter, Hanyu felt a little angry. Xiaoan really didn't act like a celebrity at all. If someone else had the opportunity to act in a famous Hollywood director's movie, no matter what level of celebrity they were, they would be crazy with joy. However, this opportunity was completely useless when it came to Xiaoan. Because Xiaoan actually refused. Refused, film? I already said that I don't know how to act. When Xiaoan heard about filming a movie, he subconsciously frowned. You don't need to act. The reason why director Grace chose you is because your personality is very similar to the main characters. Cough. Of course, the key is that he wants a female celebrity like you who can fight. So, you don't need any acting skills. You just need to act well. Listening to Hanyu's brainwashing explanation, Xiaoan thought carefully and finally said. Okay, I'll think about it. Hanyu, as long as you're happy. Because of a mistake in the last chapter, I missed a paragraph. Little cuties, if you bought the previous chapter with 1,800 words, it means that you bought the wrong version of the chapter. So clear it and read the previous chapter again. After the revision, there are almost 800 words. Little cuties, read it again. There's a paragraph that's missing. Smiley face, angle. Finally, I want to tell the little cuties that it might be the first time I'm trying this kind of theme, so it's not very perfect. However, 12 Sauce really wants to write well. If everyone feels that the pace is too slow, then 12 Sauce will strive to write more in the future and try to write faster. Yep, 12 Sauce will definitely work hard. But sometimes, writing has to be done step by step. I hope that the little cuties can give me a chance to grow. Pat my head. Lastly, he thanked the little cuties for being able to accompany the immature 12 Sauce all the way until now. He would work even harder in the future. He clenched his fist. P.S. Looking for nutrient solution. It's the beginning of the month, little cuties. Give 12 Sauce some nutrient solution greater than or equal to? In the third episode of Come Challengers. After filming, Xiaoan flew back to City B with the production crew. Only then did she realize how popular Hanyu was when he said she was. After arriving at B City and getting off the plane, Xiaoan looked at the sea of fans in the airport. Everyone's face was overflowing with excitement. Fan support banners. Glow sticks. Cameras. In short, Xiaoan was dazzled. She was in a state of confusion. The number of fans who came to pick her up this time was much more than the group of fans she met last time. Last time, she could easily escape from the airport with the help of the airport's security guards and the production crew. However, this time, the fans surrounded the airport. Ah dash. Xiaoan. Queen Xian, we love you. Goddess. We will always support you. Hearing the harsh voices and looking at the group of crazy fans rushing forward, Xian subconsciously held the little guy who was standing beside her and holding her hand obediently in her arms. After all, there were so many people. It would be bad if someone was blind enough to hurt her son. In the end, Xian just held the little guy in her arms when she heard another round of excited screams in the airport. Ah dash! The cutest little zombie is really Xian's son. The goddess's genes are so good. The goddess's son is also so good-looking. He's super cute. For some reason, Dan Xian felt like she was an animal in a zoo when she was faced with such a group of people, being watched by others. Although these people seemed to be her fans, she was still not used to this feeling. Fortunately, the airport's security guards were quite reliable. After mobilizing the entire airport's security guards, Xian successfully left the airport. When Xian got into the car with the little guy, she was very relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. It's so scary. Could it be that celebrities were all so scary after they became popular? Xian couldn't help but feel like she had been tricked into boarding a pirate ship. Scary? Xian, I really have to hand it to you. If other celebrities saw that they suddenly had so many fans coming to pick them up, they would be so happy that they couldn't even close their mouths. You, on the other hand, said it was scary. Hanyu listened to Xian's emotional words and was simply speechless. However, he did not expect Xian to gather so many fans to pick her up in less than a week, even though the show had just finished airing a few days ago. One had to know that the number of fans who had come to welcome Xian at the airport was a number that only the most popular young stars with top-notch traffic would have. As for Xian, she was only relying on a variety show, and it was only the first episode, but she had already gathered so many true fans who came from afar to pick her up. What did this mean? This meant that Xian would become a top celebrity with countless fans. He believed that the big shots in the industry had already seen this potential. Therefore, he had a hunch that after Xian returned to City B this time, her status would be completely different from before. Hanyu's hunch was right. When the video of a few hundred fans coming to pick Xian up at the airport was broadcasted that night, it caused another sensation. On that day, Xian was only wearing a t-shirt and jeans at the airport. However, it had completely become popular and was sold out in all kinds of places. As a result, countless big shots, both inside and outside the industry, saw an endless stream of business opportunities from Xian. On this day, Xian's phone started to explode with calls. Not interested. Not interested. Thank you, but I don't need it. Xian returned to her apartment. She did not have time to take a shower and make some food to comfort herself for the hardship she had suffered in the mountains these past few days. As a result, she received countless calls from people who wanted her to act in movies, variety shows, and advertisements. However, because she knew about this from Hanyu in advance, she did as Hanyu said and turned down all the calls to talk about work. This was because after Hanyu helped her analyze the situation, she decided to talk to the famous director in the United States. If all aspects were good, then she would work with director Grace, who was said to be very good. In any case, the remuneration that the director offered her was quite high. Of course, the most important reason was that she wanted to go abroad to eat the delicious food. What Michelin restaurant? It seems to be very delicious. After Xian rejected all the offers, she didn't pay too much attention to the things that were related to her. She was more concerned about Xiaxingchen's school that had yet to be settled. It had been more than 2 weeks since she last looked for Fu Xian, but that scumbag had not given her a reply. Tisk, it's not like he wants money. He just wants a place to apply to the school. Xian snorted and muttered to herself. She felt that Fu Xian was really stingy and scumbag. Well, even though Xiaxingchen was not his son, he had watched him grow up. Forget it. I don't believe that I can't get into the school without that scumbag. In the end, Xian simply gave up the idea of getting a place to enter the school from Fu Xian. She decided that it was better to rely on herself than on others. She would think of a way by herself. However, Xian did not know that Fu Xian was not stingy. It was not that he did not want to help her get a place to enter the school. It was because his own backyard was on fire. Originally, he immediately went to settle this matter for Xian and secretly investigated Xia Jinghao. But who would have thought that the sensitive Xia Jinghao would be able to sense all of this? Therefore, Xia Jinghao, who was good at acting and flexible, began to act in front of the Xia family and the Fu family. As a result, Fu Xian became a sinner in both the Xia family and the Fu family. Even his most precious daughter was angry with him. Initially, he did not want to do anything with Xiaoan. He just felt guilty towards Xiaoan and wanted to do something for her. For example, he wanted to help her get a place to enter the school. Who knew that not only did he not do it well, but the place to enter the school was also snatched away. And the person who snatched it away was his precious daughter. "Dad, I want to go to this school." It was just a few words from the little girl and Xianxia lost his place to enter the school. It was just like when he was chased out of the Fu family and sent to the welfare home. That night, Xiaoan had already given up on getting a place to enter the school from Fu Xian. Who knew that Xiaoan would eventually receive a call from him? "Xiaoan, you don't have a place to enter the school. Do you want to consider other schools? I can help you get into other schools that are also very good." That's it for today's update. Good night, my little cuties. The next chapter is the anti-theft badge. Don't buy it yet. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Xiaoan, there are no more places for you to enroll. Do you want to consider other schools? I can help you get into other schools that are also very good. Xiaoan did not expect Fu Xian to call her. She also did not expect him to call her and say such words. Hearing Fu Xian's words over the phone, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Her dark eyes revealed a cold light. If someone who knew Xiaoan was here, they would definitely be able to tell that Xiaoan was angry at this moment. Why should I go to another school? Since you can't help, I'll find another way. Xiaoan was really angry. During this period of time, this man did not give her any response. Now he called to tell her that he could not help her and wanted to find another school for her. Who was he to her and the little boy? What right did he have to make such a decision for them? Moreover, it was not difficult to guess what this man meant when he said such words. B City International School was indeed a very good school and it was indeed difficult to enroll. However, with Fu Xian's status, it was more than enough to get such a place. It would not take much effort at all. But now, Xiaoan, the last place for transfer to B City International School this year is gone. So even if you find someone else to help, you won't be able to get any results. After hearing Fu Xian's words, Xiaoan understood that her guess was definitely true. If she guessed correctly, the last place should be Fu Xian's daughter, Fu Anqi. Who took the last place? Xiaoan asked coldly. However, in the face of Xiaoan's question, Fu Xian deliberately changed the topic. Xiaoan, B City International School is actually not that good. I can help you get IU into a better school. First of all, I have the final say on whether the school is good or not. My son can go to whichever school I want him to go to. Second of all, my son's name is not IU. He now has my surname, Xianxia. In the future, please call him Xianxia. In the end, wasn't the last spot taken by your precious daughter? Xiaoan's extremely cold and slow words made the man on the other end of the phone fall silent. At first, Fu Xian thought that he was being casual. Just like in the past, he had casually fooled Xiaoan. This time, he clearly understood that Xiaoan was no longer the simple-minded and muddle-headed crystal doll that would break at a touch. Well, I'm sorry, Xiaoan. I thought that you would be different, but now, you are actually more disgusting than your wife. After getting the answer she knew in advance, Xiaoan, her voice was full of sarcasm. Xia, hearing Xiaoan's sarcastic voice, Fu Xian felt a little guilty and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiaoan. Don't worry, I have no interest in your precious daughter's school. I can't be bothered to have anything to do with you. However, I want to warn you that you and your wife will not disturb me in the future. Otherwise, I'm not someone to be trifled with. After saying this, Xiaoan did not wait for Fu Xian to respond and hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, Xiaoan became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Inexplicably, she had the urge to rush over to Fu Xian and Xia Jinghao, that pair of scumbags, and beat them up. Mom? What's wrong? Just as Xiaoan was in a state of rage, she suddenly heard the little guy's crisp and soft voice. Hearing this voice, Xiaoan's emotions immediately calmed down. Lowering her head, Xiaoan saw the worried expression on the little guy's young face. She thought for a moment, squatted down, and told the little guy what happened. Xiaoxing, the school mom found for you some time ago. You might not be able to go. You can't go. Then I won't go. The little guy raised the corners of his mouth, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Child, you have to go to school when you're of age. Even if you're smart, you still have to go to school. Xiaoan looked at the bright smile on the little guy's face and shook her head a little helplessly. Her good son was good at everything, but it seemed that he did not like to go to school very much. But I want to stay with Mom, the little guy said matter-of-factly. The little girl said matter-of-factly. She looked like she really depended on Xia, and even if you go to school, you can still stay with me. Xiaoan patted the little guy's little head, then held him in her arms and said softly. If you don't go to school, how can you become so protective of Mom? Hearing Xiaoan's words, the little guy blinked his big eyes. Then, Xiaoxing wants to go to school. Xiaoxing wants to protect Mom. Seeing that the little guy suddenly changed his mind after hearing this and wanted to go to school, Xiaoan's heart was instantly moved. Xiaoxing is so good. Mommy likes Xiaoxing the most. With that, Xiaoan kissed the little guy's tender little cheek. In an instant, the little guy's cheeks turned bright red like a big apple. He was extremely cute. Xiaoxing also likes Mommy the most. Looking at the little guy's bright red face, his whole cheeks seemed to be burning up, and he looked so cute that he was almost smoking. Xiaoan could not help but kiss the little guy's cheek again. Xiaoxing, don't worry. Mommy will definitely find you a better school. After this incident, Xiaoan could not be bothered to argue with the protagonists. She only wanted to lead a good life with her obedient son. She completely ignored the female lead's mother, and her father. But because of this incident, this group of people actually snatched her obedient son's place in the school, which really made her angry. So she decided. In the future, she would definitely give these protagonists a hard time. From now on, this group of people would be her enemies, and the little lowly female lead who had not grown up yet. Humph. She had to be punished. So what if she was a child? She had to be punished for snatching her obedient son's place in the school. Xiaoxing, between Mom and Fu Anqi, who do you like more? Poor Xiaoxingchen, who was only 5 or 6 years old, had to face such a classic question that had troubled countless men. But the good thing was that the little guy was still very young when he left the Fu family, so he did not have the time to fall in love with the real Fu Anqi. So, of course it's Mom. Xiaoxingchen said without hesitation. The expression on his face was really serious. Hearing her obedient son give her such an answer, Xiaoan's heart suddenly bloomed with joy. Fortunately, she had come just in time. She had changed the plot and changed the little guy's fate. Good boy. Xiaoan patted the little guy's head happily and then calmly brainwashed Xiaoxingchen. Xiaoxing, Mom doesn't like Fu Anqi. She snatched your place in the school. Also, her parents are very bad and often bully us. As the saying goes, like mother like daughter. We can like anyone in the future, but not her. After listening to Xiaoan's blabbering, Xiaoxingchen nodded his little head seriously. Yes. Mom, I know. I won't play with Fu Anqi in the future. If Mom hates Fu Anqi, then I will hate Fu Anqi too. After listening to Xiaoan's words, the little guy even changed the way he addressed Fu Anqi. Also, because Xiaoan said that Fu Xian and Xia Jinghao bullied her, the little guy listed them as enemies in his heart. Fu Anqi was also blacklisted because of his anger. Seeing the little guy's change, Xiaoan was really gratified. She did not raise this son for nothing. The director was really obedient and filial. Xiaoxing, Mom will take you to go shopping tonight. Xiaoan said to the little guy with a smile. The little guy was really happy when he heard that they were going to the night market. Looking at the little fellow's incomparably happy face, the corners of Xiaoan's lips curled slightly as he gazed blankly outside. At this time, if one looked carefully, there was no smile in her eyes, only coldness. Good, Xia Jing. Since you purposely snatched my good boy's spot, then don't blame me for snatching your daughter's future charming physique cheat. That's right, Xian suddenly mentioned that they were going to the night market because she wanted to punish Fu Anqi, to take away her future greatest golden finger, to take away her future reliance from the male lead and male supporting characters. She originally did not want to argue with the female lead. As for her real golden finger, she originally thought that it was a bit unlucky and she did not like the functions it had, so she did not buy it. Secondly, she always felt that the weak female lead who could only rely on men was not worthy of her attention. Therefore, she left the grey jade pendant with the 2 dragons playing with a pearl to her. But now, this weak female lead actually didn't have eyes and snatched her son's place to enter the school and bullied her. Then, she must give her a taste of her own medicine. She did not want to leave the jade pendant or the golden finger for the weak female lead. At this time, Xiao Jinghao did not know that because of her actions, her precious daughter's future fate had changed greatly. The fate of her family's spoiled little princess was completely changed. At this time, Fu Anqi, who had not yet grown up, did not know that because of her little scheme, she had actually attracted a demon king's enemy. Because of this, she had lost the greatest golden finger in her life. If a female lead who relied on a golden finger to win the hearts of many people lost her golden finger, then what would happen in the end? Xiaoan did not know the answer to this, but she would bear witness to it. When night fell, Xiaoan thought that because it was late at night and the light was dim, no one would notice her. Therefore, after a little disguise, she took the little girl and took a taxi to the night market. After getting out of the taxi, Xiaoan went straight to the point. She took the little girl to the stall that sold the female lead's golden finger. When she arrived at the stall, Xiaoan found that the jade pendant with the 2 dragons playing with a pearl was gone. "Boss, where is the jade pendant with the 2 dragons playing with a pearl that I saw the last time I came here?" Xiaoan furrowed his brows, feeling extremely surprised. This jade pendant was the female lead's golden finger. And it was obviously almost a year before the female lead bought the golden finger. Therefore, this golden finger could not have been sold, unless there was someone like her who had transmigrated and knew that the female lead's golden finger was here, so they bought it in advance. It was bought by someone. As expected, Xiaoan received this information from the stall owner. It was bought by someone, which meant that in this novel world, there was another person who was the same as her. What was certain was that that person was definitely not on the female lead's side. Otherwise, she would not have tried to steal the female lead's golden finger, right? "Boss, do you still remember who bought the twin dragons playing with pearls jade pendant from you? And when did he buy it?" Just as Xiaoan opened her mouth to ask and clarify the matter, she did not notice that the expression of the little fellow in her hand seemed to have changed a little. Oh, the person who bought the jade pendant was a very cute female student. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. As for the time? It was about 2 weeks ago, right? I don't remember the exact time. After hearing the owner's words and confirming that the person who bought the jade pendant was neither Fu Anqi nor Xia Jinghao, Xiaoan felt slightly better. However, because of the sudden appearance of the female student, Xiaoan was still a little concerned. However, Xiaoan did not think too much about it. Anyway, her original intention was to prevent Xia Jinghao's daughter from getting her future golden finger. Now, although the golden finger was bought by someone else, since she had achieved her goal, it did not matter. "Okay, thank you, boss." After Xiaoan thanked the owner, she held the little girl's hand and left the stall. However, at this moment, Xiaoan, who was still thinking about who that female student was, didn't notice that her precious son was a little uneasy at this moment. "Xiaoxing, this cotton candy is so delicious. Maltos is good too. Xiaoxing, do you want to eat chicken wings with rice? Tonghulu. Xiaoxing, let's go throw rings. Do you want that robot cat doll? Mommy will buy it for you. Wow. We caught a lot of little goldfish today." Very quickly, Xiaoan ate and played with all the delicious food and toys in the night market. After that, she brought the little girl back home. However, what Xiaoan did not know was that she thought that because it was late at night and the lights were dim and she had disguised herself a little, no one would recognize her. However, what she did not know was that she was now the hottest celebrity in the entertainment industry. She really had fans everywhere, and there were a lot of people who knew her. Therefore, at first, no one recognized her as Xiaoan. However, she overlooked one thing. Xia Xingchen was now a small celebrity. Therefore, after waking up, Xian realized that she was on the hot search list again. Of course, she was always slow when it came to entertainment news, so she did not discover it on her own. Instead, Xian. Look at you, you're so famous now. How can you still run around like that? Early in the morning, Xian received a call from Hanyu. Hearing Hanyu's words over the phone, Xian was dumbfounded. Huh? What do you mean? Last night, you brought Xiaoxing to the night market. Someone took a video of the whole process and posted it online. You're now on the hot search list. But the good thing is that the public opinion is pretty good. I can't believe I was discovered. Xian suddenly felt that it was too humiliating. She had always been sensitive, but she did not realize that she was being followed and was being secretly photographed. She had indeed been in a peaceful world for too long and had let her guard down too much. Okay, this incident is not a big problem. But you still have to be careful next time. It would be quite troublesome if someone caught you red-handed. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xian listened to Hanyu's words and opened Weibo. She saw that she was indeed on the hot search list again. #Xiao's night tour with her son #, the most down-to-earth celebrity #, wow. Xiao's son is so cute. Among all the second-generation celebrities and child stars, Xiao's son is definitely the most handsome. Xiaoan and her son are so loving together. I didn't know that celebrities would go to the night market like us ordinary people. Xiaoan and her son are having so much fun. Xiaoan is really the most down-to-earth female celebrity, right? I don't know if Xiaoan is the most down-to-earth female celebrity, but Xiaoan is definitely the prettiest female celebrity without makeup. I beg Xiaoan to bring her little zombie son to Mom's Back, a parent-child interactive variety show. I think it will definitely be good. Bring your son to Mom's Back +1. I really want to watch it. Looking at the comments on the internet, Xiaoan once again felt that she had become a popular celebrity. She had just casually gone out to play, but she had actually attracted so much attention on the internet. She was really bored. After reading the gossip about herself, Xiaoan deeply felt that her plan to open a gourmet restaurant was on the verge of being triggered. After all, with her current popularity, she couldn't go out to eat at all. Thinking of this, Xiaoan had an inexplicable sense of nervousness. After carefully getting up from the bed, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her and the little guy while thinking about her future plans. Ever since Hanyu's words last time, she really looked forward to having her own restaurant more and more, and then she would hire chefs of various cuisines. Just as Xiaoan was fantasizing about her future life, her cell phone suddenly rang again. Originally, Xiaoan thought that it was a call from Hanyu, but when she looked at the number, it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Thinking of the recent popularity of the Challenger. Due to the popularity of this show, Xiaoan had indeed received a lot of calls from all kinds of people inviting her to participate in the show. Although she usually rejected all of them, she still picked up the phone. Indeed, when she picked up the phone, she heard a familiar conversation from the other end. Hello, is this Miss Xiaoan? Well, I'm Xiaoxi, the program director of Come Home, Mommy. I'd like to invite you and your son to be the guests of the 3rd season of Come Home, Mommy. Upon hearing the crisp female voice on the other end of the phone, Xiaoan was stunned. Come Home, Mommy? I seem to have just seen the name of this show on Weibo. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. Just as Xiaoan was about to hang up, the woman's voice on the other end of the phone successfully made her stop. 8 million yuan. Miss Ya, as long as you participate in our show, we'll pay you 8 million yuan. 8 million yuan. Xiaoan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I can get 8 million yuan just by participating in a variety show. Miss Ya, if you think this price is inappropriate, we can still discuss it further. Miss Ya, please give our show a chance. We really sincerely want to invite you to participate in our show. Please reconsider. Hearing the woman's sincere words, Xiaoan remained silent for a while before finally replying. All right then, I'll think about it. Okay. Thank you, Miss Ya. Please take your time to think about it. Actually, Xiaoan was not moved by this woman's sincerity. What really moved her was the 8 million yuan. Most importantly, there was still room for negotiation. In other words, it was very likely that her fee would be higher than 8 million yuan. hence, Xian was really tempted at this moment. After she hung up the phone, she absent-mindedly finished breakfast. After eating breakfast with the little guy, she turned on her computer and searched for the variety show Mom's Back on the internet. Mom's Back was indeed a very popular variety show. The first and second seasons were the viewership ratings champion on the internet. The celebrity guests who participated in the first season were all popular. Then, from the second season onwards, the celebrity guests who could participate in this show were all second-tier celebrities and above. In the third season, it was even more difficult to get on the show. The several celebrity guests who were speculated on the internet about the third season who would participate were either very popular, or big shots who were early goddesses. Therefore, the viewership ratings of the third season would only be high, not low. It was definitely a show that could break the viewership ratings. For other celebrities, this program was definitely a super good opportunity. They would definitely sign a contract with the production team without hesitation. However, what Xian valued was never this, but, no way, take the child to the countryside to experience life. Live in the worst place, and eat the worst food? Xian's entire focus was on this, which also made her feel conflicted. 8 million yuan, suffering, which one should she choose? Sorry, I changed it late. I took the transportation for the whole day yesterday. I originally planned to finish it in the car, but I was too dizzy and couldn't write it at all. So, I took a long time to write it when I arrived at my place. Of course, it was also a lot late. Little cuties, don't be angry, 12 Sauce didn't do it on purpose. I'll try to change the anti-theft feature of the next chapter before 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Little cuties, bear with it for now. Wait for the update next week and it will be back to normal. Rub your heads. Leave a comment for this chapter. I'll send you all a red packet. Omega. Don't be angry, everyone. Oh, while Xian was in a dilemma, the recording of Come Challenger began the recording of the 4th episode. At the same time, during the recording of the 4th episode, Come Challenger, the 2nd episode was about to be broadcasted. Along with Come Challenger. After the first episode was broadcasted, the status of all the guests was different from before. Even the internet celebrity, Xianxia, had become much more famous because of this show. Now, she was no longer just an internet celebrity in front of the public. Because of this show, she accepted a lot of other jobs. As for the other 3 male guests, they were even more impressive. Among the 6 of them, only Xian had not accepted any other jobs so far. She was only focused on filming Come Challenger. There were also photos of models that she had made an appointment with AI Luan. As for the other jobs, even if it was a movie directed by American director Regis, she had only decided to try it out. However, she had not flown over to negotiate or sign a contract. Therefore, Xian, the most popular female guest on the show, was also the guest with the least exposure. Originally, Xian felt that this was quite good and did not want to accept any other shows. However, she did not expect that the production team of Mom's Back would directly offer her a remuneration of 8 million yuan. To be honest, this price made Xian very tempted, therefore, after struggling for a few days, when Come Challenger began the recording of the 4th episode, Xian simply told Han Yu about her dilemma. What? You said that the production team of Mom's Back paid you 8 million yuan to be a guest? When Xian told Han Yu about this matter, Han Yu suddenly widened her eyes and looked at her in disbelief. What's wrong? Is it a lot? Xian saw Han Yu's shocked expression and asked with some doubt. After all, she had participated in Come Challenger. During the recording, there was not much to be paid. Not really. With your current popularity, 8 million yuan is indeed not a big deal. I'm just surprised that Mom's Back is so fast. Han Yu sighed with emotion. After all, Xian had just become famous. In fact, many people in the industry were still observing. The fact that Mom's Back could hire Xian with a high salary so quickly showed that they were very optimistic about Xian's future. However, when he thought about how Xian and the little guy were trending on Weibo some time ago, he could understand why the production team of Mom's Back did this. Brother Han, do you think I should participate? Xian didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he asked Hanyu, who was very familiar with the entertainment industry. There shouldn't be too much of a conflict between the start of Mom's Back and Director Grace's schedule. If you want to, you can join in. After all, 8 million isn't a small amount. Hanyu pondered for a moment before replying. But in the face of Hanyu's answer, Xian was obviously not very satisfied. She also knew that the reward was high, but she had suffered so much in the apocalypse, so she wasn't very interested in experiencing the hardships of the countryside. Even if the money was high, she still didn't want to go. But I think that show doesn't seem to be suitable for me. Seeing Xian frowning, Hanyu asked with some doubts. Not suitable? I think it's quite suitable for you to take little Xing to participate in this show. On the one hand, you can make money. On the other hand, you and little Xing can be whitewashed and have a lot of fans. At least, no one will use the illegitimate child thing to make trouble in the future. To be honest, Hanyu was quite supportive of Xian's participation in the show Mom's Back. He felt that Xian's participation in this show was very well known, and it was a parent-child interactive variety show. It was really beneficial. Basically, this was a show that every female celebrity with a child wanted to participate in. However, Xian seemed to be a little reluctant. And the funniest thing was that the reason for Xian's reluctance was, I think the show is too hard. The show specifically wants us to suffer hardships and experience rural life. I don't like this feeling very much. Hearing Xian's reason, Hanyu suddenly felt that there was nothing to say. The show Mom's Back was indeed a parent-child interactive show that allowed celebrities living in the city to experience the hardships of the local people in the countryside. Of course, the first season of Mom's Back also relied on the celebrities' mother farming and feeding pigs. This kind of setting plot made it stand out among the variety shows and cut a bloody path for it. But the audience likes it. Hanyu said this sentence dryly. Now that he was quite familiar with Xian, he was quite familiar with Xian's behavior. Although this girl's physical fitness and skills were good, she was very delicate. She liked to eat good food and live in good places. Even if the filming environment was a little harsh, she would try her best to make herself more comfortable. Therefore, when faced with Xian's dilemma, Hanyu could understand. This girl really didn't like to suffer hardships. However, what Hanyu didn't expect was that Xian's next words made him feel enlightened. The audience likes to see hardships? Why do I feel that I like to see celebrities live their own lives more? For example, what they eat, what they use, what kind of house they live in. As he spoke, Xian really felt that he wanted to watch such a show. Seeing Xian's eyes light up as he spoke, Hanyu also had a different feeling in his heart, that was, yes. Who said that the audience must like to see celebrities live a normal life and suffer hardships? Maybe. The audience likes to see celebrities live their own lives more. Thinking of this, Hanyu's eyes lit up and he had a new show plan in his heart. Right, you think so too, don't you? Xian looked at Hanyu with a smile. Seeing that Hanyu seemed to be very interested in what she had just said, she suddenly felt that she should reject the show Mom's Back, because it was really boring. Even if she had 8 million yuan, she couldn't be bothered to participate in such a boring and tough show. Moreover, it was fine if she suffered hardships, but she didn't want to suffer hardships like her precious son. Xian, you've given me a very good idea. Now, I want to come up with another show and I want to invite you to be a guest on my show. Hanyu snapped out of his thoughts and stared straight at Xian with bright eyes. There was an indescribable excitement in his voice. Huh? Seeing how excited Hanyu was all of a sudden, Xian blinked and looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Xian, don't participate in Mom's Back. Come join my next variety show. Hanyu looked at Xian excitedly. He looked like a mouse that had seen rice. He was extremely excited. Your next show? Come on. Challenger. Isn't filming not done yet? Xian looked at Hanyu in confusion. Although she had already decided to reject the invitation to participate in Mom's Back, however, she didn't have any intention of participating in other shows. Yes, it's my next show. I know that I'm speaking too soon. But, I just wanted to make an appointment with you. As he spoke, Hanyu explained the idea that he had gotten from Xian. I want to produce a variety show with you and Xiaoxing as the main characters. As soon as he said this, Xian raised an eyebrow. A variety show with me and Xiaoxing as the main characters? That's right. Just like you said, the audience actually wants to see the lives of the celebrities themselves. That's why I want to produce a movie like that. Hanyu nodded his head vigorously. His eyes were filled with endless imagination. Of course. Don't worry, the variety show I'm producing for you will definitely not make you suffer. Instead, you will travel all over the world, taste the best food from all over the world and stay in the best hotels from all over the world. Hearing Hanyu's words, Xian was instantly tempted. Taste the best food from all over the world, what a great temptation this was, but, no, our Xiaoxing is about to go to primary school. I can't let him follow me around like this. But even though she was tempted, Xian still shook her head. She thought about how her son was already at the age of going to school. She still hoped that he could go to school like an ordinary child and make a group of cute friends. That's a problem. Hanyu thought about Xia Xingchen's age. He was indeed about to go to primary school. If he really participated in the filming with Xian, his schooling would definitely be delayed. Even though Xia Xingchen was a little genius, he probably didn't need to go to primary school. So, forget it. Xian smiled. She didn't take the show to heart. But even though she didn't take it to heart, Hanyu really did. He had already been inspired by Xian to come up with a new show plan. The plan for this show was definitely unprecedented. No other variety show would overlap with his show's genre. Moreover, this show really belonged to Xian. She was definitely the most suitable guest. Unfortunately, the fact that Xingchen wanted to go to school was indeed a huge hindrance. The more Hanyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was a pity. However, Hanyu also understood that if he didn't solve the problem of Xia Xingchen's schooling, then based on his understanding of Xian would definitely not participate in the filming of the new show. Therefore, this matter was temporarily put on hold. What? Xian might bring her wild. Before she could finish the word, Xia Jinghao suddenly realized that the person on the other end of the phone was not a subordinate that she could treat as she pleased. So, she quickly changed her words. Xian is bringing her son to participate in Mom's back? When Xia Jinghao heard the words coming from the phone, her beautiful facial features instantly twisted together. She used to be in the entertainment industry, so she knew a lot about the entertainment industry. She also knew about the show Mom's Back. The reason she knew about it was because she had been invited by the production team of Mom's Back. But at the time, she felt that her status was higher than those actors in the entertainment industry, so she rejected it. But even so, she understood how powerful this show was. Because it was this show that had saved a few has-been celebrities who had lost their popularity. And the scariest thing was that in this show, the most popular ones were the children of the celebrities. Originally, her various attempts to suppress Xia were already unsuccessful. She had done so much, but not only did she not manage to defame Xian became even more popular. This was enough to make her angry. If Xian participated in the national-level parent-child interactive reality show Mom's Back this time, then, she thought, this time, not only would Xian become popular, but even the bastard that she kicked out would also become a small celebrity. The more Xia Jinghao thought about it, the more she felt that as long as Xian participated in this show, she would become someone that she couldn't suppress. Moreover, she and her bastard son would live a better life than her. No. She couldn't let Xian participate in this variety show, but how could she convince the show Mom's Back to give up on Xian? After all, to be fair, Xian was indeed very popular now, and her husband was obviously unreliable. If she hadn't discovered it in time this time, Xian, that be *tch, would have been, Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, a sweet and soft voice sounded in Xia Jinghao's ears. Mom, are you unhappy because of that bad woman again? Looking up, Xia Jinghao saw her obedient daughter pouting her pink lips and looking at her with her big, watery eyes. Seeing her incomparably adorable baby daughter who looked like an exquisite doll, Xia Jinghao's heart suddenly softened and she hugged her baby daughter in her arms. Chi-Chi is the only one who dotes on Mom. Recently, because of Xian, she and her husband, Fu Xian, had been in a cold war for many days. The two of them had been in love for so many years, and ever since they got married, they had never quarreled or gotten angry. But this time, because of the matter of Xia and looking for the school, they had quarreled. Thinking of this, Xia Jinghao was filled with hatred towards Xiaoan. In this life, there were only two people she hated the most, and one of them was Xiaoan. Mom, don't be sad. Chi-Chi, help mom teach dad a lesson. Xia Jinghao had a good relationship with her baby daughter, so she never avoided anything from her baby daughter. Even though her baby daughter was only 4 or 5 years old and was still a child. However, because Xia Jinghao had been kidnapped and trafficked, she taught her daughter to be more mature than other children her age. She was also not as innocent and harmless as she appeared to be. Regardless of whether it was Xia Xingchen's place in the school or Xia Xingchen's sudden transfer from the Fu family to the orphanage, the most direct reason was Fu Anqi. Looking at her incomparably intelligent baby daughter, Xia Jinghao suddenly had an idea in her mind. That was, Chi-Chi, do you want to be a small star? After saying this, Xia Jinghao regretted it. She despised the actors in the entertainment industry the most. Given her daughter's status, it would be degrading for her to be a small star. Just as Xia Jinghao wanted to get rid of this terrible idea and think of another way, who knew that her precious daughter would say something that she would never have thought of. Okay. Mom, Chi-Chi wants to be a small star. Upon hearing Fu Anqi's words, Xia Jinghao was extremely shocked. She looked at her baby daughter with some astonishment. Baby, why do you suddenly want to be a star? Because Fu Yu is a star and many children in our class like him. I don't like this. At this moment, Xia Jinghao finally realized that this was the result of her brainwashing Fu Anqi since she was a child. That was why her precious daughter wanted to be a small-time celebrity. Looking at her baby daughter's slightly aggrieved expression, Xia Jinghao thought that even if her baby daughter was still young, it would only be beneficial and harmless for her to become a small star in the entertainment industry. It was not like she was going to be in the entertainment industry in the future. Therefore, after thinking about it, she decided, then mom will take you to participate in a show that can make you more famous than that bastard Fu Yu. Yes, yes, yes. Mom is the best. You're 100 times better than dad. Looking at her daughter's delicate and beautiful little face, Xia Jinghao's face gradually revealed a smug expression. Her baby daughter was so beautiful and cute. Xiaoan and her bastard child were nothing. Picking up her phone, Xia Jinghao dialed a number. Contact the person in charge of mom's back and tell him that I want to record this show. However, they must abandon the idea of having Xiaoan as a guest. Also, at this moment, Xia Jinghao did not know that the show that she had so proudly snatched away was actually a show that Xiaoan did not want and finally decided to give up on. Xiaoan also did not know that the show that she did not have time to reject had been snatched by someone else. However, even if the show had been snatched away, Xiaoan did not care very much. Therefore, when Xiaoan finished recording the show's Challenger. For the 4th episode of the show, she received a call from the Mom's Back production team as soon as she turned on her phone that had been confiscated by the production team. I'm sorry, Miss Xia. Due to certain reasons, we may not be able to invite you to participate in our show as a guest. After hearing this news, Xiaoan was slightly stunned. Although she was a little surprised that the other party had changed their mind so quickly, she did not care. She did not even ask about it and casually replied. Oh, I see. I also think that your show is not suitable for me. This is good. After speaking, Xiaoan hung up the phone. What's wrong? Hanyu had just finished packing her luggage and was walking over with Xia Xingchen when she heard Xiaoan's rejection. Oh, the Mom's Back production team called to tell me that they can't invite me to participate in their show. Xiaoan told her about this matter without caring about it at all. Although Hanyu was happy that Xiaoan did not participate in the Mom's Back show, he was still a little confused as to why the Mom's Back production team had suddenly changed their mind. Xiaoan was doing very well at the moment. Although she did not have any representative works and was just a rising star, Xiaoan's future was still very bright. But soon, Xiaoan found out the answer. Xia Jinghao, the socialite's daughter, Mrs. President of Fu's Enterprise, will participate in the filming of Mom's Back. Sitting in the car, Xiaoan looked at the tablet that Han Yu handed over to her and the messages that appeared on the screen. She pursed her lips and showed a mocking expression. This woman really could not sit still. because Xia Jinghao, who was Mrs. President of Fu's family, was going to participate in the filming of the third season of Mom's Back, which would cause a huge sensation on the internet. Of course, it was not Xia Jinghao who caused the sensation, but her husband, Fu Xian, who caused the sensation. Because he was handsome, young, and a president, Fu Xian's popularity was comparable to that of some of the most popular male stars. He also had many fangirls. But now, President Fu's wife was going to participate in the filming of Mom's Back with his daughter. This of course caused a huge sensation, and it kept appearing on the hot search list, becoming the hottest topic at the moment. But of course, the reason why this topic was able to appear on the hot search list so quickly was because Xia Jinghao had paid for it herself. She wanted to create momentum for herself so that she could surpass Xiaoan. However, Xia Jinghao did not expect that she had paid for it in vain. Because, come on. Challenger. The results of the second season were out. Shocking. Come on. Challenger. The results have broken the record again. The second season's results have exceeded 4.2%. It is this week's #1 ranking. It was only the second season of the show. Come on. Challenger. S cleaning rate had already broken 4%. One had to know that even the very famous Mom's Back did not break 4% when it first aired. Come on. Challenger. It was really on fire. Xiaoan, on the other hand, was definitely the main culprit that doubled the show's cleanup rate, because at this moment, she was definitely the most talked about topic on the internet. Every time the netizens mentioned "Come on. Challenger," they would definitely mention Xiaoan. This made the production team and advertisers who originally wanted to terminate the contract with Xiaoan and ask Xiaoan to compensate for the breach of contract, extremely regretful, and the most regretful of all was the production team of Mom's Back that had just missed out on Xiaoan. At this time, they were really regretful. Why did they accept Xia Jinghao's offer in the first place and give up on Xiaoan, who had a high success rate and was a source of great discussion? But even so, it was too late for regrets. The red packets from the previous chapter have been sent out. Little cuties, please check and accept them. Because I have been out recently, the updates are a little unstable. The updates will be stable in a few days. Little cuties, please wait a little longer. If the show come. Challenger. The first episode was just to let people know that Xiaoan was on the show and let them know that Xiaoan was a small celebrity with good luck and was definitely going to be popular. Then, the second episode of Come. Challenger. Once it was broadcasted, it would let everyone know that Xiaoan was likely to become a phenomenal superstar that had not appeared for many years. In the subway stations, on the cars, and on the buses, one could see that everyone was holding their mobile phones and watching Come On. Challenger. And when everyone met, the name that they talked about the most was Xiaoan Challenger. She was really going to be popular, Xiaoan was really going to be popular. Hanyu was overjoyed when he saw that his first show had such explosive ratings. Just based on the ratings of the first 2 episodes, he could foresee that he and his company's future prospects were going to be great. He was really glad that he had made the decision to invite Xiaoan to be on the show. At the same time, he was thinking about how to thank Xiaoan, his lucky star. At the same time, Xiaoan, his lucky star, was in a remote and poor mountain village, taking photos as a model for AI Luan. Good. Xiaoan, your eyes are full of hope. Less despair, more hope. Under a lush locust tree, Shane was dressed in a white linen dress. She held a tattered language book in her hand as if she was reading aloud. She was surrounded by a group of children who were either leading goats, weaving baskets, or washing clothes. This group of children's skin was dark yellow and thin. It was obvious that they had been malnourished for a long time. However, when this group of thin children surrounded Xiaoan and listened to Xiaoan's lecture, their dark eyes were shining with an indescribable light. Their eyes were full of desire for knowledge. According to AI Luan's request, Xiaoan automatically brought in their feelings during the apocalypse. Therefore, she quickly made an expression that satisfied AI Luan. Okay. Great. AI Luan looked at the perfect photo in the camera and his face was full of excitement. The photo he took just now was really too good, he could guarantee that his photo would definitely win an award. Seeing that AI Luan was done, Xian also put away the prop book in her hand. Mom, when are we going back? The little boy saw that his fairy mother had finished taking the photo and hurriedly ran over with his short legs. What's wrong? Xian saw that the little boy was holding her hand tightly, as if he was eager to go home. She asked curiously. Nothing. I just don't like them staring at Mom. The little boy blinked his eyes and looked at the group of dark and thin children around him. His eyes were full of vigilance as he looked at the group of children. He looked as if he was worried that Xian would take away one of the children in the next second out of sympathy. Pfft! Is our Xiaoxing jealous? Xian laughed and patted the little boy's head. She had never had much sympathy, not to mention this group of pitiful children. She had seen too many of them during the apocalypse. Her sympathy for children had long been worn away by the apocalypse. Of course not. The little boy lowered his head and muttered awkwardly. Looking at the little boy's cute and proud appearance, Xian really felt that he was very cute. Okay, Mom won't tease you anymore. After we finish taking a set of photos tonight, we will go back tomorrow morning. Okay. I will obediently wait for Mom to finish taking photos. Good boy. The interaction between Xian and her son made the surrounding children very envious. Every child's face was filled with envy when they looked at Xiaoxing. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. They all had the same thought in their hearts as Xiaoxing, and that was, Xian was really a fairy mother. Feeling the envious gazes of the group of little brats, the little fellow was simply extremely pleased. If he had a tail, then at this moment, one would be able to see that the tail on the little fellow's buttocks would definitely be standing up high. After tasting an authentic farmhouse dish, night came quickly. Because AI Luan had made detailed preparations before coming, she knew that these few days would be sunny. Therefore, at night, the moon was round and big, and the moonlight was white and hazy. There were no clouds in the sky, and the environment of the village was very good. Therefore, under the moonlight, everyone looked like they were covered in a layer of silver light. It was dreamy and beautiful. AI Luan had just set up the camera when she saw Xian, who was wearing a white linen dress and no makeup on her face, appear just like that. Her current style was actually similar to her style during the day, but the only difference was that Xian's long hair was wet at this time. According to AI Luan's request, Xian took a shower before the shoot. Her wet hair was casually draped over her chest, and she looked really refreshed and beautiful with a kind of ignorant beauty. Especially tonight's moonlight was so bright, it added a kind of holy beauty to Xian. This set of photos is very simple. You just need to stand under a tree and pray to the moon. Hearing AI Luan's words, Xian nodded faintly. She wanted to finish the shoot quickly and go back to sleep, so Xian took out 100% of her concentration to take this set of photos according to AI Luan's request. Because of Xian's cooperation and the fact that Xian's image was indeed the kind of feeling that AI Luan wanted, and the fact that only Xian was the model for the shoot at night, there was no need for anyone else to cooperate. Therefore, this set of photos was quickly finished. Okay. Xian, you did a great job. I have a feeling that our photos this time will definitely win an award. After finishing the shoot, AI Luan was very excited to Xian. She was obviously very satisfied with the photos that Xian took. However, Xian wasn't interested in this, and she didn't know anything about photography. Therefore, after the shoot, she was very happy to go back to sleep. But just as everyone was about to leave, an accident happened. You stinking brat! Come back here. How dare you hurt my mother and run away? See if I don't beat you to death, you heartless ingrate. Just as Xian and AI Luan finished packing and were about to go back to the small village, unexpectedly, there was a frightening roar in the forest on the mountain. The roar was filled with anger, and it sounded particularly frightening in the quiet night. Walla walla. The sound of running in the grass was heard, and soon, Xian and AI Luan saw a small figure running out of the grass. Bang! Ah! They saw that the child's head was hit by something, and then heard a scream. The child who was running quickly rolled down the small hill. Seeing the child fall down the hill, AI Luan hurriedly ran over. Xian, come over and help me. Because of AI Luan's words, Xian held the little girl's hand and walked over to the little boy. In the end, he saw the little boy who had fallen down from the small hill. His head was stained with bright red blood, and his body was dirty all over. He looked really pathetic. Fairy sister. Save me." Perhaps it was because he felt that Xian looked too beautiful in this dress, so beautiful that she was like a little fairy that couldn't be real. Therefore, even though Ai Luan arrived first, the little boy's eyes were looking at Xian, who was wearing a white cotton dress, asking Xian for help. "You ingrate. Run. How dare you run? See if I don't beat you to death when I get back." At this moment, the man who had been chasing after the boy and shouting angrily also appeared. He had a big belly, a round waist, a bald head, and a fierce face. He looked really scary and ugly, and one could tell at a glance that he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Looking at the little boy who fell on the ground with blood on his head, even though the little boy looked dirty and miserable, Ai Luan, who specialized in taking photos of people, could tell at a glance that the little boy's facial features were very delicate and good-looking. As long as the blood and dirt on his face were washed away, he would definitely be a very beautiful little boy. Seeing that the scary man wanted to hit the child, Ai Luan hurriedly stopped him. "Brother, is this your child?" Because the child really didn't look like the man in front of him. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell that these two people were definitely not father and son. "Of course it's my child." "Why, if it's not my child, can it be yours?" Seeing that he was stopped, the man immediately glared at Ai Luan angrily. Although Ai Luan knew in his heart that this boy was definitely not the man's child, the child was still from this village, and as a stranger, it wasn't good for him to poke his nose into other people's business. However, even so, he still couldn't bear to see the child suffer, and still wanted to do something. "Even if it's your child, you can't hit a child like this. What if his brain is damaged?" Before Ai Luan could finish his words, the little boy on the ground said with a pale face. "I'm not his child. My home isn't here. I was tricked into coming here." The little boy's words immediately made the two men's faces change. However, Ai Luan was shocked, while the man who claimed to be the boy's family had a dark expression. "Okay. You're a human trafficker?" What Ai Luan hated the most in his life was child abduction, or child traffickers who bought and sold children. Originally, he didn't think that these two people were related, but now that he heard the injured little boy say this, he immediately confirmed the thought in his heart. "What human trafficker? This is the son I spent 2,000 yuan to buy. He's my son." The man glared fiercely at Ai Luan and said in a very bad tone. At this moment, the injured little boy also saw that Ai Luan was kind, and perhaps he could save him. Thus, he looked at Ai Luan with teary eyes and cried for help. "Uncle, please save me, my home isn't here, they are bad people, if I get caught by them again, they will break my legs." Hearing the little boy's words, Ai Luan's heart softened, and his desire to help the little boy grew stronger. "This big brother, it's illegal to spend money to buy and sell children in our country, so this child isn't yours. You want to steal my son? I think you're tired of living." Obviously, the villager didn't care about Ai Luan's words at all. When he saw that Ai Luan wanted to take the little boy away, he didn't say anything else and directly attacked Ai Luan. Ai Luan was originally in the fashion industry. Even if he worked out in the gym, it was only to look good. He didn't have any strength, let alone fighting strength. Therefore, when the villager's big fist came, Ai Luan was scared silly. At this moment, when the big fist was about to hit Ai Luan like a sandbag, a snow-white palm suddenly appeared in front of Ai Luan, and then, ah! With a scream, the arrogant man's finger was easily broken by Xian. When Ai Luan and the little boy saw that the fairy-like Xian easily broke the man's finger, they were stunned. Their faces were full of disbelief. After all, Xian's appearance was really too delicate and delicate. She didn't look like someone who could casually break a strong man's finger. "You bitch, you dare to hit." Before the villager finished his words, he let out another scream. "Ah! Heroine, spare me! Spare me!" But in the blink of an eye, Xian threw the man to the ground, then stepped on his body fiercely. He stomped on the man until he cried out in pain. "Scram!" Cheyenne indifferently glanced at the man under her feet and coldly scolded. She saw that the villager, who had been fierce to Ellen just now, was like a little sheep. He was very obedient to Cheyenne's words and left with oil on the soles of his feet. It wasn't until the villager left that Ai Luan came back to his senses and realized what just happened. Although he had already seen Xian's come Challenger show, he always thought that the reason why Xian was so amazing was all because of the editing for the show's effect. However, after seeing Xian's actions today, Ai Luan finally realized. Come Challenger. The show's crew was really very conscientious and honest. Xian was really as handsome as she was on the variety show. Xian, I'm really lucky that you were here tonight. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Ai Luan thought about the brawny man's physique and fist and felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xian was really as amazing as she was on the variety show. Xian, let's hurry back, lest that villager brings other people to cause trouble for us. Ai Luan, Xian, and the others hurried back to the villager's house that they rented. Xian originally didn't have any interest in saving the child, but she didn't expect that the little boy they saved would tightly grab onto the corner of her clothes and not let go. Fairy sister, don't go, don't go. Although the little boy was in a daze, he didn't feel safe at all. He kept muttering Xian's name, looking really pitiful. However, Xian, who came back from the apocalypse, didn't fall for this at all. She pulled out the corner of her clothes that was grabbed by the little boy. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a young and clear child's voice. Mom, let's bring him home. Anne? Bring him home? Xian lowered her head and saw that the little guy actually came over. She saw the little fellow looking at the little boy lying on the Kong bed. His dark eyes were filled with a strange expression. However, because the little guy's eyelashes were really long, Xian didn't see the strange look in Xianxin's eyes. Anne. I heard from Uncle Ai Luan that he was kidnapped and sold here by human traffickers. In that case, let's bring him home. Listening to the little guy's slow and orderly words, Xian was still a little confused. During the day, the little guy was very possessive of her and didn't want her to notice other children. But now, this mischievous little guy actually wanted to bring the little boy who was kidnapped to the countryside by human traffickers home. This is not normal. Not normal. No matter how hard she thought about it, Xian still couldn't figure out what her good son meant by that. However, Xian had never been a person who was too conflicted, so after she couldn't figure it out, she didn't take this matter to heart anymore. Since you want to bring him home, then bring him home. Xian said casually. However, she didn't expect. In the end, the little boy that she didn't voluntarily save turned out to be a very important character in this novel world. And this character was a character that she couldn't guess. The next day, when the sky was still bright, Xian and Ai Luan hurriedly got into the car and left this remote mountain village in advance. As for the reason why they left in a hurry, it was because of the little boy they had rescued yesterday. Perhaps because of the impact on his head, he had developed a very serious fever. This also led to Xian and Ai Luan hurriedly rushing to the hospital early in the morning. After the checkup at the hospital and the 4-drip, the little boy who was kidnapped finally returned to his safe period. Originally, everyone thought that the little boy's illness would be cured after the 4-drip. Who knew that after the little boy's fever subsided, the first thing he said when he opened his eyes was, "Who are you?" No one expected that amnesia would happen to a child who was only a few years old. This made it difficult for Ai Luan, who wanted to help this little guy find his parents. Just as Ai Luan and Xian were worrying about the little boy who suddenly lost his memory and didn't know anything, she didn't know that the trouble of the original owner had also quietly appeared. You saw the first episode of Come Challenger. Did you see it? Xian was really super cool in it. The second episode was really cool. Not only was Xian's fighting scenes beautiful, but her memory was also super awesome. It felt like she was really omnipotent. Xian definitely used a cheat. She was the champion for the first 2 episodes. I think the champion for the 3rd episode will still be Xian. Compared to Xian, the other 4 guests are all trash. Not only is Xian the goddess representative of this show, but she's also the representative of the Prince Charming who is so handsome that he has no friends. I think Xian is really amazing. Her son is also so handsome and cute. Xian, when Lu Xiuli heard Xian's name being mentioned everywhere, her entire face became gloomy. Her stepsister's luck was always so good. In the past, when they went out to play together, she was the one who was kidnapped along with the Xia family's daughter and not her. As a result, she was lucky enough to be adopted by the Xia family, while she could only pitifully grow up in a poor family. Finally, the real Xia family's daughter was found and her stepsister was finally kicked out of the Xia family. Who would have thought that her stepsister's luck would be so good that she would be spotted by a talent scout and become a big star? Although she wasn't a big star, she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. She ate well and lived well. Even a few years ago, her stepsister already had a house. All these years, she had never stopped thinking about this matter. After all, if she had been together with the kidnapped Miss Xia, then Xian's life would be her life now. Lily, what's wrong? Why do you have such a long face as soon as you come back? Zhu Hong asked with concern when she saw that her daughter's face was so ugly that it looked like she had constipation after coming back from work. Who else could it be? Isn't it all because of Xian? Lu Xueli looked at her mother and complained in a tone of complaint. What's wrong? How did she make you angry? Mother, from next month onwards, ask Xian for more money. She's a big star now. Things are different now. She's earning a lot more money than before. Who would have thought that the originally calm Zhu Hong would lose her composure after hearing her daughter's words? What? Xian's earning a lot more money than before? As Zhu Hong didn't pay much attention to entertainment news, and the people around her didn't pay much attention to such news, she didn't know how popular Xian was now. Mother! You didn't know? I didn't know. Recently, I couldn't find a trace of that wretched girl. I thought she'd run away because she couldn't bear the embarrassment. I didn't think that she'd be hiding from me on purpose. Speaking of this, coupled with what her daughter had just said, Zhu Hong was getting angrier and angrier. No. I have to find her now. Mommy, is this our home? Hey. How many times have I told you? She's my mommy, not yours. But I think she's my mommy. Idiot. You're not allowed to steal my mommy. If you call me mommy again, I'll ask my mommy to send you to the orphanage. Wha? Xian was a little speechless when she saw the two little guys quarreling again after returning home. It was very obvious that her son did not like the child who was abducted and sold to the countryside at all. However, her obedient son insisted that she bring the child home. Ai Luan had originally planned to leave the child in the hospital to recuperate first and then let the police search for the boy's family. However, she did not expect her good son to insist that she bring the boy home. However, on the way back, it was obvious that her good son did not get along with the other party. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. Xian looked at the child who was throwing a tantrum on the ground and crying endlessly. For a moment, she really regretted bringing the child home. God knew that she was most afraid of children crying. Boo-hoo. Mommy, burp. The little guy felt the fierce gaze from beside him and thought about what Xianxia said just now. Therefore, after burping, he changed his words. Fairy sister, I don't want to go to the orphanage. Be good. If you don't cry, I won't send you there. Xian picked up the little boy from the ground and stood him up. She had to admit that the little boy's appearance was very delicate and good-looking. After washing up, he really looked like a little prince and exuded a sense of nobility. He did not look like a child from an ordinary family. Boo-hoo, fairy sister, I'm a good boy. I won't cry. Seeing the boy holding back his tears and trying hard to open his eyes and look at her eagerly, Xian inexplicably felt that this boy was actually quite similar to her good son. Mommy. I want a hug, too. Xian lowered her head and looked at Xianxia, who was tugging at the corner of her shirt and looking at her with an aggrieved expression. She shook her head in amusement. Since you want to bring Littlekin home, then you have to be responsible for her in the future. As soon as Xian finished speaking, he saw the two exquisite and beautiful little fellows widen their big watery eyes and asked doubtfully. Who is Little Can? Little Can is him. Xian said with a smile as he pointed at the little boy whose eyes were red from crying. We don't know his name either. Let's call him by that name for now. Just as Xian was teaching the two little guys to be obedient, she suddenly heard a series of hurried knocks on the door. There was clearly a doorbell on her door, but the knocking on the door was relentless and relentless. Xian frowned. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he walked outside. When she opened the door, she saw a fat middle-aged woman with curly hair standing at her door. You. Who is it? Before Xian could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the woman outside the door. Xian, your wings have hardened now. You don't even give me a monthly allowance. Tell me what you want. The moment Zhu Hong opened her mouth, Xian sharply recalled the woman's voice. She was the stepmother who had called her and asked for money. Why should I give it to your family? Because I'm your mother. In the face of Xian's indifferent appearance, Zhu Hong was really angry. She had never put Xian in her eyes, and Xian had always been submissive to her. Now that Xian was so disrespectful to her, how could she tolerate it? However, it was a pity that the Xian she was facing now was no longer the Xian of the past. Sorry, my mother died a long time ago. After speaking, Xian was too lazy to pay attention to the woman who claimed to be her mother. He directly closed the anti-theft door. Bang! Zhu Hong was dumbfounded by the sound. When she came back to her senses, she began to frantically knock on the door again. Oh, no, this time, she was completely infuriated by Xian. She was frantically pounding on the door. Xian! Open the door. What do you mean? Don't forget who was the one who took care of you when your father died. If it wasn't for me, do you think you could still live like a princess in the Xia family for so many years? Open the door. Listening to the noisy abuse outside the door, Xian decisively called the community security guard to drag the woman away. Xian never thought that the original owner would have such a big trouble. However, as long as it wasn't her biological mother, she didn't think it was a big problem. Therefore, Xian didn't care too much. Mummy, I'm hungry. After hearing that there was no sound outside, the little boy gently tugged at Xian's hand and muttered softly. Okay, Mummy will cook something delicious for you. Xian rubbed the little boy's hair and went to the kitchen to cook for the two little boys and herself. After seeing Xian go to the kitchen, Xianxia, who was originally very well behaved, suddenly changed his expression. Hey! Do you really not remember where your house is, or are you pretending not to remember? Xianxia stared expressionlessly at the little boy, who was about the same height as her, with a straight face. Ah? Brother Xiaoxing, what are you talking about? Little Can blinked her eyes, her delicate little face filled with an innocent expression. You're pretending, aren't you? Looking at Xiao Can's innocent and cute appearance, and hearing him call himself Brother Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing felt his hands itch and had the urge to hit someone, so much so that he even regretted bringing this annoying little brat back. What are you pretending for, Brother Xiaoxing? Don't call me Brother Xiaoxing. It's disgusting. Xiaoxing really couldn't stand Xiao Can's mushy appearance. He frowned tightly and gently touched the two dragons playing with a pearl jade pendant hanging around his neck. If he didn't seem to have seen him in a dream, he wouldn't have let his mother bring this annoying brat back. If Xiaoxing only regretted bringing Xiao Can back now, then when night came, Xiaoxing regretted it even more. There's only one bed, how? Am I going to sleep tonight? Xian looked at the room with only one bedroom and one bed and hesitated for a while. Because she liked the little guy very much, and because she found it troublesome, she never bought a second bed. Every night, she slept with the little guy. And now, there was another little boy. I want to sleep with Mummy. I want to sleep with Fairy Sister too. You're not allowed to sleep with Mummy. Woo-woo. I just want to sleep with Fairy Sister. Seeing the two little guys arguing again, Xian really didn't know what to say. In the end, she had a headache from the two little guys arguing and waved her hand. Enough. Stop arguing, let's sleep together. Under the suppression of Xian's martial force, the two little fellows finally calmed down. As for Xiaoxing, his intestines were green with regret. At such a young age, this was the first time he felt extreme regret in his heart. Humph. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let Mummy bring this annoying brat back. He's really too annoying. Okay, you guys hurry up and take a shower. After that, we can sleep. After a day of torment, Xian just wanted to sleep early. But I don't think I know how to take a shower myself. The little guy quickly finished his bath, but when it was little Can's turn, he had a confused look on his face. Even if you don't know how to take a shower yourself, you have to take a shower yourself. Even her obedient son, Xian, didn't help take a shower, let alone this little brat they picked up. Looking at Xian's cold expression, little Can's lips were tightly pursed together. In the end, he nodded. Auntie Fairy, I understand. I'll take a shower myself obediently. Okay, good boy. Xian gently patted Xiao Can's head. She had never hated obedient and sensible children. Although this child they picked up seemed a little delicate and liked to cry, it made her a little uncomfortable. Seeing Xiao Can pitifully take a change of clothes to take a shower, Xiaoan made the bed. After lying on the bed, she saw her obedient son looking at her with a wronged expression. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Xiaoan patted the bed and motioned for the little guy to come over. The little guy obediently sat beside Xiaoan and leaned on Xiaoan's arm. I don't like how mommy treats Xiao Can so well. Seeing the little guy's jealous expression and hearing his pitiful words, Xiaoan burst out laughing. But didn't you insist on bringing him home? Why, if you don't like him, why do you insist on bringing him home? Xiaoan tilted her head and looked at the little guy. In fact, she didn't understand why the little guy insisted on bringing Xiao Can back. Therefore, she wanted to know what her obedient son was thinking. I just think he's pitiful. The little guy thought for a moment, lowered his head and muttered softly. Seeing the little guy like this, Xiaoan knew that the little guy wasn't telling her the truth. However, seeing that the little guy didn't want to say anything, Xiaoan didn't intend to say anything. The police will help him find his parents, and he won't stay in our house for too long. Xiaoan rubbed the little guy's head and said with a smile. Hearing Xiaoan's words, a faint smile appeared on the little guy's face. Unfortunately, Xiaoan didn't expect that the efficiency of the police wasn't that high. At least, it wasn't as high as she had imagined. What? The police still don't have that many clues? Hearing the words from the phone, Xiaoan's eyebrows subconsciously furrowed. The call was from Ai Luan, and the reason for the call wasn't good news. It was because Xiao Can still hadn't found his parents. This made Xiaoan a little melancholic. Because of the 5th episode of Come Challenger. She was about to film, and after this show, she had to go abroad to discuss cooperation with director Grace in the United States. Therefore, this matter really wasn't a good thing for her. After all, she could handle all the procedures for going abroad with Little Star, but Little Can, a lost child who was abducted by human traffickers, couldn't. I understand. Xiaoan hung up the phone with an ugly expression. She was thinking about whether she should put Little Ken with Ai Luan or find a child care center. In the end, she heard the little guy give her a very good suggestion. Mom, we can bring him to Uncle Han's place to record the show. If he goes on the show, his family should see it, right? The little guy blinked his eyes and said seriously. Hearing the little guy's words, Xiaoan's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. If Little Ken goes on the show, we'll definitely be able to find his family soon. After all, now that the Come Challenger show was so popular, it would definitely be a matter of minutes to find Little Can's family. However, Little Xing, how did you think of this? It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this method, but her good son's reaction was too fast. Compared to her good son's strange behavior towards Little Can over the past few days, she was more and more suspicious of her good son. Because, the little guy blinked his eyes in a fluster. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Little Can, who had been standing at the side staring at Xiaoan, happily say, that's right. Because Brother Xiaoxing is a genius. I already said that I don't like to call me Brother Xiaoxing. So disgusting. But Brother Xiaoxing, you're taller than me. If you call me Brother Xiaoxing again, I'll ask Mom not to bring you out. Seeing the two little fellows quarreling again, the doubts in Xiaoan's heart were immediately dispelled, and he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, Little Xing was still a child. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxingchen, Xiaoan had been keeping an eye on his strange behavior lately. Even though he was a genius, he was still a child in the end. Even though he was a very special child. Because, he knew who this Little Ken was. To be precise, he knew who Little Ken might be. After all, in his dream, Little Ken was already a very tall adult. As for why he was able to say that Littlekin could find her family by participating in the recording, that was because he had seen in his dream that his former sister, Xianxia, had helped Littlekin find her family in this way. Although he really hated Littlekin, his fairy mother also seemed to hate Xianxia. And Littlekin's family background seemed to be very powerful. If he was saved by Xianxia like in his dream, then he felt that this wasn't good. Therefore, even if he hated Littlekin, he didn't want to give this opportunity to someone his fairy mother hated. Xian didn't expect that his precious son would dream of the future. She also didn't expect that a child who was only 5 or 6 years old would already be thinking about so many complicated things. She also didn't know that Xianxia, at such a young age, would be able to consider so many things just to protect her. Okay, let's go out. This time, when Xian participated in the Challenger. This time, there was another child in the recording. Hence, there was a lot more luggage. When Hanyu saw Xian appear in front of him with the 2 children, he was simply stunned. Xian and Xianxia, this mother and son pair, were already quite good-looking. He didn't expect that even the child that Xian picked up from the countryside would be so good-looking. He was even better looking than the photo that Xian gave him. Xian, don't worry. We added Littlekin's photo at the beginning and end of this week's broadcast. It's very eye-catching. Littlekin's parents will definitely find it. As soon as they got into the car, Hanyu said to Xian. Hearing Hanyu's words, Xian nodded because she felt that she wouldn't be able to make it in time for this episode's broadcast. Thus, Xian called Hanyu a few days ago and asked Hanyu to add Littlekin's photo into the show and make a short and eye-catching missing person notice. This way, Littlekin's parents should be able to find her by the time she finished recording the show this week. But I don't want to go home. Littlekin wants to be with Fairy Sister. While Xian and Hanyu were chatting about Littlekin's parents, Littlekin, who had been sitting quietly with the little guy, was a little unhappy. Hanyu turned his head and looked at Littlekin's pitiful expression. He immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Xian, I really didn't expect you to be so popular with children. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched speechlessly. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Hanyu's teasing. Soon, the group of people arrived at the town where the 5th episode of Challenger was to be filmed. When the other 5 guests saw that Xian had brought another child, they were all a little surprised. They thought that Xian had a second child. However, when they heard that this child was rescued by Xian, they were all very emotional. Xian, you're really considerate. Our goddess Xia is beautiful and kind. Do you need me to help Littlekin forward the missing person notice? I can help you post a missing person notice on Weibo. In the face of Su Jinyang and the others' enthusiastic help, Xian smiled and shook his head. No need, I've already gotten Brother Han to broadcast the missing person notice of Littlekin's parents when this episode is broadcast. So, I think if we're lucky, we'll be able to find Littlekin's parents this week. When Xian said this, he was only 60% sure that he would succeed. However, her luck should be pretty good. When Challenger. When the 3rd episode was broadcast, Littlekin's parents were found immediately, just as Xian said. Challenger. It was the most popular variety show recently, and its viewership ratings were higher than many veteran variety shows, or even the most popular TV series recently. Not to mention the number of views online. Therefore, when the 3rd episode of Challenger was broadcast, Littlekin's parents were found. Eh? Isn't that Uncle Gu's Xiaomo? Mom, is Xiaomo from Grandpa Gu's house lost? I saw him on TV. He said he was looking for his parents. When the 3rd episode of Challenger. After the broadcast, this time, there were no longer only a few guests on the hot search list. This time, Littlekin, who was picked up by Xian, was also trending. Littlekin was very exquisite and cute to begin with. His appearance was even better than the child stars in the entertainment industry. In addition, he was a lost child who was rescued by Xian and was kidnapped by human traffickers. That was even more eye-catching. However, Xian didn't know any of this. She had originally only wanted to take a photo of Littlekin and give it to Hanyu so that he could casually make a missing person notice. However, what she didn't expect was that Hanyu would be so scheming to include her in the notice. Moreover, it was written in great detail about how she met Shao Kan, how she saved Shao Kan, and how she brought her home in great detail. Therefore, after the third episode of Challenger was broadcasted, Xian was once again given the title of Anti-Abduction Goddess by Hanyu. My goddess is beautiful and kind-hearted. She can also save a kidnapped child. He he he. Let's see who still dares to say that our goddess Xia is heartless. So what if she didn't donate all her prize money to charity? Let's see which celebrity is like our goddess. She went out to work and saved a kidnapped child. Moreover, she brought him home with a lot of love. Passers-by have become fans. Xian is simply a celebrity full of positive energy. I hope there are more celebrities like her. That way, there will be fewer lost children around us. This child is really too lucky to have met such a kind celebrity like Xian. Just because of this, I will be Xian's fan from now on. The program had just been broadcasted, but what no one expected was that finding little Kan's parents was secondary. The most important thing was that after this program was broadcasted, the response to Xian was extremely huge. This time, Xian didn't just make the entertainment gossip headlines. This time, she even made the social news headlines. She also gained something that many celebrities didn't expect. After all, there were too many human traffickers now, and too many children were being abducted in the country. The country had been preparing to intensify the crackdown on human trafficking recently, and now, Xian's incident happened to become an opportunity. It also gave Xian another opportunity. At this time, Xian, who was still filming the show, didn't know at all. She was still filming the show very seriously. However, when Xian finished filming the show and found out about this series of events, she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never thought of being a good person, nor did she think of being a heroic celebrity. In the end, she, who didn't do anything, actually hit the jackpot and became a good person with a heroic aura. This really made Xian dumbfounded. Sorry, because I've been traveling recently, I had to stay up until the wee hours of the morning to finish writing. Then, I had to go out again after a few hours of sleep. So all of a sudden, my body couldn't take it. It was really too uncomfortable, so I didn't finish writing all night yesterday. I'm really sorry. After I've been busy recently, I'll make it up to everyone after I finish writing. So, little cuties, don't be angry QAQ, I'll send everyone an apology red packet. Leave a comment on this chapter QAQ, even if you want to scold 12 sauce QAQ, I'm really, really sorry. End of chapter 49. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.